Chapter 1, Will You Come Back Again? Little wrong, let's do it once more. The woman's fair, slender legs wrapped around my waist as her watery gaze and coquettish voice dripped with temptation. Looking at this scorching hot Southeast Asian mercenary leader before me, I gently shook my head and pushed her away. My release time is coming up. I still need to pack my things. No time for this now. The woman's flushed cheeks hadn't faded yet as she pouted in reluctant disapproval. After all, I'm the only man in this prison. Once I'm gone, who's going to satisfy their soul-melting desires? Now that your yin-yang divine arts are nearly perfected, one more dual cultivation session might just push you over the edge? She still wouldn't give up on persuading me. Just then, the prison cell door was pushed open, revealing a woman with a cold, detached expression at the entrance. The unmistakable scent lingering in the air made it obvious to anyone, even a fool, what had just transpired inside. Her willow leaf brows furrowed sharply, eyes filled with undisguised disgust, absolutely depraved. To think they'd do such things in prison. The woman on the bed abruptly sat up, her beautiful eyes flashing with a razor-sharp glint of killing intent. Before being imprisoned, she had been a famously ruthless mercenary leader, codenamed Enchantress Killer, a master of firearms and combat with countless souls claimed by her hands. No one had ever dared speak to her like this, yet this aloof woman stared back without a trace of fear. What she didn't know was that this seemingly ordinary prison actually gathered elite female criminals from every major industry. With me as the only man here, I'd been sent to this prison on my master's advice. He'd claimed he had nothing left to teach me, and that the only remaining teachers in this world were the inmates of this facility. So my master helped fabricate criminal evidence and pulled some strings to get me sent to this prison. My master had long known how formidable these female inmates were. Besides learning their skills, my main purpose was to covertly practice the yin-yang divine art. I must say, these 3 years have truly taught me a great deal: martial arts, medical skills. Without exaggeration, I'm now peerless in this world. I'm your stepmother, Luo Keqing. Luo Keqing looked at me with a trace of disdain in her eyes. To her, I was nothing but an utterly spoiled playboy. Your father has been missing for a long time. The Lu Corporation is now on the brink of collapse, so I've come to take you away today. I frowned. In my memory, my father had always been rigid and humorless. After my mother passed away, he never had any romantic entanglements over all these years. Never expected that during my 3-year prison stint, he'd actually taken such a stunning young stepmother. Luo Keqing was extraordinarily beautiful indeed, features like a painting, skin whiter than snow, with an aloof elegance that made her stand out like an unattainable mountain flower. Even amid this den of criminals, her distinctive aura remained undiminished. What happened to my father? I got off the bed, casually pulling on a shirt to cover my toned muscles. These 3 years in prison didn't make me thinner. On the contrary, they made me stronger, filling every movement of mine with a sense of power. Luo Keqing slightly turned her face away, as if she didn't want to see my disheveled appearance, her tone growing even colder. 3 months ago, the Lu Group was retaliated against by enemies, its stocks plummeted, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Your father left home and never came back. I had no choice but to come to you. After all, you're the only bloodline of the Lu family. I immediately clenched my fists, my knuckles turning white. Taking a deep breath, I struggled to suppress the surging emotions inside and said in a low voice, "Thank you, stepmom, for telling me all this. I will definitely find my father and settle things with our enemies." Luo Keqing couldn't help but sneer. You? Ha! Everyone knew that I, the eldest young master of the Lu family, was a reckless spendthrift and a good-for-nothing playboy. 3 years ago, I was even convicted of serious crimes. If not for my father's bribes, I'd have been sentenced to at least 10 years. Now here he was, actually daring to talk about revenge. Utterly ridiculous. I ignored her mockery. I knew perfectly well how the outside world saw me, an idle, spoiled rich kid with no ambition. But these 3 years, I hadn't wasted them in prison. Here, I'd not only collected rare medicinal herbs but also mastered the yin-yang divine art taught by my master. Misha gazed at my retreating figure and asked longingly, "Will you come back?" I paused mid-step and sighed. Over these past 3 years, my strength had advanced by leaps and bounds through dual cultivation with those women, and truth be told, I developed a certain inexplicable affection toward them. Sure. At those words, a flicker of disgust crossed Luo Keqing's face. She cursed inwardly. Truly, a dog can't stop itself from eating shit, still thinking of coming to prison for his filthy pleasures. If it weren't for the fact that my father once did her a great favor, she wouldn't have anything to do with me at all. The car slowly entered the Jiangcheng Villa district, flanked by meticulously trimmed green belts and towering plane trees whose dense foliage blotted out the sky. 3 years had passed, yet this place still maintained the quiet elegance characteristic of affluent neighborhoods. Just as they were approaching the Lu family villa, Luo Keqing abruptly slammed on the brakes. A dozen burly men blocked the road ahead, led by a young man in his early 20s dressed in designer clothes that couldn't hide his nouveau riche demeanor. Luo Keqing's face paled as she prepared to reverse, only to discover their exit was already cut off. "Luo Keqing, I've been waiting for you for ages," the young man yelled at the top of his lungs. The Lu Corporation is practically bankrupt. 5 million for the takeover is more than generous. Stop putting on this holier-than-thou act. Lu Okaching's face was icy as she rolled down the window. Li Ziyuan, I've told you before, even if the Lu Group has fallen on hard times, it's not something you can acquire for a measly 5 million. Ha, still playing tough even when you're dead in the water. Li Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. That old bastard Lu Jiangwo has already fled. And here you are, a mere stepmother, pretending to be some chaste and heroic woman? Being with him must be such a waste for you. Why not let this young master show you the vigor of youth instead? With that, he waved his hand, and several bodyguards began to edge toward the car. My gaze turned icy. This punk actually dared to harass my stepmother? Though I had little affection for this haughty woman, I couldn't just let outsiders humiliate her like this. Get lost, I roared, the force of my voice making the car windows tremble. The bodyguards instinctively took a step back. Only then did Li Ziyuan notice me in the passenger seat. After a brief moment of surprise, his lips curled into a mocking grin. Well, if it isn't young Master Lu, fresh out of prison? What, after 3 years inside, you're still this hot-tempered? I recognized him, the second son of the rival Li group. Back when the Lu family was at its peak, the Lis could only look up to us. Never thought he'd dare to act so arrogant now. With these kinds of bullies who prey on the weak, I won't hold back. I stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the vacant villa district. Li Ziyuan staggered back from the sudden blow, 5 bright red fingerprints instantly blooming on his cheek. Dead silence fell over the scene. No one could process what had just happened. How dare I, the disgraced young master fresh out of prison, lay hands on Li Ziyuan? You dare hit me? Chapter 2. Collecting debts. Li Ziyuan covered his cheek, staring at me in disbelief, his voice trembling. I sneered and stepped forward. The aura I'd honed over 3 years in prison instinctively made the surrounding bodyguards step back. Smack! Another resounding slap landed squarely on his left cheek this time, perfectly symmetrical and aesthetically pleasing. Li Ziyuan's cheek swelled rapidly, the pain bringing tears to his eyes as he slurred through swollen lips, pointing at the bodyguards. Why, you useless idiots? What are you standing around for? Get him! Beat this poor bastard who just got out of prison. The bodyguards finally snapped out of their daze, charging at me with reckless bravery, each eager to redeem themselves by beating me to a pulp, preferably inflicting tenfold the humiliation Li Ziyuan had just endured. Beside them, Lu Okaching stood dumbfounded. She never expected me to be so reckless as to slap a member of the Li family not once, but twice. Back in the day, if the Lu family had done this, it would have been no big deal. But now, with the Lu Corporation teetering on the edge of bankruptcy and my father missing, this was practically a death wish. As the swarm of bodyguards lunged at me, Lu Okaching didn't hesitate. Stop fighting. She initially wanted to call out Li Ziyuan's name, but switched at the last moment. Young Master Li, we can discuss the company matters further. I'll concede more profits to you, just don't hurt Lu Rong. Li Ziyuan sneered and spat out a blood-tinged glob of saliva. Let him go? Impossible. Unless you spend the night with me. Before he could finish speaking, one of his bodyguards went flying through the air, slamming heavily against the plane tree by the roadside. Then came the second, the third. These so-called elite bodyguards, supposedly selected from major martial arts tournaments, crumpled before me like tissue paper. Their proud combat skills were utterly useless against my bizarre footwork. With the yin-yang divine art in motion, every strike of mine precisely hit the opponent's vital points. Bang! Ah! Crack! Howls of agony rose one after another as over a dozen burly men were knocked to the ground in the blink of an eye. Lu Okaching stared dumbfounded. Was this really the same Lu heir she remembered, the one who only knew how to eat, drink, and play? The bodyguards Li Ziyuan brought moved with skills straight out of a martial arts movie. Before the two of them could react, I stepped closer to Li Ziyuan step by step. Do you really think you can acquire our Lu family? I grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, looking down at him as I asked, am I right to suspect that your Li family has something to do with my father's disappearance? It's got nothing to do with me. Li Ziyuan turned pale, his voice trembling. I just saw that the Lu Corporation was struggling and wanted to discuss an acquisition contract. I slowly tightened my grip. His face turned from white to blue, then from blue to purple, and his words became broken. Spare me. I really don't know. Lu Rong, calm down. Lu Okaching rushed forward to grab my arm. You just got out of prison, you can't afford to get into trouble again. I narrowed my eyes, staring at Li Ziyuan who was already gasping for breath. To be honest, even if I killed him now, nothing would happen to me. But it would undoubtedly waste some time. Right now, investigating the company's affairs and finding my father were more important. I loosened my grip and spat out a single icy word, scram. Li Ziyuan acted as if granted a pardon, panting heavily with trembling legs as he scrambled away from the Lu family villa. His bodyguards quickly followed suit, fleeing as if escaping a plague. Not until he fled the Lu family villa did Li Ziyuan finally let out a heavy breath. Enraged and humiliated, he kicked the bodyguard beside him and spat, useless. Absolutely useless. The bodyguards kept their heads bowed in silence, fearing they might bear the brunt of their boss's fury. Li Ziyuan gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Grandfather, that bastard Lu Rong is back." Not only did he refuse to sign the acquisition agreement, he even swore vengeance against our Li family. The other end of the line remained silent for a few seconds before a hoarse yet authoritative voice responded, "Oh, a spoiled young master just out of prison dares to act so boldly?" After the Lu group suffered setbacks in recent months, the Li family swiftly seized the opportunity to rise as the leading enterprise in the region. Old Man Li had been a formidable figure since his youth, building the Li family empire from scratch, which is why even his descendants feared him. Li Ziyuan quickly chimed in, "Exactly, grandfather. We must teach him a lesson." The old man snorted coldly, "You worthless fool, can't even handle him properly. All right, I've heard enough. I'll have someone deal with him right away." After everyone had left, I pushed open the slightly ajar carved door and stepped inside. After 3 years away, the villa's furnishings remained unchanged. The crystal chandeliers still glittered brilliantly, the Persian carpet just as plush underfoot. Only the once bustling butler and maids had disappeared without a trace, leaving the villa oddly desolate. I walked to the tea table and deftly brewed 2 cups of tea, sliding one towards Luo Keqing. "Stepmom, have some tea." Seeing my utterly carefree demeanor, Luo Keqing furrowed her brows. Though my earlier display of skill had been astonishing, such reckless behavior would only worsen our predicament. "Lu Rong, you're too impulsive. With the Lu family's declining fortunes, how could you directly assault Li Ziyuan? Didn't you just hand the Li family justification for retaliation?" I took a sip of tea calmly and looked at Luo Keqing. "Stepmother, the kind-hearted get bullied, and the tame horse gets ridden. There's no need to persuade me further." My chauvinistic attitude completely ignited Luo Keqing's anger. Ever since Lu Jiangwo disappeared, she had been working day and night, exhausting herself to keep the Lu group running. Now that I returned and caused such a big stir, she could no longer hold back. "That's easy for you to say. If you're so capable, why don't you handle the mess the Lu family is in yourself?" Luo Keqing sneered coldly. "The company hasn't paid salaries for 2 months now. The capital chain could snap at any moment. If the employees resign en masse, the Lu Corporation will truly be finished." "How much is needed?" I asked leisurely. 50 million, Luo Keqing ground out through clenched teeth. 50 million, huh? I set down my teacup, a glimmer of calculation flashing in my eyes. "I'll just go ask the Lin family for this sum." The world says that Lu Rong, the eldest son of the Lu family, is nothing more than a pleasure-seeking, spendthrift playboy. But in truth, only a handful know that while I am devoted to martial arts, I'm far from useless. In fact, I possess sharp business acumen. Back in the day, it was my advice that enabled my father, Lu Jiangwo, to make the shrewdest decisions in every corporate battle, propelling the Lu Group to soaring success. As for me, I once personally managed several highly lucrative investments. My bank account holds no less than 100 million yuan. But before I was imprisoned, to help the Tianhai Lin family, my fiance's family, overcome their difficulties, I lent them every last cent. Now that I'm out of prison and the Lu family is in trouble, it's only right to reclaim that money. Incidentally, I also plan to take care of another matter, calling off the engagement. After all, since my imprisonment, while cultivating the yin-yang divine art, I've long since lost my virginity. Putting myself in her shoes, I realize I've already been unfaithful to the young lady of the Lin family. This engagement weighs on my conscience. I am ashamed. So when the time comes to break off the engagement, I'll only demand 50 million back from that 100 million. After all, the Lin family still holds countless benefits the Lu Group previously provided as dowry. I won't contest any of these. The fault lies with me first. However, Luo Keqing was unaware of this. Hearing his words, her face filled with mockery as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke. "The Lin family? Why would the Lin family give you money? Don't tell me you're counting on that woman Lin Yuyan? Stop dreaming. Since you were imprisoned, the Lin family has severed all ties with our Lu family. They can't wait for our Lu family to collapse sooner so they can swallow up our market share." At this point, Luo Keqing suddenly thought of something, and her expression turned peculiar. "Don't tell me you want to borrow money from Lin Yuyan? I advise you to abandon that idea right now. She's now the most sought-after socialite in Tianhai City, with countless suitors. How could she possibly be interested in a freshly released ex-con like you?" My eyes narrowed at the words "cut ties," but remembering the sweet, well-behaved girl from my memories, I couldn't bring myself to believe she'd be that kind of person. So I calmly explained, "I previously lent the Lin family a considerable sum, which happens to be just enough to fill their funding gap. Therefore, no matter what, let me visit the Lin residence first before anything else." With those words, I strode out of the villa alone. Luo Keqing watched my retreating figure, pursed her lips slightly and shook her head with a faint sigh. Of course she wouldn't believe my so-called borrowed money story. That money was probably what this guy had squandered during his relationship with Lin Yuyan, now claiming it was just a loan. But seeing my resolute attitude, she couldn't be bothered to argue further. Perhaps letting me hit the wall myself would be good. Maybe it'd teach this arrogant fool who overestimates himself a hard lesson about reality. The Lin family villa compound is located in the most affluent golden district of Tianhai City, where rows of European-style mansions are surrounded by meticulously trimmed greenery, with fountains and sculptures dotting the landscape. Just the pair of majestic stone lions at the main gate alone is said to be worth millions. At this moment, in the master bedroom on the second floor of the Lin family villa, my pure and innocent fiancée Lin Yuyan was nestled in the arms of another man. Clad in a sheer silk nightgown, she revealed vast stretches of her snow-white skin. "Brother Tianjue, when are you finally going to marry me?" Lin Yuyan said coquettishly, her voice charming and alluring. Her ruby lips were slightly swollen, clearly having just experienced an intimate moment. The man she called Brother Tianjue was the eldest son of the Zhou family, one of the four great families of the capital, Zhou Tianjue. Though this young master Zhou had ordinary looks, he was exceptionally skilled with honeyed words, having enchanted countless society ladies. "Don't worry, my little darling." Zhou Tianjue gently stroked Lin Yuyan's silky hair. "Once I establish my footing in the Zhou family, I'll present the most extravagant betrothal gifts and proudly marry you in the most magnificent ceremony. The entire Tianhai city will be buzzing with excitement by then." "Really?" Lin Yuyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Of course it's true. When Zhou Tianjue gives his word, it's as weighty as 9 ancient tripods." Just as the couple were lost in their tender moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. A bodyguard rushed in frantically. "Miss, something dreadful has happened. Your fiancé, no, the Dao and Outlu family's young master has come. He's already downstairs." Lin Yuyan's face instantly drained of color. It must be that shameless man, seeing his family's fallen fortunes, now he wants to be a phoenix rising from the ashes by marrying up. To force her to honor the engagement and marry that good-for-nothing loser, she wouldn't agree even if asked 100 times over. Back when they got engaged, the two families caused quite a sensation in Tianhai, inviting all the local elite as witnesses. Calling off the engagement now would be quite damaging to the Lin family's reputation. Zhou Tianjue frowned, clearly recalling this incident. He gently patted Lin Yuyan's shoulder and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, he's just a spoiled rich kid. We'll go send him away later." Hearing Zhou Tianjue's words, Lin Yuyan instantly softened, nuzzling against his chest like a kitten. She believed Zhou Tianjue would handle all her troubles. Still, she voiced some concern. "But if he makes a scene, it won't look good for your Zhou family's reputation either." Percent. Zhou Tianjue sneered. "Is the reputation of the Zhou family in the capital more important, or the face of a Down and Outlu family? I trust your family knows which carries more weight." Afterwards, the two of us straightened our clothes and walked into the main hall together. The Lin family members had already gathered there, the atmosphere so tense you could almost wring water from it. On the high platform, the Lin family elder, though still sprightly, was now frowning deeply, his gaze burning into me like a torch. Yet I seemed completely unaffected by the oppressive atmosphere, sitting there with the imposing manner of a general on horseback, outwardly composed and at ease. Sensing the heavy atmosphere in the Lin family and the pointed stares directed at me, I was almost certain Luo Keqing's words were true. The Lin family genuinely wanted to sever ties with the fallen Lu family. However, repaying debts is only right and proper. So, when I spotted Lin Yuyan arriving fashionably late in the crowd, I spoke up. 3 years ago, I loaned your Lin family 100 million yuan. Today, I'm not asking for much, just return me 50 million. The moment these words left my mouth, the main hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The Lin family members exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. They had assumed that I, the young master of the Lu family who had just spent 3 years in prison, had come to beg for Lin Yuyan's hand in marriage. After all, the Lu family has fallen on hard times. Being able to latch onto the Lin family's towering tree is a tremendous opportunity for us. But who would have thought I came here to collect a debt? Old Master Lin narrowed his cloudy eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in their depths. He lightly tapped his cane and gave Lin Yuanji a meaningful look. Understanding the cue, Lin Yuanji stepped forward with a cold laugh. "Well, isn't this just perfect? Lu Rong, how dare you have the audacity to come demanding 50 million? Do you have any idea how much disdain my daughter has endured these 3 years because of your prison sentence? How many people are talking behind our backs, saying the Lin family's son-in-law is nothing but a convict? 50 million is no small sum. As for that Down and Out Lu family, offending them isn't a big deal compared to 50 million. The Lin relatives nearby chimed in. How does someone like him still have the nerve to ask for money? Disgusting. Even if we gave him the money, he'd just squander it. We shouldn't give him a single cent if you ask me." Hearing these words didn't surprise me, such was the fickleness of the world. I scanned the room, my gaze finally resting on Lin Yuyan. The little girl I remembered chasing butterflies in her family's garden had now blossomed into an elegant young woman. Yet at this moment, she was clinging tightly to Zhou Tianjue's arm, her eyes filled with disdain. I spoke softly. "Lin Yuyan, do you feel the same way?" Lin Yuyan's face showed a trace of disdain upon hearing this. "Lu Rong, don't tell me you're trying to bring up that ridiculous childhood engagement between us? Let me tell you, this is a new era now, we believe in free love. Someone like you, who's been in prison, isn't even qualified to be my husband." She lifted her chin with a contemptuous look in her eyes. "Brother Tianjue is my future." As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance at Zhou Tianjue. I narrowed my eyes. Childhood affection ultimately couldn't withstand the test of time and money. But no matter whether Lin Yuyan and I will still get married, given that I once provided 100 million to help the Lin family, they shouldn't have humiliated me like this. Fine. What a fine Lin family you are. Ungrateful wretches. I spoke coldly. What a noble Lin family. Taking advantage of my trust back then, with no IOU to hold you accountable, and now you dare to renege like this? At that moment, Zhou Tianjue suddenly smirked disdainfully, his eyes taunting. Humph, just a mere 100 million, what's the big deal? As he spoke, he stroked Lin Yuyan's hand. What I can give Yuyan is far more than that. He met my gaze squarely, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking smirk. The Heavenly Street project, I can hand it directly to Yuyan to handle. With just your measly 100 million, you still dare to compete with me for Yuyan? The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in murmurs. The Tianjie construction project? That's the largest urban development project in the entire city. They say the initial investment alone will be 2 billion yuan. If we secure this deal, our Lin family could truly soar to new heights in Jiangcheng. The Lin family members' eyes gleamed with greed. After all, this project not only involved massive investment but could also drive the economic development of the entire region. Securing this project would elevate the Lin family from a second-tier household to one of Jiangcheng's top aristocratic clans. Upon hearing this, a spark of delight flashed in Lin Yuyan's eyes as she pressed herself against Zhou Tianjue. "Brother Tianjue, are you serious?" she asked. Zhou Tianjue smugly wrapped his arm around Lin Yuyan's waist and cast a disdainful glance at me. "Of course," he said, deliberately drawing out his words, "but it depends on whether Yuyan is willing to marry me." Old Master Lin's clouded eyes gleamed with fervor as he thumped his cane heavily against the floor. "Excellent, excellent," he exclaimed. Watching this disgraceful farce unfold before my eyes, fury surged within me. I remembered clearly 3 years ago when the Lin family faced a capital chain crisis. It was I who unhesitatingly provided 100 million. At the time, Lin Yuyan even held my hand and said she would never forget my kindness in this lifetime. And now, just because I served 3 years in prison and the Lu family declined, they've cast their promises to the 9 heavens. But, the Tian Street construction project? I vaguely recall in that damp, gloomy prison cell, Sister Yun once mentioning this project. Sister Yun was the second woman I met in prison after cultivating the Yin divine art. Back then, she lay in my arms teaching me financial knowledge while gritting her teeth, recounting how this project had bankrupted her and ultimately landed her in prison. Who would have thought this very project that ruined Sister Yun would reappear in Jiangcheng now? Back in prison, Sister Yun had drilled me intensely on financial knowledge and business tactics, hoping that after my release, I could track down the mastermind behind the scheme, gather evidence, and rescue her. Now it seems none of this was mere coincidence. Just as my thoughts were surging, a gentle yet somewhat timid voice cut through the clamor of the room. Actually, back then, it was me who used Yuyan's name to invite Lurong to the Lin family to discuss borrowing money. Pushing a wheelchair slowly into view, Lin Jiran's delicate brows and eyes still retained traces of her former elegance, though the spirited glow of her past was now veiled in quiet melancholy. 3 years ago, who in Jiangcheng's business circles didn't know this favored daughter of the Lin family? Lin Jiran, the true entrepreneurial prodigy of the Lin clan, had been involved in family affairs from a young age and even spearheaded several major projects. Who could have imagined that she would now be sitting in a wheelchair, her gaze dulled, the radiance of former days gone? She stopped before me, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the wheelchair's armrest as if gathering courage. Lin Yuyan frowned. "Sister Jiran, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Jiran ignored her, staring steadily at me instead, her eyes tinged with guilt. At that time, the Lin family was facing financial difficulties, and Grandpa told me to find a solution. I knew the Lu family wasn't as prosperous as before, but Lu Rong, you... She paused, seemingly struggling with her words. "You were willing to lend that 100 million then, and I'll always be grateful. Therefore, I'm willing to return this money to Lu Rong." The entire room fell silent as all eyes turned to Lin Jiran. Lin Yuyan stared at her in wide-eyed disbelief. Zhou Tianjue's face froze mid-sneer, replaced by a shadow of gloom. Truth be told, among the Lin women, it wasn't Lin Yuyan he favored, but the more beautiful and intellectual Lin Jiran. However, a car accident had robbed Lin Jiran of sensation in her legs, confining her to a wheelchair ever since. As the young master of the prestigious Zhou family, he couldn't possibly marry a cripple, so he had no choice but to settle for Lin Yuyan. Zhou Tianjue couldn't help but sneer. "Lin Jiran, don't you realize Lu Rong is an ex-convict? Aren't you worried about tarnishing the Lin family's reputation by associating with him?" Old Master Lin's face darkened as well. "Jiran, hold your tongue," he commanded. I froze, staring at the bank card Lin Jiran was holding out to me. My Adam's apple bobbed as words failed me, unsure how to respond. The woman standing before him was Lin Yuyan's cousin, Yuyan, Lin Jiran, the daughter of Lin Yuanji's younger brother. Back when the Lin and Lu families were so close, I was quite familiar with her. As children, we'd even spent several carefree months together at the Lin family villa. Who would have thought that after 3 years, the once golden girl of the Lin family would now be confined to a wheelchair? Lin Jiran took a deep breath and pulled out a bank card from her bag, extending it toward me. Her voice was soft, yet every word came through clearly. This card has some money I've saved over the years. Though it's only 15 million, I hope it can help you through this tough time. As for the rest, I'll pay you back bit by bit. Everyone finally snapped back to reality. By revealing the truth, Lin Jiran had essentially exposed the fact that the Lin family owed me money and refused to repay. This was practically tearing the Lin family's dignity to shreds. Old Master Lin's face darkened ominously in an instant. He slammed the table so hard that the teacup leapt into the air. "You disgraceful daughter! You're ruining the Lin family's reputation," he roared furiously, shouting at second Uncle Lin. "Second son, take your daughter away this instant." Second Uncle Lin broke into a sweat and was about to step forward to drag her away. Just then, Lin Yuyan suddenly let out a mocking laugh, her eyes flashing with derision. "Tell me, sister, you're not actually in love with Lu Rong, are you?" she said sarcastically. "Otherwise, why would you give Lu Rong money and speak up for him? You even secretly borrowed money from him in my name back then." She walked over to Lin Jiran, looking down at the person in the wheelchair condescendingly. "Since you still like Lu Rong and insist on giving him money for our Lin family's reputation, I think this marriage contract might as well be yours. Let you marry Lu Rong, wouldn't that just perfectly suit both our families?" Lin Lauer's face darkened at these words. Though his daughter Jiran was now disabled, she still couldn't marry an ex-con like me. He was just about to retort when Lin Jiran softly said, "Fine, I'll marry him." Though her voice was quiet, it exploded like a bomb in everyone's ears. She raised her head, her eyes clear and resolute, with a faint, barely there smile playing at the corners of her lips. Everyone present was stunned. I stood frozen, my mind completely blank. I came today to demand money and break off the engagement. So how did it suddenly turn into switching brides and making me marry Lin Jiran? Sunlight slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling across Lin Jiran's profile. Her figure in the wheelchair was slim and fragile, yet radiating a resolute beauty. I instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing the crowd of Lin family members watching for drama, seeing second Uncle Lin's look of despair, and Lin Jiran resolutely seated in her wheelchair, the words stuck in my throat no matter how hard I tried to speak them. I know all too well, if I reject Lin Jiran now, she'll become the laughingstock of everyone. A cripple even an ex-convict won't marry, such a reputation would leave her no place to stand in Jiangchang. "Jiran, have you lost your mind?" Second Uncle Lin's face turned ashen as he rushed forward to snatch the bank card from his daughter's hands. "Do you realize what you're saying? He's an ex-convict." "Father, I'm perfectly sober." Lin Jiran gently evaded her father's hand, her voice eerily calm. "Since Yuyan refuses to marry him, perhaps I should instead." "Anyway," she smiled self-deprecatingly, her gaze sweeping over her wheelchair. "A cripple like me wasn't going to find a good match to begin with." Zhou Tianjue's expression darkened, his eyes fixed on Lin Jiran with a flicker of regret and anger. If not for that car accident back then, perhaps Lin Jiran would be standing by his side right now. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rose and fell in the hall as Lin Yuyan's smile grew even brighter. She turned her head to glare at Lin Jiran, malice glinting in her eyes. "Sister, allow me to congratulate you in advance on your everlasting happiness with an ex-convict." She then sauntered up to Lin Jiran. "Come to think of it, I should thank you. How fortunate that you picked up what I discarded." Lin Yuyan recalled those days when she had been overshadowed by Lin Jiran's radiance, and the vindictive glee made her laugh even more shamelessly. "Back then, you merely completed a few minor projects, and grandfather praised you to the skies. Now it's settled, I'm about to take over the Tianjie construction project. Once it's completed, brother Tianjue promised to introduce me to the people at Chaochu Group." Hearing the name Chaochu Group, a cold smirk involuntarily curled at the corner of my lips. Back when Sister Yun was imprisoned, she gathered plenty of incriminating evidence against Chaochu Group, all to avenge the Tianjie project. And now, that evidence is in my hands. I glanced at the smug Lin Yuyan and thought, I just hope you don't come crying to me when your sweet dream is ruined by my interference. Seeing that neither Lin Jiran nor I responded to her taunts, Lin Yuyan found it rather dull. She turned toward the elder Mr. Lin and said in a syrupy tone, "Grandpa, since sister has already agreed to transfer the engagement, why not just inform the media directly?" But second Uncle Lin hurriedly tried to intervene, only to be ruthlessly cut off by the old man. Squinting his eyes, the old patriarch let his gaze hover over Lin Jiran's wheelchair for a few moments before concluding, "Since it's settled like this, I'll have the media announce it tomorrow. This matter is settled." He had already calculated in his mind a cripple, even if she was once the pride of the Lin family, was now nothing but a worthless burden. Rather than letting her be an eyesore at home, why not marry her off to a reckless scoundrel like me? At least it would shut me up and prevent me from spreading the Lin family's dirty secrets everywhere. Besides, now that Yu Yan has caught the eye of the Zhou family's young master, naturally, we should keep her happy. "Very well, it's decided then," old Master Lin said, looking at me. "Lu Rong, Your Lu family is no longer as glorious as it once was. That my Lin family is willing to overlook past grievances and uphold the marriage agreement is only out of respect for the friendship between our families. You should know what to do." Lin Yuyan intimately held Zhou Tianjue's arm, a victor's smile playing at the corners of her lips, her expression brimming with schadenfreude. "Hurry up and say yes. My dear sister can't wait to marry you." Hee, a freshly released convict and a cripple doomed to a wheelchair forever, what a perfect match made in heaven. The old master Lin feigned anger, blaring at Lin Yuyan as his cane lightly tapped the floor. "Don't speak nonsense. I wasn't wrong, both are useless trash, burdens to the family. A perfect match, aren't they?" Lin Yuyan slightly lifted her chin, making no attempt to hold back, instead speaking even louder. Those around them remained silent, but the disdain in their eyes was undisguised, clearly agreeing with her words. Lin Jiran kept her eyes slightly lowered, appearing calm on the surface. Yet, unnoticed by others, her hands clenched the hem of her dress at her sides, her slim knuckles turning white. "I have no objections to getting married." I took 2 steps forward and stood beside Lin Jiran's wheelchair. Before anyone could speak, I changed the subject, "But that 100 million debt still needs to be repaid to me." "Are you out of your mind? How can you still be thinking about that 100 million? Lin Yuyan shrieked in dissatisfaction. Old Master Lin also snorted coldly, his tone sinister. "If Jiran marries you, that debt will naturally be offset as her dowry. Don't push your luck, boy. A dowry of 100 million? Wishful thinking." Before coming to the Lin family to discuss the wedding arrangement, I still felt some guilt for what I'd done in prison, thinking I owed my not yet official fiancé. But now it seems this woman isn't worthy of my guilt at all. There's no emotional entanglement here, just a cold, hard transaction. Even if you offer 100 million as a dowry, don't you Lins forget, what slipped through my fingers back then was 200 million. With dozens of Lin family members inside and out an illustrious Jiangcheng, can't you even solve a kindergarten-level math problem like this? I scoffed with disdain. Or would you prefer to see these aristocratic scandals splashed across the headlines? This was a threat. The Lin family was on the rise now, and reputation mattered. They couldn't afford major scandals exposed to the public, or the backlash would derail their investments. The Lu family, on the other hand, had nothing to lose. Those already barefoot don't fear shoes. What did they have left to protect when bankruptcy loomed? Watching old Master Lin and his clansmen darken with rage, I remained unfazed. Instead, I raised a brow and smirked. The 100 million dowry was because Lin Jiran deserves only the best. As for the remaining 100 million, return it promptly. Otherwise, the surveillance footage will soon be circulating everywhere. Lin Yuyan's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What surveillance?" I chuckled. "The kind of surveillance that will make you obediently pay back the money." The crowd instinctively fell silent. Though there was no sign IOU, the surveillance footage would make it hard to default on the debt. Old Master Lin's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Hearing the whispers around him, his face burned with humiliation. To be confronted over debts in front of so many people, with Zhou Tianjue watching nearby, for the sake of the future alliance with the Zhou family, he suppressed his displeasure and reluctantly conceded, families shouldn't settle scores like outsiders. It's hard to gather so much cash quickly. How about we start with 50 million for now? The words barely left my lips before I declared bluntly, "Deal. Installments work too. I haven't even charged you 3 years worth of interest." Lin Yanyan was absolutely livid and about to explode when Zhou Tianjue suddenly said with a beaming smile, "What's the harm in giving it to you? Sooner or later, we'll all be family anyway." He and old Master Lin swiftly exchanged a glance, their smiles chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. I silently stayed on guard. This man seemed like a smiling tiger. But no matter what scheme he was hiding, it didn't matter to me. All I wanted was that money. 100 million in cash flow, even for a prominent family like the Lins, wouldn't be easy to produce directly. After setting a 7-day deadline for the money to be deposited into the account, I stood up and left without hesitation. Once I was out of the Lin family villa, old Master Lin dismissed the others, only to hear Lin Yuyan pout and cling to his arm indignantly. "Grandpa, how could you really give it to him? What right does a bankrupt ex-con have to take so much money? Who does he think he is, daring to threaten our Lin family? And besides, do you seriously believe he even has that surveillance footage?" Before old Master Lin could speak, Zhou Tianjue held her waist and chuckled, "Don't worry, sweetheart, it doesn't matter whether there's anything or not. What trouble could a bankrupt second-generation rich kid possibly stir up? This money is just for him to see, not to spend." As he spoke, a cruel smile spread across his face, though his voice remained tender to the core. "I have plenty of ways to make him shut up forever." Old Master Lin slightly lifted his eyelids, suppressing the glee in his heart as he feigned concern. "Just give him a good beating as a lesson, don't actually cause any real trouble." I know my limits. After leaving the Lin family villa, I didn't leave immediately. Instead, I stood under the shade of a tree. The surrounding stream murmured, and the breeze carried the scent of flowers, but Lin Jiran had no heart to admire it. Worry filled her eyes as she stole several glances at my expression, then seemed to gather her courage and said, "I'll pay back the money I owe. I know your family is going through a tough time right now, but I won't be a burden to you." Even though my legs are crippled now, my past experience and connections are still there. After becoming your wife, I'll stand by you and help the Liu family overcome this crisis." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her fingertips trembled faintly. I chuckled softly, my respect for her growing. Just as I was about to speak, my gaze fell on her legs covered by a thin blanket, and I said, "Your legs, there's still hope for you to stand again." Lin Jiran didn't expect me to say this. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. What? She couldn't believe she might walk again. How could my legs possibly? Lu Rong, are you teasing me? Actually, there's no need to comfort me like this. I've already come to terms with my condition peacefully. Lin Jiran smiled bitterly. I brushed aside the fallen leaves behind her and, gazing into her eyes, said, "Content with the status quo?" The Lin Jiran I know is proud and confident. She would never admit defeat so easily. Lin Jiran tightened her grip on the thin blanket draped over her knees, clenched her teeth, and let out a long sigh. What else can I do even if I refuse to admit defeat? I consulted the most authoritative experts in the field and utilized the latest medical equipment from domestic and international sources. But everyone just shook their heads and sighed at me. There's not a single precedent of a cure both domestically and internationally. No amount of money can change that. I'm afraid I'll be confined to this wheelchair for the rest of my life. With unwavering focus in my eyes, I declared firmly, just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't heal you. When I say your leg still has hope, then there's definitely hope. Lin Jiran looked at me in surprise. You want to help me? Why? Because you're my fiancé now, and I need a partner who can stand tall. I believe in your conviction, just as I believe in my own medical skills. The wind rustled through the leaves, its sound grating against Lin Jiran's unsettled heart. Since the car accident, everyone's attitude toward her had changed, fallen from grace as the family's golden child to being labeled a cripple. The agony was hers to bear alone. For the first time since the tragedy, no one had kicked her while she was down, no one treated her as worthless. Her pulse quickened fiercely. Afraid of misplaced hope, she reflexively blurted, You studied medicine? But outside, don't they all say you're a wastrel?" Catching herself too late, she pressed her hand to her mouth, but the implication hung heavily in the air. To everyone else, I'm just a spoiled playboy. How could I possibly know medicine? I couldn't care less about those comments and replied with a smile, "Oh, medicine? Studied it for a few years, just know a tiny bit, that's all." I crouched beside the wheelchair and lightly tapped her knee over the blanket with my fingertips, saying, "Here, you often feel a sharp pain, don't you?" Lin Jiran nodded and said, "Yes. But the doctor explained it's due to nerve damage in the leg. The impaired signal transmission creates abnormal neural impulses that the brain misinterprets as pain." I snapped my fingers and said, "The diagnosis is correct. In traditional Chinese medicine, pain indicates blockage. Where there's pain, there's stagnation. With current medical techniques, it's not entirely impossible to cure, it's just that your condition is rather special. You could think of it as your knee being frozen. As long as we find a way to melt the ice, the water-carrying vitality can flow again." Lin Jiran listened intently and couldn't help asking, "Then what should I do? What equipment or medicine will I need?" "What I require isn't something you can provide right now. I'll explain the specific treatment method once I've made the necessary preparations. My plan is to use the yin-yang divine art, supplemented by rehabilitation therapies like acupuncture and massage, to gradually dispel the cold energy from her legs and restore the circulation of blood and vitality." After speaking, I added, "All treatment expenses will be deducted from your 10 million. No objections, right? And none, use it as you please. Since it's already given to you, it's yours by right. This is what the Lin family owes you." Lin Jiran furrowed her delicate brows and said, "But with your family's current uncertain situation, my legs aren't urgent. It'd be better to focus on raising funds quickly to overcome the immediate crisis first." I remained calm and composed. With my business acumen, the tens of millions in my hands could leverage billions in assets. Solving the bankruptcy crisis was merely a matter of time. I have a close friend in the investment industry. Our decade-long bond makes her absolutely trustworthy. Perhaps she can lend you some assistance. Lin Jiran insisted. "No need, I've already formulated a plan," I replied. "How can you possibly take on all those coveting the Lu Corporation alone? Me alone is more than enough." Seeing the confidence in my eyes, Lin Jiran couldn't help but stare at me. She was probably wondering if I was really that good-for-nothing young master everyone talked about. She insisted on giving me her friend's contact information. Pressed for time, I had no choice but to accept the business card and casually glanced at the signature, Gu Shuang. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Connecting it with her identity as an investor, the image of an aloof and formidable domineering sister immediately came to mind. She was a legend in the investment world, the golden touch, highly sought after in Jiangqing's high society. Countless tycoons would spend fortunes just to dine with her and learn her business investment secrets. Having such a companion was more than I could ask for. "Alright, let's set a free time, and I'll go talk to her." Lin Jiran and I hastily left, our figures disappearing around the corner. I could almost hear Lin Jiran's inner thoughts. What an unexpected delight, he's far more capable than I imagined. The luxury car raced down the highway as I mentally calculated how to leverage the funds at hand to unlock a larger cash flow. Suddenly, I tensed, catching sight of two white vans tailgating as closely in the rearview mirror, their approach menacing. Perfect timing, just right for killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. I formulated a plan in my mind, turned the steering wheel, and exited the highway, eventually stopping the car at the entrance of an abandoned farmstead on the outskirts. I unhurriedly opened the car door as more than a dozen burly men jumped out from the two minivans behind me. The leader, dressed in a black suit, wielding a steel pipe, and with a cigarette butt dangling from his mouth, barked out, well, look who we have here, the young master of the Liu family, now so broke he can't even afford a driver. Bam! Before he could finish speaking, the man went flying backward and crashed heavily onto the ground. I casually yanked off my tie and wrapped it around my fist. Too much talk. Come at me together. Don't waste time. Chapter 8. Rip your mouth apart. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Jiran looked around in astonishment. Who would have thought that one moment you're leisurely enjoying the scenery, and the next you're cornered by several fierce-looking, burly men. They were armed and visibly aggressive, while other black-clad musclemen blocked their retreat from behind. With no way forward and no path back, the two found themselves encircled, with the dark-eyed men in black suits closing in on them like starving wolves tightening their hunting ring. Lu Rong steadied the visibly nervous Lin Jiran and said, "Don't be afraid. These people are here for me, this has nothing to do with you." Lin Jiran instinctively replied, "Whatever concerns you now concerns me too. I won't let them lay a finger on you." Lin Jiran's expression was resolute, but the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her fear. Well, if it isn't the crippled young miss of the Lin family, protecting a bankrupt convict fresh out of prison, are we? With broken legs you should just stay home. How dare you show your face outside? If I were you, knowing I'd never walk again, I'd have bashed my head against a wall already. The men in black laughed without restraint, their voices sharp and grating. Once an exalted noble daughter admired from afar, lofty as the moon in heaven, now left crippled, becoming the subject of countless whispered conversations behind her back. Their gazes wandered shamelessly over Lin Jiran's body, though her legs were broken, her face and figure remained peerless. The black-clad leader at the front exhaled smoke through the half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes glinting with lechery. Want us to spare him? Let us brothers have some fun first, then maybe we'll consider it. Ugh, like a toad lusting after swan meat. Lin Jiran's delicate face flushed crimson with rage. She slammed her fist against the wheelchair armrest, fury surging straight from her chest. Lu Rong's expression turned increasingly icy, his eyes flashing with a chilling intensity as he spoke in a bone-piercing tone. "If you don't want those mouths anymore, I'll tear them apart myself." His aura was terrifying, the lewd grin froze on the black-clad man's face. The man instinctively retreated half a step, feeling for a fleeting moment as if he'd been locked in the gaze of some monstrous beast. But he quickly regained his composure. A sideways glance at his gang of underlings crushed the faint tremor of fear that had risen within him. The man in black sneered, "Cut the act. Do you still think you're the young master of the Liu family? Back then you had money and power, untouchable. But now with the Liu family bankrupt, you're just a stray dog, chased by creditors and enemies like a cur, not even worthy of licking my boots." That's right, a fucking stray dog, a broke ex-con. Look at this trash, putting on airs like some young master. Trash. Disgrace. The crowd of burly men in black chimed in loudly, their faces full of mockery. Faced with these malicious taunts, Lu Rong laughed in extreme anger, his words forced through clenched teeth. "You'll regret ever showing your faces before me today." As he spoke and was about to take action, his hand was suddenly grabbed. Looking down, Lin Jiran was shaking her head anxiously at him. "Don't fight. You just got out of prison, do you really want to go back in? I'm acting in self-defense. Didn't you see what he's hiding in his jacket?" Only after Lu Rong's reminder did Lin Jiran realize the source of their brazen confidence, a gun hidden beneath their clothes. He actually brought a gun, no wonder he's so bold. Lin Jiran was nervous, but Lu Rong remained perfectly calm. These people are just like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, relying on superior numbers to bully the few and putting on fierce airs before ordinary folk. But dealing with them wouldn't even require him to lift a finger. As for the gun, he'd better pray he's lucky enough to draw it before having his hands broken. How dare you commit violence in broad daylight? What do you take the law for? Get lost now. Lay a finger on us and you'll learn the hard way. The Lin family of Tianhai isn't to be trifled with. Lin Jiran was clearly panicking, yet she forced herself to remain composed, invoking the Lin family's reputation as her shield. This place isn't far from the Lin family villa. Might still intimidate them somewhat. The black-clothed man rested his hand on his waist, clearly convinced of his control over the situation, his face wearing an increasingly arrogant smirk. "A worthless cripple like you, the Lin family would never offend our boss for your sake. Seeing how you two are making eyes at each other, let's break Lu Rong's legs to make you a perfect matching set." The man in black couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward first, swinging the steel pipe in his hand. "Be careful!" Lin Jiran screamed in alarm. looking for death. Lu Rong curled his lips into a cold smile, gently shook off Lin Jiran's hand, and strode forward. As the steel pipe came straight down toward his shoulder, Lu Rong simply tilted his body slightly and dodged it effortlessly. His right hand shot out like lightning, instantly seizing the man's arm. With skills this pathetic, you dare run with street gangs? Amateur moves. Go train for a few more years. Before he finished speaking, a crisp snap sounded as the black-clad man let out a pig-slaughtering scream, his arm hanging limp and useless. With one final kick from Lu Rong, he was sent crashing heavily to the ground. His arm was broken, snapped clean in two by sheer force. Even his chest had caved in, eyes bulging, barely drawing breath between ragged gasps. Lin Jiran's eyes widened slightly, as if seeing Lu Rong for the first time, her heart pounding wildly. The remaining men roared and charged forward upon seeing this. Get him, beat him half to death, then drag him back to collect our reward. The men in black swarmed toward Lu Rong like a hornet's nest. Steel pipes whistled through the air, crashing down from all directions with chilling glints of cold light and violent gusts of wind. Lin Jiran squeezed her eyes shut in terror as successive thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed beside her ears. Agonized howls continued ringing out incessantly. She slowly opened her eyes and cautiously scanned her surroundings. Dark-clad men lay strewn across the ground, with only Lu Rong still standing upright. The entire confrontation had lasted barely 10 seconds, yet so many attackers had been effortlessly subdued. Lin Jiran tightened her grip on the wheelchair armrests in shock, unable to contain the turbulent emotions surging within her heart. The notorious playboy of the Lu family's eldest young master was actually this formidable. Could all those circulated rumors from before have been false? Just how many more secrets did this man have hidden? Lu Rong, don't kill them. I know my limits. Lu Rong sauntered over to the leader of the black-clad men, looking down with contempt at the man sprawled like a dead dog. Talk. Who sent you? Who's your boss? What's the organization called? Where's your meeting spot? We're. The black-clothed man's hand was broken, and the gun at his waist was also confiscated by Lu Rong. He hunched his shoulders hesitantly before saying, We're from the Shadow Hall. Our boss is named Chimera. He sent us to deal with you. Lu Rong's expression shifted. Shadow Hall? Are you sure? The man gritted his teeth. Why yes, it's true. Smack! A resounding slap struck his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lu Rong grabbed him by the hair and yanked him up, sneering coldly, The Shadow Hall is my sister Len's territory. How dare you lie to your father? Seems you've grown tired of living. Chapter 9. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You're lying. The Shadow Hall wouldn't dare move against me. Hearing the name of the Shadow Hall, Lu Rong was stunned for a moment. This organization's reputation was formidable in both the underworld and legitimate circles of Jiangcheng, with vast resources and wealth under its control. It was a colossus lurking in the shadows, the undisputed underground emperor of the entire South River region, and the true master of this formidable power was none other than his fourth-rank sister in prison, Jilan. With such an ancient surname, this elder sister must have an extraordinary background. Despite being in prison, her control over the Shadow Hall remains firmly intact. Therefore, after discovering his identity, the Shadow Hall would absolutely never send someone to attack him. This man is lying. I'm not lying. Slap. A resounding slap landed hard across the face. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Whack. Another sharp slap rang out. I'll talk. Stop hitting me. Slap. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, Lu Rong struck him again and again, each blow heavier than the last. When his grip finally loosened, the man slumped limply to the ground, collapsing like a dead dog. His entire body was a complete wreck, both arms mangled, chest caved in, face swollen to the size of a pig's head. Tears mingled with nosebleeds streaked across his bruised and purple face. His swollen eyes kept pleading for mercy, the whimpering tones saturated with terror. Compared to his arrogant attitude during their initial encounter, it was a complete 180-degree turnaround. Lu Rong planted a foot on his back and demanded, Ready to tell the truth now? Yes, boss, please lift your foot first, I can't breathe. Seeing him tortured like this, the other black-clad men lying around didn't dare make a sound, wishing they'd been knocked out on the spot instead. They gasped in terror, fearing Lu Rong's attention might turn to them next. Their bones couldn't withstand that kind of brutal beating. Lin Jiran, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch and turned away, whispering a reminder, a few hits are enough, don't actually kill anyone. Even killing in excessive self-defense lands you in prison. The Lu family still needs you to hold things together, don't act rashly now. She had just gotten engaged and didn't want to become a widow before even entering her husband's house. Hearing her warning, Lu Rong lifted his foot, allowing the man to finally breathe fresh air again. Speak. Now he didn't dare to play any more tricks. The man truthfully confessed everything he knew. It turned out they were members of the Qilong Hui, having received a mission from a mysterious client who paid a fortune to take Lu Rong's life. Qilong Hui primarily operated in the northwest, with only one branch stationed in Jiangcheng, far weaker in strength compared to the Shadow Hall. Earlier, the black-clad man hesitated before dropping the name Shadow Hall, intending to shift the blame onto their rivals, playing out the classic drama of the snipe and the clam grappling while the fisherman profits. Yet who could have guessed they'd run headfirst into the muzzle of a gun? If Lu Rong hadn't recognized the power broker of the Shadow Hall, he might have gone after the wrong enemy. Lu Rong let out a cold laugh, tapping the man's head with his gun's hard stock as he said, "Daring to play tricks with me at a time like this, you've got some serious guts, kid. We won't dare anymore. Please spare us, we're just errand boys." Since when do errand boys qualify to carry guns? The man was rendered speechless by this remark. Lu Rong pressed the gun against his temple and said, "If you want to live, you'll follow my orders from now on." "Yes, sir. All of you, get up. No playing dead." Following Lu Rong's explosive shout, all the conscious men in black scrambled to their feet one after another. The earlier fight had completely shattered their confidence. They kept their heads bowed, not daring to meet Lu Rong's gaze. "Break their legs, they'll heal in a few months. But if you get shot dead, there's no coming back to life. You wanted to take me back to claim credit, didn't you? Why aren't you leading the way now?" Lu Rong's orders left everyone stunned. Lin Jiran, sitting nearby, was also startled and asked anxiously, "What are you doing? You're not planning to track them to their deal location, are you? That's way too dangerous. Even if you're a great fighter, you're still just one man. Two fists can't fend off four hands, let alone a body of flesh standing against firearms?" Seeing her so anxious she was about to stand up and stop him, Lu Rong smiled faintly and reassured her, "I have a solution, don't worry." "How could I not worry? After all, I'm your..." Lin Jiran's words trailed off mid-sentence. Watching the faint smile gradually spreading across Lu Rong's face, she could feel the heat rapidly rising in her cheeks. You'd better just call the police to handle this." Lu Rong smiled confidently, "Don't worry, I won't leave you languishing in widowhood. After I deal with these annoying pests, I'll marry you in grand style, as my wife. You should be the envy of everyone." "Who said anything about that?" Lin Jiran couldn't tell whether she felt anger, anxiety, or embarrassment in her heart. It all ultimately transformed into irritation. She directly maneuvered her wheelchair away, her voice floating back on the wind. "If you're not afraid of dying, then go ahead. Don't say I didn't warn you. If something happens, the Lu family line will end with you. The Lu family won't be left without heirs." Lu Rong thought to himself that he would lead the Lu family back to glory and toward a broader future. The woman's worry was also understandable. When ordinary people are harassed by these underworld minions, their first reaction is usually to avoid confrontation. If you can't fight them, you'd better hide. Who else would think of counterattacking like Lu Rong did? Moreover, with the family conglomerate now facing major upheavals, his high-profile behavior in Lin Jiran's eyes was nothing short of courting death. It would only invite more enemies upon himself. Lu Rong watched Lin Jiran's figure disappear into the distance before sighing helplessly, thinking to himself, "It's not that I want to fight, but they simply won't let me go." Not pulling out potential dangers by their roots now would be releasing a tiger back to the mountains and cultivating even greater hidden perils. "Fortunately, I still have reinforcements. I'm not fighting alone." His reinforcements were the Shadow Hall. Earlier in prison, Sister Jilan had already mentioned recruiting him to become the Hall Master. According to the Shadow Hall's rules, apart from Jilan, the Hall Master held the highest authority within the entire organization. He had already held a high-ranking position in the Shadow Hall long ago. Now he was simply formally activating this authority. Lu Rong scrolled through his phone until he found a number that had been saved but never dialed. Before the ringtone completed 3 cycles, an aged voice came through the phone. "You are Hall Master Lu." Lu Rong said straightforwardly, "Yes, I need to mobilize the Shadow Hall's forces in Jiangcheng." "Of course, you're the Hall Master with absolute authority. I'll notify everyone immediately. Please wait a moment." "All right." Lu Rong hung up and kicked the burly man beside him, saying coldly, "Come with me." No one dared to disobey. Carrying their unconscious companion, they walked ahead of Lu Rong. Meanwhile, Lin Jiran returned to the villa with a sense of melancholy. Though skilled in combat, after all, he was just one man. What if something happened to him? She quickly summoned the young maid who had served her for years and instructed, "I fear something may happen to Lu Ro. Take some people to find him." The moment his words fell, the door to the room was violently pushed open. "Who are you going to find?" "Lin Jiran, you should worry about yourself first." Lin Yuyan stood outside the door, sneering, "Don't tell me you've actually fallen for that ex-convict?" Chapter 10, The Lin family will get their comeuppance. No one comes to the temple without a reason. Did you suddenly come here just to mock me? The marriage contract has been revised. Soon, I'll be getting married to him, officially move out of the Lin family, and never have to see you again. Lin Jiran wasn't made of clay, she had her own temper too. Immediately, her expression darkened. "You'd better leave right now. My room isn't welcoming you." Lin Yuyan said lightly, "Soon, the entire Lin family will be mine. I'll go wherever I please. As for you two getting married? Heh, let's see if that boy can even survive till then." "What do you mean by that, Lin Yuyan?" Lin Jiran suddenly gripped the armrests of her wheelchair, a flash of realization crossing her eyes. Were those black-clad men who attacked us just now sent by you? Could the mysterious buyer mentioned by those black-clad operatives actually be the Lin family secretly funding the hit on Lu Rong? Lin Yuyan, how utterly vicious. Why would you do this? Lin Yuyan leaned casually against the doorframe, twirling a lock of her long hair around her finger as she sneered. A man in black, how amusing. Seems like quite a few people want him dead. Serves him right. A mere ex-convict dares to associate himself with our Lin family? He's not even fit to marry one of our maids, yet he thinks he can threaten us with surveillance? He's asking for death. Even if those debt-collecting enemies don't kill him, we'll still skin him alive. Every venomous word fell sharply into Lin Jiran's ears. She stared disbelievingly at the woman before her, feeling an icy chill spreading through her entire body. She had known about her arrogance before, but never imagined she could be so indifferent to human life. Lin Jiran trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently as she spat through gritted teeth. You ingrates. Have you forgotten how the Lu family helped us? How well Lu Rong treated you? Shut up, Lin Yuyan snapped viciously, cutting her off. Must we dig up moldy old history? The Lu family isn't even worthy to polish our shoes now. I'm determined to teach him a lesson so he remembers his place. A toad lusting after a swan should know that even approaching those beyond his reach is sacrilege. Lin Jiran shook her head, her gaze filled with complexity. How did you become like this? Ever since her legs were crippled, everyone treated her as a joke. Those who once lifted her up now stomped her down with equal ferocity, filling her days with mockery. Yet beneath it all flowed her unbroken pride, crippled in body, but with a spirit soaring higher than the heavens. Even if she didn't marry Lu Rong, she would never allow such a vile person to remain in her family. Lin Jiran had just taken out her phone but hadn't even unlocked the screen when Lin Yuyan rushed forward and snatched it away. Bitch, you still want to call the police? Ungrateful wretch, not even married yet and already siding with outsiders? She raised her hand high, ready to strike, but a girl who darted out from the side blocked it. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed in the room. The girl dressed in a maid's uniform fell to the ground, clutching her swollen cheek, and begged repeatedly, "Don't hit Sister Jiran. Hit me instead. Get lost, you vile creature. Striking you would dirty my hands." Lin Yuyan glared at the girl angrily and scolded. What a loyal dog you are. Even though Lin Jiran is already a cripple, you still willingly serve her. You deserve to be thrown out of the Lin family and starved to death, you unwanted orphan. The girl, frail and thin, had reddened eyes from the slap. She hung her head low, trembling all over. Yet she still stood firmly in front of Lin Jiran's wheelchair. Lin Jiran quickly grabbed her and glared up at Lin Yuyan with rage-filled eyes, her voice dripping with fury. Bullying the weak? What kind of cowardice is that? Betrayal, greed, and attempted murder. Today I finally see it clearly. The Lin family is utterly rotten to the core. To be rich and heartless, committing such heinous deeds, the Lin family will surely face retribution. Before she could finish, her words were met with Lin Yuyan's mocking laughter. Retribution? Ha! You and that bastard surnamed Lu will die first. Mid-sentence, Lin Yuyan suddenly revealed a cunning smile and said in a sinister tone, "But since we were once like sisters, I might spare you, if you're willing to marry that man surnamed Ma." No way! Lin Jiran flatly refused. The man surnamed Ma, full name Ma Dagang, was a senior manager at Honghai Group, the Lin family's business rival. The two companies were fierce competitors. Ma Dagang had been secretly bribed to quietly pass along Honghai Group's internal documents. But he was temperamental and unpredictable, rumored to have those bondage candle wax and whip kind of hobbies. He'd played around with countless women and had an extremely bad reputation. Forcing her into that marriage, isn't that just throwing her into the fire? Lin Jiran finally understood why she had suddenly come to her room, to mock her. That was the first reason, and to use her as a bargaining chip to hand her over to someone else, that was the second. I won't marry. You'll marry whether you want to or not. The only thing you're good for is that pretty face of yours. I want to see father and the others. What a fool. Do you think father and grandfather aren't aware? Ha, this is your last bit of usefulness. The Lin family can't have raised you for nothing these past 20-odd years. These words struck Lin Jiran like thunder, freezing her in place as she slipped into stunned silence. With a casual wave of her hand, Lin Yuyan signaled behind her, and several burly bodyguards entered, standing sternly in the room. Keep an eye on her, she's not to go anywhere. After we deal with that Lu guy, tie her up and send her straight to Ma Dagang. Yes, sir. The bodyguards responded in unison. The booming voices startled Lin Jiran back to her senses. She rushed toward the door, shouting, "Give me back my phone. I want to see Grandpa." They wouldn't dare do this. Her pleas were met only with smug laughter fading into the distance. The bodyguards retreated outside, locking the door behind them, standing guard meticulously to prevent anyone from approaching. Outside the window stood 3-story-tall cypress trees. Lin Jiran was like a bird locked in a cage, her wings clipped, unable to fly away. Inside the villa, Lin Yuyan descended the stairs with light, cheerful steps, smiling triumphantly as she threw herself into Zhou Tianjua's arms, coquettishly clinging to him. "Tianjua Gij, you heard everything just now. right? As long as that ex-con dies, Lin Jiran will be sent off as a gift. Once I fully control the Lin family's resources, I'll dedicate all my strength to help you deal with your eldest brother. When that time comes, our combined forces will dominate and become the most powerful aristocratic family. Good. I've already sent people to deal with Lu Rong. With several enemies striking together, we'll surely finish him off for good. Zhou Tenjue spoke, then suddenly recalled Lin Jiran's face. Though her legs were broken, her features still haunted his dreams. Well, she'll be handed over sooner or later anyway. Might as well taste her first. But with so many eyes around now, he couldn't find the right moment to make his move. The more he thought about it, the hotter he felt. Zhou Tianjue scooped Lin Yuyan into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. A trail of playful laughter followed them. In broad daylight, how shameless. Lost in their passion, neither noticed a skinny figure darting past in the corner, her cheek still bearing the vivid mark of a slap. The little maid had stolen the phone taken from Lin Jiran. Beep beep, incorrect password. Wrong password, wrong password. Staring at the lock screen, the little maid burst into tears. I can't unlock it. How am I supposed to contact Master Lu? Chapter 11. Spend freely with the black card. North of the Lin family villa district, an abandoned holiday resort. In front of a vast, weed-choked square knelt a row of burly men dressed in black clothes. Each had their hands bound behind their backs, strung together by a long rope that firmly immobilized them in place. Not daring to breathe too loudly, they knelt obediently with bowed heads, letting sweat droplets fall freely from their foreheads. The other end of the rope was tied to the bumper of a black Land Rover. Lu Rong sat in the driver's seat, the door wide open, idly swinging a weed in his hand. Having confirmed Lin Jiran had returned to the secure perimeter of the villa, he waited with his men for the Shadow Hall operatives to arrive. Along the way, he'd already extracted all the details: Qilong Society's branch contact locations near Jiangchang, their member hierarchy, communication codes, timing protocols. Everything had been coaxed out of them. During those years in prison, I came across all sorts of interrogation methods. These low-level thugs couldn't hold out for long before spilling everything they knew. Woo woo. The roar of approaching vehicles soon grew louder. Lu Rong looked up to see a convoy speeding towards him. Before the lead black business vehicle even came to a full stop nearby, its door was suddenly flung open with a loud clatter. An elderly man with silver hair stepped out briskly, dressed in a dark suit adorned with a ruby brooch at the chest. Despite his advanced age, he carried an exceptionally refined demeanor. He quickly stepped up to Lu Rong, while the others got out of the car and followed respectfully behind him. They were all burly men in immaculate suits, their muscular frames barely concealed beneath the fabric, their expressions solemn and movements disciplined. Hall Master Lu. The white-haired elder was the first to bow, his tone deferential and obedient. This old man is called Shoyu, 87 years of age, the current chief steward of the Shadow Hall, sent by Lord Jilan to assist you. Greetings, Hall Master Lu. The subordinates following behind also chorused their salutations. Master Sigu is the one in the Shadow Hall who controls core secrets, handles daily affairs, and is closest to the Hallmaster. Sister Jilan trusts him so much, he's definitely her most trusted right-hand man. Lu Rong gave a slight nod. Shoyu took a step forward, respectfully presenting a small sandalwood box with both hands, saying, "This is the token that Lord Jilan entrusted me to deliver to you. Please examine it." Lu Rong accepted the wooden box and opened it to reveal a black and red thumb ring resting on a red velvet cushion inside. The thumb ring was crafted from black jade, adorned with mysterious crimson patterns that seemed to emit an eerie glow under sunlight, appearing exceptionally noble. Gatekeeper Shoyu promptly explained, "This is your Hallmaster's token. With it, you may mobilize all members of the Shadow Hall and have access to all its resources at your discretion. Here's another overseas black card with 1 billion in funds. Lady Jilan said you can spend it freely, no need to save on her behalf. Black card for unlimited spending. What a generous big sister indeed." Lu Rong slipped the thumb ring onto his right thumb. The fit was perfect, neither too tight nor too loose. Taking the black card next, his mood couldn't have been better. 10 billion, there's so much room for maneuvering in this amount. The crisis facing the Lu Corporation was nothing more than child's play before him. There was even a substantial sum of money available to continue investments. Not only could it rescue the Lu family from their decline, but it could also elevate them to even greater heights. The captive knelt beside them were drenched in cold sweat, their faces filled with shock and terror. Just who on earth had they offended? As per your orders, I've gathered all members near Jiangcheng to fully support your operation. These are just a handful of personal guards, assigned to ensure your safety. Shoyu spoke deliberately, exuding an air of steady reliability. Lu Rong smiled dismissively and said, "I'm strong enough. Rather than protecting me, have them focus on erasing the Qilong Society's branch in Jiangcheng as quickly as possible." "Yes, sir. Your orders shall be obeyed, Hall Master." Everyone worked with great enthusiasm upon receiving the first command since the new Hall Master took office. The captives were stuffed into the vehicles, and the convoy sped away. Gazing at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, Lu Rong curled his lips into a cold smile. Anyone daring to scheme against him must be prepared to be slapped to death. The branch of Qilong society was built near a low hill at the border between Jiangcheng and Tianhai, not far from a tributary of the canal. Under the guise of factory production, they stationed here, with many smuggled goods hidden in the coming and going trucks and ships. A van drove in, and a nervous man in black nearly stumbled when he got out. Lu Rong casually pulled him up to steady him, warning, "Play your part well in my act. After we wipe this place out, I might consider letting you go, so don't screw it up for me again." Why yes. The black-clad man's face was bruised and swollen from the beating, his entire body throbbing with pain. Yet under Lu Rong's menacing gaze, he could only grit his teeth and endure. They walked through the factory gates, drawing numerous curious glances along the way. The factory building was vast, devoid of any production equipment. Instead, it was filled with training apparatuses, prohibited weapons, along with stacks of cash and contraband goods. In a corner of the makeshift resting area, laughter mingled with the muffled sobs of a woman. A group of people were drinking and bragging when they noticed his return, turning their heads with smirks as they remarked, "Oh my, Diao, how did you get beaten up like this? Who did you run into? Didn't the boss send you to catch that Lu? Wait a minute, is this Lu Rong? Damn, such a pretty boy. And you couldn't even take him down? Got yourself injured too, how come he doesn't have a single scratch?" Compared to the man in black, Lu Rong appeared completely at ease, not showing the slightest trace of fear. He sat down in the chair with more presence than anyone else in the room. "Holy shit, this ballsy? Already nabbed and still acting tough? Brothers, call the boss over, the goods have arrived. But before that, we'll teach him what Qilong society's rules are." The crowd cracked their knuckles as they advanced. Some clutched salt-soaked whips, their faces lit with eager grins. The man in black closed his eyes, not daring to look anymore. "Count to 3. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider not breaking your legs later." Chapter 12, How is he so strong? Lu Rong sat perfectly at ease, tilting his head slightly. To be honest, he had no interest in dealing with these small fries. He was just trying to scare them. The crowd burst into laughter, completely disregarding Lu Rong's earlier warning, thinking he was just putting on an act. "What did you say? Has this kid lost his mind? Daring to threaten us like this right in our own turf? Maybe his family went bankrupt, and the creditors drove him insane." A man with a green tattoo on his face cracked his leather whip loudly as he swaggered toward Lu Rong, laughing arrogantly. "You think you can count to 3? Pretty boy. Today I'll beat you until you call me grandpa." Nearby, a young man with multicolored hair eagerly stepped forward, brandishing a short knife in front of Lu Rong. "Don't rush, guys. Let me teach him a lesson first. Stop trying to cut in. I'm the one who can't stand his face the most today. I'll make sure to sever every tendon in his hands and feet." The members of the Kirin society wore cruel smiles on their faces, as if they could already see Lu Rong being brutally murdered. The burly man who had brought Luo Rong in earlier hid to the side, not uttering a word the whole time. Watching his companions act so arrogantly was like looking at his former self not long ago. When they first met, he had threatened Lu Rong in the same way, even flaunting his gun without the slightest regard for Lu Rong. Now, there wasn't a single patch of unbruised skin left on his body. These people are probably doomed as well. Diaozi glanced at the half-smile playing on Lu Rong's face and involuntarily shivered. "Don't mess with him. You're no match for him. Call the boss." No one paid any attention to Biaozi's voice. Surveying this circle of Qilong society thugs strutting like a fox borrowing the tiger's ferocity, Lu Rong sighed softly. "1. Fuck, you really dared to fucking count." A crisp snap rang out as a leather whip lashed through the air. Lu Rong remained motionless, still seated steadily in his chair. With just a reach into the air, he effortlessly caught the whip. With a flick of his wrist, the whip shuddered violently, tracing an arc through the air like a crashing wave. A surge of immense force reverberated back. Snap! The man who struck first was directly whipped across the face, immediately splitting his flesh open. The salt water stung his wound, making him scream in agony as he clutched his face, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Kill him! Kill him! Damn it! How dare you fight back? Brothers, let's get him together." Facing the charging crowd before him, Lu Rong leisurely rose to his feet, flexing his wrists slightly. He uttered a single word with effortless ease. 2. "You goddamn 2." Surrounded by over 20 thugs, they simultaneously raised their weapons. Farther away, other members of the Qilong society were also running in this direction. Steel pipes, machetes, leather whips, daggers, and even paving bricks all came whistling toward Lu Rong. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lu Rong's lips. 3. "You asked for this." His movement was instantaneous, almost leaving after images, too fast for the naked eye to catch. The ferocious men barely had time to register his actions before their vision blurred. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already sprawled on the ground in unison. Only then did the excruciating pain surge through their bodies. "Ah, my arm is broken? Holy shit, my leg hurts so bad." But broken limbs, vomiting blood, and falling unconscious. In just a few seconds, the situation took a dramatic turn. The prey in their eyes now had them trampled underfoot. Trembling in the corner, Biaozi clutched his black coat tighter, silently trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Lu Rong calmly crushed another man's ankle beneath his foot without even looking back, then raised his head to glare at the stunned members of the Qilong Society frozen in place. With a faint smile, he asked, "What's wrong? Do you all want to experience what it's like to lose a limb or two?" The ground was littered with moaning comrades, and the remaining members looked at each other, utterly panicked. What kind of god of slaughter had emerged? How could anyone possess such terrifying skills? Wouldn't charging in just mean throwing their lives away? No one knew who surrendered first, but one threw down their dagger, then the second, the third, followed suit. The warehouse echoed with clattering sounds as these low-level members of the Kirin Dragon Society threw down their weapons. The quick-witted ones plastered ingratiating smiles on their faces and fawned over Lu Rong, saying, "Big bro, we're just errand boys, these grudges between the big shots have nothing to do with us. Please don't hold it against us. Yeah, we just dropped out of school and couldn't find jobs, so we joined the gang to scrape by. I heard it's someone named Li who paid 5 million to take your life." "Oh, Li?" Lu Rong narrowed his eyes as a name surfaced in his mind. Li Ziyuan. When he had just returned from prison with his stepmother, he encountered this man trying to force them to sell the company. Beaten and kicked out, the man surely bore a grudge and secretly hired someone to kill him. If he died, the Lu family would have no reliable man left. Unable to repay debts or turn things around, the company would fall into Li Ziyuan's hands. Li Ziyuan. Lu Rong softly uttered the name, the murderous intent in his heart gradually taking shape. He wasn't a bloodthirsty man, but when someone already wanted him dead, how could he possibly let them off easily? Life was precious, and his future was bright with limitless possibilities. He absolutely refused to die like this. So the only solution was to cut the Gordian knot swiftly and send Li Ziyuan to the 18th level of hell to repent. A group of underlings stood trembling nearby, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lu Rong, which was even colder than before, frightening them into immobility. Trash. A bunch of worthless trash. At that moment, a thunderous shout shattered the silence of the factory building. Everyone turned to look. Several men had appeared at the side door in the rear. The leader was a bald man with a hideous scar across his face, his bulky frame straining against his clothes, tattoos covering every visible patch of skin. He briefly scanned the people in the factory building before his gaze immediately landed on Lu Rong. "You're Lu Rong?" Lu Rong stared at him coldly. "If you're here to take my life, surely you already know what I look like." The bald man frowned deeply, sensing a palpably dangerous aura, but all his underlings seemed to have found their pillar of strength, ushering him toward the center position. "Boss, you're finally here. This punk is ridiculously bold. He just took out a bunch of our brothers. Show him what a real martial artist looks like." Automatically tuning out the underlings' taunts, the bald man sized up Lu Rong with a disdainful smirk. "Seems you've trained a few years. Win today, and I'll let you walk out alive. But if you lose, that little life of yours." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Rong's figure blurred in place and closed the distance in an instant. Unbelievably fast. Chapter 13, One-Punch Knockout. The bald man sensed someone approaching and instinctively reached for his gun. But before his hand could touch the weapon at his waist, an immense force clamped down on his wrist. A crisp crack sound was heard, followed immediately by a pained howl. "You're too slow and too weak," Lu Rong remarked. "And this is supposed to be a martial artist? Can't even withstand a single move from me. What an embarrassment to martial artists. In this world, genuine martial artists are strictly graded. The foundation of martial arts begins with body tempering, which itself is divided into 3 tiers, novice, intermediate, and advanced. Next comes Yuli, Huajin, and Baodan. These are the 4 training stages every postnatal martial artist must go through, with each stage further divided into 3 levels, 12 levels in total, forming an invisible pyramid where strength increases with each tier while the number of practitioners dwindles. The vast majority of martial artists only reach the initial stage of Yuli, with only a rare few strong enough to cultivate the Huajin level. Those who reach the Baodan realm are even rarer, found only among some top-tier family factions who can afford to nurture them. With just a glance, Lu Rong could tell this bald man's foundation was unstable, overly impulsive, not even qualified as a beginner. At best, he could bully ordinary people. Against a real martial artist, he'd only face humiliation. "You're too weak. I can't even be bothered to hit you." Lu Rong kicked him away like trash, his face full of disgust. "You damn." Humiliated in front of so many underlings, the bald man was determined to defend his dignity. Dragging his broken arm, he turned and charged forward, the barrel of a gun in his other hand already aimed at Lu Rong. "I'll kill you." There was no time to pull the trigger. Faster than he could squeeze it came an abruptly magnified fist. That fist crashed straight into his chest, the sound of cracking ribs unmistakable. Poof! The bald man spat out a mouthful of blood violently, his body flying backward like a severed kite string. Dead silence filled the room. At that moment, all the underlings stood wide-eyed with jaws nearly hitting the floor. Their boss had been punched so hard he coughed up blood, and anyone with eyes could see Lu Rong hadn't even used his full strength, just a casual punch had nearly knocked their boss clean through. Their hair stood on end as they stared at Lu Rong with a mixture of fear and disbelief in their eyes. Is this still a human being? Cough, cough. The bald man lay on the ground, coughing up blood continuously. Everyone fled in panic, disregarding all gang codes as they scrambled desperately toward the factory's main gate. Thinking of running away? Did I say you could leave? Lu Rong's voice sounded behind them, unhurried and composed. Yet to their ears, it was like a devil's death warrant. The underlings grew even more terrified, fleeing faster than ever. Watching their fleeing figures, Lu Rong made no effort to chase them, simply picking up the pistol that had flown out and pressing it into the bald man's mouth. Seems you enjoy playing with guns. How about savoring a bullet firsthand? No. The injured bald man, already powerless to resist, broke into a cold sweat under Lu Rong's intimidation. Just then, a deafening explosion roared from outside. The next moment was filled with overlapping cries of anguish. Chaos erupted outside, and moments later, a group of burly men surged through the main gate. They swiftly secured all exits, detaining every member of the Qilong Society. The white-haired shoyu stepped forward and reported respectfully, "Hall Master, everything is proceeding as planned." While their attention wavered, our people slipped in unnoticed and have already taken control of this place. We've confiscated all their belongings, even rounded up the women. Hearing these reports turned the bald man's face ashen with horror. In a fit of rage, he suddenly collapsed unconscious on the spot. Lu Rong nodded in satisfaction. This infiltration into the branch of the Qilong Society wasn't just about uncovering the mastermind who wanted him dead, it was also an opportunity to crush the Qilong Society and annex their territory. Leave these gang members for you to handle. The goods and weapons go to the Shadow Hall. As for that Li Ziyuan, I'll make sure he pays the price. Hall Master, what's your plan? Lu Rong curled his lips into a meaningful smile, cast a long line to catch a big fish. But for now, his priority is helping the Lu Corporation survive this crisis. With that thought, he grabbed his phone to transfer the 100 million, only to notice an unread message from an unknown number. A taunting text flashed on his screen, "Hand over Lu Corporation. Stop investigating, or you're a dead man." Lu Rong stared at the threatening words and smirked with disdain. Couldn't hold back any longer? He tapped the screen and quickly replied, "Come and get it yourself if you dare." The message failed to send after spinning twice in the system. Clearly, the other party had hidden their number, not yet ready to reveal their identity. A pathetic coward who hides in the shadows and dares to threaten without showing his face. Lu Rong scoffed in disdain and immediately called Shoyue, instructing, "Find out who sent this message. I want all the information on them." Got it. Shoyue didn't hesitate, not even for a single word, and agreed right away. He trusted that with the Shadow Hall's capabilities, uncovering the mastermind behind this was only a matter of time. Of course, he had to find time to meet these people, only then could he uncover any leads about his father's disappearance. Lost in thought, his phone buzzed again. It was Luo Keqing. Chapter 14, Taking Her Away. Luo Keqing's doubtful voice came through the phone. "Lu Rong, where did you get 100 million from? Have you gotten into trouble again?" Lu Rong was exasperated. "What do you mean, gotten into trouble again?" Over the phone, Luo Keqing's voice was filled with disbelief. Those ungrateful scumbags from the Lin family who never give anything back, how could they possibly have coughed up the money? You didn't rob a bank, did you? Lu Rong chuckled. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble at all. The money Sister Ji Lan left for him was naturally nothing to worry about. Luo Keqing still had her doubts, clearly not entirely convinced by his words. Lu Rong couldn't be bothered to explain either. Now was as good a time as any to bring up the Lin family's change to the marriage agreement. Silence greeted him on the other end, followed by Luo Keqing's voice rising uncontrollably. Did those years in prison scramble your brains? If the Lin family won't keep their word, just tear up the engagement. She's nothing more than a cripple the Lin family cast aside. What's the point in you marrying her? Marrying her will make you the laughingstock of the entire Jiangcheng, don't you know? Not to mention she'll never walk again, she's useless and will only drag you down. It doesn't matter. Lu Rong's tone carried unshakable conviction and confidence. Because I'm the only one who can cure her legs. You? Since when do you know medicine? Luo Keqing scoffed in exasperation. The Lin family consulted countless renowned experts, none could cure her. With your half-baked medical skills, you'd better quit while you're ahead and spare yourself the humiliation. She had only seen Lu Rong's martial skills, never witnessed him healing people, and presumed he was just showing off. Lu Rong said calmly, "You'll understand when she stands up again. Young Master Lu, you can't be this reckless. How will you explain this to your father?" Luo Keqing suppressed her anger, wanting to persuade him further, but Lu Rong had already hung up the phone. Once he had made up his mind, even Lu Jiangwo would find it difficult to sway him, let alone this stepmother he had barely spent any time with. Treating Lin Jiran's leg injury, investigating the truth behind his father's disappearance, and restoring the Lu family's former glory. He would accomplish these plans step by step, at his own pace. Setting aside his phone, he had just closed his eyes to rest when the phone suddenly rang again. The phone kept ringing persistently without hanging up. Lu Rong had no choice but to answer. With closed eyes, he said, "Stepmom, stop trying to persuade me." Faint sobbing sounds came from the other end of the line. It wasn't Luo Keqing calling. "Who are you? Wrong number? Brother-in-law Lu, please come quickly and save Jiran." Upon hearing this, Lu Rong's eyes instantly turned cold. "Stop crying. Explain clearly. They want to offer Jiran's sister as a favor gift. She's locked in her room. Young Master Zhou keeps trying to sneak in. I'm afraid he has ill intentions." The girl's voice suddenly cut off, as if abruptly interrupted by some commotion. Lu Rong felt rage blaze up inside him. Since Lin Jiran had already been promised to him, she now belonged to him. The Lin family has been duplicitous, putting on a facade while acting differently behind his back. Did they really think his temper was that forgiving? Putting away his phone, Lu Rong casually commandeered a nearby car and sped toward the Lin family's estate. Lin residence. Blinding headlights illuminated the gates of the Lin family villa. Several security guards rushed over at the commotion, shocked to see Lu Rong return so soon. They promptly blocked the entrance. "How has young Master Lu returned? Please wait a moment. Whatever the matter is, let us notify them first." Their attitude toward Lu Rong had improved considerably compared to when he'd come during the day. After all, in the servants' eyes, he was their future son-in-law. Lu Rong patiently waited for them to make the announcement while incessantly dialing Lin Jiran's phone, yet there was still no response. No one picked up at all. He grew increasingly certain that Lin Jiran must be facing some kind of hardship. Yet those very security guards, upon returning, locked the main gate directly and shooed him away, saying, "The master has already retired for the night and won't see anyone today. Come back tomorrow." These people, more eager than dogs to gauge their boss's mood, would emerge from a meeting with completely changed expressions. It must be the damned Lin family up to their tricks again. Lu Rong could no longer suppress his fury. With a chilling tone, he snapped, "Enough nonsense, open the door. We're just doing our jobs, don't make this difficult for us." The security guard's words trailed off mid-sentence as they watched Lu Rong dart forward like a swallow. With a single fluid kick off the ground, he effortlessly vaulted over the gate and landed soundlessly behind them. "Stop him. Get lost." The security guards lunged forward, but Lu Rong effortlessly knocked them down without even turning his head. The entire encounter lasted less than 3 seconds. Lu Rong boldly strode in through the main entrance. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from the staircase. "Lu, are you looking to die? Breaking into a private residence in the dead of night, don't you believe I'll call the police and send you back to prison for another few years?" Lin Yuyan clutched her exposed skin beneath her nightgown, shouting at Lu Rong in uncontrollable fury. Other members of the Lin family gradually emerged, drawn by the commotion. Old Master Lin stood by the door of the second-floor master bedroom, looking down at Lu Rong from his lofty position, his face obscured in the shadow of the lamplight. He said coldly, "Kid from the Lu family, don't push your luck coming here to cause trouble in the middle of the night. What exactly do you want?" Under numerous gazes, Lu Rong remained unfazed and replied loudly, "I'm taking Lin Jiran away from the Lin family." Chapter 15. Do you really think you can stop me? How dare you? How dare you think you can just waltz in and take away the young mistress of the illustrious Lin family? Do you think our Lin family's dignity means nothing? Lin Yuanji shouted angrily with evident dissatisfaction. Do you care about her that much? Lu Rong was amused by their holier-than-thou posturing, though his gaze turned icier as he retorted, "You talk such a noble game, so what do you call it when you offered her up like a gift to curry favor?" He paused, his gaze settling on Lin Yuyan, his tone thick with disdain. "Your daughter's already brought a man home to share her bed, spare us the act." The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the Lin family members twisted in unison, and Lin Yuyan was instantly provoked. She had always looked down on Lu Rong from the bottom of her heart, but now this bankrupt, poor ex-convict actually dared to insult her. "How dare you humiliate me? Someone, tie him up for me. I'll tear his mouth to shreds." Blinded by rage, Lin Yuyan snatched a vase nearby and smashed it to the ground. As she took action, the others watched coldly, not even bothering to maintain superficial courtesy. The matter of sending Lin Jiran away and squeezing out the last bit of her utility value was known only to a few at the core of the Lin family's power, so who on earth leaked the news? Old Master Lin's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces. Below, Lu Rong's figure moved like a ghost, dodging the vase hurled at him before flipping onto the heavy mahogany spiral staircase in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lin Yuanji quickly backed away, shouting for security. At this moment, a slender figure came running down from the 3rd floor. When seeing Lu Rong, his eyes lit up with the wild joy of spotting his savior. "Son-in-law Lu, hurry, Go upstairs quickly. Young Master Zhou barged in. He's trying to take advantage of Sister Jiran. Lu Rong's heart clenched. In the next instant, his figure had already vanished around the stairwell corner. Left behind, the Lin family members stared at each other in wide-eyed disbelief. Lin Yuyan seemed to recall something. Clenching her teeth, she hissed hatefully after a moment. That bitch. Even with her legs broken, she still uses that vixen face to seduce men. Why didn't that car accident just kill her outright? Thud, thud, thud. The Lin family members, realizing what was about to happen, rushed hastily toward the third floor. At the same time, on the third floor, with his tall stature and long legs, Lu Rong reached the third-floor bedroom door in just a few breaths. Behind the partially open door came a man's furious curses and a woman's sharp but slightly panicked reprimands. Then came sounds of struggle, followed by a loud thud as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Kaboom! Lu Rong swung his foot forward. The finely crafted solid wood door shattered completely with a resounding crack. The scene inside the room also came into Lu Rong's view. Zhou Tianjue was pressing Lin Jiran down to the floor, his clothes disheveled, with scratch marks and bloodstains from her struggle still visible on his body. The wheelchair lay overturned to the side, while Lin Jiran desperately curled into a ball, her tightly scrunched little face filled with stubborn defiance of death itself. Looking for death. Hearing the sound by the door, Zhou Tianjue turned his head in stunned surprise. But before he could clearly see who had entered, an rapidly approaching fist smashed violently into his face. Zhou Tianjue was instantly struck until blood gushed from his nose, his vision swam, and he collapsed headlong onto the floor. Lu Rong. Lin Jiran's eyes welled with tears, shaken by lingering fear. The thin nightgown she wore had already been torn open, revealing a delicate shoulder. Had he arrived any later, perhaps? Yes, I'm here now. Don't be afraid. Step aside and leave this to me. Lu Rong signaled to the young maid to help her up. He then walked over, grabbed Zhou Tianjue by the throat, and lifted him off the ground. Zhou Tianjue began to struggle groggily, but the hand gripping his throat was as unyielding as iron pliers. Unable to break free, the crushing force made the veins on his neck bulge violently as his limbs flailed helplessly. Cough. Help me. Lu Rong glared at him coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes unmasked. How dare he lay hands on his woman? Even if they weren't officially married yet, she'd inevitably become his woman sooner or later. One glance at this kind of person is unbearable. This horny bastard should just be castrated. Lu Rong, have you lost your mind? Let him go now. That's the young master of the Zhou family. If he loses so much as a speck of skin, the Zhous will have your life. Footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by Old Master Lin's furious roar. A group of people rushed forward one after another, stunned speechless by the chaotic scene before them. Lu Rong didn't even spare them a glance, treating their threats and shouts as nothing more than hot air. Zhou Tianjue struggled even more violently, his eyes rolling back as convulsions racked his body. Cough cough. Lu Rong, let him go. It'll be troublesome if he dies. Lin Jiran reminded. At the doorway, Lin Yuyan's eyes reddened as she glared at Lin Jiran lying in the young maid's arms. Her chest heaved violently with rage, teeth grinding audibly. She rushed forward recklessly, cursing and beating the weakened Lin Jiran. You bitch. Ever since we were kids, you always got to pick first, handing me only what you didn't want. Now that I finally have something better, how dare you steal my man? Even with broken legs you're still so slutty. If you're this desperate for men, why don't you become a prostitute? Lin Yuanji rushed forward to intervene, while Old Master Lin was so furious his beard bristled, pounding his cane violently against the floor. Splash! Lu Rong flung Zhou Tianjue to the ground with disgust, as if tossing aside a dead dog. On the floor, murky yellow liquid trickled from Zhou Tianjue's pant legs, emitting a foul stench. The Lin family rushed forward to assess the situation, even summoning the private physician kept at the villa. On one side stood the encircled young Master Zhou, while on the other was the former heiress, now utterly disregarded by her own family. Lin Jiran's heart turned to ashes from the shock of this attempted rape incident. Her gaze swept over the hypocritical faces of the Lin family members before finally settling on Lu Rong, who was walking toward her. Take me away. Lu Rong, anywhere is fine. I can't bear to stay in this soul-crushing house any longer. All right. Lu Rong also loathed this place. Without another word, he scooped Lin Jiran up in his arms and strode toward the door. Suddenly, an enraged voice thundered from behind. Old Master Lin barked viciously, leaving? After turning the Lin family upside down, you think you can just walk away scot-free? Lu Rong, I've shown you mercy only because your Lu family has helped me many times in the past. After what happened tonight, do you really think you can leave my Lin family unscathed? Holding the tearful woman in his arms, Lu Rong calmly met their gaze. What do you intend to do? The Lin family patriarch barked an order. Guards, detain him immediately. I want him kneeling in apology to young Master Zhou. A dozen bodyguards blocked his path, wielding clubs. Zhou Tianjue, who had been roused from sleep, along with the other members of the Lin family, turned their gaze toward him. The hatred in his eyes was almost palpable. With a sweeping glance, Lu Rong smirked disdainfully. Stop me? With just you lot? Did these pathetic strays really think they could keep him here? Then come at me together. Let's see if you've got what it takes. Chapter 16, Taken Away by Force. Arrest him immediately and take him to the police station. I'm going to send him back to prison. Amidst the curses of the Lin family members, the security guards sprang into action, wielding their batons as they surged forward. Their shouts and cries for violence served more to boost their own morale than anything else. Lu Rong didn't even spare them a glance, nearly lowering his head to glance at the silent Lin Jiran in his arms before saying, "Close your eyes if you're scared." Lin Jiran turned her face toward his chest, tightening her embrace as she heard his heartbeat grow increasingly distinct. Encircled by those strong arms around her waist, Lin Jiran, who had been trembling with fear mere moments ago, felt her terror quietly fading away. Bunch of useless trash. Lu Rong had no intention of lingering with them. Even while carrying a woman, his movements remained sharp and decisive. Punching, kicking, twisting his waist, his movements were more agile than a fish in water. Bang! His fist collided with the steel pipe, and the security guard was horrified to see the pipe actually bend. Yet Lu Rong remained unfazed, his movements swift, precise, and ruthless. After a few exchanges, the security guards couldn't hold out and fell to the ground one after another. Moans and pleas for mercy rose and fell like waves, with security guards lying all over the ground in agony. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. Where did you learn to fight like that? Can't even a dozen security guards handle this? What exactly are these people being paid for? Wait, what do you think you're doing? The Lin family members were startled to see Lu Rong not leaving directly but instead turning back towards them. Remembering how effortlessly he had taken down all those security personnel earlier, they immediately scrambled to put as much distance between themselves and him as possible. Don't come any closer. I'll sue you for home invasion. Calm down. Why don't we sit and talk this through properly? Lin Jiran, quick, talk some sense into him. As he spoke, Lin Yuanji's face turned deathly pale, his feet stumbling backward incessantly, all sense of pride utterly forgotten. Old Master Lin stubbornly maintained his composure, refusing to retreat, yet his face betrayed utter panic. As for Lin Yuyan, she had long since hidden behind the crowd, shrinking into the innermost corner. Only occasionally would she peek out timidly to glance around. Zhou Tianjue's calves trembled uncontrollably, the oppressive aura radiating from the man approaching him step by step was simply overwhelming. It made one instinctively want to step back, but he clenched his teeth and stubbornly said, "I'm from the Zhou family. Just you dare hit me again." Smack! A slap landed with unrestrained force from Lu Rong, instantly swelling half his face as two bloody teeth flew from his mouth. Zhou Tianjue glared and cursed, you actually dared." Whack! Another slap landed on his face, swift, precise, and merciless. "Even if you're the son of the emperor himself, I'd still whip you today," Lu Rong spat before delivering another fierce kick. Thud! Zhou Tianjue crashed heavily against the wall. Jerking his head up, his eyes burned with venomous hatred. "The Zhou family won't let you get away with this. What does the Zhou family amount to?" Lu Rong planted his foot squarely on the man's chest and pressed down sharply. "Believe me, I'd slap you to death right in front of the Zhou family. Dare to lay a finger on my people, and today I'll make sure you never have descendants." Lu Rong's foot slid down from Zhou Tianjue's chest and delivered a brutal kick to a particularly vulnerable spot. Ah! Zhou Tianjue let out a pig-slaughtering howl of agony, curling his body in pain as he clutched his lower half, gasping for breath. Old Master Lin trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Rong as he roared, "This is beyond outrageous. You've gone too far. Do you truly believe there's no one left in the Lin family who can deal with you?" Lu Rong raised his eyes and sneered at him, "Save your breath. With your measly skills, you still want to fight me? Maybe in your next life." With just one sentence, he left the Lin family speechless. Though their words were fierce, when it came to actually apprehending Lu Rong, they would rather turn tail and run. The murderous aura from this fiend was too intense, none dared to draw his wrath. Look, the Lin family really are all trash. So many people, and not a single one can put up a fight. Lu Rong swept his gaze around the room, and everyone he looked at instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. "Lin Jiran, if you dare leave with him today, don't you ever set foot in the Lin family again." Lin Yuyan suddenly shouted from behind the crowd. A flicker of pain crossed Lin Jiran's face, but her expression quickly hardened again. "A filthy family like this isn't worth returning to. Let's go." Lu Rong strode away with Lin Jiran in tow, and the little housemaid, seeing this, secretly ran off after them. His voice echoed back from the stairwell, "Not a single penny of what the Lin family owes me will go unpaid. I'll claim every last bit back from you. One day, I'll make you beg for her to come back." Only when the voices faded and Lu Rong and Lin Jiran had gone far away did the remaining members of the Lin family begin cursing in furious outrage. "That bastard is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson." Get those old foxes moving. Best to swallow the Lu Corporation whole and crush him forever. Curses alone could no longer vent their fury. In a towering rage, Old Master Lin swung his cane and smashed every decorative piece in sight. Roars of rage and the shattering of porcelain echoed through the Lin family villa, leaving everyone gnashing their teeth in hatred. Zhou Tianjue was dragged away by his private physician for an examination, staring at the ceiling with eyes that seemed to drip venom. Lu Rong, I want to watch him die in utter despair right before my eyes. That bitch and that bastard, I'm going to kill them. Just wait. You just wait for me. The evening breeze outside the villa carried a slight chill. Lu Rong placed Lin Jiran in the car while the young maid, holding a small bundle of documents, took a seat beside her. My legs aren't what they used to be, so I happen to need someone to assist me. This is Xiaoyu, she's been taking care of me. Let her come along. Very well. First, we'll find a place to settle you. Before Lin Jiran could finish speaking, her expression suddenly changed. She clutched her knee in pain, her features contorted. It hurts. The pain's coming back. She must have injured herself accidentally during the earlier struggle. Now that she'd calmed down, the pain was even more intense. Sister Jiran, let me take a look. Lu Rong lifted her two legs gently under the car's interior light, giving them a quick inspection. Speaking in a calm tone, he said, let's go. We'll proceed with the first phase of treatment for her now, we can't delay any longer. He circled to the driver's seat, started the ignition, and drove off with both of them, swaggering out of the Lin family's territory. In an apartment somewhere in the eastern part of the city, the lights suddenly flickered on. Lu Rong slipped into the room to wash his hands while instructing the maid Xiaoyu to carry Lin Jiran to the sofa. It hurts so much. Lin Jiran trembled slightly, curling into a ball. Don't be afraid, Sister Jiran, the young master will surely find a way to help ease your pain. Moments later, Lu Rong emerged once more. A white, precision-crafted case suddenly appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, there lay numerous pristine silver needles inside. The maid Xiaoyu was startled. Young master, what is this your? Lin Jiran heard the commotion and looked up, also frightened by this dramatic display. Wait, acupuncture? It's useless. I've consulted many doctors, acupuncture doesn't work at all. Lu Rong firmly held her down, his voice deep and resolute. They were useless, not me. Just watch one needle and you'll see the difference. Chapter 17, it's honestly a proper massage. I'm a bit scared. We've tried every method, still afraid of this needle treatment? Lin Jiran shook her head, her expression conflicted. No, I'm afraid of being disappointed again. She had waited far too long. Just when she had resigned herself to living with her disability, Lu Rong suddenly reappeared, barging back into her life with the promise of hope. She couldn't bear to hear another sigh of pity. Lu Rong flashed a confident smile and reassured her, don't worry, I won't let you down. With that, he signaled for the maid Xiaoyu to restrain Lin Jiran's body from the side. Lin Jiran bit her lip, her fingertips clutching a pillow tightly as sweat beads formed at her temples. She wasn't unfamiliar with acupuncture, countless so-called renowned doctors had tried it, but after numerous sessions, her legs remained completely numb. Yet, for some reason, Lu Rong's gaze gave her an inexplicable flicker of hope. His gaze was too certain, as if her leg injury was nothing but a trivial problem that could be easily resolved in his eyes. Then trust once more. One last time. Endure it a little. Lu Rong pinched a silver needle between his fingertips, moving swiftly as lightning as he accurately pierced the acupoint near her knee. Lin Jiran let out a muffled groan, instinctively trying to retract her leg, but found herself unable to move. Lu Rong's palm pressed firmly against her calf, and a peculiar warmth seemed to flow from his hand into her skin, sending a shiver through her entire body. This is, what a strange sensation. Wait, my legs actually. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she felt the warm currents circulating through her legs. Like melting ice and snow, or withered wood meeting spring, the long-dormant nerves in her legs began to tingle with a faint sting. Not the pain of nerve abnormalities, but the natural sensation of feeling returning to her legs. Feeling it now? Lu Rong raised an eyebrow, his fingertips lightly twirling the silver needle as a surge of energy flowed through its tip into her meridians, gradually unclogging her blocked channels. It hurts, but, Lin Jiran's voice trembled, her eyes slightly reddened. My legs. I can really feel them again. Xiaoyu stood frozen in shock by the side. Jiran Jie, your toes, they just moved. Lin Jiran lowered her head and saw her previously unresponsive left toes had actually curled slightly. Though the movement was minuscule, to her, this was nothing short of a miracle. Countless renowned physicians and advanced medical equipment, both domestic and international, had achieved nothing. Yet he had managed to accomplish this with just a single, tiny silver needle. Is it really working? Lin Jiran's eyes were filled with disbelief. How on earth did you do it? Seeing her excitement, Lu Rong curled the corners of his lips slightly and said calmly, one needle works wonders. I didn't lie to you, did I? I admit, I was a bit too loud with my doubts earlier. Lin Jiran said remorsefully, who would have thought that just one needle will take effect? Such an outrageous claim wasn't actually an exaggeration. A single needle truly did the trick. Lin Jiran's heart swelled with boundless hope, wishing he would apply all the remaining needles at once. She wouldn't even mind becoming a human pincushion. It's best if I can get out of bed and walk by tomorrow. But Lu Rong shook his head disapprovingly and said, "No, your constitution is too depleted. You can only receive one acupuncture session tonight. Moreover, your leg injury has been neglected for too long, with severe meridian blockages. One session of acupuncture won't be enough for a full recovery." As Lu Rong withdrew the needle, his fingertip pressed lightly on her knee, sending a sharp, aching sensation radiating throughout her body. Lin Jiran let out a soft gasp, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. "I'll administer acupuncture treatment gradually. With regular sessions, combined with medicinal baths and massage, you'll be able to stand again within a month at most." 1 month? Lin Jiran's breath hitched, her voice trembling with emotion. "Lu Rong, am I dreaming? Can I really stand again?" She had already given up hope, even prepared herself for a lifetime of disability. Yet Lu Rong's appearance not only saved her from the pit of despair but also gave her hope to stand up again. Not to mention, he had just stormed into the Lin family home alone, facing all their provocations, just to rescue her. For a moment, Lin Jiran gazed at Lu Rong's face, waves of emotion swelling in her heart. "There's no need to worry. You'll definitely recover." Lu Rong put away the silver needles, his voice calm. "You're my fiancé, it's only natural that I protect and care for you." Lin Jiran's heart grew warm, her eyes even warmer. She bit her lip and vowed earnestly, "Thank you. Since I've agreed to marry you, I'll never go back on my word. In the future, I'll do my best as a wife and spare no effort to help you restore the Lu family." Hearing this, Lu Rong's gaze flickered, and he suddenly leaned closer to her. Lin Jiran's breath hitched, and she instinctively shrank back, only for him to seize her wrist. Lu Rong?" Her heart raced as her ears burned. "Don't shy away, since you want to repay me." Lu Rong's voice was low, tinged with mischief. "Then cooperate with me on something first." What? Her lashes fluttered nervously. "Massage." "What? Massage? Why? Your muscle atrophy is severe. Acupuncture alone isn't enough, it must be combined with therapeutic massage to promote blood circulation." His tone was perfectly professional, yet when his fingers landed on those pale, slender legs, the contrast between their skin tones cast an unmistakably intimate glow under the lamplight. Wait a minute." Lin Jiran's cheeks flushed crimson as she flusteredly tried to push him away. "Let Xiaoyu do it. She doesn't know the techniques." Lu Rong remained unruffled, his broad hand covering her snow-white thigh. A corner of the silk nightgown was lifted, a room filled with the warmth of spring. "Lu Rong," Lin Jiran murmured bashfully. She reached out and grabbed Lu Rong's wrist, trying to stop his movements. Lu Rong chuckled softly. "There's an acupoint here where stagnant blood has accumulated. It needs to be massaged open." His words sounded lofty and righteous, yet a flicker of mischief flashed in his eyes. Lin Jiran was both flustered and angry, but with her legs firmly pinned by him, escape was impossible. She could only blush and endure his so-called treatment. Yet her mind was in complete turmoil. This man was unmistakably taking advantage of the situation. For over 20 years, she'd lived a thoroughly proper life, yet now she was unexpectedly experiencing such intimate contact with a man. "Hurry up, I can't take it anymore." Lin Jiran tightly shut her eyes. Lu Rong's laughter sounded by her ear. "Miss Lin, this is supposed to be professional massage. How come everything you say makes it sound so lewd?" "Lu Rong, stop talking right now." The little fish, seeing the good vibe between the two, covered her mouth to stifle a giggle and then quietly slipped out of the room. Meanwhile, back at the Lin family villa. "Find out. Get me every detail of where Lu Rong is staying right now. Figure out how to freeze all his assets." Old Master Lin slammed the table in fury. "And one more thing, starting now. Put the word out to sever all business dealings with the Lu family immediately. Freeze Lin Jiran's credit cards. I'll make her crawl back here begging on her knees." Chapter 18. Things are moving a bit fast. At the same time, Zhou Tianjue lay on the hospital bed, his face twisted in fury as he dialed his phone. "Dad, I want Lu Rong dead. And that bitch Lin Jiran too. I want them to suffer worse than death." Zhou Tianjue gnashed his teeth, his voice twisted with pain. "Bring him to me. I'll personally cripple that bastard Lu Rong with my own hands." After hearing the whole story, the furious voice of the Zhou family head came through the phone. "How bold. To dare lay a hand on my son, Zhou Hongfeng. This means they have absolutely no respect for our Zhou family. It seems our Zhou family has stayed quiet for too long, making some people think they can swallow all of Jiangcheng." His voice was unervingly dark, piercing through the phone, sending chills down the spines of everyone in the room. The private doctor lowered his head, staring intently at the floor beneath his feet, not daring to make a sound. Zhou Tianjue lay on the hospital bed, shouting loudly about wanting to kill Lu Rong. As the young master of the Zhou family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? All he wanted now was to stab Lu Rong to death with a single knife thrust. "Tianjue, what kind of man balls like this? the Zhou family had coldly reprimanded. What's the Lin family's stance on these matters? Old Master Lin was absolutely furious. He severed all ties with Lin Jiran and was preparing to deliver a deadly blow to the Lu family's company. That bastard surnamed Lu must never be allowed to rise again. Moreover, he proposed an alliance between our two families. Father, I suspect that old man has ulterior motives. The Zhou family head snorted disdainfully, his voice laced with scorn. This old fox is playing a shrewd game, trying to use us to establish his dominance in Jiangcheng. In the past, the Lu family stood at the pinnacle, but now that they're on the verge of bankruptcy, these vultures have been circling eagerly. But it doesn't matter, I've been planning to return to Jiangcheng anyway. The Lin family thinks they can use us, but little do they know they've become pawns in someone else's game. After speaking meaningfully, the head of the Zhou family suddenly turned to Zhou Tianjue with a warning. We couldn't uncover any records of that Lu kid from his 3 years in prison. I suspect there's a powerful force backing him. This Lu Rong is no ordinary man. Zhou Tianjue grew increasingly impatient yet didn't dare interrupt his father, his face flushing crimson from suppressed frustration. For now, we'll proceed with the Lin family's plan. Once we've eliminated Lu Rong, we'll take over both the Lin family and Jiangcheng's market share in one fell swoop. Father, what about my injuries? Rest assured, I'll make that bastard pay tenfold, no, 100-fold. In the apartment, Lin Jiran had hurriedly moved out of the Lin family home, bringing nothing with her. She was wearing an oversized men's shirt, its loose collar faintly revealing glimpses of spring scenery. There are no women's clothes here for now. I've already sent Xiaoyu to buy some. You can wear mine for the time being. Lu Rong tossed the torn nightgown into the trash bin, then turned and swiftly scooped up Lin Jiran in his arms, heading straight for the master bedroom. Wait, isn't this moving a bit too fast? Lin Jiran, cradled sideways in Lu Rong's arms, felt her cheeks instantly burn with embarrassment. Her fingers clutching Lu Rong's shirt trembled slightly, her heartbeat racing so fast it nearly leaped from her chest. Lu Rong paused mid-step and looked down at her. What's too fast? It's just. Lin Jiran's voice grew softer, her evasive eyes avoiding his gaze. We're not married yet, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to sleep together now? Lu Rong took in her flushed cheeks and darting eyes before abruptly understanding. A teasing smile curled at the corner of his lips. Miss Lin, what indecent thoughts are you entertaining? No, I meant. As if savoring her embarrassment, Lu Rong waited until she stammered without finishing her sentence before smiling and saying, your leg hasn't healed yet, making certain things inconvenient. It's late, you should sleep. Besides, you'll have plenty to keep you busy in the coming days. Busy with what? You'll find out when you wake up. Lu Rong placed Lin Jiran back on the bed and straightened up. Xiaoyu will take care of you when she returns. Good night, see you tomorrow. Lin Jiran bowed her head. Only after hearing the sound of the door closing did she relax her tense body. So embarrassing. Lin Jiran grabbed a pillow and buried her face in it. She had actually genuinely believed tonight would. My God, what on earth was I thinking? Forget it quickly. The temperature on Lin Jiran's face continued climbing as she stared at the ceiling. Slowly recalling each moment of her contact with Lu Rong, waves of sweetness and warmth rose in her heart. With that name lingering in her heart, Lin Jiran gradually drifted into sleep. In the room just a wall away, Lu Rong was instructing Shoyu. I need to hold a press conference within 3 days. Make the arrangements. Understood. Shoyu's response remained prompt, asking no unnecessary questions. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Lu Rong purchased numerous medicinal herb bundles, piling them up in the room until there was scarcely any space to move. Young master, I've already prepared the medicinal bathtub. Shall I invite Sister Jiran to soak now? Asked the maid Xiaoyu as she hurried over. Wait just a little longer. I'm still preparing the herbal prescription. As for how to treat Lin Jiran's leg condition, he had already formulated his strategy long ago. Acupuncture is the primary method, used to unblock obstructed meridians, while massage and medicinal baths serve as supplementary therapies to expedite the healing process. Only by employing both methods simultaneously can the optimal effect be achieved. Lu Rong nodded and waved for her to leave first, while he continued preparing the concoction. Some medicinal herbs are exceedingly rare and difficult to acquire even with money. Fortunately, the Shadow sect had deep reserves, and could supply all the missing medicinal ingredients. Truly, it's good to lean against a big tree for shade. Lu Rong sighed wistfully. However, he wasn't in a hurry to proceed with Lin Jiran's herbal bath. Instead, he pushed her wheelchair outside. Then, he escorted her directly to the car and drove toward the city center. What are we doing today? No acupuncture session? Lin Jiran watched the passing street scenes through the window and asked curiously. Today we have something more important to do. What is it? Lu Rong smiled slightly. Getting our marriage license. Getting married? So soon? Lin Jiran was surprised by his efficiency. Is this considered a shotgun wedding? Chapter 19 The Lawful Wife. But my documents. They hadn't brought any documents when leaving the Lin residence. Given how furious the Lin family members were, it was probably impossible for them to return her documents, right? Money makes the mare go, you can just get your documents reissued. Lu Rong stopped the car and reached out to her. time to get our marriage license, Miss Lin. Lin Jiran nervously adjusted her clothes. The simple, elegant white dress Xiaoyu had bought last minute made her skin glow like fine jade. Simply by sitting there, she drew countless gazes. "How do I look?" she asked nervously. Lu Rong studied her with an intense gaze that made her cheeks flush. "Beautiful." Those two simple words sent a tremor through Lin Jiran's heart. She lowered her head to hide her rising smile. "Thank you. You're quite handsome yourself." This remark was met with Lu Rong's hearty laughter. The registration process went unexpectedly smoothly. Photos, form filling, vows, and in less than half an hour, 2 bright red marriage certificates were placed in their hands. Lin Jiran opened the booklet and looked at the photo inside. She was wearing a white dress while Lu Rong donned a dark suit. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they looked surprisingly well matched. To think they'd just officially registered their marriage. Lin Jiran felt somewhat dizzy. Everything had happened so quickly that it left her with an unreal sensation. She feared this might all be a dream, that when the dream ended, she'd return to those gloomy days, becoming the outcast everyone shunned once more. Where to next? Lin Jiran blinked her stinging eyes and asked softly. Lu Rong pocketed the marriage certificate, his lips curling slightly at the corners. "Next item on the agenda, hold a press conference." Lin Jiran nearly bit her tongue. "Right now? Isn't this too sudden?" "Exactly right now. Quick decisions prevent future complications. We've got plenty of troubles ahead. Prolonging this will only invite more problems after dark." Lu Rong took out his phone and dialed a number, asking the person on the other end, "Is everything arranged?" "Good. Meet at the Imperial Joy Hotel in 1 hour." He hung up the phone and looked at Lin Jiran, who was dumbfounded. "Since we're making it public, let's make it grand. I want all of Jiangcheng to know that you, Lin Jiran, are now Lu Rong's wife." As he spoke, his spirited demeanor and confident smile brimmed with self-assurance. Lin Jiran opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. This man's decisive and swift approach had completely upended all her expectations. But strangely, she didn't feel scared or resistant. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It seemed like as long as she followed him, everything could be easily resolved. "All right, I'll listen to you." Lin Jiran nodded, her eyes filled with trust. Since they'd already come this far, there was no longer any need for hesitation. Half an hour later, the banquet hall of the Imperial Joy Hotel was packed with reporters. News outlets who had received urgent notifications crowded the venue, clustering in small groups and buzzing with discussions. "Rumor has it Lu Rong is going to announce major news? Could it be that the Lu Corporation is really going into bankruptcy liquidation? Do you think there might be a sudden breakthrough declaration, followed by a triumphant comeback like a king returning? Stop overthinking it. I got insider news last night. He actually eloped with the eldest daughter of the Lin family." The noisy discussions abruptly ceased the moment Lu Rong entered with Lin Jiran on his arm. Click, click. Camera flashes erupted as reporters scrambled to capture the best angles. "Thank you to all our media friends for being here." Lu Rong stood at the microphone, his voice steady and powerful. "Today, we've invited everyone here to announce some good news." He stepped aside to let Lin Jiran come forward and grasped her hand. "Ms. Lin Jiran and I officially registered our marriage today. From now on, she is my lawful wife." The venue erupted instantly. Camera flashes erupted incessantly as reporters clamored to raise their hands with questions. "Mr. Lu, was this marriage immediately after your prison release premeditated? Miss Lin, does the Lin family know about your decision? Would you consider this elopement?" Surrounded by this barrage of questions, the couple hadn't even had a chance to respond yet. At that moment, a male reporter wearing gold-rimmed glasses raised his voice and asked, "Mr. Lu, as an ex-convict marrying a disabled heiress, are you planning to embrace total ruin?" The crowd erupted in uproar. One person started, and the other reporters followed suit. Rumors suggest the original arranged marriage candidate was the Lin family's second daughter Lin Yuyan, yet it's now become Lin Jiran. May I ask if this change is due to the other party looking down on Mr. Lu's status? Why hasn't anyone from the Lin family come to congratulate you two on announcing your marriage? The clamor of the crowd was silenced by Lu Rong's commanding presence as he sternly declared, "First and foremost, journalists should maintain professional integrity, keep unsolicited comments to yourself, or get the hell out." His gaze swept over the reporter wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His piercing eyes held a razor-sharp edge, gleaming with unspoken warning. The reporter shuddered and quickly hunched his shoulders, his gaze darting away. I am sorry." Lu Rong didn't press further and continued, "Our relationship is consensual, and we will continue to respect and support each other. As for her legs, there's really no issue here. I have ways to make her walk again." At these words, the crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. After 3 years without any treatment succeeding in getting her back on her feet, could Lu Rong, a bankrupt rich kid, really pull it off? He probably can't even afford the medicine. Meanwhile, as the press conference was underway, some of it being broadcast live, Lu Rong and Lin Jiran's names drew quite a crowd of onlookers. Breaking news: the Lin family severs all ties with Lin Jiran. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, no one knew who. The spectators instantly buzzed with excitement. With two sensational events coinciding, reporters smelled massive traffic potential. The number of journalists scrambling for interviews exploded instantly. In the crowd, Lin Jiran sat in a wheelchair, her face slightly pale. "How would you two like to respond?" a reporter asked. Lu Rong, however, laughed and said, "Nothing could be better. This way, Jiran will have no further ties with the Lin family, and we can settle scores at our leisure." Chapter 20, Looking for Trouble? Or a Death Wish? Lu Rong's words cast a brief silence over the entire venue. The journalists exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Listening to his tone, it seemed there was some unresolved grievance between the Lin and Lu families. After surveying the room, Lu Rong gently patted Lin Jiran's trembling, pale fingertips and offered her a faint smile. "Relax, you're my woman now. No matter what the Lin family's background is, they'll never have another chance to bully you again." Lin Jiran heard this and slightly raised her head to look at Lu Rong. Her eyes shimmered with emotion, her vision gradually blurring. She had never felt such a sense of security with any man before, even though he was just an ex-convict from the nearly ruined Lu family. Perhaps no one else would believe his words, but in this moment, she felt an inexplicable faith in him. She felt an overwhelming strength and presence emanating from the man. At this thought, Lin Jiran suppressed her tearful expression. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly blossomed into the most radiant smile she'd ever shown. "Yes, I believe in you." Lu Rong froze briefly in surprise. She really is a devastatingly beautiful enchantress. Her smile is utterly bewitching. Lu Rong gently pressed her trembling shoulders, then turned to face the reporters and the crowd. "Years ago, the Lin family had already made an agreement with my master for me to marry Lin Yuyan. Who would have thought the Lin elders would shamelessly break their promise, not only defaulting on their debt to our Lu family but also forcing Jiran to take Yuyan's place in this marriage?" He let out another cold laugh. "Originally, I was going to spare the Lin family out of consideration for Jiran's sake, but since she's no longer part of the Lin family, this debt must be settled properly. However, today is my wedding day with Jiran, and there are more important things at hand than dealing with the Lin family." Lu Rong's tone shifted as he turned his gaze to Lin Jiran in the wheelchair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "My first priority is making sure my wife can stand on her feet again." The moment these words were spoken, the entire banquet hall erupted in an instant uproar. No one could have anticipated that Lu Rong would not only vow revenge against the Lin family on his wedding day, but at this very moment, he would also pledge to make Lin Jiran, who had been paralyzed for years, stand up again. Wasn't this nothing short of a fantasy? Amidst the crowd's astonished murmurs, an inconspicuous middle-aged man in a white lab coat rose to his feet. "I am Lu Mingda, Chief of Orthopedics at Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Miss Lin's spinal cord injury is universally recognized by modern medicine as an incurable condition. For Mr. Lu to make such reckless claims is nothing short of sacrilege against medical science." Lu Rong stepped forward calmly, casting a disdainful glance his way. "Director Lu, wasn't it you who issued Jiran's diagnosis 3 years ago?" Then, he produced an antique needle case from his inner pocket. "I know you're considered an authority in Jiangcheng City, but today, I'll show everyone what real medical skill looks like." The needle pouch unfurled, revealing 9 silver needles glinting coldly under the light. Lu Mingda's face suddenly paled at the sight. The 9 revolutions young returning needles? Impossible. This technique was lost ages ago. Lu Rong smirked coldly. "Good eye. If I recall correctly, the Lin family repeatedly mocked Chinese medicine. Today, I'll enlighten you so you realize what a frog at the bottom of a well you truly are." Turning to Lin Jiran, his voice instantly softened. "Jiran, are you ready?" Lin Jiran looked into his determined eyes, took a deep breath, and then nodded gently. Had it been anyone else, she might have persisted in believing her legs were permanently crippled. After all, countless renowned physicians had diagnosed them as incurable. But now, she chose to trust this man who had taken her away from the Lin family. "It might hurt a little," Lu Rong said as the silver needle in his hand flashed swiftly into the acupoints around her knee. "Ah!" Lin Jiran gasped softly, her eyes widening in astonishment. It's so warm, suddenly so warm." The few silver needles actually turned faintly red, as if being subtly heated by invisible flames. Lu Mingda rushed forward, barely suppressing his shock and excitement, and couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. "Trickery! This must be." Lu Rong didn't even raise his head, flicking one needle backward with a reverse hand motion. Lu Mingda suddenly froze in place, his mouth hanging open but incapable of uttering a sound. "Who gave you permission to touch my woman?" Lu Rong said coldly, continuing to insert the needle. As the 7th needle pierced the sole of her foot, Lin Jiran suddenly trembled all over. "Lu Rong, my toes." Her feet in flats were indeed trembling slightly, though the movement was minimal. It marked her first voluntary motion in 3 years. The venue erupted instantly. All the journalists were utterly shocked by this magical spectacle before their eyes. Lu Mingda's body trembled as his face turned deathly pale, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nothing is impossible. This is the power of traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Rong said with a casual glance at him, his voice calm yet firm. This is knowledge passed down from our ancestors for thousands of years. How dare someone like you question TCM? Before Lu Mingde could react, Lu Rong suddenly frowned and turned to look toward the back of the venue. The next second, an icy voice drifted through the air. Lu Rong, you're getting far too arrogant. The crowd parted as 4 burly men in black strode forward, each carrying an air of cold lethality. The leader's face bore several long knife scars, and his sinister gaze swept over Lin Jiran's legs. Impressive medical skills. Pity the dead won't need them. Kid, you've pissed off way too many people you shouldn't have. If you want to regret it, save those thoughts for the afterlife. No sooner had the words been spoken than they simultaneously drew their extendable batons, instantly throwing the conference hall into chaos. Journalists screamed while retreating, yet still managed to raise their cameras. Tomorrow's headline was secured. Lu Ronggang single-handedly pushed Lin Jiran's wheelchair behind him. As he turned, the 4 burly men lunged forward simultaneously. Lu Rong dodged with a flash. The first assailant's baton grazed his clothes, only to be met with a needle thrust into his neck that sent him collapsing to the ground. The second attacker swung his baton sideways, but Lu Rong ducked and precisely inserted 3 silver needles into the back of his knees. The man let out a shrill scream and dropped to his knees, his kneecap smashing against the marble floor with a sickening crack. Taking advantage of the chaos, the third man launched a sneak attack from the side, swinging his telescopic baton straight at Lu Rong's head. At the last possible moment, Lu Rong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped the blow while simultaneously jabbing a needle into the assailant's wrist. The baton clattered to the ground as the man clutched his wrist, howling in pain as he staggered backward. Seeing how badly things were going, the last man immediately dropped his weapon and turned tail, sprinting toward the exit. Trying to run? Lu Rong bellowed, sending silver needles flying from his hands. A flash of silver light, and the man screamed, clutching his wrist as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Rong stepped slowly toward him, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. You're asking for death. Scarface turned pale with fury. Lu Rong, think carefully. If you dare lay a hand on me. I don't care if you're from the Zhou family or the Lin family, Lu Rong snapped sharply, his ice-cold tone sending a shock through everyone present. Go back and tell your masters I'll be coming to settle scores with each of them soon enough. Chapter 21, Don't panic, I'm here. The scar-faced man still seethed with resentment, but intimidated by Lu Rong's display of strength, he ultimately clenched his teeth and swallowed his pride, withdrawing with his gang in tow. Seeing this, Lu Rong simply scooped up Lin Jiran in a princess carry, strolling leisurely off stage. Noticing the surrounding reporters still snapping away relentlessly, Lin Jiran whispered anxiously in hushed tones. That scene just now was probably captured by them. Should we? No need to explain. Lu Rong enunciated each word clearly, ensuring every syllable reached the audience. I'm not a violent man, but if a man can't even protect his own woman, then he's nothing but trash. With that, Lu Rong left the scene directly. After the farce of the press conference ended, Lu Rong took Lin Jiran to the suburban villa. To assist Lin Jiran's treatment, Lu Rong renovated the villa's basement into a temporary hydrotherapy room. Lu Rong reconfigured the herbal bath materials. At the center of the spacious room stood a cypress wood bathtub, from which warm steam curled upwards, carrying the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs that drifted into Lin Jiran's nostrils. Over the years, Lin Jiran had soaked in numerous medicinal baths, yet this was the first time she encountered such a refreshing and pleasant scent. Before Lin Jiran could ponder further, she heard Lu Rong gently speak beside her. Take off your outer clothes, just keep your undergarments on. Lin Jiran's face flushed crimson instantly, whether from the stifling room temperature or the surge of embarrassment in her heart. Her pulse raced wildly. After all, she was still an inexperienced young woman. Though they'd already obtained their marriage license, undressing before a man felt unbearably awkward. Noticing Lin Jiran's bashfulness, Lu Rong chuckled. Don't worry, I won't look. In a moment, I'll have Xiaoyu carry you inside. I'll only come over after you've soaked in the bathtub, is that alright? Hearing Lu Rong's words of comfort, Lin Jiran bit her rosy lips and surprisingly shook her head in refusal. You're my husband, not to mention watching me undress even if I'd be willing. Lu Rong felt a stir in his heart and couldn't resist lowering his head to taste Lin Jiran's lips. Though it wasn't his first kiss, the soft, sweet sensation still had Lu Rong completely addicted. It wasn't until he felt his body's reaction that Lu Rong hurriedly released Lin Jiran. He shifted awkwardly to hide his state before urging, hurry now, the medicinal bath works best while hot. Lin Jiran let out a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Falling robes revealed the graceful curves of her feminine form. Lu Rong's throat bobbed, turbulent waves seeming to churn in his eyes. Restraining his desire, he lifted Lin Jiran and carried her to the bathtub. It might hurt a little, you'll need to bear with it. Lin Jiran met his gaze with unwavering determination, looking up at Lu Rong. It's okay, I'm not afraid. Hearing this, Lu Rong gently immersed Lin Jiran into the medicinal bath. Ah! The moment her body made contact with the herbal solution, Lin Jiran cried out in pain. The liquid seemed alive as it seeped into her pores, bringing needle-like stabs of pain. Lu Rong restrained her struggling shoulders. Bear with it. This is the medicinal potency clearing your blocked meridians. As time passed, the pain gradually transformed into a burning sensation. Lin Jiran's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, her pallid skin flushing with an unnatural rosy hue. At that moment, a frantic knocking at the door shattered the tense atmosphere in the room. Leader, Shoyue said anxiously at the door. The villa is surrounded. Almost simultaneously, the villa's entire alarm system blared piercingly. Lu Rong's gaze turned icy. How many? About 30 some, armed with firearms. They've also set up signal jammers around to prevent us from calling for help. Lu Rong sneered coldly. How thoroughly prepared. They won't rest until I'm dead today. Lin Jiran furrowed her brows anxiously in the bathtub. Go ahead first. Their target is you. As long as you get away, I'll surely be fine. No way, Lu Rong cut off Lin Jiran's words decisively. We don't even know who the other party is. I won't let even a shred of danger fall upon you. Lu Rong lowered his head to glance at Lin Jiran as he spoke. Moreover, your medicinal bath still needs another 10 minutes. During that time, no one must disturb you. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Shoyu grew visibly anxious. Hall Master, our villa only has about a dozen bodyguards in total. And if we confront them head-on, I'm still here. So what are you so anxious about? Somehow, Lu Rong's simple remark instantly soothed Shoyu's restless heart. He gradually regained his composure and waited quietly for Lu Rong's instructions. Call Xiaoyu over to tend to her mistress. When the alarm clock on the wall rings, dry her body with a towel and have her lie down on the nearby sofa. As he spoke, Lu Rong had already retrieved several medicinal ingredients from the nearby drawer and was now evenly coating the silver needles with them. Shoyue, guard this door well. If anything happens to Lin Jiran, I'll hold you accountable. With those words, Lu Rong vanished like a phantom from everyone's sight within mere seconds. Under the moonlight, over 30 shadowy figures had surrounded the courtyard completely. The bald man at the front was smashing the surveillance camera with the butt of his rifle. Just as he was vigorously at work, a sudden chill ran down his throat. A shimmering silver needle, tinged with an eerie blue, had already embedded itself in his Adam's apple. First one. The icy count came from above, sending shivers through the group as they looked up in terror. Suddenly, Lu Rong had appeared before everyone without anyone noticing. At this moment, his face was expressionless as he swept his gaze disdainfully over the crowd. For silver needles held between his fingers glinted under the moonlight. Fire! Someone yelled the command, and in an instant, gunfire shattered the silence. Lu Rong leaped into the air, twisting his waist mid-flight as 4 blue streaks shot forth from the poison needles. The 4 men in the front row simultaneously clutched their necks, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. The silver needles laced with paralyzing neurotoxins left them no time to struggle before they stopped moving and passed out. The moment Lu Rong landed, 3 machetes came swinging down toward his head. Lu Rong leaned back to dodge, thrusting a silver needle from his right hand into the nearest enemy's elbow joint, instantly rendering the man's entire arm limp as it dropped powerless. 3 needles shot from his left hand in a triangular formation, piercing the eyelids of 2 other assailants with precision. The potent toxin had them clutching their eyes and writhing in agonized screams within seconds. 12. Amidst the counting, Lu Rong vaulted into the air by stepping on the shoulders of fallen foes, releasing 9 needles coated in paralyzing poison from his sleeves mid-leap. The transparent fishing line tied to the needle's end gleamed under the moonlight, instantly carving deep bloody marks across the 9 men's throats. Lu Rong flicked his wrist midair to retract the line, sending 9 heads crashing together with a dull thud, all knocked unconscious from the impact. The remaining men finally snapped. One turned to flee, only to see Lu Rong whip out his last 3 silver needles. The silver needles unexpectedly traced arcs through the air, bypassing the rockery to pierce precisely into the backs of the 3 men's necks. The fleeing men instantly collapsed as if their pressure points had been struck, with the mixed toxins on the needles instantly paralyzing their muscles, leaving them completely immobilized. 30. Lu Rong landed lightly, stepping on the terrified leader who had nearly wet his pants. Tell me, who's your boss? Chapter 22. He shriveled in fear. The gang leader trembled so violently his legs shook, yet he pressed his lips tightly together, refusing to speak a single word. Lu Rong sneered, stepping closer to the man. Quite tight-lipped, aren't we? What a loyal dog indeed. Lu Rong spoke while contemptuously slapping the man's face. Seeing the man still showed no intention of speaking, Lu Rong clicked his tongue impatiently and casually dislocated the man's jaw with a careless motion. A crisp cracking sound echoed, followed by an overwhelming wave of sharp pain. The man's agonized scream was abruptly cut off as he felt something being shoved into his mouth the next second. The substance was unbearably bitter, dissolving instantly upon contact with tongue, leaving the man no chance to spit it out. You. His speech slurred as he could only manage to mumble a single indistinct word. Lu Rong smiled. Are you trying to ask what I just made you swallow? Seeing the man nod, Lu Rong leisurely rose to his feet, looking down at the man sprawled on the ground with a gaze as if regarding a lifeless object. Nothing much, just a special medicine. It'll make your body fester until your entire flesh rots away, forcing you to watch yourself decompose and stink to death. At this point, Lu Rong intentionally made a show of looking disgusted. The man's face was painted with despair, his eyes filled with pure terror. He looked at Lu Rong with pleading eyes, whimpering as if begging Lu Rong to spare him. I'm not a patient man. I'll give you one last chance, explain clearly who your master is, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, Lu Rong didn't finish his sentence, but the man understood perfectly. So the moment Lu Rong reset his jaw, despite the discomfort in his mouth, he stammered out the words without delay. It was the head of the Zhou family who sent us. He said you harmed his heir and must pay with your life. Pay with my life? Lu Rong repeated the words, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. The man was startled, cautiously stealing glances at Lu Rong without daring to make a sound. How many wicked deeds has that old dog Zhou done? Did he ever think he'd have to pay with his life? Lu Rong looked down at the man. Where's that old dog Zhou now? This time, the man didn't speak. Instead, he dropped to his knees before Lu Rong, knocking his head heavily against the ground. Brother, no, Grandpa, spare me. I truly can't say. If this gets out, my fate would be worse than death. The man on the ground had tears and snot smeared all over his face, and Lu Rong curled his lips in disgust. What a pathetic waste. He smoothed away his expression, his eyes turning cold again as he said in a low voice, Shoyue. Shoyue immediately emerged from the shadows. Just now, after Lin Jiran's medicinal bath, she voluntarily locked herself in the basement and asked Shoyue to go help. Shoyue was also worried about his master's safety, so he hurriedly ran up. But what he saw was those people sprawled haphazardly on the ground, while Lu Rong stood tall among them, his imposing aura intimidating. Go find out which bed old dog Zhou is sleeping in now. I'm going to give him a nice little surprise. Under the moonlight, Lu Rong's shadow stretched long and slanting. A defiant smirk played on his lips, his eyes dark and fathomless as icy pools. Shoyu didn't dare look too long, hastily bowing his head in reply, yes, sir. An hour later, Lu Rong arrived at the standalone villa at the deepest part of Wutong Garden. This was the residence of the Zhou family's kept lover, the very address Shoyu had uncovered. Lu Rong glanced toward the second-floor window, only to find the master bedroom's curtains not fully drawn. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes could be seen entwined on the bed, moving incessantly. Lu Rong sneered coldly. He had truly arrived at the perfect moment. Blending into the darkness of night, with a few agile movements, he directly flipped through the second-floor window. The room was filled with heavy breathing and ambiguous sounds. Clearly, the two were passionately entangled. Strolling leisurely to the bedside, Lu Rong gazed at the two glistening naked bodies and burst into laughter. Old man Zhou must be in great health, daring to chase skirts at his age without fearing death by a woman's hand. The sudden voice startled the couple in bed, freezing them momentarily. Ah! The woman reacted first, letting out a shriek as she desperately tried to cover herself with the bedsheet. Old man Zhou scrambled to get up, his flabby belly wobbling absurdly in his panic, a laughably pathetic sight. You, Lu Rong? What are you doing here? The room's lights flickered on, allowing the Zhou family head to clearly see the intruder. His furious expression shifted several times with visible shock. I really appreciated the gifts you sent me, so I thought I'd return the favor. As he spoke, Lu Rong flicked several silver needles from his hand, embedding them deep into the Zhou family head's abdomen, disappearing beneath layers of fat. The head of the Zhou family felt a sharp pain, but upon looking down, found no visible wound. Yet, the next moment, Zhou's patriarch suddenly clutched his crotch, his face contorted with terror. What the hell did you do? Lu Rong burst into roaring laughter. What have you done? Can't you feel it yourself? Old Zhou, trading 30 lives for mine, when did you start valuing me so highly? On any other day, I might let it slide, but today is the day I'm preparing Jiran's medicinal bath. How dare you interrupt? My herbs are expensive. As he spoke, Lu Rong abruptly dropped his smile and struck Patriarch Zhou with a palm strike so fierce it whistled through the air. Patriarch Zhou had no time to dodge. His eyes rolled back as he crumpled unconscious. Lu Rong sneered, what a useless piece of trash. With that, he turned his gaze toward the woman cowering and trembling in the corner. Don't worry, I don't hurt the innocent, but you should know what to do, right? Lu Rong gestured with his eyes towards the head of the Zhou family, and the woman understood instantly. Her hands trembling, she pulled down the Zhou family head's pants, took a few photos, then typed something on her phone before finally looking up at Lu Rong. Lu Rong smiled with satisfaction. It probably wouldn't be long before news of the Zhou family head being scared limp in bed would spread throughout the entire city. How utterly amusing. Chapter 23. He's back. When Lu Rong returned to the villa, dawn was just breaking. He had assumed Lin Jiran would be asleep by now, but upon pushing open the door, he found her sitting in the living room waiting for him. You're back? Lin Jiran immediately turned toward the door upon hearing the noise. Seeing it was Lu Rong, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief before breaking into a smile. You must be exhausted coming back so late. I made porridge, it's still warm in the kitchen. Let me get you a bowl. As she spoke, Lin Jiran wheeled her chair toward the kitchen. Lu Rong's eyes narrowed slightly as a ripple of complicated emotions passed through his heart. This woman didn't even ask what he had been doing, only concerned about whether he was tired or hungry. Such warmth, it seemed like he hadn't felt anything like it in years. Lu Rong quickened his pace to catch up, blocking Lin Jiran's movement. Under Lin Jiran's slightly puzzled gaze, Lu Rong smiled gently. I'll take care of it. You can join me for a bite while we're at it. Lin Jiran smiled and nodded gently, sure. The aroma of steaming hot porridge filled the air, finally reminding Lu Rong just how long he'd gone without proper food. Just as he was eating and complimenting Lin Jiran's cooking skills, the phone suddenly rang out. Lu Rong frowned slightly, and the moment he answered the phone, his expression darkened even more. The Wutong courtyard is on fire. Hanging up the phone, Lu Rong's face turned increasingly grim. Sensing Lu Rong's unusual demeanor beside him, Lin Jiran softly asked, what's wrong? The Wutong residence is on fire. Lu Rong's voice carried a hint of cold solemnity. The moment I left, it went up in flames. What a coincidence. Recognizing the implication in Lu Rong's words, Lin Jiran hesitated before asking, are you suspecting someone set you up? Most likely. With that, Lu Rong stood up, walked to the window, and dialed Shoyu. Find out who set the fire, and I want to know old Zhou's current status. After hanging up, Lu Rong turned his gaze back to Lin Jiran. It's getting late. Have your meal and go to bed early. Lin Jiran nodded and took a few steps toward the staircase. Seeing Lu Rong didn't move, she couldn't help but ask curiously, aren't you coming to bed together? Lu Rong chuckled lightly, deliberately teasing Lin Jiran, who knew my wife would be this impatient. We haven't even had our wedding yet, and you're already looking forward to the wedding night? You? Lin Jiran's delicate face flushed red, but she couldn't utter a single word for the longest time. Watching Lin Jiran's adorable reaction, Lu Rong's mood brightened considerably. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Rong walked up to Lin Jiran and gently stroked her silky long hair. I need to go to the headquarters in the next few days to handle some matters. Although the cash flow gap has been filled, if we don't attract investments and customers, such issues will recur. Hearing this, Lin Jiran nodded and asked, do you need my help? No need. Your only task now is to rest well. At our wedding 1 month from now, I want you wearing your wedding dress and dancing a waltz with me. Lu Rong gazed tenderly at Lin Jiran. At this moment, two hearts that had once been somewhat distant were drawing ever closer. The 9 o'clock sun broke through the clouds, streaming into Lu Corporation's conference room. Unlike the sunny skies outside, the air in the conference room was heavy with tension. 18 shareholders of the group sat around the table with grim expressions. Each held a financial report in their hands, the glaring red deficits further deepening the oppressive atmosphere. Finally, Director Zhao, seated second from the left, slapped the table and stood up. I propose we initiate asset liquidation immediately. Continuing with these deficits will drag us all down sooner or later. With Director Zhao leading the charge, waves of discontent began to ripple through the crowd. Exactly. President Liu has been missing for so long. With the group left leaderless, asset liquidation is our best option. Last quarter's losses totaled 190 million. The Liu group seems doomed to fail. Amid the growing murmur of complaints, Luo Keqing stood motionless at the podium, her expression unreadable, though her whitened knuckles betrayed the tension in her clenched fists. Today she was dressed in a crisp professional suit, yet weariness was unmistakable in her eyes. She cleared her throat, her tone still icy. Everyone, please calm down. I've already filled the company's funding gap. There's currently enough operating capital for 3 months, so there's no need to worry. What good are 3 blasted months? Before Luo Keqing could finish speaking, Director Li snorted disdainfully, his obese frame sinking deeper into the leather chair. Without President Liu at the helm, the banks refuse to extend loans, and suppliers demand payment daily. Director Luo, do you really think the group can be revived by you within 3 months under such circumstances? Luo Keqing's face turned pale as if she was about to offer an explanation. Before Luo Keqing could utter a word, Director Li slammed a stack of documents onto the table with a thud. This morning, Zhou Group already hinted they intend to acquire 30% of our shares. So, I'll take my leave now. The meeting room instantly erupted in chaos. Several senior shareholders began whispering amongst themselves, some already making calls to inquire about the acquisition details. Luo Keqing bit her lower lip hard, her nails digging deep into her palms. But the more critical the moment, the more she couldn't afford to panic. So she raised her voice slightly, speaking with a faint tremble. The Lu family hasn't fallen. I've already brought Lu Rong out. That name dropped like a bomb, instantly silencing the noisy meeting room. Everyone's face showed indescribable expressions. Lu Rong? You mean that ex-convict? Director Lee was the first to react, his laughter making the fat on his face quiver. Director Luo, have you lost your mind? Asking someone who's been rotting in prison for years to manage a listed company? Exactly. Director Zhao chimed in, everyone knows Lu Rong is nothing but a good-for-nothing. A playboy like him, having him come would be worse than not coming at all. Listening to their criticisms, Luo Keqing slightly knitted her brows but didn't speak up. After all, in Luo Keqing's heart, Lu Rong was indeed pretty much what shareholders described. If not for Chairman Lu's disappearance, she would never have brought Lu Rong back just to create more trouble. The Lu group needs their young master as heir, but it's clear that the current Lu Rong cannot command respect. Director Lee listened to everyone's dissatisfaction with Lu Rong, his smug expression growing more evident. He turned to the other shareholders, seizing the moment to make a proposal. Gentlemen, rather than handing our conglomerate to such societal scum, we should sell it to the Zhou Group while we still can. At least we'd recoup our principal investment. I agree with Director Lee's opinion. Lu Rong is utterly unworthy of being the successor. Contact the Zhou Group tomorrow to discuss the acquisition. The waves of voices grew louder and louder. Luo Keqing stood isolated in place, a flicker of helplessness flashing through her eyes. Just then, the double doors of the conference room slowly swung open, and a deep masculine voice cut through the clamor. Sorry, I'm late. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. Backlit by the light, a tall figure strode in with steady steps. He wore a tailored dark gray suit, his tie knot impeccably precise. And those eyes, when scanning the crowd, instantly silenced the entire room. Those eyes were like an ancient well, icy deep, yet unfathomably profound. They looked exactly like young Mr. Lu. Director Lee stared at Lu Rong's eyes, his face growing increasingly astonished. You, Lu Rong? Lu Rong didn't even spare him a glance as he walked straight to the head seat. Stopping before Luo Keqing, Lu Rong stood still. He gently patted Luo Keqing's shoulder and said softly, "You've worked hard." Those three simple words made Luo Keqing's nose tingle, nearly bringing her to tears. Chapter 24, The Bold Wager. Lu Rong took his seat, glanced around, then spoke in a low, measured tone. I hear, you all want to sell your shares to the Zhou family? The previously ignored Director Lee, as if finally finding a vent for his anger, immediately pointed at Lu Rong and shouted furiously, "This is a shareholders' meeting. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from attending. I don't care who you are, get out this instant." Get out? Lu Rong let out a cold snort from his throat, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Director Lee. Li Mingde, you're quite the imposing figure. As Li Mingde was about to speak again, Lu Rong calmly took a document from his briefcase and slid it to the center of the long table. Here's my proof of equity. During my father's absence, as the sole legal heir, I hold 42% of Lu Corporation shares. He scanned the crowd, his lips curling into a humorless smirk. Now, who wants to invite me out? The conference room fell into deathly silence once more. Director Lee snatched the documents and examined them closely, his expression darkening with each passing moment. This can't be. President Lu clearly. Didn't you say you'd disinherit me? Lu Rong took over the conversation and calmly pulled out a seal from his inner pocket. Too bad the law doesn't recognize emotional verbal wills. This is the official seal of Lu Corporation. Now that it's in my hands, I'm the one who calls the shots at Lu Corporation. By the way, I heard everyone talking about selling shares just now. I don't object to that, but as the majority shareholder, I have the right of first refusal. Upon hearing Lu Rong's words, Li Mingde snorted with derision. Young Master Lu isn't old, but his tone certainly isn't small. Drawing out his syllables deliberately, he said with biting sarcasm, the Lu Corporation shares aren't what they used to be, fully acquiring them would still cost billions. Young Master Lu, can you actually afford that sum? Faced with Li Mingde's mockery, Lu Rong remained unruffled. The corner of his mouth lifted in a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he countered. Are you certain every shareholder present actually wants to sell their shares? With that, Lu Rong swept his gaze across the gathered crowd. The shareholders fell into silence one after another. These individuals were the foundational pillars who had followed old Lu in conquering the business world. If there had remained any room for maneuver, who'd have willingly abandoned decades of their life's work? Seeing everyone's reaction, Lu Rong softened his tone slightly, speaking with conviction. With me here, Lu Corporation will never fall. Li Mingde scoffed. What a beautifully crafted pie in the sky. Young Master Lu, you just got out of prison. Forget managing a company, I doubt you can even handle basic odd jobs. What gives you the right to make promises to us? Just your smooth talk? Seeing Li Mingde growing increasingly unreasonable, Luo Keqing wanted to speak up for Lu Rong. Before Luo Keqing could speak, she felt someone grab her hand. Turning her head, she saw Lu Rong's face remain composed as ever, yet his gaze toward Li Mingde was laced with lethal intent. Why don't you teach me, Director Lee? What exactly must I do to earn everyone's approval? I'll acknowledge you as the leader if you can secure the Cheng family's project. The Cheng family? The crowd collectively gasped. In stark contrast to the crowd's shock, Lu Rong remained unfazed. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, maintaining a leisurely rhythm. The Cheng family? He repeated, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. What? Has young Master Lu never even heard of the Cheng family? Li Mingda sneered with a mocking smile. It seems life in prison has truly cut you off from the world. Luo Keqing quietly whispered to Lu Rong by his side. The Cheng Corporation is one of Asia's largest privately held conglomerates, with operations spanning finance, technology, and real estate. The Cheng family operates by a three-nose principle: no financing, no joint ventures, no going public. Every project is funded solely by the Cheng family's own capital. They never share a single spoonful with outsiders. Li Mingda crossed his legs smugly. So, young Master Lu, if you can secure the Chen family's new energy industrial park project, I, Li Mingda, will be the first to bow my head and admit my mistake. Otherwise, he sneered, greed flashing in his eyes, you'll obediently hand over the company's seal and let someone more capable sit in this position. The meeting room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Lu Rong. Just as they expected Lu Rong to erupt in shameful anger or humbly apologize, Lu Rong suddenly smiled. How interesting, Director Li. Your proposal is truly fascinating. Speaking slowly and deliberately in a low, clear voice, Lu Rong continued. But the stakes are too small. Why don't we make it more exciting? Li Mingda narrowed his eyes. How do you want to play? Lu Rong stood up, placed both hands on the conference table, and leaned slightly forward. If I secure the Cheng family's project, you'll transfer the 8% shares under your name to me free of charge. You! Li Mingda's expression darkened abruptly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Alternatively, Lu Rong continued, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. If I fail, I'll not only surrender the company's seal but also sign legal documents renouncing my inheritance rights. How about that? A collective gasp rippled through the meeting room. The stakes were no longer just about pride, they now determined the life or death future of the Lu Corporation. Luo Keqing's heart pounded so violently it threatened to burst from her chest. She wanted to stand up and stop this mad gamble, but Lu Rong, as if sensing her intention, turned and locked eyes with her. With just one glance, Luo Keqing froze in place. It was the demeanor of someone in absolute authority, his eyes filled with uncompromising resolve. Even Luo Keqing, who had long held a high position, couldn't help but halt her movements upon meeting Lu Rong's gaze. Li Mingda's face cycled between green and red before he finally spat out. Fine, young Master Lu has courage. Everyone present shall bear witness, we have a deal. 1 month deadline. Lu Rong straightened up, smoothing his suit sleeves. I expect Director Li to have the equity transfer documents ready by then. After the meeting adjourned, the shareholders dispersed in small groups. Lu Rong remained seated until the last shareholder had left, then turned his gaze to Luo Keqing. Have you been enduring this every single day since my father disappeared? Luo Keqing's voice trembled with barely restrained emotion, her face a mask of confusion. Her tone turned accusatory as she cut him off. Never mind that now, tell me why you agreed to Li Mingda's terms? The Cheng family project is an impossible mission from the start. Li Mingda deliberately set this trap for you to fall into. Do you realize what your wager just meant? In 1 month's time, the Lu Corporation might very well change ownership. At the thought of Luo Keqing, despair welled up in her heart. She was already beginning to regret why she had brought Lu Rong home in the first place. If I stubbornly try to shoulder everything alone, maybe the Lu group could last a bit longer. Stepmom, please don't be angry yet. Lu Rong sighed, his tone softening uncharacteristically. If I get defeated in the very first negotiation, wouldn't those old foxes skin me alive, rip me apart and swallow me whole in the future? But, Luo Keqing's words were cut short before she could finish by Lu Rong. No buts, stepmom. Trust me, the Chen Group's project, I'm determined to win. You don't understand the Chen family at all. Luo Keqing's eyes reddened with urgency. The year before last, the chairman of Hangxing Group went in person with his team and waited at the Chen's doorstep for 3 days without even getting a glimpse of old Master Chen. Last year, for the government-backed tech park project, the Chens outright refused, didn't spare them any face whatsoever. Lu Rong, convincing the Chen family is as hard as climbing to the heavens. Chapter 25, Meeting Old Master Chen. As difficult as scaling the heavens? After listening to Luo Keqing's summary, Lu Rong let out a light chuckle. He paced over to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the cityscape below. For the glory of my Lu family, what's stopping me from conquering the heavens themselves? Lu Rong, this isn't the time to act tough. The Cheng family is simply a dress. Before Luo Keqing could finish, Lu Rong interrupted her. What did you say? Luo Keqing stared at Lu Rong in surprise. I said, I need the address of the Chang family's old residence. Lu Rong's tone was neither light nor heavy, yet it carried undeniable authority. You must be crazy. Seeing Lu Rong's ironclad determination to try, Luo Keqing could only helplessly compromise. After sending Lu Rong the address, Luo Keqing anxiously added another warning. If you insist on trying, fine, but you absolutely must not provoke the Chang family's anger. Our Lu family already has too many enemies. We can't afford to make another one. Lu Rong didn't respond, merely giving Luo Keqing a reassuring look before striding out of the conference room. The Chang family ancestral home was nestled on a quiet mountainside in the outskirts, far from the hustle and bustle of the city. Driving along the winding mountain road, Lu Rong could already see the classic Chinese-style courtyard in the distance. Blue bricks and dark tiles, upturned eaves at arched corners, the structure exuded an imposing dignity without needing to display anger. He parked the car beneath the shade of trees 100 meters from the main gate. Just as he was about to step out, a faint breeze carried a wisp of medicinal fragrance. Lu Rong froze mid-motion, nostrils flaring slightly as he carefully identified the scents in the air. Angelica sinensis, Astragalus membranaceus, and... He furrowed his brow slightly. These seemed to be herbs for nourishing the heart and lungs, as well as maintaining organ function. Interesting. Muttering to himself, a glint flashed through his eyes. Approaching the main entrance, Lu Rong pressed the doorbell. Before long, an elderly man dressed in butler's attire emerged from inside the house. Seeing that Lu Rong was an unfamiliar face, the butler offered a polite yet distant smile. Sir, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I heard someone in your household has fallen ill, so I've come to pay my respects. Upon hearing Lu Rong's words, a flicker of wariness crossed the butler's expression as he scrutinized the young man before him, pressing his lips together in silence. During this period, there have been quite a few doctors who volunteered to come forward, yet without exception, they were all elderly gentlemen past their 50s, rich in experience. As if sensing the steward's hesitation, Lu Rong retrieved a sandalwood box from his pocket. Inside the opened box lay a neat row of silver needles. Just now outside the door, I caught a whiff of medicinal aroma. It contained angelica root, astragalus, and a considerable vintage of dendrobium. I suspect this prescription must be for treating damaged heart meridians. Listening to Lu Rong's words, a flash of surprise swept through the butler's eyes, and his expression visibly softened. Sir, you have quite the sharp nose, but without the master's permission, I dare not bring strangers inside. Then please inform them that I can make the patient show improvement on the very day of treatment. The steward hurried back to the villa with Lu Rong's message and came out with a beaming smile within moments. Sir, our master invites you inside for detailed discussions. Lu Rong was led to a tea room filled with the rich aroma of tea. Behind the tea table sat a silver-haired elder. He was slender in stature, wrapped in an indigo blue tang suit with cloud patterns, a simple mutton-fat jade button pinned at his lapel, authoritative without needing to show anger. Master, I've brought him. Having spoken, the steward respectffully withdrew. The elder cast a glance at Lu Rong. Sit. Without another word, Lu Rong walked directly to the seat on the left and sat down. For the next 10 minutes, not another word was spoken. The old man quietly savored his tea, occasionally sizing up Lu Rong. And so Lu Rong sat upright without flinching, meeting the old man's gaze steadily whenever their eyes locked. The elder seemed quite pleased with Lu Rong's demeanor before finally setting down his teacup to regard him properly. The butler mentioned that our young friend here understands medicine and herbal lore? Yes. Then might you first examine me and tell what peculiarities my body holds? With just a glance, Lu Rong immediately spoke his next words: nighttime palpitations and shortness of breath, chest pain like needle pricks, accompanied by dizziness and blurry vision. Lu Rong continued unhurriedly: dark purple tongue with thin white coating, sunken, thin, and irregular pulse, am I correct? A flicker of surprise passed through the old man's eyes, followed by a pleased smile. Good. You certainly know your craft. Now, let's hear your terms. Coming uninvited means they must need something, and according to the Chang family's rules, certain matters simply cannot be delegated to outsiders. That's why the old man didn't even bother showing Lu Rong the patient first before laying out his conditions. If the demands turned out to be excessive, then even the great golden immortal himself would have to think twice before they'd agree. We can discuss the terms later. Lu Rong slowly stood up, looking perfectly at ease as he gazed at the old man. But since I'm already here, wouldn't it be a bit impolite if the real head of the Chang family doesn't even show his face? As he spoke, Lu Rong had already walked over to stand before a folding screen. From the moment he first entered the room, he had sensed it, the faint sound of a third person's breathing. That breathing was coming from behind this very screen. As for the elderly man who had just spoken to him, though his demeanor was intimidating, Lu Rong had already instructed Shoyu to investigate Old Master Chang before coming here. Old Master Chang had lost the little finger of his right hand in an accident years earlier, although she later had a prosthetic limb fitted, and supposedly a very realistic one at that. Yet Lu Rong, with his medical expertise, could spot the difference at a glance. Ha! This young friend is quite amusing, not only sharp-nosed but eagle-eyed too. From behind the screen emerged an elderly man, dressed in a moonlight tang suit and black cloth shoes, walking steadily yet soundlessly. He's a martial arts practitioner, Lu Rong thought to himself, finally showing a respectful expression on his face. Old Master Chang. Old Master Chang gave a vague acknowledging sound, directly sitting in Lu Rong's previous seat, casually pouring tea for both himself and Lu Rong. Please have a seat, young friend. May I ask what brings you to visit me today? Compared to the elderly gentleman earlier, Old Master Chang spoke more directly. He appeared unrestrained and straightforward, like a simple country fellow, yet his eyes gleamed with shrewdness and calculation. Facing such a man, Lu Rong had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring. Since lies would be exposed anyway, better to tell the truth. I'm Lu Rong, the current head of Lu Corporation. I came today to discuss the new energy industrial park project with you. Before Lu Rong could finish, a crisp clink sounded as Old Master Chang placed his teacup back on the solid wood tea table. Young Lu, admirable indeed. Among all these people, you're the only one bold enough to court my displeasure like this. Old Master Chang's face still wore a smile, though his eyes remained cold, harboring a barely concealed fury. Yet Lu Rong showed not the slightest trace of unease. He deliberately took a slow sip of tea before replying with a smile. Old Master Chang, surely it wouldn't hurt to hear my terms first before deciding whether to agree? Seeing Old Master Chang look towards him, Lu Rong slowly uttered 3 words. Worship, the Guanyin. Chapter 26, can be postponed for a year. Upon hearing Lu Rong mention worshipping Guanyin, the smile on Old Master Chang's face instantly froze. His shrewd eyes suddenly contracted, revealing an expression of disbelief. How could you possibly know this? Old Master Chang's voice dropped to a whisper, yet the excitement in his tone was unmistakable. All these years he had sought out renowned physicians, yet not a single one had correctly identified the name of this poison. The prescribed remedies could only maintain his heart's function at best, barely prolonging his remaining time. Lu Rong calmly took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the tea that had splashed onto his hand. 3 years ago, there was a village on the border of Yunnan and Guizhou. 17 people died overnight, all found sitting cross-legged with smiles on their faces and golden liquid flowing from their 7 orifices. The locals called it Guanyin's reception. He raised his eyes, staring straight into Old Master Chang's slightly trembling pupils. But that was merely an abbreviated version of worshipping Guanyin. The true worshipping Guanyin is far more exquisite. The poison don't die immediately. Instead, they appear as if Guanyin in meditation, while their insides burn like fire. On every full moon night, their heart meridians feel as if pierced by 1,000 needles, until finally the heart bursts open to death, emitting the scent of sandalwood in their final moments. The air in the tea room seemed to freeze. Old Master Chang's missing little finger on his right hand twitched involuntarily. At first, the poison victim only suffers from drowsiness before falling into a coma after 3 months. Lu Rong continued, dipping his finger into the tea to trace a crescent moon on the table. As the moon phase changes, the toxin travels through the bloodstream and gathers around the heart by the full moon. Judging by the scent I detected when entering the mansion, there must be someone here who's been poisoned for over half a year? Old Master Chang suddenly lunged forward, his withered hand clamping around Lu Rong's throat like an iron vice. A blade as thin as a cicada's wing slid from his sleeve, its tip pressing against Lu Rong's carotid artery as he hissed with venom. Speak! Who sent you? Could it be you're the poisoner? Lu Rong didn't so much as flinch, his lips even curling into a faint smile. If I were the poisoner, surely you'd already be dead by now. Old Master Chang followed Lu Rong's gaze downward, only to realize that without his noticing, a silver needle had long been lodged at his waist. Now, the needle was barely an inch away from piercing his flesh. With just a thought, the other could drive it into his body at any moment. And if it was tipped with poison? After a brief standoff, Old Master Chang suddenly released his grip and burst into laughter. Good. What a remarkable young man of the Lu family. For these past 6 months, I've consulted countless renowned physicians, even hiring a sorcerer from Southeast Asia. None could identify this poison. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. He staggered back 2 steps, his eyes bloodshot. But merely recognizing this toxin hardly proves you can cure it. Isn't that a bit too naive? Let me administer 1 needle test and we'll know. Lu Rong put away the silver needle and retrieved a 3-inch golden needle from the sandalwood box. If this fails to draw out even a trace of toxins, I'll submit to any punishment. Old Master Chang stared fixedly at the golden needle, then abruptly turned. Follow me. Passing through 3 intricately carved wooden doors, the herbal scent in the air grew stronger, yet couldn't mask the faint undercurrent of sandalwood. Outside the room at the end of the 2nd floor stood 2 physicians, who immediately bowed upon seeing Old Master Chang. Everyone out. Old Master Chang dismissed the attendants, then pushed open the door and entered with Lu Rong in tow. The moment the door opened, an intense aroma of sandalwood mingled with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs assaulted his senses. On a large sandalwood bed lay a girl of about 15 or 16. The girl was dressed in a plain white nightgown, her dark hair spread like clouds over the pillow, making her face as pale as paper. Strangely, her lips were as red as if painted with vermilion, slightly upturned at the corners as if she were lost in sweet dreams. On her exposed collarbone, faint golden patterns could be seen, forming a miniature image of Guanyin seated on a lotus. Shuejian, my granddaughter, old man Cheng's voice was hoarse. 6 months ago, at my birthday banquet, she specially presented me with a hand-copied 100 longevity characters scroll she made herself. After that, she fell into this endless slumber. Lu Rong stepped closer for a better look and realized those golden threads were actually caused by mutated blood vessels beneath the skin. He bent down and sniffed lightly, catching a hint of fishy sweetness amidst the heavy sandalwood scent. Take a drop of her blood. Old Master Chang pricked the girl's fingertip with a silver needle, and the squeezed-out bead of blood unnaturally shimmered with a golden glow. Lu Rong let the blood drip onto the golden needle, and instantly the needle's tip turned deep violet black. It was indeed a deadly poison. If Lu Rong had arrived a few months later, the girl before them would have been beyond cure. He turned to Elder Chang, speaking with grave seriousness. I need 3 things: rhinoceros horn aged over 100 years, the bile of a live white python, and anything else? The Chang family's ancestral blood jade guanine, Lu Rong revealed shockingly. The poison was concealed in a counterfeit pendant. The genuine artifact is the medicinal key. Old Master Chang staggered as if struck by lightning, clutching the bedpost for support. How can this be? That jade piece went missing 20 years ago. Missing? Lu Rong furrowed his brows. If this is true, things will be extremely difficult now. Must it be that jade pendant? At this moment, old Master Chang no longer wore the shrewd, calculating expression from before. Just like any ordinary elder, his face was etched with worry for his granddaughter. The medicinal catalyst must be blood jade, and it absolutely has to be top-grade blood jade. Lu Rong's expression was equally unpleasant. Top-grade blood jade is priceless, impossible to obtain even with vast wealth. If they failed to find the medicinal catalyst soon, the young lady on the bed would be exhausted to death. Old Master Chang surely understood this situation perfectly well, even if Lu Rong didn't spell it out. He remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Young Master Lu, do you have any measures to delay the inevitable? Bloodletting with golden needles, followed by sealing the heart meridians with acupuncture to slow the toxin's spread. However, it's extremely mentally taxing. I can perform it at most once every half-month. Through 2 or 3 such treatments, I can delay the poisoning's onset by about a year. A year? Are you certain? Old Master Chang's eyes lit up as he fixed an intense gaze on Lu Rong. Lu Rong nodded slightly. Yes, as long as no accidents occur during the process and proper bed rest is maintained, we can delay it for at least another year. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Old Master Chang's heart eased a little. Although the blood jade was exceedingly rare, given the Chang family's power, obtaining it was only a matter of time, and 1 year was more than enough. However, young friend Lu, if you can truly save my granddaughter, I can give you any amount of money, but the family rules absolutely cannot be broken. Lu Rong smiled, having already prepared his response. The Chang family rules only state that you cannot collaborate with outsiders. But if you were to adopt me as your sworn grandson, wouldn't that no longer count as breaking the family rules? After speaking, Lu Rong couldn't resist adding, I'm not after your family fortune. Should anyone in your household fall seriously ill, I'd be able to step in and help. Having me as your adopted grandson is no loss at all. Old Master Chang was momentarily stunned, his eyes lighting up with pleasant surprise. He never imagined things could be handled this way. With a hearty laugh, he clapped Lu Rong on the shoulder and declared, Excellent. In that case, I'll officially take you as my adopted grandson. Tomorrow I'll host a banquet to announce your status. As for the project, since we're family, after the banquet, you can head straight to Chung Group and sign the contract directly. Chapter 27, The Chang Family Banquet. Old Master Chang, enough talk, let's get started. Lu Rong wiped the sweat from his forehead after inserting the golden needles to stop Chang Shuejian's bleeding and sealing her heart meridian. After being released from prison, this was the first time he had exerted so much mental effort. Coupled with his eagerness to secure a partnership with the Chang family, he couldn't help feeling nervous. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. By the time he finished applying the needles, Chang Shuejian still hadn't regained consciousness, but the tension on her face had visibly eased. Grandpa Chang, after another acupuncture session in half a month, we should be able to delay things for about a year. For now, you must urgently search for a high-quality blood jade. Old Master Chang's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I'm just worried we'll trouble you too much. Lu Rong shook his head. Don't say that, grandfather. Now that I'm your adopted grandson, this is what I should do. Old Master Chang felt deeply comforted. This young lad Lu Rong was truly remarkable. He'd lifted a great burden from the old man's heart. The next day, the Chang family banquet was in full swing, with nearly all the wealthy and aristocratic families from the entire city in attendance. This was, after all, the first time the Chang family had organized such an event, inviting everyone to gather at their ancestral residence. Of course, everyone graciously attended, drawn by curiosity. Luo Keqing, representing the Lu Group, also came to the banquet. Today she wore a white haute couture gown, elegant and poised yet undeniably sensual, capturing the attention of many men. Yet they all merely watched from afar, not a single one dared to approach her. Who doesn't know the Lu Corporation is now on the verge of bankruptcy? Getting involved would only bring bad luck. After several failed attempts at socializing, Luo Keqing finally gave up. She took a deep breath and straightened her back, only to feel an overwhelming exhaustion creeping in. Lu Rong has been missing for 2 days, no word since he mentioned going to the Chang family's old mansion. The board of directors is growing restless. If not for her holding on, the Lu group would likely have already fallen apart. Right then, a familiar voice rang out from behind. "Stepmother, you came too?" The familiar voice made Luo Keqing whirl around, nearly spilling the champagne in her hand. Who else could it be standing before her but Lu Rong, dressed in a tailored black suit with a mutton-fat jade button at the collar, one she'd never seen before. Lu Rong faced her with a smile radiating warmth. "How did you get here?" She lowered her voice. "You haven't given any news for days. The board is almost. Well, isn't this President Luo? Didn't expect the Chang family to invite even bankrupt families like yours." A frivolous voice interrupted their conversation. Li Ziyuan walked over swaying a glass of red wine, followed by a few business upstarts. He was decked out today in a flamboyant wine-red suit, his tie loosely hanging, his gaze sweeping dismissively over Luo Keqing. "I heard the Lu Group can't even afford the deposit for the new energy project now?" Li Ziyuan deliberately raised his voice, making sure everyone around could hear. "My previous offer of 5 million for the acquisition still stands, but now, how about 3 million? A few light chuckles sounded around them. Luo Keqing's ears burned. Just as she was about to speak, a warm hand gently pressed against the small of her back. "Second young masterly, it's been a while." Lu Rong stepped forward, shielding Luo Keqing behind him without drawing attention. "Last time at the prison gate, you offered 5 million along with becoming my stepmother's lover, and we still refused. Do you really think we'd agree to just 3 million this time?" Li Ziyuan's expression froze. He clearly hadn't anticipated Lu Rong would rebuff him so bluntly. The pampered young master instantly felt embarrassed and at a loss. "Lu Rong?" He looked Lu Rong up and down, a flicker of disdain and contempt flashing through his eyes. "How did you sneak in here? Luo Keqing is one thing, but a convict like you has no right to be in this place. The Cheng family banquet isn't just for any stray dogs or cats to attend. If even trash like you can come, why can't I?" Lu Rong mimicked Li Ziyuan's earlier demeanor, eyeing the man with the same mix of disdain and contempt. "You motherf." Li Ziyuan was so angry he wanted to swear, but before he could, Lu Rong beat him to it by speaking again. He stepped beside Li Ziyuan, lowering his voice to say, "Got so tied up dealing with the Zhou family these past few days that I forgot to settle with you. Don't worry, you're next once I'm done this week." Li Ziyuan couldn't help but freeze in surprise. The Zhou family had indeed encountered quite a few incidents during this period. First, the future heir of the Zhou Corporation suffered an injury below the belt, nearly ending the family line. Then old Master Zhou was so frightened that he became impotent, permanently incapable of rising to the occasion. That very night, a private residence under the Zhou family's name suddenly caught fire, nearly burning Zhou Leoi's young mistress to death. Could it be? Did you do all these things? Take a guess? Lu Rong's smile didn't reach his eyes, the curve of his lips cold and eerie. Li Ziyuan stared at Lu Rong with shock and suspicion, yet inwardly he was already 80% convinced. After all, only attacking the lower body perfectly matched Lu Rong's identity as an ex-convict. Speaking of which, the Zhou family had indeed only sent their second young master today. It seems Lu Rong's tactics have indeed dealt a heavy blow to the Zhou family. We can't let the Lu family off the hook. We must completely ruin their reputation and leave them no chance to recover, or else that lunatic Lu Rong will surely seek revenge. Li Ziyuan's facial muscles twitched slightly as a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. He glanced around and noticed that many guests had been drawn to the quarrel, now discreetly pricking up their ears. A plan swiftly took shape in his mind. "Everyone!" Li Ziyuan suddenly raised his voice, letting it echo through the banquet hall. "Do you know who stands before you?" He deliberately paused, making sure all eyes were focused on him. Luo Keqing's fingers unconsciously tightened around her champagne glass, her knuckles turning white. Yet Lu Rong remained composed, his gaze only growing colder. "And here comes the infamous heir of the Lu group, Lu Rong, fresh out of prison." Li Ziyuan dramatically spread his hands. "This is the Cheng family's banquet after all. Is it really appropriate for an unlucky ex-con to show up here?" The banquet hall immediately erupted in hushed whispers, and the glances directed at Lu Rong and Luo Keqing now carried undisguised disgust. Li Ziyuan. Luo Keqing finally couldn't restrain herself and hissed through gritted teeth, "Don't push your luck." Me, pushing my luck? Li Ziyuan responded not with anger but laughter. We're all business people here, and most of us believe in feng shui to some extent. I'm bringing this up now purely out of consideration for everyone's interests. Luo Keqing, surely you wouldn't risk bringing bad luck upon all of us just to show your bargain bin some the ropes, would you? Ex-Convict? A crisp female voice suddenly cut through from the back of the crowd. Is second young masterly implying that a guest of my Chang family is an ex-convict who brings misfortune to anyone who meets him? The crowd automatically parted as a young woman in dark green cheongsam walked gracefully forward. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with delicate features untouched by makeup, her raven black hair tied up in a simple bun. Though she looked young and beautiful, she exuded an aura of silent authority. Miss Chang. Li Ziyuan's voice instantly shrank to half its volume. Cheng Xinyue, the eldest granddaughter of Old Master Chang, currently holds a senior position at the Chang Group. Without so much as glancing at Li Ziyuan, she walked straight up to Lu Rong. Mr. Lu, my apologies for keeping you waiting. She gave a slight nod, her tone carrying unmistakable respect. Grandfather has been waiting in the study for quite some time. The banquet hall erupted in an uproar. Who exactly was Elder Chang? Youngsters deemed worthy of his personal audience could be counted on one hand in the entire city. Even more shocking was how Chang Xinyue behaved towards Lu Rong. That was far more than mere politeness toward an ordinary guest. Lu Rong nodded calmly. Please lead the way, Miss Chang. Li Ziyuan stood rooted to the spot, dumbstruck, his face alternating between green and pale. Chapter 28. Are you telling me how to do my job? The subordinates behind him also exchanged puzzled glances, at a loss for what to do. Wait, Li Ziyuan unwillingly blocked Chang Xinyue. Miss Chang, you might not be aware of the situation. This man has a criminal record, just released from prison. Li Ziyuan. Chang Xinyue finally looked him in the eyes, her gaze as cold as ice. Are you telling me how to do my job? And no, I wouldn't dare. Li Ziyuan's imposing demeanor instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Chang Xinyue turned to the assembled guests, her voice soft yet carrying the weight of authority. Mr. Lu Rong is an honored guest of our Chang family. Anyone who disrespects him disrespects the Changs. She paused deliberately, her gaze sweeping over Li Ziyuan. As for those words spoken by second young master Li, I shall faithfully convey them to my grandfather. Whether you faced misfortune before remains unclear to me, but this much I know: what comes next will bring you misfortune swiftly enough. Li Ziyuan felt as if struck by lightning, his legs weakening so much he nearly collapsed to his knees. He understood that Chang Xinyue's words were tantamount to a death sentence for the Li Corporation. In business circles, no company ever survived being targeted by the Chang family. Luo Keqing stared in shock at the scene before her mind nearly grinding to a halt. She couldn't understand how Lu Rong had managed to connect with the Chang family in just 2 short days. Even more perplexing was why the usually arrogant Chang family would support him so vigorously. And all those people who had been avoiding them moments ago now suddenly wore different faces. They all enthusiastically struck up conversations with Luo Keqing instead. Li Ziyuan was pushed to the sidelines, and even the few nobles who had been following him moments ago were now crowded around Luo Keqing's side. Li Ziyuan's face contorted with fury, his teeth clenched so tightly they nearly cracked, his hatred for Lu Rong growing fiercer in his heart. Lu Rong, just you wait. I'll make sure you're dead sooner or later. Inside the study, Old Master Chang sized up Lu Rong thoroughly, his gaze lingering momentarily on the mutton-fat jade button at Lu Rong's collar before nodding in approval. Good, excellent. Young man Lu, you've surpassed my expectations. A flicker of surprise flashed through Chang Xinyue's eyes. She rarely saw her grandfather praise a young man so warmly. Xinyue, go entertain our guests first. Elder Chang waved his hand. I'd like to have a private chat with young Lu. After Chang Xinyue left, the old man motioned for Lu Rong to sit down while he returned to his spacious rosewood chair. After tonight's banquet concludes, stay behind. I'll introduce you to the Chang family. Introductions? It's probably not that simple. Now that Old Master Chang's young granddaughter has been poisoned and fallen into a coma, Old Master Chang is undoubtedly worried. He likely suspects others in the Chang family may also have been poisoned, hence his intention to have Lu Rong investigate. But Lu Rong had no intention of pointing this out. Such matters were merely trivial favors to him. Going along with the request would only further endear him to Old Master Chang. Since Old Master Chang trusts me so, it's only natural I stay. True enough, seeing Lu Rong's compliant demeanor, Old Master Chang smiled with satisfaction. Don't worry, becoming my sworn grandson won't leave you shortchanged. The Chang family's enterprises span all 13 cities of southern province. Should you ever need assistance in the future, you may seek me out at any time. Yes, thank you, Elder Chang. Come, it's time to go down now. Elder Chang rose to his feet. Tonight I shall announce to everyone that you are my sworn grandson. When the two appeared at the stairway landing one after another, the murmur of conversation in the banquet hall ceased abruptly. All eyes were fixed on the silver-haired old man and the young man. Luo Keqing's pupils constricted in shock, her face filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that Lu Rong could walk side by side with Elder Chang, and from their demeanor, it was clear they stood as equals. Elder Chang took the microphone handed to him by the butler and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gracing the Cheng family's banquet. Aside from gathering everyone together, I also have an important announcement to make today. The banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This gentleman, Lu Rong, Elder Chang patted Lu Rong's shoulder, from today onward, will be my officially acknowledged sworn grandson. In the business world, I hope you'll all extend him your support. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, followed by enthusiastic applause. Yet Lu Rong could see that many among them wore stiff, forced smiles. Li Ziyuan in particular looked as though he'd swallowed a fly, his expression utterly revolted. Impossible! Li Ziyuan's choked snarl burst out uncontrollably, immediately drawing sideways glances from those nearby. Old Master Cheng's gaze pierced like lightning as it bore into Li Ziyuan. Second young Master Li seems to have some objections? And no, nothing of the sort. Li Ziyuan forced out a smile uglier than tears, gritting his teeth as he offered his congratulations. Congratulations to Elder Chang on gaining such a worthy grandson. Old Man Chang snorted coldly and ignored him further, turning instead to introduce several important guests to Lu Rong. With each introduction, the guest would enthusiastically shake Lu Rong's hand, as if their earlier disdain had never occurred. Luo Keqing stood rooted to the spot, suddenly unsure how to position herself. She should have been overjoyed that the Lu Corporation had gained such powerful backing. For some inexplicable reason, watching Lu Rong effortlessly converse with industry tycoons, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up in her heart. As the banquet drew to a close, Old Master Chang called Lu Rong aside. Stay here tonight, I've already had the guest room prepared. There's also a family dinner later with just our relatives, so you can get to know them better. Lu Rong smiled obediently. Of course, Grandpa Chang. Let me just inform my stepmother first, so she won't worry. With that, Lu Rong walked toward Luo Keqing. I'm sorry, stepmom, I didn't mention it earlier, leaving you no time to prepare. Seeing Lu Rong's calm expression, Luo Keqing nodded at first, then hurriedly shook her head. It's fine. You must have worked incredibly hard to reach this point. Lu Rong smiled. Tomorrow, I'll go to Chengshire Group to sign the new energy project contract. In the afternoon, we'll convene a shareholders meeting. We'll properly slap in the face all those who bullied you before. Seeing Lu Rong ready to stand up for her, Luo Keqing felt a warmth in her heart, and her usually cold face broke into a faint smile. Acting like a kid at your age. I'll head out first, call me if anything comes up. Watching Luo Keqing turn to leave, Lu Rong quickened his pace to catch up with her. Let me walk you to your car. Luo Keqing looked somewhat puzzled. I brought a driver with me. You should hurry back. Isn't Old Man Chang still waiting for you? A little while longer won't make a difference. Lu Rong maintained a fist's distance from Luo Keqing, not overly intimate, yet clearly showing how well they got along. From the villa to the doorway, numerous pairs of eyes were fixed on the two of them. Luo Keqing finally understood Lu Rong's intention. After all, Luo Keqing was Lu Rong's stepmother, and the two had only recently reconnected. Now that Lu Rong had attached himself to the Chang family, his attitude toward Luo Keqing would determine how they would treat her next. Lu Rong was standing up for her. Chapter 29, Did your leg just move? Luo Keqing felt a twinge of guilt. Her previous assessment of Lu Rong had been too superficial, and she realized she might have misjudged him. Reflecting on everything Lu Rong had done since his release from prison, though some actions remained puzzling, she recognized they were all for the benefit of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Rong's image in Luo Keqing's mind had undergone a complete reversal. The seemingly irresponsible second-generation heir not only wasn't as worthless as everyone said, but appeared to be playing dumb to outwit his opponents. Moreover, from the moment Lu Jiangwo disappeared until now, she had been forcefully holding herself together to deal with the mess at Lu Corporation. Finally, her heart could breathe freely again, and she regained confidence in Lu Corporation's revival. Thank you. Sitting in the car, Luo Keqing thought it over and realized these were the only two words she could say. We're family, no need for formalities. After speaking, Lu Rong thoughtfully closed the car door, waved to the driver, and instructed him to safely take Luo Keqing home. A family. The words echoed in Luo Keqing's mind. How long had it been since she last heard those three simple syllables? A thought flashed through her heart. No matter how difficult, she would stand by Lu Rong's side to restore the former glory of the Lu Group. Cheng Family Banquet Hall. Although the banquet had ended, the attendees clung to every possible moment, reluctant to leave. After all, invitations to the Cheng family's gatherings were exceedingly rare. Moreover, they were eager to catch the eye of Lu Rong, the rising star, hoping to secure a slice of fortune in the future. At the sight of Lu Rong, those fair-weather friends began swarming over, shamelessly currying favor. Young Master Lu, you truly rival, nay, surpass, your father's legendary charisma from years past. Truly, each new wave rises higher than the last upon the Yangtze River. Absolutely, absolutely. In the future, we'll need young Master Lu to grant us more guidance in the business world. Normally, Lu Rong wouldn't bother with these fair weather friends. He only tolerated them now because they'd clung to the Cheng family's mighty tree. How quickly they'd forgotten their previous scornful expressions. But now, to make those who look down on Lu Rong widen their eyes in shock, and to pave the way for the Lu family's future prosperity, he wouldn't stoop to openly clashing with these people. After all, they weren't even worth it. With a forced, insincere smile, he brushed past them. Holding a glass of red wine, Lu Rong strode further into the banquet. Halt! A figure stepped into Lu Rong's path, Li Ziyuan, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment. A good dog doesn't block the road. Lu Rong smiled and said that when he had some free time, the good days of the Li family would come to an end. He couldn't be bothered to deal with a dog who wasn't even worth his words. Lu Rong, don't think you can rest easy just because you've latched onto the Cheng family. The old master of the Cheng family was just fooled by you. Your downfall will come eventually, don't get too cocky. Goddammit, today Li Ziyuan had intended to make Lu Rong look like a fool, but instead, he ended up boosting Lu Rong's prestige. The bitterness in his heart was unbearable. A dying clan like the Lu family dares to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Cheng family? How laughable. Since open confrontation wasn't an option, he had plenty of covert methods at his disposal. Now was the perfect moment to deliver the final blow. He would never allow the Lu family even the slightest chance of regaining their former glory. Stop barking over there. I'll make sure you get to howl all you want when I have the time. With a mocking smile, Lu Rong walked past Li Ziyuan with his wineglass, not even sparing him a glance, as if someone of his caliber wasn't worthy of exchanging words with him. Though flushed with anger, today was the Cheng family's event, so Li Ziyuan had no choice but to swallow his rage. I swear, Lu Rong, I'll make sure you die the most miserable death possible. Even in death, I'll make you endure all 81 tortures until you regret ever being born. With that, he turned and strode away. Mr. Lu, we've arranged your accommodations. The Cheng family's banquet begins at 8 this evening. I'll come fetch you from your room personally when it's time. Chen Xingyue's attitude was respectful, her tone gentle, as if she were receiving a guest of exceptionally high status. This pleased Lu Rong greatly. Thank you. Although the Cheng family was renowned throughout Jiangcheng and even all of Asia, Lu Rong was not one to fawn over power and prestige. His interactions were always based on mutual respect. At least for now, the Cheng family head and this eldest granddaughter seemed like people worth befriending. In the guest room, Lu Rong picked up his phone and called Lin Jiran. Since they were now husband and wife, he thought it was only right to show her the consideration expected of a husband. At that moment, Lin Jiran was lying on the bed, resting. After the medicated bath, she felt rejuvenated from head to toe. Not only had her legs regained some sensation after 3 years, but her entire body felt as if it had been fitted with new parts, lighter and more carefree than ever before. The phone rang, and seeing the caller ID, Lin Jiran's lips curved into an unconscious smile. Hey, how does it feel? Any unusual sensations? Lu Rong's words shook Lin Jiran to the core. For 3 years, ever since she became disabled, people around her had only mocked and gloated over her misfortune. Even her own family had stabbed knives into her heart. The feeling of being cared for after having lost it is truly wonderful. The subtle thoughts of a young woman made Lin Jiran's voice soft and gentle. Wonderful, my right leg actually has feeling now. This is amazing. That's good. Hearing that cooing, excited voice on the other end, Lu Rong felt as if a kitten were scratching at his heart, an irritating yet tantalizing sensation. To spare himself further discomfort, Lu Rong ended the call after exchanging a few pleasantries, then immediately dialed another number. Look into the current state of the Li family, and make sure Li Ziyuan doesn't get too idle. Yes, Shoyu's duty was to follow Lu Rong's orders unconditionally. If Lu Rong pointed east, he would never go west. Lu Rong's words were absolute commands. The phone spun in Lu Rong's hand, his mind ablaze with thoughts. Today hadn't been entirely fruitless. At the very least, he now harbored an intense premonition. The disappearance of his father Lu Jiangwo and the crisis of the Lu group were undoubtedly linked to the Li family. Since he was hidden in the shadows while those people were out in the open, he decided to wait passively for them to reveal their flaws before dealing with them one by one. Perhaps burdened by too many thoughts, Lu Rong eventually drifted off to sleep while pondering. In the dream, Lin Jiran sat there wearing a pink lace nightgown, with glimpses of her delicate décolletage peeking through. Her fair cheeks glowed with just the right flush of rosy hue. Come here, Lu Rong. At this moment, Lin Jiran was not her usual shy self, instead exuding a hint of sensuality that was utterly captivating. As if under some enchantment, Lu Rong found himself walking straight toward Lin Jiran without realizing it. His hands rested on either side of Lin Jiran as they stood face to face, so close that less than a hair's breadth separated them. Each could feel the faint whisper of the other's breath. Lin Jiran's cherry lips parted slightly, her delicate tongue darting out to moisten her dry lips. To Lu Rong, this was an utterly lethal temptation, making it impossible for him to resist the urge to taste her fragrant lips. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he acted upon it. Far from resisting, Lin Jiran cooperated enthusiastically, fueling Lu Rong's desire to claim even more of her. Mr. Lu, Chapter 30 won't survive tonight. The sudden knocking jolted Lu Rong awake. It had all been just a dream. As a hot-blooded young man in his 20s who'd been frequently interacting with Lin Jiran lately, having such dreams was hardly surprising. Standing up to open the door, he found Cheng Xinyue standing outside. Mr. Lu, grandfather asked me to invite you downstairs. The family banquet is about to begin. Alright, I'll be right there. After freshening up, Lu Rong stepped out of his room, expecting Cheng Xinyue to have gone downstairs already. To his surprise, she remained standing rigidly by the door, waiting for him. Although Cheng Xinyue is the eldest granddaughter of the Cheng family, she operates by her own rules, decisive and stern in public, yet unquestioningly obedient to the patriarch within the family. She completed both her master's and doctoral degrees in just 3 years abroad, graduated effortlessly, and immediately assumed a high-ranking position at the Cheng Corporation afterward. Due to her competence and temperament, the Cheng patriarch holds her in high regard. When they reached the banquet hall downstairs, Cheng Xinyue respectfully handed him a glass of red wine. Thank you, I'll look around by myself. Miss Cheng, you may attend to your business first. All right. The Cheng family banquet was crowded with guests, as the Chengs were among the most prominent clans in River City, boasting numerous collateral branches. Yet even after 3 years in prison, Lu Rong faced such a scene with perfect composure. Strength is his greatest asset. I heard the old master recognized a god-grandson. Who knows what background this person has? They say he's just been released from prison and ex-convict. What was the old master thinking? How could someone like that be worthy of entering our Cheng family's gates? He's truly lost his marbles. Exactly. Our Cheng family's reputation is at its zenith. Why would we need to acknowledge such an ill-omened person as a god-grandson? Small groups of people whispered amongst themselves, unaware that every word was reaching Lu Rong's ears. During his years in prison, he never wasted a single day. Not only did he master medical skills and combat techniques, but he also honed his physical abilities to perfection. Every organ in his body served a greater purpose for him. Whenever there was an opportunity for breakthrough, he would never let it slip by. For a period of time, he pretended to be blind, perceiving the world solely through touch, smell, and hearing, a skill he'd learned from Mei Sha, with whom he'd practiced dual cultivation. Currently, Lu Rong's senses have become far more acute than those of ordinary people. Moreover, Shoyu had long since sent him detailed profiles and photographs of every branch of the Cheng family, so he now knew them like the back of his hand. As for their words, Lu Rong couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. Even 9 sons born to a dragon can differ vastly from one another. Even the most powerful families have their rotten apples. Lu Rong preferred quiet and found a secluded seat, downing his glass of red wine in one gulp. Hello, let's get acquainted. I'm Cheng Yilong. Seeing as you're a new face, perhaps you're the godson my father just recognized? Looking up at the newcomer, Lu Rong knew exactly who he was. Though Cheng Yilong's words seemed gentle, each one carried hidden probing. In prison, Lu Rong had heard that Cheng Yilong, the eldest son of the Cheng family, was as ambitious as a wolf and a master of schemes. He would mercilessly eliminate anyone who threatened the Cheng family's position. Though he was the eldest son, old Master Cheng disliked his bloodthirsty nature, deeming him unfit to inherit the family leadership. Yet he schemed in secret, determined to seize the position of family head at all costs. Correct. Lu Rong glanced at him, unwilling to engage in further conversation. What kind of attitude is that? My elder brother talking to you is doing you a favor, and instead of appreciating it you're being so cold. Don't you know what's good for you? The speaker was Cheng Dekuan, the third son of the Cheng family. His loud voice quickly drew the attention of those around them. Since it was a family banquet where everyone knew each other, Lu Rong's unfamiliar face made it immediately obvious he was the newly adopted grandson old Master Cheng had just acknowledged. Everyone sized him up, eager to see just what skills he possessed that made old Master Cheng acknowledge him so readily and announce it publicly. Third brother, don't say that. From now on, we're all one family, said Cheng Xiangyu, the second son of the Cheng family, stepping forward to defend Lu Rong. Who's one family with him? You sickly weakling, this is none of your business. Keep your mouth shut. Cheng Dekan didn't give his second brother the slightest regard, speaking to him without any courtesy. Lu Rong glanced at Cheng Xiangyu who spoke up for him, noticing dark circles under his tired-looking eyes and hearing the weakness in his voice. Standing up, Lu Rong walked over to him, took his wrist to check his pulse, then immediately frowned. What are you doing? Did prison rot your brain? Cheng Dekan mocked, prompting laughter from those around them. The onlookers reacted differently, some genuinely worried Lu Rong might embarrass himself, but most were just there for the spectacle. Cheng Xiangyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Rong, asking, what happened? He knew his own body well, his condition had been deteriorating day by day recently. Many renowned doctors had examined him and simply advised him to rest, insisting it was nothing serious. Given your current physical state, you won't survive the night, Lu Rong asserted sternly. That's enough. My second brother spoke kindly on your behalf, and you immediately curse him in return? Exactly. What kind of person is this, biting the hand that feeds you? Lu Rong's words greatly displeased the fourth and fifth sons of the Cheng family. In the Cheng household, second brother Cheng Xiangyu had always treated them exceptionally well. In their hearts, his status even surpassed that of the family patriarch. Their mother had passed away when they were very young, and with their father constantly busy with work, it was second brother who acted as both father and mother in raising them. Someone cursed second brother's death, they absolutely would not allow it. Old Master Chang was kind enough to adopt him as a godson, but he repaid kindness with betrayal. What a heartless, vile creature. Lu Rong's words also displeased Cheng Xiangyu. Such remarks were rather tactless. Friend, my words are not baseless, nor are they meant to curse you. If I'm not mistaken, these days your sleep has been very poor, and you've been feeling listless during the day, increasingly weak. Am I right? Lu Rong described Cheng Xiangyu's current physical condition. That's true, but I've already consulted a physician who said there's nothing wrong with me. I also thought it was due to insomnia and didn't take it seriously. But even if it's severe, surely it's not as bad as you're making it out to be? Absolutely, second brother, you're really making a mountain out of a molehill. If you're still worried, I'll arrange for the most authoritative doctor to examine you tomorrow. Don't dwell on it. At this moment, Chang Yilong walked over to Cheng Xiangyu's side and patted his shoulder soothingly. Hearing his words, everyone thought Lu Rong had gone mad and started to disperse, ignoring him completely. But Lu Rong had no intention of letting it go. Judging by Chang Yilong's expression, this matter wasn't that simple. It most likely involved him. If we wait until tomorrow, it'll be too late. What he'll need won't be a doctor, but someone to collect his corpse. Chapter 31. I'm here to save, not to kill. Lu Rong had also roughly figured out what was going on. Isn't this just family infighting? From Lu Rong's understanding, the Cheng family patriarch had always wanted Cheng Xiangyu to succeed him as the next head of the Cheng family. But Cheng Yilong couldn't accept it. He believed that as the eldest son of the Cheng family, the position of family head was rightfully his. But whatever the specifics were, it had nothing to do with Lu Rong. He only knew that a true physician would never refuse to save a dying man. Stop trying to scare everyone with your alarmist talk. That's right. Though second brother has a weak constitution, it's nowhere near as serious as you're making it out to be. Quickly inform father, this man's clearly lost his mind. Isn't this just bringing shame to our Cheng family? The Cheng family's collateral relatives all joined in the commotion, chiming in one after another, trying to drive Lu Rong out of the Chang household. One more person means one more spoonful from the Cheng family's pot. Besides, he's just an ex-con fresh out of prison. A distinguished family like the Chengs would naturally have no place for someone like Lu Rong. Seeing that Lu Rong was no pushover, Cheng Yilong worried he might ruin his long-laid plans and shot Cheng Dekan a meaningful glance. Someone, throw this guy out of the Cheng family, don't let him dirty our grounds. Cheng Dekan waved his hand, preparing to order the bodyguards to toss Lu Rong out of the Cheng estate. Out of respect for old Master Chang, he wouldn't lay a hand on them. But human life was at stake, and watching Cheng Xiangyu die right before his eyes was something he couldn't bear. Wait, no matter what, I am now old Master Cheng's god-grandson. Do you dare disobey the words of the Cheng family head? To kill a snake, strike its head. Targeting the root of the problem saves a lot of arguing. Even if they wanted to kick Lu Rong out of the Cheng family, the thought of old Master Cheng kept them from acting too outrageously. Don't push your luck, give you an inch, and you'll take a mile. The Cheng family has so many descendants, even the biological sons and grandsons must follow the rules. You, a newly acknowledged outsider, dare to boss others around at this banquet? You really don't seem like much. Exactly. Did they really think just having a fancy title would make them qualified to associate with our Chung family? A criminal record is a lifelong disgrace branded into their bones. Nothing can wash that away. Chung Xinyue took in the scene before her with clear eyes. Though she held authority in the company and could handle matters professionally, she knew better than to overstep her boundaries in front of the Cheng family elders. After all, in old Master Cheng's mind, what he values most is propriety. Though anxious at heart, she had no choice but to ask old Master Cheng to step in. With that, she turned and went upstairs to fetch her grandfather, second brother. Just then, Cheng Xiangyu suddenly collapsed to the ground, falling unconscious. Lu Rong looked over and caught the slight upward curve of Cheng Yilong's lips, further confirming his suspicions. But saving lives was the priority now. With lightning speed, he appeared instantly before Cheng Xiangyu, ready to offer assistance. What are you doing? Cheng Yilong didn't need to lift a finger. His men stepped forward to block Lu Rong. Save him tonight, or not even the legendary Hua Tua could help him tomorrow. Don't listen to him. What would a man who spent years in prison know about medicine? Their words gave Cheng Yilong the perfect opening. Let's wait for the doctor to examine her properly. After all, I've brought this medical expert from overseas. He's a leading authority in his field. Much safer that way. That's right. As the eldest son of the Cheng family, Cheng Yilong's words carried considerable weight. Everyone felt his words made perfect sense and voiced their agreement. But Lu Rong suspected that these so-called authoritative experts had likely been bought off. Handing Cheng Xiangyu over to them would mean certain doom. Today, no matter what, I won't let you take him away. Lu Rong shielded Cheng Xiangyu. No one would get past him if he had anything to say about it. Seeing him like this, Cheng Yilong could no longer keep up the act. This is unreasonable. This is the Cheng family, not a place for you to act wild. Moreover, my second brother has fainted, and you're preventing him from seeing a doctor? Are you trying to kill him? Cheng Yilong was skilled at deflecting blame, immediately shifting the responsibility onto Lu Rong. This way, even if something really happened to Cheng Xiangyu, it could all be blamed on Lu Rong. These petty schemes, Lu Rong could guess without even trying. But he couldn't care less. Who exactly wants him dead, that remains to be seen. With veiled implications in his words, Lu Rong wanted to provoke him. What do you mean? As soon as these words were spoken, Cheng Yilong indeed couldn't hold back anymore. Quick, throw him out immediately. Even if my father were here today, he wouldn't tolerate such insolence. With that said, the onlookers no longer hesitated. A dozen people suddenly surged forward, trying to drag Lu Rong outside. A person had barely approached Lu Rong when he grabbed their wrist and applied the slightest pressure. With a crisp crack, the sound of a bone snapping could be heard, and the person immediately let out a wretched scream. Lu Rong exerted a bit more force and flung them away. The others, seeing this, wanted to flee, but bound by their master's orders, they rushed forward in a swarm. Lu Rong's right hand flicked out 5 silver needles, precisely piercing into the bodies of 5 men, accompanied by an invisible force that surged into their forms. They were simultaneously sent flying far back, crashing against the wall before tumbling to the ground. Ouch! Before the remaining men could react, Lu Rong moved with hands and feet as 1-3 punches and 2 kicks later, he had them all knocked flat on the ground. He looked as relaxed as if he were eating or taking a stroll, showing no effort at all. Lu Rong took a step forward, and the crowd around him instinctively retreated. If you've got a death wish, just say so. They'd assumed he was just some ex-con, never expecting he'd turn out to be a martial arts expert. This is the Cheng family. Aren't you afraid of being banished from Jiancheng for doing this? Cheng Yilong warned him, yet still feared the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Rong. Enough! Stop arguing here. My second brother has already fainted. The urgent matter is to find a doctor to examine him first. If his condition worsens due to delay, which one of you can take responsibility? Cheng Qinian, the 4th son of the Cheng family, declared. His words made sense, so Lu Rong stopped arguing with them and stepped aside with a shrug. I've already sent people multiple times to invite the most authoritative doctor in traditional Chinese medicine. Now that he's agreed to treat my younger brother, I'll have him brought here right away. Let's move second brother back to his room to lie down first. Soon, the doctor Cheng Yilong mentioned arrived. When Lu Rong saw him, he was stunned. It was actually Zhu Yuanzhang, the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine whose reputation had long preceded him. Rumor had it that this man had an eccentric personality and was nearly impossible to invite, even with a fortune. Cheng Yilong must have gone to great lengths to get him here. If he had been the one tending to Cheng Xiangyu's illness all along, how could he have failed to notice any signs of it? With a curious heart, Lu Rong stood by and watched. They saw Zhu Yuanzhang walk up to the bed and take Cheng Xiangyu's pulse, while everyone around them looked on. After a moment, he slowly spoke, strange. According to the pulse reading, the second master's heart meridian has deteriorated severely, yet the cause of this deterioration remains unclear. Chapter 32, Reviving the Dead and Mending Bones. Cheng Xiangyu was only in his 40s, his prime years. How could he suddenly suffer from heart failure? It's impossible. The doctors all said second brother was just physically weak before. How did it suddenly become this severe? Cheng Zhe, the 5th son of the Cheng family, exclaimed agitatedly. May I ask if Mrs. Cheng has a history of heart disease? No, my mother passed away long ago, replied Cheng Yilong. Shaking his head, Zhu Yuanjing indicated there was nothing more he could do. Alas, the second master's life pulse has been severed. There's no saving him now. I can save him. They had no solution. But that didn't mean Lu Rong was helpless. With his current abilities, he could practically raise the dead and regrow bones. This was nothing to him. Everyone turned their incredulous gazes toward Lu Rong. Even Zhu Yuanzhang, the nationally revered master physician, couldn't cure this illness. How could some greenhorn possibly manage it? You just spent 3 years rotting in prison, fresh out of jail, claiming you know a thing or two might fool some people. But now you're saying you can cure what even old masters you can't. Do you take us all for fucking idiots? Lu Rong's words found no believers. These people were utterly ignorant. For the first time, he felt exhausted dealing with fools. Even if you don't believe me, let me try. Isn't it worth a shot when all else fails? He was going through all this trouble purely to save lives. Otherwise, these people weren't even worthy of arguing with him. What do you take my second brother for? Your lab rat for experiments? You're playing with human lives. I believe in him. Just as the crowd was locked in heated debate, a voice rang out from the doorway. Old Master Chang and Chang Xinyue had unknowingly entered the room already. Father, we can't trust what he says. Although second brother's heart meridian is severed, he might still last a month or so. But if this man treats him unsuccessfully, he probably won't survive the night. Chang Yilong put on such an expression of heartfelt concern that it'd be a pity if he didn't go into acting. The rest also tried persuading old Master Chang. Not a single person believed Lu Rong could cure and save anyone. If he can't save second brother, then second brother can only wait for death. Might as well give it a shot. Cheng Xinyue looked at her unconscious father, her face instantly turning deathly pale, her heart skipping a beat. No matter how strong a woman she was, Cheng Xiangyu was her biological father. How could she not be worried? Cough, I agree. At this moment, Cheng Xiangyu regained consciousness, but Lu Rong knew he was barely hanging on by sheer willpower. With both the head of the Cheng family and the involved party in agreement, further objections from others were futile. Seeing the situation, Lu Rong immediately stepped forward and had Cheng Xiangyu lie flat. He casually took out a cloth pouch from his person, opened it to reveal a set of pristine-looking silver needles. Get a few people to hold second master steady. He must not move even slightly during my acupuncture procedure. I'll take this. Cheng Si and Chang Woya, who were usually close to Cheng Xiangyu, stepped forward immediately, pinning down his arms, legs, and torso. Lu Rong wielded the needle, and before anyone could react, plunged a silver needle into Cheng Xiangyu's abdomen. Suddenly, an invisible surge of scorching heat erupted, filling the entire room and raising the temperature sharply. What are you doing? Seeing his actions, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately stopped him. Elder Cheng's second master doesn't have long left. Doing this will only torment him further. Let him pass his final moments in peace. Shut up, don't chatter if you don't understand. I don't understand? I, a renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, have read extensively and snatched countless lives back from the King of Hell. You dare say I don't understand? The medical texts I've authored are numerous and perennially bestsellers, yet you claim I don't understand? Lu Rong couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. If you're truly skilled, you should have cured second master's illness by now. With just this one sentence, Zhu Yuanzhang was left speechless, his face turning green with rage. Second brother's illness has reached a critical stage. No one could have done better, Chen Yilong said. If he really knew his stuff, he'd see I'm saving people, not harming them. Enough talk, let Lu Rong save the patient first. Lu Rong's expression softened slightly as he flicked his fingers, channeling energy into the needle before inserting it into Cheng Xiangyu's body. Immediately, a surge of true qi flowed into Cheng Xiangyu's dantian. His technique and speed were imperceptible to ordinary eyes. All one could see was his hand moving swiftly through the air. Qi unites the body, and the body manifests life. This is the art of acupuncture. This is actually the acupoint targeting technique from acupuncture, a method that demands exceptionally high mastery of inner qi. In the entire world, only a handful of people can wield it with such effortless ease. Lu Rong's maneuver left Zhu Yuanzhang exclaiming in astonishment, his eyes widening into perfect circles. Indeed, cultivating inner qi demands daily arduous practice. Many physicians fail precisely because their minds are plagued by too many distractions. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Zhu Yuanzhang's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Having maintained impeccable integrity all his life, he now found himself tarnished in his old age, all because of lust for women. Yuanzhang Zhu wouldn't normally have appeared here, but Cheng Yilong pressed him repeatedly until he broke his own rules. Cough, cough. After 5 minutes of needle insertion, Cheng Xiangyu suddenly began coughing violently, then spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as red as if scorched by fire. Second brother. Second brother. Everyone looked on anxiously, except Cheng Yilong, who couldn't conceal a smug expression. I'm fine. It felt like that mouthful of blood had been weighing on my chest for ages, making it hard to breathe. Now I feel much better, lighter all over. Really? Old Mr. Cheng immediately brightened up when he heard this, and Cheng Xiangyu nodded to reassure him. Lu Rong removed the silver needles and checked his pulse once more. There's no issue now. For this week, just lie in bed and rest quietly. Plus, I'll prescribe some medicine later to regulate your body and strengthen your constitution. Within a month, you'll be as fit as any normal person. Really? Everyone was incredulous upon hearing Lu Rong's words. Zhu Yuanzhang stepped forward and skeptically took Cheng Xiangyu's pulse, only to reveal a look of utter astonishment shortly after. To think the young miracle doctor's skills are truly extraordinary. This old man was showing off without realizing, shameful indeed. Lu Rong paid no heed, producing a pill from who knows where and handing it to Cheng Xiangyu to consume. Is this the revival elixir? At just one glance at this pill, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately recognized it. The others, upon hearing it was a revival pill, instantly widened their eyes as if beholding some once-in-a-millennium treasure. What? That's impossible. Cheng Dikun nearly lunged forward to snatch the pill the moment he heard it was a revival pill. The revival pill was the secret legacy of the poison physician, with only a few dozen released into the market each year. Its effects were extraordinary. A single pill could extend one's lifespan by several years. Many powerful political figures with wealth and influence couldn't even obtain one no matter how hard they tried. How could Lu Rong, a convict just released from prison, possess something so precious? While everyone doubted the authenticity of the elixir, Lu Rong knew better. The method to craft this pill had been personally taught to him by the poison physician. Not only did he possess this pill, but producing dozens more would be no trouble at all, just a matter of time. Chapter 33, That Tingling Sensation. Believe it or not, I would never harm Master Chang II. Chung Xiangyu took the elixir and placed it directly in his mouth. His very life had been saved by Lu Rong, and when it came to him, Chang Xiangyu now trusted him completely. Thank you. From now on, you are my lifesaver. I would willingly give my all, even at the cost of my life, for anything within my power. Among the Chang family, only Chang Xiangyu possessed both intelligence and deep sentiment. This was the very reason old Master Chang held him in such high regard. Seeing Chang Xiangyu unharmed, Chang Yilong's face darkened. He had gone through great lengths to eliminate this obstacle, only to have a god-grandson appear out of nowhere and ruin his plans. No hurry. There's still a chance. A mischievous smirk curled at the corner of Chang Yilong's lips as a plan took shape in his mind. Ah, wonderful. Lu Rong, not only have you saved my second son's life, but you're now also my sworn grandson. Tell me, what do you desire? As long as this old man can provide it, your wish shall be granted. Old Master Chang felt a lightness of heart he'd never experienced before. Though the Chang family reigned supreme in Jiancheng, the patriarch nearing 60 had watched helplessly as both children and grandchildren kept encountering troubles one after another. This had always been a lingering concern weighing on his mind. Now that Chang Xiangyu's issue had been resolved, only Chang Shuejian remained. But he believed that with Lu Rong's assistance, curing Shuejian's illness was merely a matter of time. No need for thanks, old Master Chang. Since you've acknowledged me as your adopted grandson, I'm effectively part of the Chang family now. Contributing my efforts is only natural. His goal was solely the new energy industrial park. Now that he'd obtained it, everything else was secondary. Good lad, I knew I had the right man. Since you've already admitted to being my god-grandson, shouldn't you address me properly now? Today was doubly auspicious for old Master Chang. Not only was his most cherished son Chang Xiangyu healed from his illness, but he had also gained such a righteous, principled, and loyal adopted grandson. It will surely be of great help to the Chang family's future political career. Grandpa. Lu Rong could tell that although old Master Chang had ulterior motives towards him, at least he was sincerely kind. That was enough. Having one more family member was a good thing for Lu Rong. Hey! Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, old Master Chang immediately beamed with joy, his entire demeanor brimming with renewed vigor. At some point, old Master Chang took out a black card. You can't call me grandpa for nothing. Consider this a meeting gift. Dad, this is the card that represents the Chang family's status. How could you give it to him? Chang Dikan immediately lost his composure upon seeing old Master Chang's actions. A penniless ex-con, and yet he actually dares to present himself as a member of the Chang family in public. What do they take the Changs for? Some ragtag outfit that just lets anyone in? The other members of the Chang family were also utterly astonished. This black card was an unlimited spending card. Even they, as branch relatives of the Chang family, didn't have one. What right did this newly recognized brat with no blood relation have to possess it? Old Master Chang's move undoubtedly threw Lu Rong into the eye of the storm. Of course, old Master Chang understood this logic perfectly, but to him, Lu Rong wasn't someone who feared trouble. Such a trivial matter meant nothing to him. Although Lu Rong truly didn't care, he had no intention of taking that card. Sister Lan had already given him a black gold card, which was enough for him. No need, Grandpa, I don't require it. Take it. Whether you need it or not is your business, but giving it is this old man's gesture. If you don't have an immediate use for it, just keep it for a rainy day. Grandfather Chung genuinely acknowledged him as his grandson. Seeing such warmth from the old man, Lu Rong couldn't bring himself to refuse further. All right then, thank you, grandfather. I'll accept it. That's right. By the time he left the Chang residence, it was already midnight. Grandfather Chang had originally arranged a room for him, but Lu Rong remembered someone was waiting for him at home and declined. Inside the villa, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning when Lu Rong arrived home. He thought Lin Jiran would already be asleep, but when he checked the bedroom, it was unexpectedly empty. Young master, you're back? Xiaoyu appeared out of nowhere behind him, giving Lu Rong quite a start. Where is Jiran? The young mistress is in the guest bedroom. She said you should take the master bedroom, and she'll sleep in the guest room. Lu Rong nodded and headed toward the guest room. You go to sleep. Entering the guest room, he had assumed Lin Jiran would already be asleep. Yet at the sound of the door opening, she sat up immediately. Recognizing Lu Rong, her tension visibly eased. Perhaps it was because she had expectations and relied on him, but without Lu Rong returning, she actually felt reluctant to sleep. You're back. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lu Rong looked at Lin Jiran and asked softly. I couldn't sleep without you back home. Lin Jiran's voice was barely louder than a mosquito's hum, her cheeks flushed crimson with shyness. After all, she was just an innocent young girl unversed in the ways of the world. Laying bare her feelings like this still made her blush with embarrassment. But she didn't realize that the sight of her had already made Lu Rong's heart itch unbearably, as if a kitten were scratching relentlessly inside him. "We're husband and wife, you should return to the master bedroom. Remember, you're the lady of this house now. Do whatever you please." With that, Lu Rong went straight to Lin Jiran, bent down, and picked her up. Before Lin Jiran could say anything, Lu Rong was already carrying her toward the master bedroom. Being carried like this by a man, her face flushed instantly, and she buried her head in Lu Rong's chest, silently accepting his actions. After all, they were already legally married. Acting coy now would seem unreasonable. What was meant to happen will happen sooner or later. Gently placing Lin Jiran on the bed, Lu Rong shifted her legs onto it, his hand accidentally brushing against the pale sole of her foot. Lin Jiran felt as if an electric current swept through her body, making her tremble involuntarily. A tingling, numbing sensation instantly flooding her nerves. Her foot could actually feel again. This made her even more excited. "Lu Rong, I can feel more sensation in my feet." "Really? That's wonderful." Overcome with emotion, Lu Rong directly pulled Lin Jiran into his arms. The delicate fragrance that wafted into his nose instantly aroused him. He leaned close to Lin Jiran's ear and spoke softly, his voice deep and magnetic. "Darling, you're so beautiful." Chapter 34. Done everything that needed doing. Lu Rong, a kittenish cooing voice that sounded shy, yet even more like hopeful anticipation. From childhood to adulthood, many had praised her beauty, but she knew they only wanted her pretty face. Since her legs became crippled, she naturally saw through everyone around her. Yet Lu Rong swam against the current, never shunning her for her disability, and treated her with genuine sincerity. Lu Rong's intense masculine aura made Lin Jiran's heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. "Can we?" Though he had engaged in dual cultivation with women in prison, it had always been consensual. The woman before him was now his wife, and he had to respect and cherish her all the more. This ambiguous inquiry, Lin Jiran understood exactly what it implied. Though somewhat fearful, she still nodded shyly. After all, in the pitch-black darkness of her life, it was Lu Rong who had offered her a glimmer of light, who had saved her. She found herself irresistibly drawn to this man, unable to break free. With permission, Lu Rong embraced the woman in his arms, their passion melting into bone-deep intimacy. Early the next morning, perhaps for the first time, Lin Jiran didn't wake even as sunlight streamed into the room. Gazing at her flawless face, Lu Rong felt an overwhelming happiness. After a night of exertion, Lu Rong realized his yin-yang divine art had achieved an unprecedented breakthrough, greater progress than any dual cultivation he'd experienced with other women. Lu Rong understood that because Lin Jiran was a virgin, she could provide special assistance to his cultivation. He had a premonition that given time, he would undoubtedly master his yin-yang divine technique. Gently lowering his head, Lu Rong lightly pecked Lin Jiran's forehead like a little bird before preparing to rise. "You little temptress, the sensation is marvelous." Today he was going to the company to confront those old fellows who wanted to jump ship. Of course, before that, he first needed to sign the contract at the Chang Group. It had been too late yesterday, so he hadn't gone to sign the contract. He had already arranged with Chang Xinyue to visit the Chang Group at 9 in the morning. In the morning, Xiao Yu prepared breakfast. After eating, Lu Rong left the villa. Before leaving, he specifically told Xiao Yu not to wake Lin Jiran. After all, he had worked very hard last night. But he didn't know that Lin Jiran had already woken up when he kissed her. It was just that, having become a woman for the first time, she was a little shy. Now, Lu Rong was Lin Jiran's support and hope, and she felt even more motivated to live well. Not only that, but she was also determined to catch up on all the studies she had missed over the years. When she stood tall again, she wanted to be capable enough to walk side by side with Lu Rong, only then would she feel worthy of him. After all, she had once been a business prodigy. Now that the Lu Group was in trouble, she had to extend Luo Rong a helping hand. Chang Group. Cheng Xinyue had long been waiting for Lu Rong in the first-floor lobby, signaling the Cheng family's regard for both Lu Rong and the Lu Group. Though somewhat surprised, Lu Rong maintained his composure. "Thank you for waiting." "Not at all, I just arrived myself." "This way, please." Watching Lu Rong's triumphant demeanor, Cheng Xinyue couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Grandfather's judgment was truly accurate. Though she initially harbored some doubts about Lu Rong, after yesterday's and today's interactions, she sensed his capabilities might extend far beyond what appeared. Soon, the two arrived at the conference room. Last night, Old Master Chang had already instructed Cheng Xinyue to draft the contract, which would be signed with Lu Rong the following day, a clear indication of how much importance the old man placed on this newly acknowledged grandson. The contract signing went smoothly. After a lunch meeting, by 3 in the afternoon, Lu Rong arrived at the company with the signed contract in hand. After all, a veritable hongmen banquet awaited him. At the same time, in the conference room, Luo Keqing was struggling to rein in the increasingly restless board members. Some directors were bribed by Li Ziyuan and other ill-intentioned individuals, constantly causing trouble for Luo Keqing and deliberately spreading demoralizing remarks to unsettle the others. It's already so late, does he even have any concept of time? Making us veteran directors wait for him like this. Exactly. I say we shouldn't pin any hopes on him. What capability could an ex-con possibly have? Expecting him to secure the contract for the new energy industrial park is pure fantasy. Sigh, every day we delay means greater losses for us. Let's just sell our shares to Zhou Corporation and be done with it. The senior board members who spoke up had clearly received substantial benefits, fanning the flames with enthusiasm. It's quite possible they'd already sold off their shares. Checking the time, Luo Keqing's momentarily kindled confidence began to wane. Indeed, what exactly was she hoping for? Even if Lu Rong had a better relationship with the Chang family, it was unlikely he could secure the new energy industrial park, a project worth tens of billions, for the Lu Group. The more Luo Keqing thought about it, the more uncertain she became. At this point, she had nothing to say. For even though the director's words were harsh, they weren't wrong. Every man for himself, or heaven and earth will destroy them. They were only protecting their own interests. Just as Luo Keqing felt the situation was spiraling out of control, the conference room door swung open. Lu Rong pushed the door open and walked in, taking his seat in the very spot where his father, Lu Jiangwo, used to sit. Seeing what he held in his hand, Luo Keqing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Could he really have secured the contract for the new energy industrial park? That's what she thought, but all the directors present didn't believe he could secure the contract, looking at him as if he were a clown. You think you're worthy to sit in this chair? What an ill-mannered fool. Well, couldn't seal the deal, so you came here to cry about it? Be smart and hand over the company seal. Go home and live a quiet life already. Still think you're the young master of the Lu family? Times have changed. Li Mingde led the charge, showering Lu Rong with scorn. They saw Lu Rong as nothing but a spoiled brat. Back when his father had his back, he could do whatever he pleased. But now that his father had vanished and the Lu Group was on the verge of bankruptcy, no one gave him a second glance. Chairman Li, as long-standing shareholders of the company, surely out of respect for Chairman Lu, you shouldn't treat his son this way? Luo Kerong couldn't bear to watch anymore. Their insults toward Lu Rong made her feel unbearably guilty toward Lu Jiangwo. After all, it was Lu Jiangwo who stepped forward to lend a helping hand during her darkest hour. Whatever it took, she was determined to protect his son with all her might. Luo Keqing, the fox's tail is finally showing, isn't it? Could it be that you've charmed both old and young, ensnaring both father and son of the Lu family? Zhao Tianqing's words left Luo Keqing both angry and exasperated. Chapter 35, he actually did it. Director Zhao, out of respect I consider you an elder, but elders should possess the magnanimity worthy of their status. Such filthy words shouldn't pass your lips. It seems your virtue truly doesn't match your position. So what? Lu Enterprises is already at the end of its rope. No matter what you do, it's beyond saving. Can pretty words put food on the table? These neatly suited directors, who usually present themselves as dignified, finally revealed their true ugly faces during Lu Enterprises' crisis. Though Luo Keqing married into the family later, Lu Enterprises was founded by Lu Jiangwo himself, yet they showed no regard for that bond whatsoever. Faced with difficulties, they cared only about their own interests, even rubbing salt in the wound of others. This is human nature. Luo Keqing didn't want to argue with them anymore and could only pray in her heart that God would give the Lu Group a way out. Yet Lu Rong remained unusually calm. He just wanted to see how these clowns would perform. Since the contract for the new energy industrial park wasn't signed, hand over the company seal immediately so we can proceed with liquidating the shares. Indeed, there seems no other way out right now. Selling our shares to the Zhou family is our best option. If you want to ruin yourself, go ahead, but don't drag us down too. We're not young anymore, with elderly parents above us and children below to care for. If you don't make a decision now, once Zhou Corporation has bought up enough shares, you won't even get today's price. By then, you won't even know where to begin weeping. Chairman Li and Chairman Zhao, along with several other board members, began relentlessly manipulating public opinion, orchestrating a classic play of emotional blackmail. The other board members all turned their gaze toward Lu Rong. Luo Keqing also fixed her eyes on him. Seeing him so composed and calm, she wondered inwardly whether he had actually signed the contract for the new energy industrial park. They were being so damn noisy. But Lu Rong couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He'd heard plenty of unpleasant remarks already. What was a few more? So he let them have their say. Finally noticing all the board members staring at him, clearly expecting him to produce the company seal, Lu Rong placed both hands on the conference table and faced them with the bearing of someone in charge. Finished now? Though his voice remained low, it carried an unmistakable gravity that seemed beyond his years. This wasn't the tone of a man barely past 20. Enough had truly been said. All the directors turned their gaze to Lu Rong, waiting to see what exactly he intended to do. Without another word, Lu Rong leaned back in his chair, one arm draped casually over the side while the other tossed a document onto the table. "Take a look." The board members immediately stepped forward, eager to grab the contract. Li Mingde was quick to react. He snatched up the folder and flipped it open. "What's the big deal? Just putting on a show." His initially contemptuous expression instantly turned as green as glowing embers the moment he opened the folder. Seeing Li Mingde's reaction, the other board members snatched the document from his hands to examine it. "The contract for the new energy industrial park project? Is this for real? Did he actually manage to secure that giant contract?" Upon seeing the contract in the folder, the board directors were both shocked and exhilarated. The new energy industrial park project was one that countless people had been scrambling to get their hands on. And Lu Rong actually managed to land it? This way, not only could Lu Corp be revived from the brink, but it could even leap to become the leading enterprise in all of Jiangchang. One might even say it would be better than when old President Lu was around. At this thought, the directors' eyes gleamed with excitement, as if they saw a gold mountain placed right before them. Little President Lu, who would have thought someone so young could be this capable? Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Yes indeed, it seems we'll all have to rely on young Master Lu for the future of our Lu Corporation. From now on, we'll all follow young Master Lu's lead. Yes. True to form, a bunch of fair weather friends, seeing the tide turn, they immediately started picking sides. Lu Rong couldn't be bothered with their hypocrisy. Those who had taken sides earlier would have to pay the price. He might be easygoing, but he was no pushover. Without saying a word, he fixed his gaze on Li Mingde. "No, this can't be true." Li Mingde slumped weakly in his chair, all his former arrogance completely depleted. Meanwhile, Luo Keqing finally realized he had actually secured the new energy industrial park project indeed. "Am I not dreaming?" "Chairman Li, the facts speak for themselves. Do you have anything to say now?" Having suffered Li Mingde's humiliation earlier, Luo Keqing now had her chance to return the favor. The fair weather friends had all turned to side with Lu Rong this time. "That's right, Chairman Li. A bet is a bet. It's time to hand over your 8% stake." Lu Rong still looked contemptuously at these fair weather friends. "What do you say, Chairman Li?" Turning his verbal attack toward Li Mingde, Lu Rong wanted to see how much longer the man could keep up his tough act. "Young Master Lu, although my actions were indeed excessive, I've served your father diligently for so many years. As a veteran of the company, surely even if I made mistakes, I deserve some mercy?" Li Mingde knew he had lost and could only play the emotional card. Some of the more principled directors in the company found his words somewhat reasonable after hearing them. "Nephew, what he said isn't entirely without merit. Though his actions were excessive, considering he was just flexing his rhetorical muscles without causing actual losses to the company, perhaps we should let it go. Indeed, as the saying goes, show mercy when you can be merciful. This approach will serve you better in managing the company moving forward." The speakers were the company's two directors, Wo Xiaoyi and Su Lifeng. They didn't take advantage when Li Mingde forced Luo Keqing and the company into a corner, instead pledging to stand or fall with the company. Such people are truly rare. Lu Rong held great respect for men like these, and his attitude toward them naturally softened considerably. "Uncle Gua, Uncle Su, I understand everything you've said, but today, I must drive him out. Today, he would thoroughly eradicate these parasites." Chapter 36, Killing Two Birds with One Arrow. During his years in prison, not a single day was wasted. He diligently learned extensive business knowledge from Sister Yun. Not only did he intend to filter clear the muddy waters of the Lu Corporation, but he also meant to make an example. To kill one is a warning to 100, showing everyone the consequences of crossing Lu Rong. There's a time for giving face, and a time when doing so just makes you a complete idiot. Leave the company? On what grounds? Need I remind you I'm the backbone of this enterprise? After all these years of service, if not merit, at least I've put in hard work. And yesterday's incident, you've got no proof. What can you even do if I refuse to leave? When persuasion fails, force remains. Such shameless stubbornness is utterly detestable. Fawning obsequiously during good times, yet stabbing you in the back when fortunes change. Witnessing such brazen dishonesty and broken promises, Luo Keqing's face flushed crimson with indignation. "Director Li, you're a 45-year-old man. How can you be so shameless? Have you already forgotten how you staged that coup just yesterday? What's the use of saving face? Can it put food on the table? Besides, I've got elderly parents to care for and children to raise. How am I supposed to survive if you take away my shares and my job? You could go be a lackey at the Zhou Corporation. Isn't that what you're best at?" You, speechless from the rebuke, Li Mingde knew he was in the wrong and had nothing to say in his defense. With an air of resigned defeat, he slumped into his chair. "You can forget about dumping me unless I'm dead. Fine, since you're asking for death, I'll oblige. Those who won't learn from stirring up trouble are bound to die, yet some people just can't wait to rush to their doom. Lu Rong waved his hand, and the men at the door immediately entered, placing a stack of documents before him. To wage war, one must be fully prepared, only then can there be a chance of victory. Besides, he had long anticipated that dealing with someone like Li Mingde required irrefutable evidence to slap him in the face. Luo Keqing and the other board members were all deeply curious about what those things could possibly be. Li Mingde still wore an indifferent expression, but when Lu Rong saw his face, he couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, would you kindly distribute the contents above to all the board members for their review? All right. Luo Rong's attitude had Luo Keqing doing a complete 180. She couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for him. To turn the tables so dramatically in such a short time was no small feat. At this point, there probably wasn't anything Luo Rong asked of her that she'd dare refuse. The directors all glared at Li Mingde in anger after receiving the documents. Chairman Li, how could you do something like this? You double-crossing bastard. What are you guys talking about? Li Mingde was also stunned. He grabbed a document to check it himself, only to feel both furious and terrified upon seeing its contents. The documents contained evidence of Li Mingde accepting bribes and embezzling project funds. Though this was just the beginning, there was even more explosive material. Lu Rong, how dare you strike so ruthlessly? Pointing at Lu Rong, Li Mingde trembled with rage, unable to speak. Already losing your temper, Chairman Li? Wait till you see the scandalous affairs I've uncovered. What do you think your wife would say if she saw these? Li Mingde was notoriously henpecked, not exactly a live-in son-in-law, but close enough. The fact that he'd climbed to his current position was 90% due to his fortunate marriage to a capable wife with an influential father. Lu Rong waved the photograph in his hand right in front of Li Mingde's face. Does yesterday's bet still stand? Slumping weakly into his chair, Li Mingde realized there was truly no way left for him to turn the situation around. Witnessing Lu Rong's methods, the board directors all fell silent, none daring to speak. To put it bluntly, few among those present had clean hands, it was merely a matter of degree. Seeing his silence, Lu Rong swept his gaze across the room and flung a stack of documents onto the long conference table. Not just him, every one of you. I know exactly what you've all been up to. Today, I'm purging the parasites. No one escapes. Some of you should think carefully. Do you want to walk away unscathed? Or do you want to eat prison food? Lu Rong's words sent some board members' hearts into their throats, each fearing they might be the next one forced out of the company. But in truth, Lu Rong wasn't so ruthless, he merely wanted to sound a warning bell, letting those who should leave depart and those who should stay remain. The decision had already been made, this was just a formality. No matter how reluctant the board members were, they had no choice but to comply with Lu Rong's decision. By the end of the meeting, Lu Rong had not only resolved the company's crisis but also convinced parasitic directors like Li and Zhao to willingly hand over their shares. It could be said that one arrow struck two targets. Once everyone had left, only Lu Rong and Luo Keqing remained in the conference room. As she looked at Lu Rong, Luo Keqing was so overwhelmed with emotion she didn't know what to say. Is this really the Lu Rong I know? What's wrong? Of course I'm still me. With a grin on his face, Lu Rong finally revealed the smile befitting of his age. As for Luo Keqing, though she was technically his stepmother, Lu Rong felt immense gratitude that she hadn't abandoned the Lu Corporation during its most critical moment. His attitude toward her naturally differed from how he treated outsiders. Seeing you like this truly makes me happy. Your father would be so comforted if he knew. Now we can truly say the storm has passed and the skies have cleared. The entire Lu Corporation is within your grasp. Originally you held 42% of the group's shares, and now with Li Mingde's additional 8%, you possess absolute authority. Exactly. If I wanted to, I could get even more. Lu Rong spoke these words with the arrogant confidence of a wild beast, but currently, he possessed the capital to be this brazen. Witnessing this, Luo Keqing's eyes suddenly gleamed, and her heart inexplicably quivered. How had this man suddenly become so irresistibly captivating? Lu Rong, your father previously transferred 2% of the company's shares to my name. If you ever need them, you can take them back at any time. No need. Keep them for yourself. I don't require them. Right now, the last thing Lu Rong lacked was money. His time in prison had actually been a gilded experience. With his current capabilities, money was the most trivial thing to him. Moreover, given the circumstances, Luo Keqing's unwavering commitment to the Lu Corporation was already commendable. Since Lu Rong had said so, Luo Keqing didn't press further. After all, she would always be there for him, ready to give everything she had whenever he needed it. Though her own abilities were limited, she could at least stand by his side to weather the crisis facing the Lu family. This would be her way of repaying the Lu family's kindness to her. Lost in these thoughts, Luo Keqing gazed at Lu Rong with a subtle shift in her eyes, one she herself hadn't yet noticed. At that very moment, Lu Rong's phone rang. It was Xiao Yu calling. His first thought was that something must have happened to Lin Jiran, otherwise, Xiao Yu wouldn't be calling him. He immediately answered the phone, his voice tinged with panic as he asked, "Did something happen to Jiran?" "Master, the young lady was taking her usual medicinal bath. I stepped out to fetch something, but when I returned, I saw her struggling in agony in the water. Thankfully, I noticed in time, or else she would have drowned. She says her legs are burning as if on fire, unbearable. Master, please come back quickly to see her. Chapter 37, I can stand up. I'll be home soon, stepmom. There's something urgent, I'll leave the press conference arrangements to you. I need to go now. After hanging up, Lu Rong said a quick word to Luo Keqing before rushing toward the Eastern Villa District. Press conference? The abrupt statement left Luo Keqing momentarily bewildered, but upon closer consideration, she instantly grasped Lu Rong's meaning. Now that they had secured the new energy industrial park project, it was imperative to let the world know the Lu Corporation had risen from the ashes. An endless stream of resources would soon pour into Lu Corporation. In just a matter of days, the Lu Corporation, that entity capable of commanding half of Jiangcheng, had reclaimed its pinnacle position. That kid is really something. Luo Keqing felt a flicker of pride in her heart. It had been ages since she'd felt this light and carefree. Inside the villa. Meanwhile, Lin Jiran lay on the bed, her face flushed crimson from discomfort as she clutched her legs and writhed in pain. Young master, you finally returned. Please come see the young mistress at once. Xiao Yu, upon seeing Lu Rong, seemed to spot a lifeline and immediately dragged him into the bedroom. Seeing Lin Jiran hugging her legs and moaning in pain, Lu Rong stepped forward right away and held her hand. Don't be scared, I'm back. Xiao Yu, quickly fetch my sandalwood box. Yes, master. Soon, Xiao Yu brought the wooden box, and Lu Rong opened it to take out 5 silver needles of varying lengths. Xiao Yu removed the young lady's outer garments and trousers, leaving only her undergarments. Soon, Lin Jiran had removed both her top and pants, revealing her perfectly curvaceous figure. Lu Rong nearly had a nosebleed upon witnessing this breathtaking sight. Though her legs remained motionless, they were remarkably fair and straight. Her proud peaks rose and fell rhythmically with each nervous breath she took. While her body before him was undeniably beautiful, stirring desires to claim her, Lu Rong had no time to linger in admiration. Relieving Lin Jiran's suffering took precedence. With a flick of his finger, only a streak of light was visible as the silver needle entered Lin Jiran's body. Mum! Lin Jiran let out a soft whimper, clenching her fists and enduring it silently. Over the past few years, she had withstood countless humiliations. No matter how much physical pain she suffered, it could never compare to the anguish in her heart. It'll be over soon. Soon after, several more silver needles were inserted into Lin Jiran's body, each emitting a crisp, resonating hum upon entering. A dozen silver needles were inserted into acupuncture points on her abdomen, legs, and soles of her feet. As a result, Lin Jiran now resembled a porcupine, her entire body covered in silver needles. A faint mist also began to rise around her legs. Her originally fair skin, so delicate it seemed water could be squeezed from it, was now flushed crimson all over, as if she had just stepped out of a hot bath, strikingly alluring. The reason for this reaction is that the recent acupuncture sessions and herbal baths have taken effect. They begun clearing your meridians and revitalizing previously blocked blood vessels, hence producing such a response. The acupuncture needles I just applied not only promote blood circulation and relieve stagnation, but also nourish your yin energy and replenish vital qi. Lin Jiran's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She indeed felt much better now. With over a dozen silver needles inserted into her body, she experienced an oddly intense comfort. Soon, the flush on her body faded as Lu Rong withdrew the silver needles one by one. Ah! Lin Jiran suddenly felt as if something burdening her had disappeared instantly, bringing her immense relief. Her entire mental state improved markedly, as if she had returned to how she was 3 years ago, free from exhaustion and the oppressive darkness that had weighed her down. Sitting up, Lin Jiran touched her legs. To her astonishment, she felt unprecedentedly light, with none of the previous burning sensation, just a cool, soothing numbness. Lu Rong, I feel like my legs have regained some sensation, better than before. Lin Jiran pinched her own thigh as she spoke. Ah, my legs can actually feel pain now. Lu Rong, does this mean I'll be able to stand up soon? Just try it. They had originally thought it would take longer for Lin Jiran's legs to recover, but now it seemed the wait might not be as long as expected. This was also inseparable from his treatment and the effects of the medicinal baths. Additionally, his dual cultivation with Lin Jiran further refined Lu Rong's strength. Lin Jiran grasped Lu Rong's hand, her palm was damp with sweat, a mixture of excitement, exhilaration, and anticipation. She attempted to inch her right leg forward, using her hands for support, the effort proving immensely strenuous. Don't rush, take it slow. After all, your legs haven't been used for years, it's perfectly normal to feel numb at first. Lu Rong comforted her gently. She exerted all her strength, sweating profusely from the effort, feeling she could only manage to inch forward slightly. My legs feel swollen, yet I can't muster any strength, what's happening? By now, Lin Jiran had come to regard Lu Rong as her emotional anchor, believing unconditionally in every word he said. Lu Rong said, this marks another significant step forward. The meridians in your legs have all been unblocked, and now we'll just let time take its course. You must keep up with the daily herbal baths, they're very beneficial for you. Really? That's fantastic. Miss, That's wonderful. You'll be able to walk again very soon. The room was filled with laughter and joy, such long-lost happiness, so rare and precious. Over the next few days, Lin Jiran gradually managed to stand up through relentless effort, though not without enduring much hardship. At first, she needed someone to support her, but then relying solely on her own determination, she stumbled countless times, only to pick herself up again and again until finally, she could walk on her own. Seeing this, Lu Rong was genuinely happy for her. Her sweat and tears had not been in vain. Holding Lin Jiran in his arms, Lu Rong said dotingly, "Jiran, this is wonderful. You can finally be yourself again. I'm sorry you had to suffer all these years." At this moment, Lin Jiran, held in her lover's embrace, couldn't be happier. Tears of joy streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Honey, thank you. I love you. What did you just call me?" Lu Rong gazed at the bashful figure in his arms, gently lifted her chin, and looked at her with deep affection. Lowering his head, he unconsciously pressed his lips to hers. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's lips also curved into a smile as she quietly slipped out of the room. Heaven has eyes. The young miss has finally emerged from hardship into sweet fortune. On the other side, Li Ziyuan wasn't so fortunate. Under Lu Rong's instructions, Xiaoyu had people sabotage several important projects under Li Ziyuan's charge at Li Group. Li Ziyuan received the news immediately, and shareholders of Li Group were now questioning him one after another. "Ziyuan, we all believe in your talent and potential, but you can't treat money so casually like this." Exactly, 3 or 4 projects fell through just like that. We're looking at losses of at least several hundred million. How could this happen? Weren't we about to sign contracts? Why did they suddenly back out of cooperation? Li Ziyuan was now like an ant on a hot pan, utterly frantic with anxiety. The subordinates all kept their heads bowed, not daring to speak for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves. The only ones who dared to speak were a few directors of the same generation as Old Master Li. Just then, Li Ziyuan's phone rang. It was a call from Old Master Li. Chapter 38, His Life is Mine to Take. Grandfather. Perhaps out of guilt, Li Ziyuan's voice dropped a few decibels as he spoke. What have you done? Those projects were supposed to be signed and sealed. Why are they all calling back saying they can't sign the contracts now? Is someone plotting against you behind your back? Boy, have you offended someone out there again? Old Master Li questioned him in a very displeased tone. Li Ziyuan had been somewhat baffled at first, unable to comprehend why. But with Grandpa's reminder, he suddenly found his bearings. Several business partners terminating contracts simultaneously, that was far too coincidental. Where there's something unusual, there's definitely someone behind it playing tricks. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll make sure to reclaim the project and prevent any losses to the company. You'd better keep your word, humph. The phone slammed down, leaving Li Ziyuan's face extremely grim. Since childhood, he had always wanted his grandfather to acknowledge his abilities, but he never felt he could meet his grandfather's expectations. Now, all the projects under his responsibility were simultaneously encountering problems, which infuriated Li Ziyuan. He picked up the phone and dialed a number, saying, "Find out who ended up collaborating on those projects that refused to work with us." Understood, second young Master Li. The Lu Group, having secured the new energy industrial park project, shocked the entire Jiangcheng with their press conference. Such a substantial piece of the Cheng family's cake was handed directly to the Lu Group, with the Cheng family patriarch even recognizing Lu Rong as his god-grandson. These successive maneuvers undoubtedly served as the best advertisement for the Lu Group's resurgence. This achievement was not only due to Lu Rong's efforts but also with the nod of approval from the Cheng family patriarch. The Lu family's crisis has been resolved, and the top priority now is to investigate the whereabouts of my father. But Lu Rong has a hunch that behind all this lies the Li family, who has always been at odds with the Lu family and wants to swallow them whole in one fell swoop. So he arranged to meet Lu Okaching, hoping she could fill him in on what happened to the Lu family while he was in prison and how his father suddenly disappeared. He hadn't had a chance to ask about these matters since his release. Now that Lu Corporation's operations are back on track, it's time for him to make some careful plans. To prevent eavesdropping, he decided to discuss matters with Lu Okaching at a hotel, Fengyun Hotel. At 7 p.m., Lu Rong drove to the appointed Fengyun Hotel. At this moment inside the hotel, several thugs with dyed hair encircled Lu Okaching, grabbing her and preventing her from leaving. "Hey sweetie, not bad looking. How about you play with us for a while? We'll make sure you have a damn good time tonight. Yeah, don't be lonely all by yourself. Ha ha ha." The vulgar remarks made Lu Okaching flush with anger, but after all, she was just a woman. With both hands pinned and unable to move, there was simply no way for her to break free. "Let go of me. What do you think you're doing in public? Someone help. Call the police. Let's see who dares." A red-haired thug with a scarred face gripped Lu Okaching tightly while shouting a warning at the surrounding rubberneckers. "If word of today gets out, not a single one of you here will be spared. Not just you, but your families too. The person who had initially picked up their phone could only set it back down. This made Luo Keqing extremely fearful. These people had appeared out of nowhere and showed her no respect. But seeing that Lu Rong still hadn't arrived, Luo Keqing grew frantic. She dreaded the thought of someone forcibly abducting her at this moment. The consequences would be unthinkable. I'm the general manager of Lu Corporation. If anything happens to me, none of you will escape the consequences. Out of options, Luo Keqing could only invoke the Lu Group's name, hoping it would scare them off. But who would have thought that hearing Lu Group only made them more arrogant? Far from being intimidated, they even started mocking the Lu Group. Oh wow, I'm so scared. Brother Dao, is that the Lu Corporation where the chairman vanished and the only son just got out of prison? Probably, right? Wait, you're the manager of Lu Corporation? So you must be the young wife the chairman recently married? Then we definitely should taste what the wife of Lu Corporation's chairman is like. It must be absolutely delicious. Ha ha ha, enough, take her away quickly. With that, the group of men began to drag Luo Keqing out of the hotel. Help, help, Lu Rong, why haven't you come yet? Though the surrounding crowd wanted to assist, they feared getting into trouble themselves, so no one dared to step forward. Just as Luo Keqing was being dragged to the hotel entrance, the screech of emergency brakes pierced the air, and Lu Rong stepped out of the car. Upon seeing Lu Rong, Luo Keqing was nearly moved to tears. Lu Rong, save me quickly. Perfect timing. Let's beat him up too. The thug called Brother Dao seemed to recognize Lu Rong and snarled viciously. Before he could even react, a gust of wind rushed toward him. A solid fist slammed into his abdomen, sending Brother Dao's body flying backward in an instant. That's all you've got? And you dare show off? Get him! Brother Dao yelled at his underlings with an agonized expression on his face. Lu Rong didn't stand still. He charged forward instead. One of the thugs threw a punch at him, and Lu Rong countered with a punch of his own, creating an explosive sound in the air. Then came a loud crack. The thug who had blocked the punch was sent stumbling backward, his face twisted in pain as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm tightly. The man's arm was completely deformed, with bones even protruding from within, dripping with fresh blood. The other thugs froze in terror at the sight, not daring to step forward. Clapping his hands casually, Lu Rong said with ease, "If you still want this arm, go to the hospital now, it might still be saved. Otherwise, your arm is done for. You win this round. Let's get out of here." Brother Dao stood up and was about to leave with his lackeys. Lu Rong, however, dashed in front of him in a flash, moving so fast that Brother Dao turned pale with fright. What else do you want? Leaving isn't impossible, but you know exactly what I'm after. I don't understand what you mean. Dao Ge, hearing Lu Rong's words, stammered evasively, playing dumb. Lu Rong slowly glanced at the thug with a crippled arm. If you all want to end up like him, keep pretending. As he spoke, Lu Rong raised his fist, poised to strike at them. I'll talk. It was young Master Li. You mean Li Ziyuan, the second young master of the Li Corporation? That's right, it's him. Get lost. Brother Dao was terrified by these words, as if he'd seen a ghost, and immediately turned to flee. Wait, take a message back for me, tell him his life is mine to claim. Chapter 39, The Elite Network. Having spoken, Lu Rong didn't even glance at them as he walked straight towards Luo Keqing. With thoughtful care, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. It's over now. I'm here. Luo Keqing's emotions had also calmed considerably. If not for remembering her status as Lu Rong's stepmother, she might have thrown herself into his arms the moment he walked toward her. But the moment Lu Rong's words came to mind, Luo Keqing couldn't help feeling apprehensive. Lu Rong, you finally resolved the crisis at Lu Corporation. I don't want you making enemies for my sake. Let's just drop today's matter. After all, nothing serious happened to me anyway. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If they don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they dare provoke me, I'll take them down without mercy. Constant hiding only invites greater humiliation. Only by making opponents fear you can you truly solve the problem. Alright, but be careful yourself. The Lu Corporation is counting on you now. Luo Keqing was still deeply worried, but she understood that Lu Rong was right. Ever since Lu Jiangwo vanished, she had tried to stay dutiful and law-abiding, yet troubles kept coming one after another. Left with no choice, she had no option but to bring Lu Rong back from prison. It now seems her decision had been correct. Nodding silently, Lu Rong said nothing more, his mind preoccupied with plans to settle accounts with Li Ziyuan. But before that, there was one more matter to attend to: visiting the Chang residence to perform acupuncture for Elder Chang's granddaughter, Chang Xuejian. The Chang residence. Lu Rong hadn't even stepped through the door when Chang Xinyue was already waiting respectfully at the entrance. It showed just how much old Master Chang adored his granddaughter. Mr. Lu, please. Thank you. Upon entering Chang Xuejian's room, they found old Master Chang already waiting there. Chang Xuejian lay as still as if asleep, looking utterly docile. Her face was just a bit pale. Although Lu Rong had managed to control the toxins in her body, the process was extremely taxing on his energy, which left her in this state. Grandfather, after I administer the acupuncture for her this time, I'll prescribe a tonic to nourish Xue Jian's body. Her complexion will improve from how it looks now. Good. You take care of everything regarding Xue Jian. Leave the rest to me. And about those 3 items you asked me to find earlier, the century-old rhinoceros horn and the bile from a live white python are already within reach. But that top-quality blood jade might still take some time. The ever-dominant elder Chang found himself genuinely troubled when it came to his granddaughter Chang Xue Jian's affairs. There are always things beyond the reach of wealth and power, life being one of them. Lu Rong intimately understood this feeling, but after 3 years in prison, he'd learned to take certain things in stride. Just do what you can, then leave the rest to fate. No rush. A year is a long time. With the Chang family's resources, she'll be found eventually. By the way, grandfather, I heard the Longfoam Auction House will hold its annual grand auction in the capital next month. We might try our luck there. Longfoam Auction House? You mean that colossal auction house with the largest scale in all of Asia, the one that holds only a single annual auction where every single lot is priceless and sought after by countless wealthy bidders? Hearing this name, old Master Chang instantly perked up, overcome with excitement. Chang Xinyue rarely saw her grandfather like this, ordinarily so stern and unflappable in the face of any crisis. It seems this Dragon Peak auction house is no ordinary place. Exactly, this is the auction house. Where did you get this information? I heard this auction house strictly keeps its annual schedule confidential, only announcing the details 3 days before the event. Yet you knew a whole month in advance? Old man Chang regarded Lu Rong with newfound respect. One so young, yet so accomplished in fields like medicine and business. The old man couldn't help but question his true background. Lu Rong merely smiled and replied obliquely, "Grandfather, I'll send you the invitation. Just see if there's anything at the auction that catches your eye." An invitation? At the sound of these 3 words, old Master Chang grew even more astonished. Not only obtaining the information a month in advance but also securing an invitation letter, this was already beyond the scope of what he could imagine. He was grateful he wasn't Lu Rong's enemy, otherwise, the Chang family would likely face ruin in the not-too-distant future. It was well known that Dragon Peak Auction House had an unbreakable rule: every attendee of the auction must possess an invitation letter, which could not be obtained even with wealth or power. Seeing old man Chang so astonished, Lu Rong merely smiled without saying much, yet he knew all this was thanks to those 3 years spent in prison. For 3 years, he hadn't dared pause for even a moment, knowing this opportunity didn't come easily. To stand at the pinnacle of the world, he had to exert far more effort than ordinary people. He studied medical skills, finance, yin-yang divine arts, and other techniques daily, while also weaving a top-tier network of connections. The prison held the most confidential first-hand information, all for the day it might be useful. After leaving the Cheng family, Lu Rong called Shoyu. "1 minute, I need to know Li Ziyuan's location." Yes, Shoyu's efficiency was truly remarkable. In just 30 seconds, a message came through. Li Ziyuan is in Seduction Room 3 at Nightfall KTV. After glancing at the message, Lu Rong drove straight to Nightfall KTV. "Welcome." The moment he stepped inside, 2 rows of attendants greeted him in unison. Lu Rong nodded in approval. The service attitude here truly deserved its reputation. No wonder this place was always crowded. You really got what you paid for. He walked straight inside, only to be blocked by a man in a suit who stood nearly 6 feet tall. "Good evening, sir. I'm the manager here, Mr. Wang. How may I assist you? Do you have a reservation? I'm looking for someone." Ignoring the manager's interference, Lu Rong tried to move past him, but the manager blocked his path with both arms, refusing to let him proceed further. "Sir, may I ask who you're looking for? I'll announce your arrival and have someone escort you. Is that all right? We must respect our guests' privacy, so I hope you understand." Unacceptable. Lu Rong's stance was unyielding. Not even the highest authority would stop him today. He was determined to make Li Ziyuan understand the price of messing with his people. "In that case, sir, I'll have to ask security to escort you out." Seeing Lu Rong meant trouble, the manager flashed a look at the attendants by the door. Quickly, 2 servers flanked Lu Rong, each seizing one of his arms to drag him out. With just a slight exertion of his gripped arm, Lu Rong effortlessly reversed their positions. Now it was the 2 waiters whose arms were locked in his iron control. There was only a crisp cracking sound, followed immediately by the collision of bones. The 2 waiters instantly broke out in cold sweats from the pain, their faces contorting in agony. "You, men, attack now." Seeing that Lu Rong was a trained fighter, Manager Wang immediately summoned over a dozen waiters. Chapter 40, Blaming Me for Being Outnumbered? To the uninitiated, they might seem like mere KTV waiters, but in truth, each of them had some fighting skills. But these moves were child's play to Lu Rong. "Taking you on one by one is a waste of time. Come at me together. You've got some nerve, kid." Since he asked for it, beat him to a pulp. "I'll cover the medical bills." Being promoted to manager here meant he was no ordinary man. Provoked by Lu Rong's words, his expression instantly darkened. Lu Rong had precisely planned for this effect, anything less would have been too troublesome for his liking. Before anyone realized, a dozen men had drawn razor-sharp daggers, all lunging toward Lu Rong simultaneously. Yet before they could close in, the 10 silver needles clasped between Lu Rong's fingers shot forth like lightning, swift, precise, embedding themselves in their throats before they could react. What followed was a chorus of agonized screams. The next moment, a dozen waiters collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth with twisted expressions. Seeing this scene, Manager Wang was so frightened he stumbled backward several steps. Had it not been for the table blocking his way, he might have already collapsed to the floor. Do you believe I'll call the police? I'll have you sent back to prison. Go ahead, call them right now. When the police arrive, they'll blame me for being outnumbered and still beating you all. Clapping his hands, Lu Rong strode confidently into the KTV. What met his eyes, however, was a scene of debauchery more befitting a nightclub, all neon lights and swirling liquor. The long corridor was filled with attractive young men and women wrapped in intimate embraces. Some went even further, performing explicit acts without the slightest attempt at privacy, putting on a live show for all to see. What truly hidden peach blossom eyes! With this murmur of admiration, Lu Rong raised his head to locate the seduction room number 3 mentioned in Shoyu's message. Hey handsome, all alone? Just as Lu Rong was examining them one by one, a voluptuous, long-haired beauty suddenly pressed herself against him. The 2 plump little rabbits on her chest seemed ready to leap out with the slightest squeeze, nearly making Lu Rong's nose bleed from the sight. But the sexy beauty before him was dressed in a strapless black mini-dress that barely reached her shoulders, with heavy makeup that clearly marked her as one of the establishment's working girls. This kind of gray industry chain is still quite common, and Lu Rong wasn't particularly surprised by it. After all, before he was imprisoned, as the young master of the Lu family, he had frequented such places himself. The women here were indeed beautiful, but Lu Rong wasn't desperate enough to take whatever came his way. A finger pushed the beautiful woman away, keeping her at arm's length. He sized her up with a disdainful expression and remarked, "Stay away from me, I might catch something." "You, humph!" The beauty felt insulted and, in a fit of pique, stamped her foot before turning and walking away. Lu Rong remained unfazed and continued his search. Finally, in a somewhat concealed spot at the innermost area, he spotted the placard on the door, Room Manhwa 3. This is the one. Peering through the door's window, Lu Rong stole a glance inside. Oh ho, playing quite wild, aren't we? Inside the private room, 3 couples were engaged in physical activities. Not only that, they were swapping partners. The scene was truly explosive. Lu Rong took out his phone and captured this thrilling moment. I'm sure many people would love to see this. Ha. Feeling the time was right, Lu Rong kicked open the private room door with a bang. Oh my, what a spectacular scene, second young masterly. Who knew you played so wildly? Since it's come to this, why not let the entire nation enjoy the show too? As he spoke, Lu Rong held up his phone and started recording video of the group. Seeing this, the men in the room cursed while scrambling to put on clothes as they rushed toward Lu Rong, while the women hastily dressed and huddled motionless in the corner. Who the hell are you? Got the balls to mess with me? You must have a death wish. The lights were too blinding for them to immediately make out the newcomer's features. One of the men switched the colored lights to white fluorescent bulbs, and only then did Li Ziyuan get a clear look at Lu Rong's face. Lu Rong, I wasn't even going to bother with you, yet you dare come knocking on my door. Seems you've grown tired of living. Pointing at Lu Rong with one hand while fastening his belt with the other, delete that video from your phone right now, or I'll end you. What if I won't? He still had plans for that valuable footage stored in his phone. No way was he handing it over to Li Ziyuan. Furious beyond reason, Li Ziyuan swung at Lu Rong with a punch that seemed to channel every ounce of his strength. I'll fuck your mother. You're asking for death. Men are most afraid of being startled during exercise. It can easily lead to impotence. That sudden scare had shaken Li Ziyuan badly. Coupled with Lu Rong recording them right then and there, Li Ziyuan wished he could skin Lu Rong alive. Lu Rong calmly watched the fist coming at him, completely unfazed. With one hand, he precisely caught the incoming fist, exerting only about 30% of his strength before the private room erupted with blood-curdling screams. What are you two waiting for? Get him now. Kneeling in pain from Lu Rong's grip, Li Ziyuan still spoke with arrogant defiance. Though terrified, the 2 men dared not disobey Li Ziyuan's order and reluctantly stepped forward. But before they could get close, a spinning kick sent both men flying into the wall before they crashed heavily to the ground. I'm here for Li Ziyuan. This has nothing to do with you. But if you want to die, fine, I'll grant your wish. By now, the entrance was packed with onlookers enjoying the spectacle. Even Manager Wang, who had been there earlier, didn't dare approach recklessly. Who would dare provoke a killing god capable of taking on over a dozen men barehanded? Compared to work, staying alive is more important. Upon hearing Lu Rong's words, the 2 men stumbled to their feet and ran out. Seeing this, Li Ziyuan was both angry and terrified. Lu Rong, I'm warning you, don't act all tough just because you've got some skills. If you dare lay a finger on me today, my Li family won't let you off the hook. Enough with the tough act. I'd really like to see what the Lee family could possibly do to me if I were to kill you right now, but I do remember your family still has a young Master Lee. Won't things go on just fine even without you? The corners of his lips curled up in an amused smile. Before anyone noticed, Lu Rong had already produced a dagger in his hand. This dagger was swiped from the waiter earlier. It really came in handy now. Lu Rong spoke while deliberately flashing the dagger before Li Ziyuan's eyes, then let the sharp edge glide down from his cheek to rest against his neck. Seeing the dagger before him, Li Ziyuan finally felt fear, so terrified that his entire body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He could no longer care about the pain in his hand. Whether his life could even be spared was now uncertain. Lu Rong, I was wrong. Spare me please. I dare not anymore. I truly dare not. Li Ziyuan, just one slight cut at your artery. SSSSS. How exciting. As he spoke, Lu Rong even mimed the action vividly, which intensified Li Ziyuan's terror even further. Suddenly, a foul stench hit him. Chapter 41, Irreconcilable Enemies. Li Ziyuan actually wet himself out of sheer terror. Oh my, young Master Li has wet himself in fear. TSK, what a foul stench. The richer they are, the more they fear death. So tough just now, yet look at them now. Who is that guy anyway? He's incredible, taking on over a dozen men solo earlier. Extraordinary skills. The crowd at the door buzzed with gossip, though most were just there for the spectacle. After all, throughout Jiangcheng, Li Ziyuan's reputation was notoriously foul. Not only did he bully others with his influence, but he was also notoriously lustful, and no woman he set his sights on ever escaped his predatory clutches. Those onlookers were eager to see just what fate would ultimately befall Li Ziyuan. Originally, Lu Rong had wanted to take Li Ziyuan's life, but upon reflection, he realized there was a punishment worse than death. Now that the Lu Corporation has just stabilized, even if they want his life, he can't take action himself. In that case, he'll play along with them. After all, since his release from prison, Li Ziyuan had never intended to let him go, and the Li family had repeatedly caused trouble for him. Now, he would make the entire Li family lose face across Jiangcheng. Glancing around, Lu Rong's gaze settled on a black silk stocking lying on the leather sofa. Grabbing Li Ziyuan with one hand, she pulled him over to fetch the black stockings. What are you doing? Li Ziyuan was utterly terrified, convinced he was about to lose his life, and kept begging for mercy in the most pitiful state. You'll find out soon enough, she said as she bound Li Ziyuan's hands with the black stockings. These stockings are surprisingly good quality. He tied it very tightly, so much that Li Ziyuan's arms turned red from the constriction. Letting Li Ziyuan suffer this mental torment for a while was quite fitting. Let him learn what true pain tastes like. This fear of death was probably something he would never forget for the rest of his life. After securing him, Lu Rong dragged Li Ziyuan out of the private room using the stocking, with onlookers whispering and pointing as they passed by. All right, everyone, break it up, break it up. Manager Wang waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse, but he didn't dare to step forward again to stop Lu Rong's actions. Dragging Li Ziyuan out of the KTV, Lu Rong threw him into the car and disappeared with a single press of the accelerator. In the car, Li Ziyuan was terrified. Lu Rong, Uncle Lu, Grandpa Lu, I was wrong. Please let me off this once, I'll do anything you ask. One could say Li Ziyuan was practically begging with his voice. He was almost ready to kneel and kowtow. Shut it. I'm not even blaming you for stinking up my car. Just sit still and behave. Glancing at him, Lu Rong spotted a leftover tissue from when he'd wiped his shoes. He crumpled it into a ball and shoved it into Li's mouth. Soon, the car arrived at Wanjia Plaza, the largest urban square in all of Jiangcheng. Wanjia Square was the place with the heaviest foot traffic, especially in the evenings. After parking the car, Lu Rong yanked Li Ziyuan out and dragged him to the very center of the square, where stood a flagpole roughly 5 meters tall. This is the spot. Woo woo. Li Ziyuan kept mumbling unintelligibly, but Lu Rong couldn't be bothered to listen. With practiced efficiency, they swiftly tied him to the flagpole. In ancient times, this would have been equivalent to a public shaming parade. All right, you'll have to endure this for a while. Bye now, Lu Rong said as he turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back. Wait, I almost forgot, you humiliated my stepmom earlier, didn't you? I also heard you like using guns on women. Well, today, I'll stand up for all those girls and make sure you can never mess with women again. How about that? Woo woo. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyuan's eyes widened in terror, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. A moment later, a muffled groan, like a pig being slaughtered, pierced the air. Blood poured from Li Ziyuan's groin, and within moments, he passed out cold. All that remained was Lu Rong's receding figure. Then came the crowds of onlookers and swarms of reporters who seemingly materialized out of nowhere. This entire scenario had undoubtedly been carefully orchestrated in advance. By tomorrow morning, the Li family would undoubtedly dominate the front pages. Li family villa. Master, the second young master. Housekeeper Wu of the Li family bowed his head, hesitating to continue his words. What is it, old Wu? Don't beat around the bush, speak your mind directly. Old Wu had served as their family's butler for over a decade and had never acted this way before. Looking at him, Elder Li inquired. After hesitating for a long time, old Wu handed the phone to old Master Li, second young master. He's been tied to the flagpole at Wanja Plaza and brutally crippled. Above were photographs of Li Ziyuan being tied up and videos of him cavorting with women in a private room at the Nightfall KTV. What? Old Master Li felt dizzy upon hearing this and swayed unsteadily for a moment. Old Wu immediately stepped forward to support him onto the couch. Master, take care of yourself. Investigate. Who did this? I'll make them vanish from all of Jiang City. Gritting his teeth, old man Li's face turned so red with anger it looked ready to drip blood. Yes, it was Lu Rong. Someone saw him brazenly tying up second young master and even kicking him until. At the mere mention of Lu Rong's name, old man Li flew into an even greater rage, ordering his men to capture Lu Rong. 1,000 cuts won't be enough for him. Hurry and get someone to suppress the news, or else our Li family will truly lose all face. After all, old Master Li was the helm of the Li family, having weathered countless storms. Though furious, his first concern was still the family's reputation. The internet was always a breeding ground for trouble. Good news never traveled far, but bad news spread 1,000 miles in an instant, especially with such explosive headlines. We've already tried doing just that, but it's useless. The news has been reposted over 100 million times online and is now trending at the top of gossip headlines. Lu Rong, I swear I'll never coexist with you. Before Lu Rong even reached home, a phone call came through. Hanging up the phone, Lu Rong was in exceptionally high spirits, as if finally venting a long-suppressed hatred. Old man Li had been so angered by the news that he suffered a heart attack and was now undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. I never expected Shoyu to act so quickly. He had thought Li Ziyuan's scandal wouldn't erupt until tomorrow morning, but midnight gossip proved even juicier. Within just half an hour, it had already become common knowledge. Soon after, Lu Rong received another call from Luo Keqing. Stepmom? What's the matter calling so late? Was it you who orchestrated Li Ziyuan's situation? Luo Keqing was lying in bed, just about to fall asleep, when a sensational news alert popped up on her phone. This lifted her spirits immensely. That Li Ziyuan had repeatedly tried to violate her. If it weren't for Lu Rong's protection, she would have long fallen victim. But despite her joy, she still felt some concern for Lu Rong. After all, he had crippled Li Ziyuan's manhood, and now the Li family would surely regard the Lu family as a thorn in their side. Figured it out? Hee, how about that? Am I amazing? Quick, praise me. Stop showing off. Have you thought about what consequences this might have? Don't worry, I know my limits. Only this way will the fox hiding in the shadows reveal its tail. Just wait and see, the show is about to begin. Chapter 42, 3 Demands. Lu Rong did this not just to avenge Luo Keqing, but also to force the person hiding in the shadows to reveal themselves. He had barely been out of prison for a month and had already crippled the sons of the Li and Zhou families. He didn't believe some people could remain so composed. All he needed to do now was wait patiently. Hanging up the phone, Lu Rong walked back into the villa. You're back. Ever since Lin Jiran regained the use of her legs, her entire being seemed to glow with vitality. Radiant as a twinkling star, she appeared even more dazzling than before. Before Lu Rong could react, Lin Jiran threw herself into his arms. She was already wearing a thin, pink lace nightgown, and with this embrace, the soft contours pressed against him instantly ignited a flame within Lu Rong. Darling, are you trying to seduce me? With his head lowered, Lu Rong unabashedly admired the captivating sight before him, deliberately teasing. Pervert. With a flush, Lin Jiran's face turned as pink as pitaya fruit, and she immediately stepped back. Before she could retreat further, Lu Rong wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace, bringing them even closer than before. I'm your husband. Isn't it perfectly natural for me to play the rogue with you? Besides, is there any part of you I haven't seen? Stop it. I'm so embarrassed. The more Lu Rong teased, the more flustered Lin Jiran became. Crimson blush spread not only across her cheeks but also down her delicate neck and earlobes. This utterly bashful version of Lin Jiran was irresistibly alluring enough to make any man lose restraint. Ah! Lu Rong swept Lin Jiran off her feet in a bridal carry and strode swiftly toward the bedroom. Lu Rong, put me down. What are you doing? I'll eat you. The bedroom witnessed a night of lingering passion. The next morning, Lin Jiran woke early. Since recovering from her leg injury, she had made it a daily habit to rise before dawn to prepare breakfast for Lu Rong. These quiet domestic moments filled her with profound contentment. Then, he began frantically catching up on the news and changes in the outside world that he had missed over the past few years. She wanted to quickly develop the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Rong, so she wouldn't hold him back. When Lu Rong woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Keeping his eyes closed, he instinctively reached to touch the space beside him. Cold. Sweetheart, he called out habitually, but no one answered. Lu Rong got dressed, freshened up, and walked out of the room. Downstairs, he saw only Xiaoyu by herself. Xiaoyu, where's the missus? Sir, the mistress is studying in the study. Shall I call her to join us for dinner? I'll go. With that, Lu Rong headed toward the study. Upon reaching the doorway, he found the study door open. Leaning against the doorframe, Lu Rong admired the picturesque scene before him. Today, Lin Jiran had her hair tied up in a high ponytail and wore comfortable sportswear. Lowering her head, she was fully engrossed in reading an utterly breathtaking sight. Beautiful lady, may I join you for breakfast? Hearing the voice, Lin Jiran looked up to see it was Lu Rong. She rose to her feet, walked to his side, linked her arm with his and said tenderly, "The honor is mine." The two went to the dining room together, calling Xiaoyu to join them as they happily shared their morning meal. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could it be this early? Lin Jiran gazed toward the doorway. "Madam, please continue your meal. I'll get the door," Xiaoyu said while swiftly heading toward the entrance. Ever since Lin Jiran and Lu Rong officially registered their marriage, Xiaoyu had changed her manner of address, now directly calling her madam. "Second master, what brings you here?" Seeing that the visitor was actually Lin Jiran's father, Xiaoyu was somewhat taken aback. Ever since Lin Jiran left the Lin family with Lu Rong, old Master Lin had been seething with anger, furious that his daughter would run away from home with an ex-convict and even sever ties with the family. Moreover, Lu Rong's reputation in the outside world had never been favorable, making him even more reluctant to entrust his only daughter to such a man. All these years, he had been cautious, knowing full well his own limitations, yet by playing his cards right, he had at least managed to secure a portion of the family fortune for his daughter. But with Lin Jiran pulling this stunt, all his previous efforts had gone to waste in an instant. After all this time of holding a grudge, as a father, he ultimately still couldn't rest easy. Moreover, his daughter was paralyzed in both legs, and he feared Lu Rong might take advantage of her or treat her poorly. Today, he had come as a father to stand up for his daughter. After all, they were father and daughter. What grudge could last overnight? What's the matter? Not happy to see me? Never mind, please go ahead. Xiaoyu made a beckoning gesture and led the way ahead. Lin Jiran and Lu Rong chatted and laughed while eating. When they saw Xiaoyu approaching, Lin Jiran asked, "Xiaoyu, who is here so early in the morning?" As she spoke, Lin Jiran looked up. Upon seeing Father Lin, she froze for a moment. "Dad, why have you come?" Standing up, Lin Jiran walked over to her father. "Jiran, your legs?" Seeing Lin Jiran actually walking over to him, Father Lin was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. His daughter's legs, despite consulting the world's most renowned doctors, had never improved. How could she now walk like a normal person? He could hardly believe it, placing both hands on Jiran's shoulders as he looked her up and down. Lin Jiran's eyes were slightly reddened. "Dad, look, my legs are healed, I can walk again. It's Lu Rong. He's the one who cured my legs." Pulling Lu Rong to her side, Lin Jiran addressed her father. Glancing at Lu Rong, Father Lin still couldn't quite believe it. "Him? How is that possible? Didn't he just get out of prison? Since when does he know medicine?" "Uncle, while in prison, I met a benefactor who taught me some skills to get by. Coincidentally, I can treat Jiran's leg condition." "I see, but even so, Jiran, you shouldn't cut ties with the Lin family and stop contacting your father because of him?" In Lin Lauer's eyes, Lu Rong was after all someone who'd been to prison utterly unworthy of her daughter. Seeing this, Lin Jiran said, "Dad, in that household, you're the only one who truly cares for me. But Lu Rong, he genuinely treats me well. I'm willing to follow him anywhere." As she spoke these words, Lin Jiran revealed a blissful smile and raised her gaze to meet Lu Rong's. Lu Rong returned her gaze, their eyes locking in a moment that seemed utterly perfect. Witnessing his daughter's unwavering trust in Lu Rong, coupled with the fact that Lu Rong had miraculously cured her leg ailment, Father Lin found himself with little ground to object. Yet a father remains a father, bound by an eternal promise to safeguard his child's well-being. "Since you insist, I won't stand in your way any longer. But I have 3 conditions, Lu Rong. If you can meet them, I'll consent to entrusting my daughter to you. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I'll separate you two." "Dad, please don't say that. Lu Rong and I are already legally married, we've officially registered." "What? Jiran, how could you be so reckless?" Upon hearing his daughter had already registered her marriage with Lu Rong, Father Lin instantly flew into a rage. "I agree." "What?" Chapter 43, Accepting It All. Just as father and daughter were arguing, Lu Rong's voice intervened. They both turned to look at him simultaneously and asked, "Uncle, didn't you say earlier you wanted me to agree to 3 conditions? Go ahead and state them, as long as I can fulfill them. Even 100 conditions would be acceptable." Lu Rong. Lin Jiran wanted to stop him upon hearing this, but Lu Rong gave her a reassuring look, so she said nothing more. This answer somewhat satisfied old man Lin, and his expression softened considerably. "Good, You said it yourself. Then I won't hold back. That girl Jiran has been well protected by the Lin family since childhood, never suffering any grievances. As she grew older, her abilities became outstanding. But heaven envies the talented, it made her lose the use of her legs. These past 3 years, she's endured scorn and humiliation. It breaks my heart. You mustn't look down on her because of her past flaws, nor can you bully her. Lu Rong understood a father's love for his daughter and nodded solemnly. Uncle, rest assured. Now that Jiran is my wife, what you're saying is what I should naturally do. Dad, Lu Rong treats me very well. You've misunderstood him. You'll see with time. Lin Jiran wore a helpless expression. Don't worry about me anymore. Mr. Lin shot her a glance. As the saying goes, a daughter grown is a daughter gone. You've barely gotten together and already you're siding with him. I'm saying all this because I want your future happiness. After glancing at Lu Rong, Lin Jiran spread her hands helplessly, indicating there was nothing she could do. Also, I've seen the news about your Lu group. Though your company has managed to revive now, who knows what might happen in the future? To ensure my daughter's stable life going forward, I want this villa under Jiran's name, with a legally binding agreement that the property will always remain hers no matter what happens. Understood? No problem at all. You have my word, uncle. I'll promptly handle the property transfer procedures. That's more like it. Seeing Lu Rong agree without the slightest hesitation, Father Lin immediately felt a bit more trust in him. The second condition is to arrange a suitable position for Jiran in your Lu Corporation. Given your current capabilities, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Father Lin was thinking long-term. Though she was a woman, to establish herself in society, she needed to be self-reliant even more. That way, no matter what changes might come in the future, Lin Jiran could always rely on herself to live the life she wanted. Dad, don't give Lorong such a hard time. My leg has just healed, and it's been 3 years since I was involved in any work. Thinking about it now feels totally alien. Lorong's company has only just stabilized. Why are you putting her on the spot like this? By doing this, you're making it hard for him to earn people's respect in the company. I just want to secure your future. It's not too much to ask, is it? As a man, handling some pressure should be normal for you, Father Lin said. Lu Rong nodded. You're absolutely right. I agree to that as well. He felt there wasn't the slightest problem with Mr. Lin's demand. The father was genuinely considering Lin Jiran's best interests. One last thing, transfer 2% of your company shares to Jiran's name. At last, after a long hesitation, Father Lin finally spoke. These are my 3 conditions. If you can agree to them, I'll acknowledge you as my son-in-law. She's my only daughter, all I want is her happiness. Good. With just a single word, Lu Rong made his stance clear. For any capable man, these 3 demands wouldn't be considered excessive. Mr. Lin was immediately delighted. He'd expected Lu Rong to haggle, but the young man didn't. Good. That's taking responsibility. Lin Jiran was deeply moved by Lu Rong's attitude. Though she understood her father's intentions, she also knew she was capable of achieving all this on her own. She didn't need Lu Rong's assistance. Yet Lu Rong had agreed to every single one, a clear proof of her standing in his heart. Taking Lin Jiran's hand, Lu Rong turned to her father. Uncle, I understand your concerns, but I promise Jiran won't suffer any grievance under my care. I'm well aware of the Lin family's circumstances. From now on, consider me your pillar of support, both yours and Jiran's. In that case, don't call me uncle anymore. Yes, Dad. Having achieved his goal, Mr. Lin soon departed. After he left, Lin Jiran took Lu Rong's hand and looked at him affectionately. Don't take my father's words to heart. He means well for me, but I don't want to trouble you either. As long as we're fine, I don't care about those things. It's alright, human nature. I genuinely agreed to it and won't make things difficult. Lu Rong said those words while thinking to himself that he needed to find the right opportunity to tell Lin Jiran about his past encounters with other women while in prison. Though they were things from the past, Lin Jiran still had every right to know. After all, he truly cared for Lin Jiran. The Zhou family. Father, this Lu Rong is ruthless. With the Li family now completely embarrassed throughout Jiangcheng, let's seize this opportunity to discuss cooperation with them. We can deal with both Lu Rong and the Lu Corporation in one fell swoop. Zhou Tenjue gritted his teeth at the mere thought of the humiliation he suffered at the Lins that day. If given the chance, he would cut Lu Rong to pieces, subject him to endless humiliation, and watch him die in agony. Nodding his head, Zhou Hongfeng, the head of the Zhou family, agreed with his son's reasoning. Back when Lu Jiangwo hadn't yet disappeared, he had wanted to replace him and become the preeminent figure in Jiang City. But unfortunately, the Lu group had been thriving like the midday sun, its strength simply too formidable. Now, he had to strike while the iron was hot, ensuring the Lu group would never have another chance to rise again. Although the Lu Corporation has now secured the new energy industrial park project, all problems would be solved if Lu Rong disappeared. Then leave this matter to you, Zhou Hongfeng said, looking at Zhou Tianjue. Ever since being crippled, Zhou Tianjue had been in a slump. Consumed by hatred for Lu Rong, only matters involving Lu Rong could spark his interest. In that case, he would tailor the remedy to the illness and let his son personally take part in dealing with Lu Rong. Excellent. I'll make sure Lu Rong suffers a living hell, wishing for death but unable to find it. The thought of how Lu Rong had shattered his underling's groin with a single kick filled Zhou Tianjue with venomous hatred. His man would never function again in this lifetime. Chapter 44, The Black Bear Mercenaries. Room 701, Super 8 Hotel. Mr. Zhou, what brings you the leisure to treat me to dinner? Li Ziyuan had just been discharged from the hospital not long ago and was still pondering how to take revenge on Lu Rong when Zhou Tianjue called him for this meal invitation. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The two sat in the private room, and Zhou Tianjue got straight to the point. I've heard about your situation, now it's stirred up a storm across the city. Young Master Li, you've become the talk of the town in Jiangcheng. Without stoking the flames, Li Ziyuan definitely wouldn't have agreed to cooperate with him so easily. From what he knew, Li Ziyuan was an extremely arrogant man, and the Li family's influence shouldn't be underestimated either. If Li refused to cooperate, the Zhou family had the power to make Lu Rong disappear completely, though he didn't want to risk affecting the Zhou family's business interests. It would be perfect if I could drag someone down with me. Did you fucking call me here just to humiliate me? If you can't speak like a human, get the hell out. Li Ziyuan looked Zhou Tianjue up and down, his gaze lingering on the latter's lower body. Your Zhou family isn't any better, we're in the same boat. Besides, your father's affair and how he got scared impotent have become a public joke. I guess the Zhou family line ends with you, huh? The father-son duo of your Zhou family certainly has a more colorful story than mine. The Zhou family has only Zhou Tianjue as the sole heir, while the Li family has both him and his elder brother. If his father were more capable, he might have even fathered a few illegitimate children. Though Zhou Tianjue was infuriated by the jab at his sore spot, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit to Li Ziyuan today. Alright, let's stop poking at each other's weak spots, neither of us is in a good position. Even if your Li family avoids extinction, the family fortune won't fall into your hands in the future. Today, since I've come to this banquet, I'd like to invite Brother Li to discuss how to deal with Lu Rong and the Lu Corporation. After all, two heads are better than one. Glancing at Zhou Tianjue, Li Ziyuan's expression turned wary. Who knows what kind of scheme you're brewing? Could it be you're just looking for a scapegoat? Li Ziyuan still had a bit of cunning left in him as he tentatively spoke. His thoughts exposed, Zhou Tianjue remained unruffled. He lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and narrowed his eyes as he said, "No one here's a fool. Even if I wanted to do that, it'd still depend on whether you're willing, wouldn't it?" That's true. Having been in the underworld for so many years, everyone has their own little schemes. After pondering for a moment, Li Ziyuan said, "Speak. How do you want to cooperate?" Although the Lu Group has secured the new energy industrial park project, such a massive piece of cake isn't something they can swallow whole in one go. If we take Lu Rong down, Zhou Tianjue placed a hand at his throat, making a slitting gesture, then continued, then only Lu Keqing remains as a woman, which makes things easier to handle. As for that new energy industrial park project, if the Lu Group loses its helmsman, the Cheng family will naturally seek another cooperative partner. Then both our families will have a shot at it. While listening to Zhou Tianjue explain his thoughts, Li Ziyuan contemplated silently. But for now, it seemed to him that Zhou Tianjue's proposed solution was the best course of action. If he cooperated with Zhou Tianjue, the chances of success would be greater, and he could even secure the new energy industrial park project for the Li family, which might make his grandfather take a second look at him. But if he relied solely on himself, with his eldest brother meddling in the middle, winning would be next to impossible. If the Li family's business were truly inherited by the eldest brother alone, it would become extremely difficult for him to fight for anything for himself. Alright, so do you have any concrete plans? I've had it planned out long ago. Seeing Li Ziyuan agree, Zhou Tianjue took out a black and gold card from his pocket and handed it to him. What's this? Holding the black and gold card, Li Ziyuan asked. The card was black and gold on both sides, yet completely blank. He'd never seen anything like it before. Zhou Tianjue took the card back, placed it on the table, then picked up a cup filled with water and poured it over the card. What's going on here? Don't rush, brotherly, just wait and see. Zhou Tianjue deliberately kept them in suspense, his lips curling into a meaningful smile. After about 30 seconds, four dark red characters surprisingly appeared on the black and gold card. Black Bear Group. Black Bear Group? Never heard of it. Black Bear Group is its public name. In reality, it's the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, Zhou Tianjue explained to Li Ziyuan. He continued, this mercenary group is mainly active around Southeast Asia. It's a massive organization. Not only does it have tens of billions in funds, but it also has tens of thousands of mercenaries worldwide. These mercenaries are trained in hellish conditions, each capable of taking on 10 men alone. That impressive? Oh, I see, you want to use their hands to eliminate Lu Rong? Li Ziyuan suddenly understood, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Nodding, Zhou Tianjue explained, exactly. Money makes the mare go. We can take Lu Rong's life without implicating either of our families. This solution does kill two birds with one stone, but since you have such channels, Why come to me for cooperation? Couldn't you just contact the Black Bear mercenaries directly? If we could locate the Black Bear mercenaries, naturally we would. But their operations are extremely covert, their members only connect through the dark web. Without top-tier cyber talent, contacting them is impossible. Every corporation has its unique strengths, and the Lee family's advantage lies in their technological prowess, particularly their expertise in network technology and possession of elite cyber specialists. So that's it, you want to use our Lee family's connections to locate the Black Bear mercenaries? Exactly. Since we're cooperating, sincerity is key. If you can put me in touch with the Black Bear mercenaries leader in Riverside City, I'll handle all operational expenses. Just need Brother Lee to make the introduction. Zhou Tianjue expressed his goodwill while secretly thinking, no matter what, the Lee family is already implicated, they're all grasshoppers tied to the same string now. With such an offer on the table, Li Ziyuan naturally couldn't refuse. Alright, leave this matter to me, just wait for my update. Li Ziyuan had absolute confidence in the capability of his own network. Great, Brother Lee, you're truly decisive. Pleasure working with you. The two men shook hands to seal their cooperation, colluding together to eliminate their common enemy, Lu Rong. 3 days later, Lu Rong brought Lin Jiran to the company and had her temporarily assume the position of executive assistant. After 1 month, they would evaluate and assign her a suitable role based on her performance. Jiran, bear with it for now and work as my assistant temporarily. We'll see which position suits you best and arrange it accordingly. Holding Lin Jiran's hand, Lu Rong spoke tenderly. Shaking her head, Lin Jiran replied calmly, there's nothing to feel upset about. It's my honor to be your assistant. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. Chapter 45, The Enchantress has escaped prison. Come in, stepmom. The person who entered was none other than Luo Keqing, so he introduced the two. Stepmom, this is Lin Jiran, currently my assistant. I've long heard of the name of the Lin family's eldest daughter. Seeing you today, you truly are a breathtaking beauty. Has your leg fully recovered? Congratulations! As soon as she entered, Luo Keqing noticed Lu Rong and Lin Jiran holding hands, and to her surprise, a hint of displeasure stirred in her heart. But she quickly concealed it, afraid they might notice. She reminded herself not to overthink. After all, she was now Lu Rong's stepmother. After giving Luo Keqing a once-over, Lin Jiran also smiled and said, thank you for your concern. I'll be counting on your guidance at the company. Though she didn't understand why Lu Rong's father would marry someone so young, Luo Keqing was undeniably alluring, her charm radiated from within. Even as a woman, Lin Jiran couldn't help but admire her. Don't worry, we're all family. How about this, I'll treat you two youngsters to dinner tonight as a welcome for Jiran. Great, thank you stepmom. Emperor Joy Hotel. Inside the private dining room, Lu Rong, Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing chatted casually. Auntie, Jiran, you two enjoy your meal. I'm going to the restroom. Alright. Seeing Lu Rong leave, Luo Keqing turned to Lin Jiran. Jiran, Lu Rong must treat you very well, doesn't he? There was an unmistakable trace of envy in her tone as she spoke. Yes, came the reply. Even when I was disabled with both legs paralyzed, he still married me. In this lifetime, having him is enough for me. When mentioning Lu Rong, Lin Jiran's face was filled with affection. He truly was a ray of light in her life. That's good to hear. There were rumors before that he was an idle troublemaker, but it seems they were just gossip. He's nothing like those descriptions. As they chatted, the server brought their dishes to the table. Your order is complete. Please enjoy your meal. Here are your drinks, let me pour them for you both. Thank you. Still oblivious to the approaching danger, the two continued their animated conversation. When Lu Rong returned to the private room, he found it empty. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze settled on a dark stain of blood at the corner of the table. He touched the blood with his fingers, an uneasy premonition creeping into his heart. Waiter! Sir, what's wrong? At the sound of Lu Rong's call, the waiter at the entrance immediately stepped inside. Where are the two people from the private room? Lu Rong demanded, staring at the waiter. Just a moment ago he was in the private room. Other than stepping next door briefly, I never saw anyone come out. Bring up the surveillance footage. Soon, the hotel manager pulled up the surveillance for that particular room. Lu Rong saw that during the server's absence, a woman wearing a black mask had entered the private dining room. Within just a minute, the woman effortlessly supported both of them, one on each side, and escorted them out of the private room. Evidently, both Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing were unconscious at the time, yet the woman easily whisked them away from the hotel. This proved the woman was well trained in martial arts. Boss, call the police. Alright. Lu Rong gave his orders and immediately called Shoyu. Track down Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing's locations for me. Hanging up the phone, Lu Rong began brainstorming. Based on the circumstances, it was clearly deliberate, but taking both women together meant their target was none other than Lu Rong himself. Realizing this, the panic in Lu Rong's heart eased somewhat. If their target was truly him, then he would soon receive a call from them. At least Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing would be safe for the time being. Just then, an anonymous number called in. Lu Rong, femme fatale? Aren't you in prison? How are you able to call me? The moment he heard the voice, Lu Rong immediately recognized who it was. Misha, the leader of a Southeast Asian mercenary group, had only been in prison to enjoy some peaceful downtime. Otherwise, she could leave any time she wanted. In prison, she had practiced dual cultivation with Lu Rong and was also the most clingy one. Upon hearing Lu Rong's words, she immediately cooed flirtatiously, "You devil, of course I missed you. Who else can satisfy me like you do? You broke out of jail?" Realizing this possibility, Lu Rong exclaimed in shock. On the other end of the phone, the woman laughed suggestively. "Darling, you're so clever. I can't wait to devour you right now. It's been so long, have you missed me? Stop messing around. Why did you really call?" Lu Rong felt that Meisha's prison break wasn't just for dual cultivation with him, there must be something more important she needed to do. Don't play hard to get. You weren't this cold when we were together. Alright, I'll stop joking. I got word that my nemesis Black Bear has taken a bounty 100 million for your head. You'd better be careful. The mercenary group led by Meisha was called the Reef, one of the world's other major mercenary forces, and they were in direct opposition to the Black Bears. Both factions were constantly seeking an opportunity to annihilate the other in a single decisive blow. That's why they each have moles in the other's organization. Misha got the tip-off precisely because of this. She was in a hurry to get out of prison, partly to see Lu Rong, but also because she feared for his safety. 100 million? I sure am worth a lot. Her seductive words only further confirmed his suspicions. They had taken Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing precisely because they were targeting him. Alright, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait, Lu Rong, shall I send someone to protect you? No need, goodbye. Lu Rong hung up the phone, afraid that Meisha might latch onto him. He constantly reminded himself that he was now a married man and didn't want to do anything to betray Lin Jiran. In the past, he hadn't been married, but now he was legally bound. For now, all he needed to do was wait patiently. Inside the villa, 9 p.m. Lu Rong had been waiting for their call, but there was no news at all. A call came from Shoyu's side as well, saying they couldn't find any leads. It's evident their information is extremely well hidden. Even someone as capable as Shoyu couldn't track down Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing's whereabouts. The Black Bear mercenary group's confidentiality measures are truly formidable. Just as he thought they wouldn't call tonight, his phone rang. Lu Rong waited a moment before answering, in no rush to speak first. After more than 10 seconds, the voice came through, distorted by a voice modulator. Lu Rong, want to save them? Tell me, what's the condition? Straight to the point, Lu Rong couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. Since their intentions are already clear to me, why waste any more words? Deal. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Bring a bank card with 100 million ready. Come alone to Broken Bridge Cliff. No companions, unless you want body bags delivered instead. Before Lu Rong could speak, the call ended abruptly. Immediately, another call came through. Chapter 46, Enjoy Running Your Mouth? It was Shoyue. Hall leader, we've uncovered the background of the other party. Is it the Black Bear mercenary group? Exactly, Hall leader. You already knew? Shoyue had expended great effort to obtain this information, yet Lu Rong received the news even earlier than him. It seemed Hall Master Jilan's decision was truly the right one. Lu Rong smiled faintly but remained silent. He had one principle during his time in prison, though he maintained connections with various factions. None of these groups were aware of each other's ties to him, nor did they know about his relationships with the rest. His intention was simply to keep his true capabilities hidden. Tomorrow, station snipers at the farthest point of Broken Bridge Cliff. If I scratch my head, take the target out immediately. Yes, Hall Master. Lu Rong wasn't an idiot. If they told him to go alone, he'd go alone. After all, he was facing the Black Bear mercenary corps. No matter how capable he thought himself to be, he couldn't single-handedly confront unknown dangers. He wasn't that stupid. Early the next morning, Lu Rong had thoroughly surveyed the terrain around Broken Bridge Cliff. Choosing this location clearly meant the other party wanted his life, with a bottomless cliff to the north, dense woods to the east, and mountain ranges encircling the west. The topography was treacherous beyond measure. If an unknown number of mercenaries were indeed waiting there, surviving would be nearly impossible. Having just been released from prison, he hadn't actively made any enemies. Those who undoubtedly want him dead must be the Zhou family or the Li family. He couldn't think of anyone else. If he could return alive today, he would surely uncover the truth and settle both old and new grudges together. If it truly was the Zhou or Li family who hired these people, he now felt his previous punishments for them had been too lenient. He had only intended to teach them a minor lesson, yet they sought to take his life. Thus, mercy toward enemies is but cruelty to oneself. As he drove toward Broken Bridge Cliff, Lu Rong pondered the situation in his mind. After driving for about an hour, Lu Rong finally arrived at Broken Bridge Cliff. It was already 8:40 now. Observing from his car, Lu Rong noticed he had approached from the southern side of Broken Bridge Cliff. Judging by the terrain, only the densely forested eastern slope offered an ideal position to conceal a sniper. As he was deep in thought, his phone rang. Hey, I'm here. Quite the early bird. aren't we? Get out of the car, walk 50 meters ahead, and you'll see a gazebo. Turn right, then walk another 200 meters, you'll find what you're looking for. After he finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone directly. Following his instructions, Lu Rong soon spotted a pavilion. Jiran, Mom. Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing were seen tied to the railing behind the pavilion, with a cliff just beyond. Both looked at Lu Rong, their mouths gagged, but they kept trying to say something through muffled cries. On either side of them stood two mercenaries wearing black bear masks and camouflage uniforms, clearly their signature insignia. They were armed with Scar SC assault rifles, which looked impressively rugged. As Lu Rong attempted to step forward, the mercenaries promptly leveled their submachine pistols at him. "Stop right there," one warned. "Move another inch, and I'll blow her head off." One of the mercenaries pointed a gun at Lin Jiran's head and threatened. "Fine, I won't move. You lower your gun too, that thing might accidentally go off. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? You're the prisoner here, know your place." Lu Rong felt nothing but disdain seeing the mercenary act like this. He'd initially thought the man would be more aloof, but turns out he liked running his mouth too. Typical behavior, the stronger someone gets, the more they love showing off. "Alright, I understand, I'll do as you say." Lu Rong tried his best to calm them down. These were men who valued money over their lives, and he didn't want to push them too far. Once he figured out the situation, he'd deal with them. He was curious to see whether his silver needles were sharper than their bullets. "Speak, what exactly do you want?" "What else? Of course, we want your lives, yours and theirs." A voice sounded from behind Lu Rong. When he turned around, he saw a foreign man speaking in somewhat broken Chinese. The man was roughly 1.9 meters tall, with a broad and burly frame that made it clear he was formidable in a fight. This person appears to be their leader, so Lu Rong asked, "I'm curious, if you want my life, why bother kidnapping two women? You could have just come for me directly. That's none of your concern. Though I'm curious too, do you have some special ability? Worth hiring us to take your life? A single bullet would have settled it. I can't figure it out either. What hatred runs so deep that you'd go this far for my life? I'm generally quite easygoing." Lu Rong kept chattering with them as if chatting with friends, his demeanor utterly composed. "But let's not talk about anything else for now. Today, you can take my life if you must. But those two women are innocent. Harm shouldn't reach family members, isn't that right? You're in no position to bargain with me. To use your Hua Kingdom proverb, you're now a prisoner at my mercy." Alright, you really know our Hua Kingdom culture well. Impressive. Lu Rong gave him a thumbs up, then flicked a silver needle toward the man. It moved so fast he didn't have time to react. The man instantly lost all strength and collapsed limply to the ground. The other two mercenaries immediately tore open Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing's clothes upon seeing this. "Don't move. One press of this red button and they're done for." Lu Rong's breath caught as he saw the circle of explosives strapped around Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing's bodies. This Black Star mercenary clearly had some real skills. To acquire such devices in Jiangcheng with its strict regulations, the city clearly wasn't as clean as it appeared on the surface. "Alright, I won't move, I won't." Lu Rong raised both hands above his head, adopting a surrender pose. Meanwhile, Shou Yu and his team observed Lu Rong's movements from a distance, checking whether he would make the prearranged signal they'd agreed upon. One of the mercenaries held a remote control device while another approached Lu Rong and struck him hard on the head with the butt of his gun. The blow wasn't fatal, but it was forceful enough to make Lu Rong's head bleed. After all, mercenaries possess considerable strength. This strike was quite enough to punish Lu Rong severely. Seeing Lu Rong injured, Lin Jiran immediately wept, while Luo Keqing also began wailing anxiously in distress. Then, the mercenaries tied Lu Rong to a pillar of the pavilion with a rope before going to assist their leader and administer the antidote to him. As mercenaries, they naturally had to study all sorts of subjects, so they fully understood the purpose of Lu Rong's thrown needle. Soon, the mercenary leader regained his composure. "Search him," he ordered. Yes, they confiscated all the silver needles from Lu Rong's body, along with the bank card containing 100 million. At that moment, Lu Rong was left with nothing. "Let's see how you'll handle this now." Chapter 47, The Dilemma. The mercenary handed the bank card to their leader, who placed it onto an open laptop. After a brief 10 seconds, he snapped the computer shut. "Payment received. That's satisfying," the mercenary leader said happily after getting the money. "Brothers, you've got your money, and you've outnumbered us in this unfair fight. I accept all this, since I'm dying anyway. Why not let me die with some clarity? Consider it my final wish." Lu Rong wanted to verify his suspicions. What if he somehow survived and made it back alive? The mercenary leader pressed his gun against Lu Rong's chin and examined him with a sneer. "Might as well tell you since you're a dead man walking." "Dead men tell no tales," he said condescendingly. "Think hard, who did you cross?" the mercenary leader prompted. "The Li family of Jiangcheng? Or the Zhous?" As he spoke, Lu Rong studied the man's reaction, who merely nodded in response. Lu Rong pressed further. "So, it's both the Lis and the Zhous? Bingo, clever. Too bad you won't live to see tomorrow's sun." There's nothing to regret, we'll all die sooner or later. But let's talk it over, how about letting these two women go? I'd thank you from the other side if you do. Glancing at Lu Okeaching and Lin Jiran, Lu Rong spoke. Even if he were to die, he wanted them to live after all. They were innocent. Tisk's king, the mercenary leader said, quite the sentimental guy, huh? Then why juggle two women at once? Don't tell me she's your stepmother, I won't buy it. The way she looks at you is anything but familial. Whoa woo. Hearing the mercenary leader's words, Lu Okeaching's already flushed face turned crimson enough to drip blood. It felt like the humiliation of having a secret exposed, yet there was nothing she could do about it now. That's not important. Just tell me, will you do it or not? At this moment, Lu Rong couldn't care less about whether the mercenary leader's words were true or false, his only thought was securing their chance to survive. With an amused glance at the two women, the mercenary leader had a sudden flash of inspiration, an idea that struck him as rather ingenious. Since you care so much about them, why don't we play a little game? What do you say? You call the shots. Lu Rong agreed without hesitation. As long as there was an opening, there was a chance. Right now, he was left with no choice but to take one step at a time. The mercenary leader approached Lin Jiran and Lu Okeaching, eyeing them up and down before turning to face Lu Rong. Between these two, you can only choose one, either this or that. The other one gets thrown off the cliff. What do you think? Isn't my idea fascinating? Hearing his words, Lu Rong cursed the man's ancestors 18 generations deep in his heart, but he couldn't let it show. Alright, no problem, but let me think about it. After all, they're my family, this is too hard a choice to make. I'll give you 10 minutes. Even if you stall for more time, it won't help. Don't worry, I'm already in your hands. What tricks could I possibly pull now? Lu Rong said this to lull his captors into a false sense of security, but in truth, he already had a plan. He'd spotted the explosive detonator for the bombs strapped to Lin Jiran and Lu Okeaching on one of the mercenaries. If the ropes binding him were undone, he would first take out the mercenary holding the detonator, then eliminate the other two mercenaries. That would temporarily resolve the crisis. Buddy, you guys must be pulling in a pretty decent income every month, huh? Earning money by risking your lives, that's some dangerous business right there. Shut up. You have 10 minutes to make your choice, better start thinking about which girl you're gonna pick. Lu Rong's actions were deliberately meant to lower their guard, but his hands had never stopped moving all this while. The mercenary who tied him up just now used a military-style binding method. Coincidentally, during his time in prison, he had learned this exact binding technique through his intimate encounters with Mei Xia during their cosplay games. Never did he imagine it would actually come in handy today. 10 minutes was more than enough time. Back in prison, he'd managed to undo such restraints in just 3 minutes. In no time, he freed himself from the ropes binding his hands and body. Seizing the moment when their attention lapsed, he called out to the mercenary holding the detonator. Bro, come here for a sec. What's the trouble? Though the mercenary spoke those words, he had already let his guard down as he approached Lu Rong. At the moment he was closest to Lu Rong, a silver needle shot out from Lu Rong's mouth in a terrifying flash, piercing straight through his carotid artery. In just 1 second, the mercenary collapsed on the snowy beach, his artery severed. Lu Rong reacted swiftly, freeing himself from the ropes. With a backward bend, he caught the remote control just before it hit the ground and tucked it away on his person. The other two mercenaries immediately raised their guns and opened fire at Lu Rong. Lu Rong leaped aside to dodge the incoming bullet, swiftly moving behind another mercenary to use him as a human shield. The mercenary leader didn't react in time, and the bullet struck his body. Using the man as a human shield, Lu Rong swiftly pushed forward to grab the bag containing silver needles. At that moment, when the mercenary leader realized he couldn't hit Lu Rong, he shifted his target towards Lin Jiran and Lu Okeaching. Just as he raised his gun to aim at Lu Okeaching, a silver needle pierced his gun-holding wrist. Instantly, the gun fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lu Rong delivered a flying kick that sent him tumbling over the cliff. Nothing remained but a terrified wail echoing through the air for a long moment. After dealing with these mercenaries, Lu Rong immediately stepped forward to remove the explosives strapped to Lin Jiran and Lu Okeaching. He first removed the objects from their mouths, letting them catch their breath. After all, they were already terrified. Lu Rong, run! This is a time bomb. They don't just want you dead. They never intended for either of us to survive. How do you know? Hearing Lin Jiran's words, Lu Rong's heart skipped a beat. Before you came, that foreigner was on a phone call. He thought we didn't understand foreign languages, but I understood every word he said. You need to leave immediately, don't worry about the two of us. That's right, Lu Rong, just go. Otherwise, none of us three will make it out alive. Lu Okeaching added, her voice joining in. Despite being women and utterly terrified, they knew the outcome was already decided. They wouldn't drag Lu Rong down with them, even in death. No, I won't leave. I'll definitely save you all. Hearing them say this, Lu Rong's heart ached even more for them. These two women were suffering because of him. How could he possibly abandon them? That would make him worse than human. There must be a way. Let me think. Lu Rong wiped the sweat from his forehead in frustration, then suddenly seemed to recall something. He grabbed his phone and dialed Shoyu's number. Do you know anyone skilled in explosives? A timed bomb. Chapter 48, Life and Death on the Line. Alright, hurry. After hanging up the phone, Lu Rong looked at them and said, "We're saved, don't worry." Really? That's great, Lu Rong. I didn't want to die yet. Only upon hearing the hope of survival did the two women finally show expressions of fear. They had been worried Lu Rong might act impulsively and die with them. Just as they were rejoicing, a bullet came flying straight toward Lu Rong. Look out! Lu Rong! Just as the bullet was about to pierce Lu Rong's body, he swiftly bent his torso to the left, allowing the projectile to graze past his earlobe. An instant later, it embedded itself into one of the pavilion's wooden pillars. 3 seconds later, the pillar swayed unsteadily, tilted forward, and finally the entire pavilion collapsed. Damn, that's some serious firepower. Lu Rong glanced at where the bullet had come from. I thought that foreigner just now was their leader, but it seems the real person in charge hasn't shown up yet. He picked up his phone and called Xiaoyue. Find the sniper in the jungle and take him out. Yes, Hall Master. Before Lu Rong could hang up, the jungle erupted with a rapid series of rustling sounds. Countless bullets seemed to be flying toward them. Lu Rong forcefully propped up the toppled gazebo cover with one hand, shielding Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing behind it. Stay here for now. Let me assess the situation. Though this makeshift barrier wasn't very effective, it was the best solution he had at the moment. What about you, Lu Rong? You must be careful. You can't afford to get hurt. The two women strapped with explosives didn't dare make a move. Lu Rong crouched behind the cover, about to peek at the situation when a bullet came flying toward him. He immediately jerked his body back. Damn, looks like that was just the appetizer. I'm afraid none of us will be leaving today. Glancing at Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing, Lu Rong felt a pang of guilt toward these two women. It's all my fault you're involved in this. I'm sorry. He'd initially thought the enemy had underestimated him by sending only 3 assassins. Now it was clear those 3 were mere cannon fodder, just a test of his capabilities. Don't say that, she replied. Being with you has been the happiest time of my life these past 3 years. Without you, the Lu Corporation would never recover. As a woman alone, there's little I could have done. Fine. If we live together. If we die together. With both of you by my side, the road to the underworld won't be lonely. Amidst the relentless gunfire outside, Lu Rong could already feel their pursuers closing in. Soon enough, they might all be riddled with bullets like sieves. Just then, the gunfire pattern shifted. It sounded like a new force had entered the fray, with both sides exchanging fire. Lu Rong dared another glance outside and spotted Shoyu leading about a dozen men, each armed with guns. They quickly rushed to Lu Rong's group of 3, forming a protective circle around them. Boss, sorry we're late. Not late, just in time. Seeing Shoyue and the others arrive, Lu Rong immediately felt hope. Shoyue, did the demolitions expert make it? The top priority is to defuse the bombs on Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing, otherwise, they'll remain in grave danger. Shoyu led a man clad in explosive-proof armor before Lu Rong. Hall Master, this is our professional demolitions expert. Rest assured, with him here, nothing will go wrong. That's good. Please come with me. Lu Rong truly admired Sister Jilan. Managing the Shadow Hall single-handedly while maintaining such professionalism was no easy feat. The demolition expert followed Lu Rong to where Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing stood and began examining the timed bombs strapped to their bodies. After inspecting the 2 bombs' configurations, the explosives specialist said, "These are the most advanced bombs currently available. Unlike conventional ones, they have a silver wire in addition to the standard blue, white, and red wires, which significantly increases both the difficulty of defusal and the danger level. There are only 10 minutes left before detonation. Time is critical. Everyone except these 2 should evacuate immediately. No, I must stay with them through life and death. Shoyu, lead the rest to retreat to safety. I can't bring harm to so many of you." Sister Jilan appointed him as Hall Master out of trust, and Shoyue was also a very loyal veteran. He couldn't harm so many people for his own selfish desires. And even more importantly, he couldn't betray Sister Jilan's trust. Hall Master, we won't leave. If the Hall Master lives, we live. If the Hall Master dies, we die. This is the absolute order Sister Jilan gave us. You all. Lu Rong never expected Sister Jilan would care for him so deeply, and he was deeply moved. But he also knew Sister Jilan. The Shadow Hall had an unwritten rule that whatever the Hall Master decided must be accomplished, or one must end their own life. Hearing this, Lu Rong said no more. All he could do now was try his best to survive, along with the others. Demolition expert, don't worry about what's happening outside. Focus on the explosives. Yes, sir. Gunfire raged outside while their own situation grew increasingly dire. After a few minutes had passed, the explosives expert said, out of these 4 wires, only one is connected to the detonator. Cutting just that one should do the trick. But I've only studied this latest bomb model in theory, never actually handled one. Whether this works or not is up to fate now. It's alright, stay calm. Go with your gut, we all believe in you. Lu Rong encouraged him, knowing full well that this was precisely the moment to show trust and offer support. Alright, the demolitionist hesitated for a long moment before deciding to cut the silver wire. You're the one. It really is just like those scenes from TV dramas. Life truly imitates art, and art imitates life. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Luo Keqing and Lin Jiran burst into tears and laughter. This man, what kind of moment is this for him to still be in the mood to joke around? With a crisp snap, the demolition expert cut the silver wire, and the timer on the display screen immediately froze. Did we succeed? Wow, you're amazing. Everyone was thrilled. They had seemingly escaped danger. Just as everyone thought the bomb wouldn't explode, the countdown on the display suddenly sped up. Oh no, that wire was just a decoy. We have less than 3 minutes left, and it's moving so fast. What do we do now? Don't rush. Take a closer look, there's still a chance. Everyone broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the demolition expert's words. Yet at this moment, Lu Rong remained extraordinarily calm. His composed voice somehow brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance to those who heard it. The previously frantic demolition specialist immediately steadied himself upon hearing Lu Rong's words. There's another possibility, these 4 wires could be parent-child lines. If one is cut, the bomb's internal mechanism becomes uncontrollable. The only solution is to disable the entire device. Here's what I'm thinking. We cut all 3 remaining wires. Chapter 49. I've missed you so much. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Believe in myself. Everyone nodded in unison, entrusting their lives to the demolition expert. The countdown display now showed only 10 seconds remaining. The bomb technician's palms slick with sweat. His hand holding the scissors trembled uncontrollably. As the countdown reached 1 second, he shut his eyes and snipped the remaining 3 wires. Everyone around closed their eyes nervously, uncertain whether they'd live or die. After the cut, the bomb technician kept his eyes shut for a long moment, but no deafening explosion came. Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked at the display screen. The timer had miraculously stopped at precisely 1 second. I did it! The demolitions expert was overwhelmed with emotion. He hadn't just saved his own life, but dozens of others in this operation. Seeing this, Lu Rong finally exhaled in relief. Can I remove the explosives from those 2 now? Absolutely, that timed bomb is completely harmless now. Excellent. Lu Rong swiftly disarmed the bombs on Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing, causing both women to collapse limply to the ground, taking a long moment to regain their bearings. After all, they were sheltered young heiresses who'd never experienced such ordeals. The fact they didn't break down sobbing on the spot was testament to their resilience. It's all right now, everything's fine, Lu Rong soothed them. Yet at that very moment, as one crisis ended, another abruptly arose. Shou approached Lu Rong. Hall Master, they've surrounded us. What? Lu Rong took the binoculars from Shouyu's hands and looked around. Dozens of mercenaries in camouflage uniforms were rapidly closing in on them. Their numbers were more than 3 times ours. Besides, they're professional mercenaries. No matter how capable the Shadow Hall members are, they simply can't be compared to professional mercenaries. After all, every profession produces its own specialists. Then we can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Hallmaster, do you know how to use a gun? Shou asked Lu Rong, determined to secure even the slimmest chance for his survival. I don't need that thing. With his skills, using a gun would only diminish his style. Seeing Lu Rong's confidence, Shou chose to believe him unconditionally. From his face, one could see the aura of a king. He had no idea what their hall master didn't know. If Lu Rong could return alive today, their Shadow Hall might have a completely different future. Absolutely necessary. Shadow Hall guards, hear this command, defend the Hall Master's safety with your lives. Acknowledged. At that very moment, the opposing forces swarmed in, and the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. Soon, all the men brought by Shou had fallen to the ground. Although opponents were also falling one after another, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming, as wave after wave of enemies surged forward endlessly. One wave fell, only for another to rise. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Lu Rong seized the opportunity when the enemy wasn't paying attention and tore open a gap through their ranks. Dozens of people, fierce as tigers, instantly surrounded Lu Rong. Instantly, screams filled the entire valley, lingering endlessly in the air. At this moment, Lu Rong was like a veritable god of war. Wherever he went, he unleashed a hellish force of destruction. In an instant, over a dozen men fell to the ground. Lu Rong emerged unscathed, while the floor was littered with groaning bodies. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood. Coupled with the screams of agony, it stretched every enemy's nerves to the breaking point. What the hell is this thing? Man or ghost? One seemingly leader among them spoke in broken Mandarin. A dozen men, utterly defenseless, Lu Rong had taken them all down. Had you not witnessed it firsthand, who'd believe this was real? Lu Rong knew it then, his Jinchi had ascended another tier. This was all because of his previous intimate relations with Lin Jiran, which had significantly enhanced his ability to harness energy. With more precise and forceful strikes, the results naturally became twice the effect for half the effort. But soon, those under orders realized they couldn't defeat Lu Rong, so they avoided him and shifted their focus onto others. Show you, any bullets left? Lu Rong shouted loudly. I've got 6 bullets left, and the others have all run out. It's alright, I still have something up my sleeve. Lu Rong still had dozens of silver needles in his bag, they should suffice for now. As the dozen or so men closed in on Shou Yue and the others, Lu Rong spotted one aiming a gun at Shou Yue. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a silver needle flying, striking the shooter squarely in the forehead. Thank you, Hall Master, for saving my life. Family doesn't speak like outsiders. Those without bullets, stay safe on your own. I don't believe their guns will stay loaded forever. The enemies gathered to one side, keeping their distance from Lu Rong, firing at them with guns. Lu Rong then resorted to silver needles. At first, Lu Rong's strikes were deadly precise with each needle, but his opponents quickly grew cunning, using corpses as shields to inch forward in a cowardly advance. This is going to be troublesome. Lu Rong didn't have many silver needles left in his hand, so he stopped throwing them. He would decide his next move based on the situation when the enemies got closer. Hallmaster, if there's a chance later, you should leave first. The Shadow Hall cannot be without you. Impossible, Shou Yue. Don't bring this up again. That's an order. Without you, there would indeed be no Shadow Hall. His words moved everyone deeply. Though they were members of the Shadow Hall, rarely in all these years had they felt the warmth of being valued. Lu Rong's statement was undeniably the best testament to their existence. Their trust in this Hall Master grew even stronger. Suddenly, several mercenaries aimed their guns at Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing. In a desperate move, Lu Rong immediately flung the remaining silver needles in his hand, striking their gun-wielding wrists. Be careful. Lu Rong shielded them behind his back. Now, the silver needles were all used up, they were truly running out of ammunition and food. Let's fight them to the death. After Shou Yu finished speaking, he and the men he led charged forward, using themselves as shields against the bullets. The moment he stepped out, a bullet struck him in the chest, and he slowly collapsed. Hallmaster, you must survive. Shou Yu. One by one, the others fell too, their blood staining the corpses crimson, a scene of utter carnage. If it weren't for restraining himself on account of Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing, he would have rushed forward long ago. But now, Shou Yu and all the men he brought lay in pools of blood. How could this fail to move Lu Rong? By now, Lu Rong's eyes were bloodshot. Rising to his feet, he charged at them, determined to fight to the death. If we're going to die, then let's go together, companions on the road to the Yellow Springs. An enemy's gun was aimed at Lu Rong, finger on the trigger ready to press. With a sudden darting step, Lu Rong charged forward, eager to test whether his speed could outmatch the bullet's flight. But in the end, though he came within a hair's breadth of seizing the enemy's throat, the bullet never struck his body. Instead, the enemy collapsed as bullets riddled his entire form. He also sensed the emergence of another force that seemed to be attacking the enemy. Turning around, he saw a woman wearing a black mask and a black leather outfit emerge behind the enemy lines, followed by dozens of armed men relentlessly firing machine guns at the adversaries. Lu Rong's first thought was that they were saved, but confusion quickly followed. Who was this woman? Why had she suddenly appeared here to rescue them? But now there was no time to worry about all that. He rushed to Shou Yu and saw a bullet had pierced his chest. Yet, Shou Yu was still breathing. Ripping off part of his own clothing, he tied it around the bleeding wound to stop the blood loss first. Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing quickly ran over to lend a hand upon seeing the situation. After what felt like an eternity, the gunfire finally ceased. The Black Bear mercenary forces had been wiped out entirely, with not a single survivor left. Lu Rong had also finished bandaging Shou Yu's wounds. He instructed Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing to look after him while he summoned the Lu family's private doctor, who was already on his way. Standing up, he turned to the woman in black and the people behind her. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Rong, I've missed you so much. Chapter 50, The Ultimate Battlefield. Before Lu Rong could finish speaking, the woman in black suddenly stepped forward and tightly embraced him. Taking advantage of his stunned reaction, she planted a kiss right on his cheek. Lu Rong froze on the spot. Lin Jiran felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart at this sight. What's this situation where the woman immediately kissed Lu Rong upon approaching him? Pushing the woman away, Lu Rong wiped the saliva off his face. Hey beautiful, this is Tu. Just who are you exactly? Me, Lu Rong. Has it really been less than 2 months apart and you don't recognize me anymore? As she spoke, the woman removed the mask from her face, revealing a dark-toned, wild-looking visage before Lu Rong's eyes. Seductive assassination? How did you end up here? At the sight of the woman's face, Lu Rong was both surprised and embarrassed. It was more like the guilty conscience of a thief. Good heavens, what kind of massive battlefield was this? He glanced at Lin Jiran and saw her pale expression. He knew she must have misunderstood. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Lin Jiran. Jiran, this is Mei Sha, a fellow prisoner I met in jail. Lu Rong pulled Lin Jiran closer with a firm grip, forcing himself to make the introductions. Hearing that Lu Rong had gotten married, Mei Sha immediately wore an expression of both sorrow and fury. Lu Rong, how could you get married? Then what about me? Don't forget, the two of us. Before Mei Sha could continue, Lu Rong quickly stepped forward and covered her mouth, preventing her from saying another word. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would only deepen. Jiran, trust me, I'll explain everything later, okay? Although Lin Jiran felt extremely uncomfortable inside, she had no better solution. The only thing she could do was trust Lu Rong. She believed Lu Rong wasn't that kind of person, there must be some misunderstanding. She would wait for him to give her an explanation. Misha's mouth was covered as she mumbled incoherently. Lu Rong shot her a pleading look, silently begging her to stop spouting nonsense. Misha, if you stop talking nonsense, I'll let go, okay? Nodding slightly, Mei Sha signaled her agreement. Lu Rong slowly lowered his hand, freeing Mei Sha's mouth, but she pouted coquettishly instead. I don't care, I'm sticking to you no matter what. I broke out of prison for you, you have to take responsibility for me. Hey, let's not talk about this now. Someone here is seriously injured, I need to check on them first. Seeing there was no way to avoid it, Lu Rong changed the subject and shook off her hand gripping his, then turned to look at Xiang Shoyue. Beside them, Luo Keqing's initial favorable impression of Lu Rong vanished entirely at the sight of this. She remembered this woman when she went to pick up Lu Rong from prison. She had already noticed the dubious relationship between Lu Rong and her. To think this woman would even go so far as to break Lu Rong out of prison. No matter how capable such a scumbag is, he's still worthless. Rolling her eyes, Luo Keqing stood aside, feeling it wasn't worth it for Lin Jiran. Though Misha stopped pestering him, she remained standing nearby with no intention of leaving. With both women now positioned behind Lu Rong, an icy shiver crept up his spine. Lu Rong was skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, but such severe trauma required surgical intervention. Fortunately, he had contacted Dr. Fang Wei, who arrived promptly with his team of assistants and nurses. Fang Wei checked Shoyu's condition and said, I'll prepare for Shoyu's surgery immediately. He's in critical condition and needs an emergency thoracotomy. Alright, I'll stay right here. After hearing Fang Wei's words, Lu Rong responded. He had already brought the medical team and specialized equipment. Then let's perform Shoyu's surgery right here on the spot. No problem. Everyone set up the tent while the nurse prepared for the surgery, and soon the operation began. During Shoyu's surgery, Lu Rong and the others stood guard outside, though the atmosphere inevitably grew awkward. Lin Jiran watched Lu Rong with complex emotions swirling in her heart. Though she trusted Lu Rong, her growing understanding of him during this time revealed that his capabilities weren't as simple as they appeared on the surface. Given today's situation, with so many people risking their lives to save her, it appears there are still many things she doesn't know. Moreover, the woman called Misha just now seemed to share more than a casual relationship with Lu Rong. She clearly had something to say, yet Lu Rong kept evading. This made Lin Jiran think even more. A restless unease crept into her heart. If Lu Rong had truly been involved with this woman in the past, how should she handle it? Sensing the shift in Lin Jiran's emotions, Lu Rong knew this wasn't the right moment for explanations, so he had to set aside matters of the heart for now. The surgery took 2.5 hours before Fang Wei finally emerged from the tent. The operation was very successful. The bullet was just 0.5 millimeters from his heart. He's got 9 lives. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Fang Wei reassured everyone that all was well. Seeing the successful surgery, Lu Rong also breathed a sigh of relief. But Fang Wei added, after all, he's quite advanced in age now. We still need to be cautious during postoperative recovery, he must take thorough care. I'm aware of that point, rest assured. Shoyue could be considered his savior, he would surely make proper arrangements. Yet none of the men Shoyue brought survived despite attempts to save them. Lu Rong had no idea how to explain things to Sister Jilan. With the crisis diffused, Lu Rong first ensured Shoyue was settled. Originally, he intended to house Misha in a hotel, but she insisted on coming home with him instead. You're the leader of a mercenary group. Aren't you afraid of enemies tracking you down by following me home so openly? I'm not scared. As long as I'm with you, I'm not even afraid of death. Misha clung to Lu Rong's arm, pressing her entire body against his. Lu Rong glanced at Lin Jiran before forcefully pulling his arm free again. Misha, don't be like this. I won't. Lu Rong, it's alright. If Miss Misha wants to come home with us, let her. Watching them tug at each other like this made Lin Jiran feel utterly wretched. Yet she didn't want to put Lu Rong in a difficult position either. After all, by any measure, Lu Rong was her benefactor. There was no emotional foundation between the two of them. She had simply fallen for him alone. If Lu Rong truly favored Mei Sha, she could step aside. This was the worst possible outcome she could imagine. Shiran, well, alright then. Mei Sha, you can stay at my place for tonight, and we'll figure something else out tomorrow. Yay! Having made their decision, the group left Broken Bridge Cliff. Returning to the villa, Lu Rong felt everyone had been frightened and exhausted from the day's events, so he arranged for them all to rest. Madam, you finally returned safely? Oh, who's this African woman? Little Yu instantly wore a guarded expression upon seeing the African-looking woman beside Lu Rong. Chapter 51, even beating a dog requires considering its master. Who's African? I'm pure-blooded Huagua descent, just got a bit tan from long-term training, that's all. Misha instantly felt insulted and refused to back down in the argument. Lin Jiran pulled Xiaoyu aside. Don't be rude. Quickly take Miss Misha to rest. She's our lifesaver. Without her, we wouldn't have made it back alive. Yes, madam. Xiaoyu instantly changed her demeanor and sashayed off to the guest bedroom with lethal charm. Originally Mei Sha was somewhat reluctant, but seeing Lu Rong's dark expression, she had no choice but to comply. Lu Rong took Lin Jiran's hand and led her to the master bedroom. Holding her hand, Lu Rong felt this was the best moment to explain. He didn't want Lin Jiran to be upset. Jiran, will you listen to my explanation? Alright, go ahead. Lin Jiran wasn't the type to make unreasonable demands. After all, she had studied abroad, but she needed an explanation. Lu Rong told Lin Jiran about his previous prison experiences with Mei Sha and other women, including the reason he had been imprisoned in the first place. Let me process this. His words were too much for Lin Jiran to handle. She felt they went beyond anything she could comprehend. Although she had been studying abroad for so many years where Western culture is quite open, she was still Chinese at heart and retained some traditional values. Lu Rong had actually cultivated dual cultivation with so many women, but all parties had participated willingly. This doesn't make him a scumbag, nor does it mean those women were improper. After all, today's society is brutally realistic. If Lu Rong and the Lu group couldn't stand strong and independent, they'd likely be devoured by those watching like hungry tigers. Old man Lu's disappearance is a ticking time bomb. Jiran, now that we're legally married, as your husband, I respect any decision you make. Your feelings matter deeply to me. Alright, I understand. I'm not blaming you, but please give me some time to think this through. Okay. In the living room, Lu Rong was about to leave when Misha stopped him. Lu Rong, you promised me you wouldn't abandon me. You know my background, I'm an orphan. Besides you, I don't trust anyone else. Besides you, I won't accept anyone else. Don't even think about shaking me off in this lifetime. Her hands wrapped around Lu Rong from behind, Mei Sha adopting the coquettish demeanor of a spoiled young woman. To the outside world, she was cold-blooded, ruthless, and merciless, a force that would slay anyone or anything in her path. But only before Lu Rong could she truly be herself. But I don't want any titles, nor will I fight over anything. I'll get along well with Sister Jiran. Besides being with you, I won't cause you any trouble. She had already chosen Lu Rong. As long as she could be with him, she could endure anything. Even if you asked me to abandon the Dark Reef Mercenary Corps, I would give it up. No, the Dark Reef is what you've built enduring countless dangers. It's your life's work. Your sense of worth. I wouldn't make things difficult for you. Upstairs by the handrail, Lin Jiran overheard Lu Rong and Mei Sha's conversation. Two streams of tears slowly trailed down her face. Lin Jiran, do you love this man? Unconsciously, Lin Jiran asked herself. Of course I do. These three words were enough to convey his feelings, and in an instant, she understood everything. Life is too short. Why make it harder for yourself? Just do what you want to do. Walking downstairs, Lin Jiran spoke directly. I'm Lu Rong's wife. You can like him, but you can't replace my position. Originally, Lin Jiran had intended to speak calmly, but the moment the words left her mouth, they took on a different tone. Her words were dripping with jealousy. Don't worry, Sister Jiran. Just share some of Lu Rong's time with me. I won't compete with you. We're not that familiar yet, don't call me sister. Besides, even if you tried, you couldn't steal him away. The Lin Jiran's words suggested acceptance of her past and tacit acknowledgement of Mei Sha's existence, as a woman, who would willingly share her husband unless she loved him to the marrow of her bones. As long as Mei Sha could be with Lu Rong, she wouldn't cling to such trivial matters. Fine, you're absolutely right, sister. I'll do as you say. Calling her sister at every turn made Lin Jiran inwardly roll her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Rong never expected both women to love him so deeply. He felt utterly unworthy of such devotion. He secretly vowed to protect and cherish them both in the days to come. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xiaoyu immediately went to open the door, only to find Lin Yuanji and Lin Yuyan standing outside. What are you two doing here? At the sight of them, Xiaoyu instantly felt displeased. Back at the Lin family, this father-daughter pair had never missed a chance to mistreat her lady. She couldn't stand the sight of them. You're just a servant. How dare you speak to me like that? Seems like you don't want this job anymore. A resounding slap landed squarely on Xiaoyu's face. Xiaoyu immediately ran to Lin Jiran's side, clutching her reddened cheek, and said pleadingly, Madam, Lin Yuyan, don't go too far. Xiaoyu is my person. When you beat a dog, you should consider its owner. You have no right to cause trouble here. Lin Jiran pulled Xiaoyu along, fuming with anger. Lin Yuyan had acted arrogantly and domineeringly in the Lin family, and even after coming to the Lu family, she still didn't know how to restrain herself. When the father and daughter entered the living room, Lin Yuyan ignored everyone else and said with a forced smile, "Sister, your legs really recovered, huh? That Lu Rong does have some skills. But you should still thank me. If I hadn't given Lu Rong to you back then, you'd probably still be in a wheelchair. Don't you forget about younger sister's kindness now, right, brother-in-law?" Exactly, Lu Rong. Now that the Lu Corporation has risen from the dead and even secured ties with the Cheng family, don't you dare forget about our Lin family. This father and daughter pair are truly cut from the same cloth, both shameless to the core. From their words, Lu Rong immediately understood their purpose. They had come to see whether Lin Jiran's leg had truly healed, and they probably intended to cash in on a favor while they were at it. Ugh, what's that awful sewage smell? Xiaoyu, did some filthy thing sneak in here? Do we have any cleaner to neutralize the stench? Seeing the visitor meant trouble, Mei Sha's words carried a veiled threat. Yes, I'll spray the entire house later to prevent any bacteria from spreading. For the first time, little fish found Mei Sha pleasing to the eye. Where the hell did you crawl out from? So damn dark you'd vanish if you dropped onto the ground. Smack! Dare to disrespect me? You're asking for death. She's dark-skinned, but it depends on who's saying it. This woman is clearly a manipulative green tea bitch. As the slap landed, Lu Rong immediately closed his eyes, not daring to look. He had witnessed Mei Sha's methods and strength in prison. This woman was not to be trifled with. Ah, Dad, she actually hit me. After taking the slap, Lin Yuyan's mouth twisted instantly, half her face red and swollen, her words slurring beyond recognition. Chapter 52, Desiring Dual Cultivation. Lu Rong, is this how the Lu family treats its guests? Need I remind you that I nearly became your father-in-law? Moreover, the Lu family arranged Jiran's marriage to you right after your release from prison. Shouldn't you be overflowing with gratitude? Lin Yuanji actually dared to use this as leverage. Mentioning this only made Lu Rong find the situation even more laughable. Respecting you as an elder, I'll address you as uncle, but I distinctly remember apart from Jiran every member of the Lin family looked down on me as an ex-con fresh out of prison. Not only did Lin Yuyan refuse to marry me back then, she even tried to stop Jiran too. Have I remembered wrong? Humph. So you're all the type who enjoys piling on misfortune, have you no shame? How about I cut out your tongues and pickle them for dinner? They're useless anyway. Seductive Killer was the pragmatic type. As she spoke, she actually pulled out an incredibly sharp dagger from her pocket. Seeing this, Lu Rong immediately told her to put it away. This seductive assassin was used to dealing with enemies, always quick to draw knives and guns. But this was Jiangcheng, not Southeast Asia. Such methods didn't fly here. Seeing the assassin prepare to get serious, the father-daughter pair instantly turned ashen with fear. You dare treat us like this? Just you wait. Yuyan, we're leaving. Humph. The father-daughter pair left in tandem after failing to gain any advantages at the Lu residence. After their departure, Lu Rong explained the current circumstances to Mei Sha. Mei Sha, this is Jiangcheng. Your whereabouts will likely be exposed soon. This place isn't safe for you, you should leave first. I can leave, but I want to cultivate together with you. The last two words, seductive kill, were whispered by Mei Sha into Lu Rong's ear, audible only to the two of them. Upon hearing those two words, Lu Rong's ears instantly turned red. Recalling his experiences in prison, he actually felt a faint thrill in his heart. All crows are black under the sky. What man doesn't dream of having his arms around two beauties at once? Glancing at Lin Jiran, Lu Rong felt somewhat torn. I'm fine, you can go attend to your business if needed. Lin Jiran understood how difficult it would be to change Lu Rong. His past experiences were immutable. Now she needed to consider whether she could accept him as he was. She didn't want to forcibly bind Lu Rong to her side. That would be far too selfish. Alright, I'll come back later. Lu Rong could only sigh in resignation. Mei Sha was, after all, the leader of a mercenary group, and this time she had completely obliterated the Bear mercenary corps. He reckoned they were probably scouring everywhere for her whereabouts now. China was quite different from Southeast Asia. These matters were strictly regulated here. Although they managed to retreat unscathed from Broken Bridge Cliff, traces would inevitably be left behind, and soon the Jiangcheng government would become aware. Therefore, she couldn't make a grand appearance in the public eye. After all, she had escaped from prison. Lu Rong arranged for Mei Sha to stay at a hotel under the Lu Corporation's umbrella, ensuring a safer environment. The moment they entered the room, Mei Sha immediately pinned Lu Rong against the wall. Mei Sha, don't be like this. I won't listen, I've missed you so much. Lu Rong wanted to refuse, but Mei Sha was too passionate, pouncing on him with kisses that were simply irresistible. Soon, the room was filled with blush-inducing sounds. So good. After a long while, Mei Sha nestled contentedly against Lu Rong's chest. Today you feel different somehow, as if there's a beast inside you trying to burst out. Could your yin-yang divine technique be nearing completion? Lu Rong lay with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. He also felt a surge of opposing energy coursing through his body, making him unbearably feverish, as if it were about to set his entire being ablaze. Maybe, after completing this dual cultivation, far from feeling exhausted, he instead felt radiant and invigorated. If he could master the yin-yang divine technique, his combat prowess would reach new heights. No one knew that Lu Rong had already reached the mid-stage core formation level, placing him among the elite of ordinary martial artists. But if he wanted to stand at the pinnacle of the world, he couldn't afford to stop. After all, what awaited him was the unknown. After their dual cultivation, Lu Rong shared his future plans with Mei Sha, and surprisingly, she listened attentively and agreed to every one of them. Leaving the hotel, Lu Rong immediately dialed a number on his phone, spread the news about the Black Bear mercenary group's presence in Jiangqing to the government, and emphasized that they're armed. The more exaggerated, the better. Hanging up the phone, Lu Rong's lips curled into a wicked smile. The news of Mei Sha's prison break has now been broadcast on television. To protect her, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. The best way to keep a piece of news from being noticed is to have another even more sensational story. The Black Bear mercenary group and the Dark Reef mercenary group are sworn enemies, and it just so happened that he could divert Mei Sha's focus onto the Black Bear mercenary group. Indirectly, he did a good deed for the common folk of Jiangcheng. Not only that, but it also ensured Mei Sha's temporary safety, killing two birds with one stone. And next, he had important matters to attend to, namely, the annual Dragon Peak auction. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 53. Each has their secret scheme. Lu Rong went to the Chang family's house. He was only there to deliver the invitation. Grandpa, this is the invitation to the Longfeng auction. Perfect timing. Taking the invitation letter, Old Man Chang was immensely satisfied. Unexpectedly, this kid truly kept his word and arrived right on time. Lu Rong, if you're free, come with me to the auction house. Lu Rong nodded vigorously. Then, Old Master Chang summoned all his sons and grandsons. Since Lu Rong is also here, I'll arrange who goes to the capital tomorrow for the Longfeng auction. Those staying behind must guard the house well. The Longfeng auction? That's where the world's elites gather. The information is highly confidential, and invitations are required. Father, how did you know about it? Indeed, Father, do you even have an invitation? Chang Yilong and Chang Dikun's eyes immediately lit up when they heard about the Longfeng auction, exchanging a glance between them. The rest of the group also turned their attention to the elderly Mr. Chang. Although the Chang family was one of the largest privately held conglomerates in the country, specializing in certain fields didn't make obtaining an invitation to the Longfeng auction any easier. Old Mr. Chang smiled faintly. This is entirely thanks to Lu Rong. He was the one who secured both the information and the invitation. Lu Rong? Everyone turned to look at Lu Rong, hardly able to believe that a convicted felon fresh out of prison could possibly have such capabilities. But since Old Master Chang had spoken, none dared to question it. No matter who obtained the invitation, being able to attend was all that mattered. Father, eldest brother has managed the company for years. With him accompanying you to the capital this time, we can rest assured. That's right, Father. Those in the Chang family who favored Chang Yilong all spoke up on his behalf. Even Chang Yilong himself thought so, though he didn't voice it directly. Father has his own plans. Whoever goes or stays will be arranged as Father sees fit. After surveying the room, Elder Chang spoke in a subdued tone. The capital is no place like Jiangcheng. After careful consideration, I've decided to take the eldest, the second, and Lu Rong with me, along with a few bodyguards. The rest of you may stay at home and await our return. Father, second brother is still somewhat weak. Perhaps he should recuperate at home instead of making the journey? Chang Dikun glanced at Chang Yilong before stepping forward to voice his suggestion. Indeed, the capital is such a distant place, and who knows what mishaps may occur. Better not let second uncle make the journey, don't you think? Chang Yilong's son Chang Zihao also chimed in. This father and son pair both harbored the ruthless ambitions of wolves, constantly fearing that Master Chang might pass the position of family patriarch to Chang Xiangyu. Enough, I have my own plans. There's no need for any more words from you. Old Master Chang waved his hand and headed upstairs. Let's stop here for today. We'll set off for Jiangqing first thing tomorrow morning. After Lu Rong left, only the younger generation of the Chang family remained in the living room. At this moment, each harbored ulterior motives as they exchanged glances. Second brother, Father holds you in such high regard. Take care of your health, don't let him down. After Old Man Chang left, Chang Yilong dropped the act, flashing a wicked smile as he looked at Chen Xiangyu. After recuperating for some time, Chen Xiangyu had fully recovered, yet he still put on a sickly front. His goal was to keep everyone in the dark. Thanks for your concern, big brother, but recently, I've come to realize something. The person you trust could very well be the one stabbing you in the back, so it's always wise to keep your guard up. What's with the sudden cryptic nonsense, you damn invalid? Since Old Master Chang has left, Chang Dikun didn't even bother calling eldest brother Chang's second brother anymore. Third brother, mind your manners. Chang Yilong maintained a deceptive smile, though he was actually the most sinister of them all. Humph, he's no second brother of mine, he doesn't deserve the title. Though Chang Xinyue found the whole scene irritating to witness, as a junior family member, she didn't dwell on it. Xinyue, help me back to my room. Chang Xiangyu had no interest in verbal sparring with them, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Earlier, when Lu Rong treated him, his condition was already hopeless. Were it not for Lu Rong, he likely would have died long ago. The drastic reversal of circumstances made him suspect foul play was at work. Xinyue, any leads on what I asked you to look into? Father, all the doctors who treated you have vanished without a trace. It seems your suspicions were correct, they were indeed problematic. Chang Xinyue was not only elder Chang's most capable granddaughter but also the daughter Chang Xiangyu valued above all others. Chang Xiangyu nodded and said, keep investigating. I refuse to believe they can vanish into thin air. Even if they're dead, I want their bodies found. Understood, Father. Nightfall KTV. Inside the private room, Chang Yilong and Chang Dikun were enjoying themselves with women on both arms. Big brother, do you think that sickly wretch has figured something out? Chang Dikun said while planting a rough kiss on the beauty in his arms. So what if he knows? He has no proof. Besides, I've already taken care of those doctors. But what if he keeps pestering us? It'd be a real nuisance. We might as well finish what we started in just. The mere thought of Chang Xiangyu's arrogant demeanor made Chang Dikun's blood boil. His words precisely echoed Chang Yilong's own thoughts. But since Chang Xiangyu had always been under Old Master Chang's protection, there was nothing they could do even if they wanted to take action. But now the old master was taking him to the capital, a long journey ahead where anything could happen. If something unforeseen were to occur, the consequences would be impossible to predict. This is indeed a great opportunity. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Carry it out smoothly, don't expose anything suspicious. Got it, boss. I've been waiting to hear those words from you. Little did they know, every word they uttered reached Lu Rong's ears. How vicious, not even sparing one's own flesh and blood. With a cold sneer, Lu Rong vanished down the corridor. Dongcheng Villa. Jiran, I'm going to the capital for a few days. I'll leave everything at home in your hands. Don't worry, I promise to be your perfect helpmate so you won't have any worries. Lin Jiran had come to realize these past few days, in this dog-eat-dog era, it was impossible to live a peaceful life without fighting for it. These days, she had come to realize that if she wanted to be with Lu Rong, she would unconditionally support him and his women. Sensing Lin Jiran's relief, Lu Rong knew she no longer held any resentment about Mei Sha, and his heart felt much lighter. So, he pulled her into his arms. You're so good. With you here, I feel at ease. But we won't see each other for quite a few days, wife. Shouldn't you satisfy your husband first? Lu Rong suddenly scooped Lin Jiran up in a princess carry and swiftly headed toward the bedroom. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Turn of Events. The next day, to accommodate Chang Xiangyu's health condition, Old Master Chang decided to travel to the capital on a private jet. This made Chang Yilong even more jealous. Last time he wanted to take his wife on a trip using the private jet, Old Master Chang wouldn't permit it. Yet this time, for Chang Xiangyu's health, he actually authorized the use of the finest aircraft. But no matter how resentful he was, he could only swallow his anger. There would be plenty of time to settle the score after the old man kicked the bucket. When the time comes, he will make Chang Xiangyu and all those Chung family members who look down on him pay dearly. After 2 hours of flight, the plane arrived at the Chang family's private airport. Grandfather, take your time. Lu Rong thoughtfully stayed by Old Master Chang's side, reinforcing the old man's belief that adopting this godson was indeed the right decision. Meanwhile, Chang Yilong beside them glanced at his watch repeatedly, a barely noticeable smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Father, the car picking us up is here. Let's go. Outside the airport, 4 Rolls-Royces were neatly lined up at the entrance. Chang Yilong, unusually diligent, opened the car door for Old Master Chang. Just as Chang Xiangyu was about to get in, Chang Yilong stopped him. Second brother, father, and I still have matters to discuss. Why don't you take the car behind? All right, then I'll ride with second uncle in the back car too, so we won't delay your discussion. Lu Rong knew Chang Yilong was up to no good. He absolutely had to protect Chang Xiangyu's safety. If his guess was correct, Chang Yilong wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Chang Xiangyu, then place the old Master Chang under house arrest. That way, the entire Chang family would fall into his hands. What a vicious move this was. After everyone boarded, the car slowly pulled away from the airport, heading to the prearranged Lafite mansion. But in the car, Chang Yilong couldn't help stealing glances at the following vehicle through the rearview mirror. Seeing it tailing them persistently, he grew increasingly smug. He knew that a good show was about to begin. Yilong, as the eldest son of the Chang family, you must bring honor to our name during your stay in the capital. Father has placed high hopes on you. Yes, father, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. Please rest assured, I will not let you down. The father and son exchanged a few casual words. Byte_6. Chang Yilong noticed the cars behind him were moving along normally without any unusual signs, so he checked the time again. Suddenly, boom! The car behind them exploded instantly, bursting into a shower of flames as debris flew skyward. Second brother, Lu Rong. Old Master Chang was utterly stunned when he saw the car behind them explode. The moment he realized Cheng Xiangyu and Lu Rong were still in the vehicle, his mind went blank with shock, leaving him frozen in place. Father, get out of the car now. Cheng Yilong ordered the driver to stop the car, then helped Old Master Chang out and pulled him away as they sprinted toward safety. Second brother, I need to see second brother. Old Master Chang shouted anxiously. Father, the car has already exploded. Second brother's body is probably beyond recognition now. What if the other cars aren't safe either? We should retreat further first. Chen Yilong practically dragged Old Master Chang away from the scene by force. At this moment, Chang Yilong couldn't be happier. He had finally eliminated the long-standing thorn in his side. Now the entire Chang family would belong to him. Though exhilarated, he still put on an act of being utterly heartbroken. Soon after, when all the people from the remaining 3 cars had fled to safety, those vehicles also exploded. The show must go on in every detail. This was exactly what Chang Yilong had planned earlier, to avoid arousing Old Master Chang's suspicion. By now, Old Master Chang had fainted from overwhelming grief, leaving Chang Yilong in complete control of the situation. Hurry and clean up the scene. Let's get Dad to the hospital at top speed. Beijing Central Hospital. Doctor, how is my father's condition? There's nothing seriously wrong. This fainting spell was caused by emotional agitation. After he wakes up, he must maintain emotional stability. If he becomes overly excited again, it could damage his central nervous system and possibly induce another coma. Thank you, doctor. I understand. Let me walk you out. In the room, only Chang Yilong and Old Master Chang remained. Gazing at Old Master Chang lying on the bed, a triumphant smile spread across Chang Yilong's face. If his father remained unconscious, wouldn't Chang Corporation belong to him? Just thinking about it made him joyous. Yilong. Just as Chang Yilong was lost in his thoughts, Old Master Chang regained consciousness. Father, I'm here. Chang Yilong stepped forward and took the old man's hand, doing his best to put on a heartbroken expression. Old Master Chang looked at Chang Yilong as if grasping at his last straw. Yilong, tell me your younger brother is fine, isn't he? What just happened wasn't real, right? Tell me it's not true. Father, I can't lie to you, it's true. No, I don't believe it. I want to see Xiangyu. Old Master Chang instantly burst into tears. An elderly man nearing 70, forced to bury his own child, no one could bear such a blow, especially when it was the son he valued most. Father, I've already sent people to search, but they couldn't find second brother's body. It was probably blown to pieces, not even bone fragments remain. Sob. Second brother, how cruelly you died. Chang Yilong forced out a few tears as he spoke. I must go to the scene, even if Xiangyu has been blasted to dust. I'll bring him home. I can't let his remains vanish without a trace. Old Master Chang grew so agitated that he pulled out his 4-drip and tried to get out of bed. Chang Yilong immediately stepped forward to stop him. Father, don't get worked up. The doctor said your body can't withstand such strain. If you want him back, I'll go retrieve him for you. No, I must go personally. I must bring Xiangyu home. At that very moment, a deep voice rang out from outside the room. Chapter 55. Brothers confront each other. Father, I'm not dead. Suddenly, the ward door was pushed open as Chang Xiangyu walked in, with Lu Rong following behind. Xiangyu, is it really you? You're not dead? Rubbing his eyes, Old Master Chang was immediately overjoyed. He had missed his second son so much. Was this really happening? Chang Yilong was stunned when he saw Chang Xiangyu standing before him completely unharmed. This is impossible. How could that be possible? It's me, Dad, I'm fine. Chang Xiangyu looked at his tearful father, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. This time, he really had to thank Lu Rong. Had it not been for him, he might have been blown to pieces. When they first got in the car, Lu Rong had warned him that the vehicle was dangerous. He suggested they ask the driver to find an opportunity to stop, so they could get out and let the car drive itself. At first, he couldn't believe it, but as the car raced forward, it suddenly exploded with terrifying force. Regaining his composure, Chang Xiangyu turned his gaze towards Chang Yilong, who stood dumbfounded where he was, and slowly walked over. Big brother, aren't you happy to see me return safe and sound? Looking at Chang Yilong, Chang Xiangyu's eyes no longer held the respect of the past, instead seeming to carry veiled meaning. How could that be? Of course, second brother, nothing matters more to father and me than your safety. Chang Yilong replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Really? I'm not so sure. Until the truth is uncovered, it's still unclear who's human and who's a ghost. Lu Rong deliberately spoke like this to unsettle him. Isn't that right, uncle? At the time, he was in too much of a hurry and failed to record the video. Otherwise, he would have surely exposed this wolf in sheep's clothing to his face. Being tagged made Chang Yilong's heart skip a beat. Could this Lu Rong know something? Impossible. Chang Yilong steadied himself. Others might act that way, but we're flesh and blood. Of course we trust each other completely. Right, little brother? Exactly. Big brother cared for me the most. When I was bedridden from illness, he went to great lengths to find doctors for me. Taking a few steps forward, Chang Xiangyu placed his hand on Chang Yilong's shoulder, staring into his eyes as he spoke. Chang Yilong blinked repeatedly as he looked at him, clearly somewhat guilt-ridden. Yet some well-intentioned efforts are more like poison masked in sweetness, people don't even realize how they die. Lu Rong added pointedly. He wanted Chang Yilong to lose his composure, so that more flaws would be exposed. Lu Rong, are you determined to sow discord between us brothers today? How could that be? But as I always say, true brotherhood can't be destroyed by gossip unless it's that fake plastic kind that shatters at the slightest touch. Now that would be pathetic. Alright, as long as you're fine, we can talk about anything else another day. Although old Master Chang also noticed Lu Rong seemed particularly critical of Chang Yilong today, he didn't dwell on it. Chang Xiangyu didn't want his father to worry. Smiling, he took the old man's hand. Yes, father, I'm perfectly fine now. Please stop worrying about me and take care of your own health instead. Don't make us worry about you. I see. But Xiangyu, the car you were in exploded. How did you both come out unscathed? What on earth happened? Old Master Chang looked at Chang Xiangyu and Lu Rong, utterly bewildered. Lu Rong stepped forward to explain, Grandfather, right after the car started, I had a stomachache and needed to use the restroom. Uncle and the driver waited for me but eventually got out to look for me when I didn't return. The driver accidentally pressed the autopilot button, so that's how it happened. Oh, I see now. Still, this was a trial by fate, in a way, it indirectly saved your lives. Yes indeed, second brother. Speaking of which, we ought to thank Lu Rong. With meaningful glance at him, Chang Xiangyu remained silent but turned to old Master Chang instead. Father, let Lu Rong take your pulse and examine you. Very well. What concerned him most was his father's health. As for those who wanted him dead, he'd have plenty of time to settle scores with them. Don't rush. Lu Rong felt old Master Chang's pulse for a while before saying, Grandfather, your fainting was caused by obstructed blood flow due to excessive emotional agitation. I'll prescribe some medicine for you, taking it will ensure you're fine. Good. I'll entrust this old body of mine to you. After receiving an injection, old Master Chang left the hospital with the others and headed to Lafayette Manor. Back at the villa, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest and prepare for the upcoming Longfeng auction. Chen Yilong went back to his room and angrily threw his phone onto the bed. After a while, he picked up his phone and dialed Chang Dikun's number. Before he could speak, the other party triumphantly said, Big brother, that sickly runt should be nothing but bones by now, right? Nothing to worry about anymore, huh? Bullshit, he's not dead at all. Chen Yilong was nearly driven mad with rage. How could this be? I had everything arranged? Chang Dikun was utterly baffled. Chen Yilong's expression turned vicious. He got lucky this time, but Providence won't always favor him. We'll just find another opportunity. Little did he know, Lu Rong had been secretly eavesdropping at the door, capturing every word on tape. Then, he played it for Chang Xiangyu. Only now did Chang Xiangyu truly believe that this was the doing of the elder brother he had once revered most. Chen Yilong, from this day forward, you and I are no longer brothers. We stand as sworn enemies. Though he had always been indifferent to power and wealth, when his elder brother repeatedly sought his death, there was no longer any need to cherish their fraternal bond. Soon enough, the day of the auction arrived. The Longfeng auction was held at the Qinghua Imperial View in the capital. Qinghua Imperial View had 5 floors, and from the first to the 5th, every room on each level was prearranged. The higher one's social standing, the higher the floor they were assigned. Old Master Chang and his entourage arrived at the entrance of Qinghua Imperial View. This time, the car had been thoroughly inspected by professionals and was guaranteed to be 100% safe. There weren't many arrivals, as the invitations were strictly limited in number. Upon reaching the entrance, Elder Chang took out his invitation and handed it to the attending staff for inspection. Here is your seating card. Please proceed inside, your seat number is indicated on it. Thank you. Old Master Chan walked at the forefront, followed by the others. Upon reaching the center of the hall, one could see a square-high platform surrounded by dozens of chairs. This was the layout of the first floor. Looking upwards, every floor had dedicated attendants. Starting from the second floor, there were exclusive private rooms, each guarded by attendants stationed on either side of the entrance. The higher you go, the more luxurious the decor of the private rooms becomes. Just the facade alone tells you it's different. At this moment, there was still 1 hour left before the auction began. Who are these people? I don't recognize them. How can just anyone come in now? Has Dragon Peak Auction House lowered its standards or something? Look at this shabby appearance. Obviously someone who's never seen the world. The attendees of the auction included not only the elite figures of China but also supreme dignitaries from overseas. Although the Cheng family was prestigious as a major conglomerate, they remained extremely low-key. No personal photos existed online, and they never attended any private gatherings. It's perfectly normal for those people not to recognize me, but their dog-eyed view of people really lowers the standard of the auction. Chapter 56, Making an Enemy of Morong Ching. Grandfather, they insulted the Chang family like this. As a member of the Chang family, I must teach them a lesson, Lu Rong murmured in a low voice. Before Elder Chang could speak, Lu Rong stepped forward and said to the most arrogant speaker, "Watch your mouth. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Who the hell are you? How dare you question our young master Morong?" No one dares to defy him. The man was clearly trying to curry favor with the so-called young master. "I don't care who your young master is. If you mess with me, you've kicked the wrong metal plate," Lu Rong retorted bluntly. "I am Morong Ching, eldest son of the Morong family, one of the 4 great aristocratic clans of the capital. How dare you treat me this way? Have you no regard for your own life? How dare you oppose our Morong family like this? We'll make sure you don't get out alive." Morong Ching thought arrogantly and spoke, "Since you've come in, you should learn the rules. The seating at Longfoam Auction House is strictly arranged. It seems this is your first time here. Why not show us your seat card so we can gauge your worth?" With a glance from Morong Ching, one of his companions stepped forward, attempting to snatch the seat card from Old Master Cheng's hand. The moment he made his move, he felt an opposing force resist him. Lu Rong's expression remained indifferent as he casually extended his hand. An invisible force rippled outward like water waves, its impact sending the man stumbling backward several steps before he crashed to the ground. He had used merely 0.1% of his strength. Having just arrived, he wouldn't have acted had this man not offended his grandfather. "Disgraceful! Are you a grown man acting like a 3-year-old, grabbing things like a bandit? Today I'll teach you what proper manners look like." Morong Ching also practiced martial arts, but only as a hobby to keep fit. He was far from a master. Lu Rong hadn't even touched him when the man stumbled back several steps, planting seeds of caution in Lu Rong's mind. But for the sake of face, he couldn't show any sign of fear. Regaining his composure, Morong Ching said, "A true man shouldn't sweat the small stuff. Why be so particular? We're just curious about your seat numbers. Why so stingy? Or is there something wrong with these seat numbers? If young Master Morong says so, why not show us your seat numbers first to satisfy our curiosity?" Lu Rong turned the tables and seized the initiative. "Fine, let you ignorant folks witness just how formidable our Morong family of the capital truly is." Perhaps too eager to flaunt his status, Morong Ching actually agreed. Producing the seat number, he displayed it around the room. When he reached Elder Cheng's group, he deliberately paused for effect. "Take a good look. Our Morong family isn't something your petty households could ever compare with. 4th level, Violet Pavilion. There are only 3 private rooms on this 4th floor, and the Morong family has one of them. Truly remarkable. Impressive. I heard that starting from the 2nd floor, the higher you go, the fewer rooms there are. 10, 5, 3, and just 1 room at the top. Making it to the 4th floor is already considered top tier." "Exactly. That final floor isn't even something at our level can hope to see. For the Morong family to reach the 4th floor is already an extraordinary achievement." The crowd eagerly began to flatter Morong Ching, feeding his arrogance even further. Old Master Cheng glanced at the seat card in his hand, then at Lu Rong, merely smiling without saying a word. Cheng Xiangyu also remained silent throughout. His temperament was exceptionally steady, one of the key reasons Old Master Cheng intended to pass the family leadership to him. Cheng Yilong was instantly stirred up by the crowd's words, his usual feigned composure vanishing in an instant. "Father, these people are truly outrageous. Part of the blame lies on you for always maintaining such a low profile. People don't even recognize who we are. Why don't we announce our status to give them a proper scare?" "Brother, thanks to Lu Rong's favor, we've finally gotten this rare chance to attend the Dragon Peak auction. Shouldn't we enjoy the spectacle first rather than waste energy quarreling with them?" Ignoring the chatter of the crowd, Old Master Chang attempted to continue walking inside. "Hold on, you haven't shown us your seating card yet. It's not quite right to just leave like this, is it? So you're the young Master Morong, huh? You'd better quit while you're ahead. It was your own choice to show everyone your seat card earlier, but we never agreed to show you ours in return, did we?" Lu Rong stood firmly blocking the Cheng family's path, his tone neither arrogant nor servile, exuding the composure of someone from a distinguished household. Hearing this, the assembled crowd nodded in unison, finding his reasoning perfectly sound. Morong Ching instantly realized he'd been played. His face flushed crimson with rage, but with so many witnesses present, he could only step up to Lu Rong and hiss through gritted teeth, "You mother, how dare you mess with me? Have a death wish? Today you either do exactly as I say, or leave your life here." Young Master Morong must be joking. "The auction will begin in 5 minutes, please take your seat first." Lu Rong waved his hand in refusal, which also provided Morong Ching an easy way out of the situation. Just you wait." With that, Morong Ching led the Morong family members toward the elevator. Lu Rong cast a careless glance at Morong Ching, thinking to himself, "Kid, if you don't come looking for trouble with me, I'll go looking for you. If you dare to poke the bear, you'd better have the courage to face the consequences. The old master of the Chang family and his entourage also made their way toward the escalator. The event venue was well organized. Even the escalator area had security personnel stationed there to ensure order. After all, each floor was designated for specific attendees, and to prevent any disruptions, they meticulously checked everyone's seating cards. Oh, what's this? Are you all heading upstairs too? Here, this is my seat card. Morong Ching cast a disdainful glance at Old Master Chang and his group before handing his seat card to the inspector. The elevator attendant took Morong Ching's card and, upon seeing their seat numbers, immediately became obsequious. Young Master Morong, please proceed upstairs. Wait, these people have first-floor lobby seating. Keep an eye on them, make sure they don't go upstairs. Yes, young Master Morong. Before entering the elevator, Morong Ching didn't forget to instruct the staff responsible for the staircase. What if I insist on going up? Chapter 57. I still don't want to die. Morong Chang looked up at the person blocking his way. Do you even know who you're talking to? He growled through clenched teeth. Just some idiot with an IQ of -250? Lu Rong's remark made the surrounding onlookers burst into laughter despite themselves. Old Master Chang shot Lu Rong a reproachful look. Child, it's no time for jokes, he chided. Grandpa, no joking around. Lu Rong chuckled softly. He wasn't even giving the young master any face. Humiliated in front of so many people, Morong Ching instantly reddened with rage. He roared at the men behind him. Damn it, what the hell am I paying you for? Get him, tear that bastard's mouth apart. Wait. At that moment, a voice interrupted, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd toward its source. This is Morong Chang, head of the Morong family. Father, you finally come. These people have publicly humiliated me. You must stand up for me. Morong Ching shamelessly twisted the truth, yet Morong Chang believed him. Let me see who dares to disgrace our Morong family in the capital. Master Morong, it was merely a verbal dispute among juniors just now. We hope you won't take it to heart. Mr. Chang had come today solely to obtain what he wanted and didn't wish to escalate the situation. Seeing the head of the Morong family arrive, he stepped forward to diffuse the tension. But Morong Chang clearly looked down on them. Right or wrong, we must get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, people will say our Morong family lacks courtesy. Chinger, tell me what happened. Morong Ching immediately stepped forward, whispering into Morong Chang's ear for a long moment before retreating to the back. Glancing at Mr. Chang and the others, Morong Ching turned to someone nearby. Since they want to go upstairs, let's follow the proper procedure and verify their seating cards. Yes, Mr. Morong, please present your seating cards. The elevator attendant approached Old Master Chang's group with a moderately polite demeanor. Old Master Chang glanced at Lu Rong, and seeing his nod of approval, handed the seating card to the attendant. The man took the seat card, glanced at the floor level and seat number printed on it, and was instantly dumbstruck. He looked up at Old Man Chang once more, his hands trembling slightly. Seeing this, Morong Chang snatched the seat card away. What? 5th floor. The Emperor's Hall. This can't be possible. They must have stolen it from somewhere. Exactly. Look at their appearance, they don't resemble nobility at all. How could they possibly be seated on the 5th floor? The crowd buzzed with murmurs upon hearing it was the Imperial Hall on the 5th floor. When someone accused them of stealing the seating cards, others quickly joined in, claiming their passes must have been stolen too. Nonsense. Old Master Chang had lived many years, yet never suffered such humiliation. You're really pushing your luck, aren't you? With Lu Rong present, he'd never allow anyone to insult his grandfather like this. Palm already swirling with gathered energy, he prepared to strike. Old Master Chang stopped him and shook his head. Where's the person in charge of the auction? Bring him here. Who do you think you are, ordering people around like that? Morong Chang retorted. Exactly. This is a place reserved for dignitaries from around the world. Looking at you now, perhaps even your invitation was stolen? The murmurs and criticisms grew louder, increasingly disrupting the auction proceedings. The time had come, yet the guests had not taken their seats. The auction organizer began walking toward their group. How may I assist you, distinguished guests? A man in a black suit approached them, wearing glasses that gave him a scholarly air. Mr. Liang, I suspect the invitation and seating cards they're holding are counterfeit. Exactly. The 5th floor is reserved for those of exceptional status. For them to possess 5th floor seating cards, there's no explanation other than theft. Morong Ching was dead set on humiliating Old Master Chang and his family, firmly convinced that their seating card was fake. Upon hearing it was a 5th floor card, Mr. Liang was also surprised. But with the auction about to begin and 5th floor guests yet to arrive, they might indeed belong there. Let me see it. The elevator attendant handed the card to Mr. Liang, who examined it carefully but still couldn't determine its authenticity, leaving him somewhat perplexed. This card's authenticity is uncertain, but if no one presents a 5th level card by the end of today, then it must be genuine. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Why don't we all take our seats first? Any remaining questions can be discussed after the auction concludes. How does that sound? Absolutely not. Their seating card must be fake, I'm certain of it. How could such an important card possibly end up in the hands of a thief? If word got out, it would utterly destroy Dragon Peak Auction House's reputation. Mu Rongqing refused to back down. At this moment, Lu Rong had lost all patience. He stepped forward and said impatiently, "Since young Master Morong is so certain, why don't we make a bet? If this card turns out to be real, how about you go eat shit?" "You, say that again, damn it." Morongqing didn't expect Lu Rong to insult him like this and instantly flew into a rage, pointing a finger right at Lu Rong. But just as he reached out his finger, there was a crisp snap. Morongqing's index finger was broken, blood staining a wide red patch. Ah! A pig-slaughtering shriek echoed through the entire auction hall, the crucial point being he hadn't even seen Lu Rong make his move. If you go to the hospital now, there's still time to reattach that finger. Otherwise, you'll be a four-fingered cripple. Lu Rong teased Morongqing with evident amusement. Morongqing glared at the man who repeatedly provoked their Morong family, his anger instantly boiling over. He had someone assist Morongqing to safety behind him while summoning the family physician, then stepped forward himself. "Young man, one ought to leave room for maneuver in both speech and actions. Having provoked our Morong family like this, have you considered how you wish to die?" Not yet. I don't particularly feel like dying," Lu Rong retorted dismissively. Everyone around was watching. Being humiliated by such a wretched brat would make it impossible for the Morong family to maintain their standing in the capital. "Then your word doesn't count." No sooner were those words spoken than Morongqing's fist flew toward him. "Look out!" Old Man Chang and the others tensed up, their hearts in their throats for Lu Rong. But this punch of his could rupture internal organs if it hit someone else, yet to Lu Rong, it was child's play. Lu Rong took Morongqing's punch squarely on his chest, then channeled the surging heat within his body to gather at that spot. Instantly, a powerful impulse formed inside him. With just a slight exertion, Morongqing was sent flying backward by the recoil. He crashed against the wall before slumping onto the floor. "Father!" Morongqing disregarded the pain in his fingers and immediately stepped forward to help Morongqing up. Morongqing struggled to rise, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Lu Rong with disbelief. This can't be. How can someone so young possess such profound inner strength? Chapter 58 The Mysterious VIP on the 5th floor. "Father, what are you talking about?" He had never seen his father fear anyone before. Why was he acting like this today? Pushing Morongqing aside, Morongqing sized up Lu Rong from head to toe. "At my age, I've only reached the mid-stage of Imperial Force. To think you're actually at the mid-stage of Dan holding? You've got a good eye, that's correct." Lu Rong smiled faintly. Seeing even the head of the Morong family speak so highly of Lu Rong, the others immediately retreated several steps, not daring to act rashly any longer. No matter how foolish Morongqing was, he didn't dare say another word. At that moment, the phone of the person in charge, Mr. Liang, rang. He answered the call, then hung up, his expression turning grim. "May I ask which of you is Mr. Lu Rong?" "That's me." Lu Rong spoke, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. Mr. Liang immediately stepped forward, his demeanor even more deferential than before. "Mr. Lu, so you are the distinguished VIP of the 5th floor. The boss instructed me to personally escort you upstairs. My earlier offense was inexcusable, please forgive me." "No harm done. Let's proceed without delaying the auction." The crowd was utterly dumbstruck by the preferential treatment Lu Rong received. None of them expected that an utterly insignificant youngster would actually make the boss of the Dragon Phoenix auction house personally call for him. Just how extraordinary must this guy be? Flipping Morongqing an obscene gesture with his pinky finger pointed downward, Lu Rong led old Master Chang and the others into the elevator. "Dad, look at that pretentious act of his. I can't see any real capability there. I swear I'll get payback for today's humiliation." "Shut up, you fool." Offending him doesn't matter. But what we really fear is offending the owner of Longfeng Auction House. If that happens, getting an invitation will become incredibly difficult. Whatever grudge you have, settle it another day. Morongqing couldn't figure it out either. Just what kind of identity did this man have? No matter what, since he had made the Morong family lose face so publicly today, he couldn't let them leave the capital so easily. In the Imperial Hall on the 5th floor, "Lu Rong, do you know the owner of Dragon Peak Auction House?" Chang Yilong couldn't help but ask. "None of your business." Giving him a sidelong glance, Lu Rong didn't want to speak with him. "You?" Getting the cold shoulder, Chang Yilong stopped talking. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Liang had already stepped onto the stage, marking the official commencement of the auction. "Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the Longfeng auction now open." The hostess slowly approached, holding a red cloth-covered box in both hands. This was the first auction item. All items up for auction today were kept confidential, adding an extra layer of mystery to the event. For the wealthy, it's all about the thrill. That's precisely what makes it more eye-catching. Today there are a total of 10 auction items, and everyone's eyes are wide open, afraid that good pieces might be snatched away by others. The first item is a Qing Dynasty pink glazed cup, known as the Lotus Stone Coiled Dragon-Eared Cover Stove. Famous for its pink glaze, intricate textures, and carved floral designs, each piece is uniquely crafted. Only 10 exist in the world. Starting bid, 10 million. It must be said that Longfoam Auction House truly ranks among the top in the entire industry. This is just the appetizer, yet the item is already so extraordinary. During the auction, bids kept pouring in. Eventually, it was sold for a staggering 80 million to an elegantly dressed woman on the first floor. A glass chalice fetching 80 million? These people must have money to burn. Lu Rong couldn't help but scoff. Some folks truly treated money like dirt, wasting 80 million on such a trivial object. You don't understand a thing. This is called art. Chang Yilong stopped pretending and shot Lu Rong a disdainful glare. Since he's siding with Chang Xiangyu, there's no need to curry favor with him either. Lu Rong curled his lip and retorted, only country bumpkins try to compensate for artistic atmosphere with material things. As the saying goes, people make up for what they lack. Alright, enough. Everyone settle down. Seeing the two bickering, Elder Chang promptly intervened. Following closely were the second and third auction items. Though everyone was ultimately here for the final mysterious lot, this was after all the Dragon Peak auction. Each item sparked heated discussions among the crowd. Such a phenomenon wouldn't occur at any other auction house besides Dragon Peak. But by the ninth auction lot, there was still nothing Mr. Cheng desired. Lu Rong, are we going to come away empty-handed this time? Grandfather, don't worry. My information is very reliable, just wait for the final lot. Lu Rong was utterly confident in the accuracy of his sources. If anything really happens, those people won't be living much longer either. After 9 rounds of bidding, Mr. Liang picked up the microphone again and said excitedly, today's auction has been truly intense, with the highest bid reaching 1 billion for a single item. Now, only this final lot remains. As the grand finale, I'm sure many of you can barely contain your anticipation. But for this last auction item, we've decided to conduct it as a blind bid. Ha! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Meanwhile, those upstairs found the situation incredibly thrilling. Seeing this, Mr. Liang promptly announced, ladies and gentlemen, quiet please. Since we've chosen a blind auction format, this treasure must be truly worthy. When has our Dragon Peak auction house ever let you down, right? That's true, indeed it is. The Dragon Peak auction house has been hosting auctions for over a decade, and indeed, every single auction item manages to astonish the eye. Hearing Mr. Liang speak like this, everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. Grandfather, this final auction item, we must have it at all costs, Lu Rong remarked calmly, taking a sip of tea. Old Master Chang gave a slight nod. 4th floor, Violet Pavilion. At this moment, the Morong family was also eyeing this final auction item like a covetous tiger. Father, they haven't bid on anything upstairs. Likely, they're eyeing this final lot too. We mustn't let them have it. Damn right, you little brat. Finally got some brains in that head of yours. Patting Morong Chang's head, Morong Chang said. This time, they were truly going to compete to see whose strength was greater. The final auction item, starting bid 1 billion. The moment these words were spoken, the entire auction house erupted, and everyone couldn't help but erupt into discussion. What? 1 billion? That must be an absolutely priceless treasure. I'm so curious to see who will take home this treasure today. The annual Dragon Peak auction is always fiercely competitive every year. It's not just about securing the auction items, but also a ruthless contest of power and status. Whoever obtains the final auction item could elevate their status throughout China, even overseas, and gain immense fame. 1.1 billion, 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion. Chapter 59, you still dare to raise the bid? The stakes keep getting higher. The previously silent private room began to stir as well, with the attendants upstairs continuously raising their bidding paddles. The price has now reached 5 billion. In just 2 minutes, the bidding has already reached the staggering amount, enough to make even the wealthiest in the nation's most prosperous capital city gasp. Yet the bids keep coming. 5.5 billion. Originally it rose by 100 million each bid, now it's increasing by 500 million at a time. This bid came from the Morong family on the 4th floor, their first offer since the auction began. Father, the Murongs have placed a bid. We must counter quickly. Shang Yilong couldn't remain composed now. Hadn't they traveled all this way precisely for this final treasure? Steady, Lu Rong, you place the next increment. Our ceiling is, Old Master Chang whispered into Lu Rong's ear, fueling Chang Yilong's jealousy even more. As the eldest son of the Chang family, why should an outsider like Lu Rong take the lead? His father was clearly playing favorites. Nodding, Lu Rong began to raise the stakes. 6 billion. This bid shocked everyone in the auction hall. Who didn't know the Morong family of the capital was the dominant force behind this auction? Though some big shots from overseas had arrived, they all showed respect to the Murongs. To defy the Murongs so openly made everyone curious about the bidder's identity. Going against the Morong family, isn't that just asking for death? Even that person on the 5th floor, no one knows exactly where he comes from. Just wait and see, they won't get away with this. The crowd below murmured while the confrontation upstairs grew increasingly tense. Neither the Chang family nor the Morong family yielded, driving the price up at an alarming rate. It's no longer just about obtaining the treasure, this has escalated to a matter of our family's honor. If we fail to secure this final auction item today, how will we maintain our standing in the capital hereafter? Morong Chang said with a grave expression. Father, don't worry. Once the auction concludes, I'll make sure to vent this humiliation. Raise the bid. Keep raising it. The Morong family, 10 billion. Mr. Liang stood on the stage, exclaiming with unparalleled excitement. It's worth noting that since the inception of Dragon Peak Auction House, the highest bidding price recorded was 10 billion. If anyone dared to bid higher, they would be making history. Old Master Chang glanced at Lu Rong. We should let it go. Although Elder Chang was willing to sacrifice everything for Chang Shuejian's illness, as the head of the Chang family, he had to take responsibility for the entire household. This 10 billion, though not enough to shake the Chang family's foundation, has already made them enemies of the Morong family. Countless people in the capital and Riverside City now see them as a thorn in their side. If these forces were to unite, even the Chang family would find themselves in peril. After a moment's hesitation, Old Master Chung shook his head, signaling Lu Rong to stop pursuing the matter. 100 billion once, 100 billion twice, 100 billion. Wait! Just as the Morong family thought this final treasure would fall into their hands, a voice rang out. Lu Rong stepped out of the private room and stood by the 5th floor railing, gazing down at everything below, like a king surveying his subjects. The next moment, he raised his arm in a gesture of lighting the sky lantern. What? Light the sky lantern? How could this be? Lu Rong's actions left everyone present utterly stunned, causing an uproar in the venue. Old Master Chang hadn't anticipated Lu Rong would take such an action either. Stepping forward, he said, Lu Rong, you're being too impulsive. Don't worry, Grandpa, I know what I'm doing. Calming down Old Master Chang, Lu Rong appeared completely composed, as if everything was under his control. Shang Yilong angrily retorted, you know what you're doing? It's the Chang family's money you're playing with. As for the extra money, I can cover it. Lu Rong thought to himself, after all, Sister Jilan had given him 1 billion, and though he only had over 900 million left, it was more than enough. The Morong family never expected their opponent would actually light the sky lantern. Father, regardless of whether he has the capability or not, why don't we first scam them out of some money and then verify their funds? Morong Ching brimmed with malicious delight as he made his wicked suggestion. Finding the proposal viable, Morong Cheng agreed. We'll proceed as you suggested. 10 billion 100, 100 and 200 million. Every time the Morong family raised their bid, they would observe Lu Rong's reaction. Yet he remained resolute, showing not the slightest hint of backing down, so they kept raising the stakes. Lu Rong, let's forget about it. We'll figure something else out. It's alright, Grandpa, just sit here and watch. When the bidding reached 10.5 billion, the Morong family suddenly fell silent. The entire venue became deathly quiet, with even the auctioneer, Mr. Liang, waiting in stillness. Mr. Morong, will you increase your bid? After a lengthy pause with no response from the Morong family, Mr. Liang picked up the microphone to inquire. But the other party did not respond. In the end, Mr. Liang secured the auction item for 10.55 billion yuan. Congratulations to Mr. Chang on the 5th floor for winning this treasure. Now, let us unveil the true face of this final auction item. Prepare to be amazed. The hostess brought forth the last auction item. It was housed in an ebony box, its exterior looking somewhat aged. What could possibly be worth over 10 billion? This is most likely a loss. Hurry up and open it. What on earth is inside? Mr. Liang waved his hand, and a gloved staff member stepped forward to open the box. Inside, on a yellow lining cloth, lay a piece of blood jade roughly the size of a palm. Blood jade. This is actually blood jade. The room erupted in excitement, showcasing just how rare and precious this treasure was. Under the light, this piece of jade shimmered with golden hues, as if steeped in time for millennia. The veins within the jade were as distinct as human blood vessels, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it. What? Blood jade. Old Master Chang never expected that their visit would lead to acquiring the blood jade, the hardest to find among the 3 essential medicines needed to treat Cheng Shuajin. Mr. Liang stepped forward for a closer look. This isn't just blood jade, it's of the finest quality. The vein patterns alone, along with the craftsmanship, are exceptionally rare. Indeed, this blood jade is priceless. You can't buy it at any price. They say it even has detoxifying properties and can prolong life if worn for extended periods. Is that for real? Now the Chang family has really struck gold. Money is nothing compared to the power to extend one's lifespan. Just as the crowd looked up to congratulate Patriarch Cheng on acquiring the blood jade, the Morong family in the fourth-floor private room was boiling with rage. They were just about to raise their bid when the company called, informing them that billions in funds from their account had been frozen by the bank for unknown reasons. Fearing potential complications, they had no choice but to withdraw from the auction. They left the auction empty-handed, gaining nothing from their attendance. Why has the Morong family suddenly gone quiet? Chang Yilong asked curiously. Lu Rong smiled without answering, prompting Chang Yilong to retort, "What are you grinning about? Could this have something to do with you?" Exactly. Lu Rong didn't deny it. Chapter 60, Undermining the Foundation. You must be crazy. Do you think you're a god? Do you really believe you can reach your hands all the way to the capital? Chang Yilong looked at Lu Rong as if he were a madman. But when old Master Cheng heard Lu Rong's words, he felt deep down that he was telling the truth. The young man's abilities were truly enigmatic. There seemed to be nothing he couldn't do. Lu Rong didn't respond. He saw no point in casting pearls before swine. Ever since obtaining intelligence about the Morong family in the capital, he had meticulously arranged everything. By executing a stratagem to undermine their foundation from within, they were able to smoothly secure this final treasure. The sister Yun he'd met in prison was none other than the world-renowned financial genius, whose connections spanned the entire globe. Sister Yun herself said it, whatever's hers is Lu Rong's. After the auction ended, inside the elevator, Lu Rong's group ran into Morong Cheng's crew again. Truly, enemies are bound to cross paths. Don't get cocky, we'll see about that. Morong Cheng couldn't help retorting. Today's humiliation was something he'd repay sooner or later. Then you'd better watch your step. Wouldn't want you to trip into a ditch and lose your front teeth. Makes it even harder to find a wife. Having achieved his goal, Lu Rong was in high spirits and couldn't resist rubbing salt in Morong Cheng's wounds. He just loves the look on people's faces when they can't stand him but can't do anything about it. Furious at Lu Rong's retort, Morong Cheng gnashed his teeth in anger, but Morong Cheng signaled him to stop arguing with Lu Rong. Enough, you won't gain any advantage today. The gentleman who seeks revenge can wait 10 years. How laughable. Since when were you qualified to call yourselves gentlemen? Originally, Morong Cheng spoke in a very low voice, but every word reached Lu Rong's ears, leaving him no choice but to leave in a mix of anger and frustration. Lu Rong, today you stood up for the Cheng family against the Morong family. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can always come to your grandfather for help. Old Master Chang was growing fonder of this grandson by the day. Lu Rong nodded and said, "Don't worry, grandfather. They can't do anything to me." Returning to the Raffles mansion, they had just entered the living room when the butler, Uncle Wang, approached old Master Chang and whispered a few words in his ear. The old man's expression turned complicated. "Father, what's wrong?" Chang Xiangyu asked. "Seems like today will inevitably be an unsettling day," old Master Chang said as he walked to the surveillance monitor, staring intently at the screen. Lu Rong and the others followed closely behind. On the monitor, he saw 13 figures moving swiftly, tightening their encirclement. They moved really fast. "You mean the Morong family?" "Exactly. Though he overestimates us by sending so many martial artists against us. What a waste." Though Lu Rong had heard many aristocratic families secretly employed martial artists, this was his first time encountering them in person. He considered himself quite fortunate. Perfect, he could use them to test his skills. "Grandfather, the villa probably has secret passages. You all should retreat to a safe area, leave this to me." Lu Rong thumped his chest confidently as he spoke. Hearing this, Chang Yilong saw it as the perfect opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife and immediately started boasting for him. Exactly. Lu Rong is so formidable. Taking care of these few won't be a problem for him. Let's get out of here quickly. How can we do this? Lu Rong came with us. How can we leave him alone in danger? The Cheng family isn't made of cowards. Giving Uncle Wang a meaningful glance, he clapped his hands, and instantly dozens of men in black suits filled the living room. These men are the Cheng family's bodyguards. Today, I'll place them under your command. Grandfather, with them here, there's no way anything will happen. You're getting on in years, best hide for now. Otherwise, I'd have to look after you too. After Lu Rong's repeated insistence, old Master Cheng finally agreed to retreat to the secret passage, though he stubbornly insisted on keeping Cheng Xiangyu by his side to coordinate their efforts. Glancing at the approaching martial artists outside, Lu Rong said, "Uncle, find a safe spot to stay put in a moment. Watch how I beat them to a pulp." Got it. The dozens of bodyguards all shifted into combat stance. As a light rain began to fall outside, the martial artists had already drawn near to the villa. "Take it outside. Don't dirty the floor with blood," Lu Rong commanded, striding out of the villa first. Uncle Wang and several dozen bodyguards promptly followed him out. Planting his hands on his hips, Lu Rong stood cockily in the drizzling rain. "Come on out, all of you." In a flash, 13 black-clad martial artists swiftly encircled them. At the forefront stood their leader, his face bearing a long scar from a knife wound. With a mere wave of his hand, all the warriors surged forward in unison. Dozens of bodyguards clashed with them in furious combat. The Scarface leader was before Lu Rong in the blink of an eye, raising a palm to strike him down. Lu Rong leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the attack, his palm forming an eagle's claw as he channeled his energy into it and swiftly aimed for the scarred man's waist. The next moment, the sickening crunch of flesh and bone being crushed echoed through the air. The scar-faced man instantly collapsed in pain, spewing blood from his mouth as he died with eyes wide open. The remaining fighters, who had been grappling with the bodyguards, instantly lost their backbone when they saw their leader die. In an instant, they were all subdued by the bodyguards. Uncle Wang was also terrified by Lu Rong's ruthless efficiency, swift, precise, and brutal. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward. "Mr. Lu, what should we do with these men? Leave one alive to deliver a message. As for the rest, show no mercy." Understood. From start to finish, it took no more than 5 minutes. The battle unfolded so quickly that no one had time to react. Seeing this, Chang Xiangyu had someone notify Old Master Chang and the others to come out through the secret passage. Everyone was somewhat shocked to see Scarface's deathly appearance, but more than that, they were frightened. Chang Yilong slowly walked up to Scarface's corpse. "You, who the hell are you?" "I'm grandfather's good grandson." Lu Rong gave a hollow smile, advancing step by step toward Chang Yilong. This was undoubtedly a stern warning for Chang Yilong. Taking a few steps back, Chang Yilong couldn't help but hide behind Old Master Chang, too afraid to look at him. "Enough, Lu Rong. Stop intimidating Yilong. After all, he is your elder." Old Master Chang was a seasoned man. Though inwardly astonished, he remained perfectly composed. "Yes, grandfather," Lu Rong replied. "Have someone dispose of the bodies cleanly, leave no trace," Chang Xiangyu ordered. Uncle Wang immediately complied. "What? All dead?" The only warrior who returned reported the scene he had witnessed to Morong Chang in even more exaggerated terms. "They say Lu Rong is nothing but a jinx, killing them off as easily as squashing ants." Though the warriors of the Morong family had all reached the body forging level and were at the advanced tier, they were effortlessly wiped out by Lu Rong. "Father, just who is this Lu Rong? How is his strength so terrifying?" "We'll have someone investigate, but since we've already alarmed him this time, taking further action will be incredibly difficult. It seems we need to plan carefully from here on out." Chapter 61. This company isn't a brothel. After being besieged, Lu Rong returned to Jiangchang. "Grandfather, please put the blood jade on Shuejian first. I've already infused it with my spiritual energy. This will slow down the corrosion of the toxins in Shuejian's body toward her heart meridian, even halting it entirely for a time." "Good. My Shuejian finally has hope again." Seeing his granddaughter who had been bedridden for so long finally saved, Old Master Chang was moved to tears. Lu Rong patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. With me here, she'll be fine." Lu Rong had just stepped out of the Chang residence when Luo Keqing called. "Lu Rong, come to the company as soon as possible." After saying that, she angrily hung up the phone, leaving Lu Rong completely bewildered. Everything was fine earlier. How did she suddenly flip like this? Women really are unpredictable. Still, he followed her instructions and soon headed toward the Lu Corporation. Upon arriving at the meeting room entrance, he saw employees peering inside, whispering among themselves. Ahem! Upon seeing Lu Rong, the employees hurried back to their seats. Curious, Lu Rong also stole a glance into the conference room. Once he regained his composure, he quickly bent down and tiptoed toward the office. "Lu Rong!" Luo Keqing's voice called out. "Damn it, I've been caught." Lu Rong straightened up and smiled at Luo Keqing. Seeing Lu Rong's demeanor, Luo Keqing became even angrier. "Lu Rong, as the acting president of the company, can you take things seriously? The company isn't a brothel where you can come and go as you please." "Stepmom, where is this coming from?" "Brother Rong, I've finally seen you. I've missed you so much." In the meeting room, a woman dressed in antique-style clothing emerged, adorned with a golden hairpin, exuding aristocratic elegance, her demeanor more akin to a noble young lady from ancient times. Upon seeing Lu Rong, she immediately threw her arms around his neck and refused to let go for a long while. The employees watched the scene unfold, their eyes wide with shock as they feasted on the drama. "Our CEO is quite the playboy, keeping a loyal wife at home while flying his colorful flags elsewhere. This is the life of the rich. Now you still want to marry into wealth or not? I'd rather cry in a BMW than smile on a bicycle. You two, come with me into the conference room." Luo Keqing felt utterly humiliated and walked into the conference room with great displeasure. With considerable effort, Lu Rong finally managed to pry the woman's hands loose. He pulled her into the conference room, closed the door, and drew down the blinds. "La Lai, how did you find your way here?" Lu Rong looked at the woman, his tone instantly softening. "Brother Rong, I've missed you so much since getting out of prison that I sneaked away from home to find you. Don't you miss me too?" The woman was practically clinging to Lu Rong's body, making Luo Keqing, standing beside them, sick to her stomach. "I'm still here," she said with disgust. "Could the two of you at least maintain some decency?" "Lu Rong, I'm warning you, what you do in your private life is your own business, but don't let it affect the company. As acting CEO, every word and action of yours represents the company. You mustn't do anything that damages our reputation." Hearing this woman had also come out of prison, My mind flashed back to the scene I witnessed when picking up Lu Rong that day. It was clear Lu Rong had known countless women during his time in prison. Lu Okaching instantly felt disgusted by him. Just one glance at Lu Rong made her feel dirty. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk about my Rong GE like that? Who even wants this lousy company? Being CEO isn't worth shit. No one gets to treat my Rong GE badly. Afraid the two women might come to blows, Lu Rong immediately stepped between them to pull them apart. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I'll take her away right now. I promise she won't appear at the company again. I'm not leaving. Who does this woman think she is, daring to speak to you like that? Brother Rong, how can you tolerate this? Lu Rong forcibly dragged the woman toward the elevator. Zhuozialai, if you keep making a scene, I'm going to get angry. Afraid she might argue again, Lu Rong pretended to stiffen his expression. Zhuozialai immediately became obedient, though she promptly pressed herself against him again. In the elevator, the two stood so close that the air between them thickened with unspoken tension. Brother Rong, can't I stop making a fuss? I was just standing up for you. Zhuozialai coquettishly protested, her ample bosom brushing faintly against Lu Rong as she spoke. Instantly, Lu Rong's face flushed crimson with anger. This little minx really knows how to tease. Wait, this is an elevator, there are surveillance cameras. Let's go get a room. Before Lu Rong could speak, Zhuozialai forcefully dragged him to a nearby hotel and utterly devoured him. Drawing circles on his chest with flushed cheeks, Zhuozialai pleaded, Brother Rong, let's do it again. Stop, not today. Next time. Lu Rong felt utterly helpless inside. Back in prison, he'd merely spoken up for her out of kindness, yet this young girl had clung to him ever since, even vowing to devote herself to him. Lu Rong had assumed someone so bold despite her youth must be experienced in worldly affairs. Never did he imagine she was actually a virgin. From then on, there was no escaping her. He thought leaving prison would bring him peace, but to his dismay, she tracked him down at his company. Why? Zhuozialai pouted, looking unsatisfied. I'm already married. If I go back too late, my wife won't be happy. Woo woo. Lu Rong's words made Zhuozialai immediately burst into tears. He was most afraid of women crying and felt instantly helpless. It took him quite a while to finally console Zhuozialai. Ancestor, as long as you stop crying, I'll agree to anything. Really? With a triumphant look, Zhuozialai grabbed his arm and said, Brother Rong, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. But I am your woman, you can't abandon me. What about your family? Lu Rong knew a little about her family. Their clan had practiced martial arts for generations, and she was the sole descendant among the younger generation. The frost palm technique was what Lu Rong learned from her in prison. This palm technique was a secret ancestral martial art of the Zhuozi family. The fact that it was passed to Zhuozialai showed just how doted upon she was by her family. If he couldn't give her a proper status, her parents would never allow this. Don't worry, if all else fails, I'll throw tantrums, make scenes, and threaten suicide. My parents spoil me the most, they'll respect my choice in the end. Alright then, but I've got urgent matters to attend to recently. I'll call you when I'm free. Please don't come looking for me at the company, okay? After hesitating for a long time, Zhuozialai reluctantly nodded, alright then, but don't be too long. Nodding himself, Lu Rong pinched her cheek and agreed affectionately. Having just returned from the capital without visiting home first, Lu Rong saw Zhuozialai off and then drove straight back to the Dongcheng villa. Madam, the young master has returned. Seeing Lu Rong return, Xiao Yu shouted loudly. Her mistress had been anxiously looking around all day, and now that the young master was finally back, she couldn't wait to inform her lady. But after shouting for a long time, Lin Jiran still didn't come downstairs. After explaining for a while, Lu Rong understood she was upset that he hadn't come home first, so he took the initiative to go upstairs and apologize. In the bedroom, Lin Jiran lay on the bed, hiding under the covers, pretending to sleep. Chapter 62, These were all mine originally. Lu Rong suddenly burrowed under the blanket and pulled Lin Jiran into his arms. Darling, I haven't seen you in days. I missed you so much. Cut it out. With all those pretty birds fluttering around you outside, how could you possibly miss me? You must be too busy having fun to even think of coming home. You already know? I told you before, she came looking for me on her own. What could I do? Lu Rong felt he'd wronged too many women in this lifetime, yet one couldn't entirely blame him. Who could have foreseen that 3 years in a women's prison would bind him to so many with unbreakable ties? Humph. Lin Jiran buried her head under the blankets, refusing to come out. Left with no other choice, Lu Rong could only resort to force. No matter how severe the rift in their relationship, after a night of passion, all problems could be resolved. This was an immutable law that held true from ancient times to the present. Drenched in sweat, Lu Rong held Lin Jiran in his arms. Sweetheart, are you still mad at me? Of course I want to be. but I also feel like I shouldn't be. I just hope you'll always be honest with me about everything from now on, no more lies, okay? Okay. Lu Rong's expression was grave as he uttered this single word with solemn sincerity. The two went downstairs to have dinner at the restaurant. This was their first meal out since Lin Jiran had regained the use of her legs. At the restaurant, they chose a table by the window and chatted while eating. Jiran, I have something for you. What is it? So mysterious. Lin Jiran was eating with her head down when she glanced up to see Lu Rong holding a file folder. Lu Rong handed the folder to Lin Jiran. Jiran, I know I've neglected you, but I always keep my promises. I want you to be happy. This contains the villa's property deed and 2% of the company's shares, all transferred under your name. Lu Rong, don't listen to my dad, I never thought about any of this. Afraid Lu Rong might misunderstand, Lin Jiran quickly explained. Stuffing the folder into her hands, Lu Rong reassured her, we're husband and wife, what's mine is yours. Honestly, I still feel this isn't enough. Later, I'll give you an even better life. Just take it for now. Then I'll keep it safe for you. You can take it whenever you need. Not wanting to let Lu Rong's kindness go unappreciated, Lin Jiran replied sincerely. The two continued their meal. After this incident, Lin Jiran's feelings for Lu Rong deepened another step. She was increasingly convinced he was a responsible and capable man. She secretly vowed that no matter what happened in the future, she would stand by Lu Rong's side, unwavering unto death. Outside the restaurant, Lin Yuyan and Zhou Tianjue happened to pass by the restaurant, witnessing Lu Rong and Lin Jiran laughing so happily inside. Lin Yuyan was instantly consumed with jealousy. All of this should have been hers, yet it was stolen by that bitch Lin Jiran. Now she had to fake affection with Zhou Tianjue, this useless man. She refused to accept it. Once she secures the Tianjie project, she'll dump this useless half-man, half-woman freak. Holding Zhou Tianjue's arm, Lin Yuyan flashed a coquettish smile and said, Brother Tianjue, Lu Rong has wronged you so terribly, yet this despicable couple is happily dining here without a care. My heart aches for you. Let's go check it out. Lin Yuyan's slight provocation was all it took to push Zhou Tianjue over the edge. Pushing the door open, Zhou Tianjue stepped in front of Lu Rong. Well, what a coincidence. Not a coincidence at all. Had we known you were coming, my wife and I would have chosen another restaurant. The sight of you turns my stomach. You, Zhou Tianjue burned with anger, but with so many prying eyes around, he could only grit his teeth and endure. A scheme suddenly formed in his mind, and his expression changed instantly. Lu Rong, take good care of your young wife. She's so beautiful, what a shame if she were to run into some thugs one day. The threat in those words was unmistakable. Lin Yuyan, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He's already impotent, yet still putting on this act? Aren't you considered transgender in that country now? Lin Yuyan, he's already useless, why are you still with him? Well, it's just as well. You two should stick together so you don't ruin anyone else. That mouth is truly venomous. Lin Jiran couldn't help muttering under her breath. Publicly humiliated, Zhou Tianjue was so furious his lips twitched. Lin Yuyan had thick skin, though angered, she didn't take it to heart. Spotting the half-open document folder on the dining table, she swiftly snatched it up. Don't touch my things. Lin Jiran tried to snatch it back but failed. Sis, what is it? Are you actually scared of me seeing it? Lin Yuyan's villainous mind saw filth everywhere. Assuming the contents held some unspeakable secret, she quickly pulled out what was inside. Let me see. When she saw what was inside, she was utterly dumbfounded. Lu Rong, you actually transferred the properties and shares to Lin Jiran? Have you been drugged by this wretched woman? These are what Jiran rightfully deserves. If possible, I'll give her everything I have in the future. Gazing affectionately at Lin Jiran, Lu Rong spoke from the heart. But in Lin Yuyan's eyes, all of this should have been hers. It was that bitch Lin Jiran who stole what was rightfully hers. She instantly lost control of her emotions. You shameless adulterous couple, sneaking behind my back and daring to flaunt your affair by eating out in public? Have you no shame? Lin Yuyan roared furiously. This immediately drew a crowd of onlookers, who began pointing fingers at Lu Rong and Lin Jiran. She herself didn't care, but seeing Lu Rong being humiliated alongside her, Lin Jiran sprang to her feet. Lin Yuyan, who's the one twisting the truth here? It's true you were originally engaged to Lu Rong, but you were the one who called off the engagement, even ended up entangled with Zhou Tianjue. The onlookers buzzed with renewed excitement. That woman doesn't seem like a decent person either. So which one of them is telling the truth? The lives of the wealthy are so messy. Who knows what's really going on? Lu Rong also stood up. What? Now that you think Zhou Tianjue is worthless, and seeing what I gave Jiran, you're jealous? Starting to talk nonsense? Hit where it hurt, Lin Yuyan's face turned green with rage. That's a lie. It's you two adulterers who couldn't bear to see me and Tianjue happy together, so you sent thugs to beat him up out of spite. Lin Yuyan, it's only been a few days, but your lying skills have certainly improved. Lin Jiran didn't care about the onlookers' judgmental stares, she just couldn't bear to see Lu Rong wronged. She advanced step by step, forcing Lin Yuyan to retreat several paces. Just as she was about to take action, she felt an arm gently holding hers. Sweetheart, don't be angry. Let's just pretend we encountered two barking dogs. Put. This instantly made Lin Jiran burst into laughter. These are clearly two living people, how could they be dogs? Lu Rong. Zhou Tianjue's face turned livid with rage, as did Lin Yuyan's. You're just an ex-con. Even if you've turned your life around, you'll always be beneath others. And you, Lin Jiran, someone who's been a cripple for years, even if your legs are healed now, you're still just trash. You two deserve to be tied together for life. Once Tianjue and I secure the Sky Street project and get married, crushing your Lu Corporation will be as easy as stepping on an ant. Thinking of the Sky Street project, Lu Rong slightly furrowed his brows, his eyes radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Zhou Tianjue's face. Chapter 63, Teaching You a Lesson. The force sent him staggering backwards several steps before he finally collapsed to the ground. Lin Yuyan never expected Lin Jiran would hit Zhou Tianjue. Lin Jiran, have you lost your mind? She immediately stepped forward to help Zhou Tianjue up, but the bright red handprint on his face was unmistakable. Zhou Tianjue felt a burning pain. Lin Jiran, you vile woman. Just wait, one of these days you'll fall into my hands. This is a lesson for you all. Since Lu Rong can't take action, I'll personally teach you a lesson. She looked at her hand, which was only slightly red, and though she felt puzzled, she didn't voice her doubts. In truth, Lin Jiran had spotted the cameras pointed at them from not too far away some time ago. These two were trying to exploit Lu Rong's identity to attack the Lu Corporation. She wouldn't let them succeed. Lu Rong gently took Lin Jiran's hand in his own, rubbing it softly. Did it hurt, sweetheart? Shaking her head, Lin Jiran smiled faintly, but she was somewhat puzzled. That slap had merely been a reflexive motion, hardly delivered with any real force, so why did Zhou Tianjue's face swell up so badly? And why had he been sent stumbling back several steps? As the crowd gathering around them grew larger and Lin Yuyan realized she couldn't gain any advantage, she flew into a humiliated rage. Lin Jiran, how dare you hit someone in public? Don't you believe I can have you sent to prison to make you two a better matched pair? She can hit not just him, but you too. Lu Rong's gaze turned icy as he glanced at Lin Yuyan. Feel free to test that theory. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, filling her with an inner dread that made her involuntarily retreat several steps. Tianjue Gij, Lower Alpha 1, look at him. Lin Yuyan pouted aggrievely, tugging on Zhou Tianjue's arm. He even wanted to hit me. Shaking his slightly dizzy head from the beating, Zhou Tianjue's eyes burned with hatred. Don't worry, brother, he's all bark and no bite. I'll remember this slap today. You'll pay for this even if the Lu Corporation has turned things around. You're still not in the same league as our Zhou family. You're just a stinking ex-con. Let's see what tricks you can pull off. Zhou Tianjue might not be much of a fighter, but his words were bold as ever. Brother Tianjue, you're so domineering. Lin Yuyan coquettishly fawned over Zhou Tianjue while casting a sarcastic glance at Lu Rong. Lu Rong, don't get cocky, your days are numbered. The old man of your Lu family has vanished. There's that useless idiot woman still around, and now you, an ex-con. I doubt your Lu Corporation can hold out much longer. How dare you still show your face here spreading rumors? Lu Rong couldn't be bothered listening to her nonsense. He directly pulled out his phone and played the damning video on the spot. Brother Fei, you're hurting me. The footage clearly showed Lin Yuyan pressed against some greasy beer-bellied man, nearly undressed. When are you going to leave that loser and come with me? The greasy man spoke while his hands kept kneading Lin Yuyan's fragrant shoulders. Once I secure the Tianjie project, I'll dump that useless man. The video then immediately cut to some not safe for work scenes. Watching this video, Lin Yuyan panicked instantly. Tianjue ji, you gotta believe me. This video must have been forged by that bitch. Those aren't my words. Slap. Zhou Tianjue was no fool. He could tell the video was authentic. With a single backhand slap, he sent Lin Yuyan sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Crouching down, Zhou Tianjue gnashed his teeth and growled, Lin Yuyan, you filthy whore. How dare you talk shit behind my back? Today I'll prove to you whether I'm still a man without that damn thing. Perhaps provoked beyond reason, Zhou Tianjue began pummeling Lin Yuyan with relentless blows, each punch landing heavier than the last. The restaurant echoed with nothing but Lin Yuyan's piercing screams of agony. Honey, you're really something. Exactly, honey, let's leave before we get splattered with blood. Let the dogs bite each other. Lu Rong grasped Lin Jiran's hand and strode out of the restaurant while simultaneously pulling out his phone to call the police. Considering they were both members of the Lin family, Lin Jiran couldn't bear to watch Lin Yuyan be beaten to death by Zhou Tianjue. The outcome was that Zhou Tianjue was taken away by the police, while Lin Yuyan ended up in the hospital, unable to leave her bed for over a month. Their video in the restaurant was also captured by reporters and quickly made it to the headlines. Strangely enough, while the scandal involving the Zhou and Lin families spread like wildfire throughout the city, the Lu family remained conspicuously untouched. Lin Jiran turned to Lu Rong. Lu Rong, this couldn't be your handiwork. could it? Hee hee, my wife is so sharp. He thought Zhou Tianjue had too much free time. The Zhou family needed something to occupy them, something to keep them busy. That way, they wouldn't have the leisure to go around biting people. At the mention of Zhou Tianjue, something suddenly came to mind. He picked up the phone and dialed. Investigate the Tianjie project for me. Sister Yun was still in prison, waiting for him to save her. Once he uncovered the truth behind what happened all those years ago, he'd clear her name personally, then bring her home himself. 9 o'clock in the evening. Jasmine Club. Lu Rong drove here, the establishment owned by the Shadow Hall in Jiangcheng. The 8-story Jasmine Club was Jiangcheng's notorious pleasure den, and also the source of Jilan's elder sister's confidence. If it weren't for Shou Yue mentioning that troublemakers had been frequenting the club recently, he wouldn't have shown up at all. Shou Yue was already waiting at the entrance. Spotting Lu Rong, he stepped forward to open the car door for him. Hall Master, the investigation into the Tianjie project is complete. Zhou Tianjue has been holding Wang Xiangqin, son of Beijing's Wang Minghui, the initiator of the Tianjie project, under illegal confinement. His whereabouts remain unknown to this day, forcing Wang Minghui to comply with Zhou Tianjue's demands. It's said that back then, Wang Minghui planned to hand over the Sky Street project to a financial management genius named Xiang Yun, but Xiang Yun went to prison, so the matter was shelved. Later, he suddenly announced that Zhou Tianjue would take full charge of the project. Got it. After a moment's thought, Lu Rong called Mei Sha. Help me with something. Little Rong, you never come to the temple without a reason. Finally found a use for me? Are you going to help or not? Lu Rong knew that Misha couldn't resist his pampered act. It worked every time without fail. Sure enough, hearing his mesmerizing voice, Misha immediately surrendered. Little Rong, if you keep talking like that, don't blame me for coming to handle you right now. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Lu Rong gave a full-body shudder. Even he, who specialized in seductive killings, was breaking out in goosebumps. It seemed that once overseas matters were settled, he'd need to make another trip to the capital soon. Reaching the top floor, all members of the Shadow Hall stood in 2 neat rows, awaiting Lu Rong's arrival. How dare they not come to greet the arrival of their hall master? Lu Rong was quite pleased. Tell everyone to disperse. Yes, hall master. The crowd dispersed. Lu Rong was the first to enter a private room, but upon pushing open the door, he was utterly astonished. While the exterior appeared luxurious, the interior could only be described as extravagantly excessive. He never expected this seemingly unremarkable private room to conceal such wonder within, fully equipped with every imaginable furnishing. Not bad at all, show you. This was custom made for you long ago. Does it meet your expectations? Lu Rong nodded, feeling genuinely pleased. Accompanying Shou Yu were a man and a woman, both likely in their 50s or 60s. Shou Yu stepped forward and introduced to Lu Rong. Hallmaster, these are respectively Elder Shuiyu from the East Gate, Elder Chou Tian from the West Gate. As for the South Gate and North Gate Hallmasters, they have matters to attend to and will be introduced to you another day. Greetings, Hallmaster. Both men bowed deeply, paying their respects with reverence. Lu Rong nodded slightly, no need for formalities. Suddenly, Elder Chou Tian of the West Gate abruptly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Hallmaster, may we see proof of your authority? Only then can we be fully at ease. As these words fell, Shou Yu's expression changed dramatically. By demanding credentials, Chou Tian was openly questioning Lu Rong's authority and active insubordination. Chapter 64, Challenging Authority, only to be crushed. Please don't blame me, Hall Master. This concerns the safety of Shadow Hall in Jiangcheng after all. Out of a sense of responsibility, I merely wanted to confirm. Lu Rong cut off his further explanation. Of course you may. He removed the thumb ring from his hand and passed it to Chou Tian. Chou Tian received the ring with both hands, and in the instant their hands crossed, an overwhelming aura erupted, so terrifying it stole one's breath away. He had intended to test Lu Rong with his inner energy, but when their energies collided, Chou Tian's body trembled uncontrollably. The ring in his hand suddenly weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. This was utterly unbelievable. Chou Tian stared at Lu Rong, realizing that despite his youth, the young man possessed astonishingly profound inner energy, far surpassing even that of the revered guardian, Si Jeliashuyu. How about it? Lu Rong's tone was icy, exuding authority without anger. Chou Tian let out a long sigh and presented the thumb ring with both hands. This subordinate is guilty and should not have offended the hallmaster. I beg for punishment. How shall he be punished? Lu Rong calmly looked toward Shou Yu. 10 strokes of the cane. Shou Yu's words shocked Zhu Tian. The punishment was far too severe. Even 10 strikes would surely break his back, leaving him bedridden for 10 days to half a month. Lu Rong glanced at Shuiyu. You do it. Shuiyu looked at Zhu Tian hesitantly, but fetched the rod nonetheless. Seeing him lying prone on the bench, she gritted her teeth, shut her eyes, and yanked it downward with all her strength. But the stick seemed to be caught by something, and she couldn't pull it back no matter how hard she tried. Opening her eyes, she realized Lu Rong was holding the stick. Elder Cho Tian, please stand up. You did nothing wrong. By this point, Cho Tian was drenched in sweat from fright. As a man in his 50s or 60s, his recovery was slower compared to younger men. Hearing Lu Rong's words, he felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders and immediately stood up, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master. Looking at Cho Tian, Lu Rong asked, do you have an old knee injury? How did you know? It's been a chronic issue for years, Cho Tian replied in surprise. I can also tell you've been stuck at the advanced imperial strength level for at least 2 years, unable to break through. You're truly insightful, Hall Master. Cho Tian forced a bitter smile. It's exactly as you say, this stagnation has been troubling me greatly. The leap from advanced level martial force to the initial stage of transforming energy is a qualitative breakthrough, yet he had made no progress whatsoever in these 2 years and found no way to break through. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Rong produced several silver needles between his fingers and, with a slight exertion, flung them out. They struck Cho Tian's knees with pinpoint accuracy. Before he could even react, Lu Rong struck him with both palms, sending him flying through the air before crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Shui Wei frowned deeply and said in a low voice, Hall Master, instead of punishing Elder Cho Tian as instructed, you seized the chance for revenge. It seems you're not as upright and honorable as one might expect. In his view, if someone with questionable character became the Hall Master, the future of the Shadow Hall would surely be in jeopardy. Shui Wei, don't be insolent. Shoyue reprimanded, convinced that Lu Rong must have had good reason for his actions. Lu Rong remained composed and said to Cho Tian, take a moment to feel it now. Hearing these words, Cho Tian hastily rose to his feet. Suddenly, his entire body trembled slightly, and he felt remarkably light and energized. Overwhelmed with amazement, his excitement knew no bounds. Hall Master, I've actually reached the initial stage of transforming force. Don't misunderstand the hall leader, he was just helping me. At his words, Shui Wei finally noticed the dense chi swirling around Cho Tian's body. This was utterly unbelievable. Just 2 strikes had allowed him to break through to the next realm? Hall Master Xie, it was all this subordinate's recklessness before. As he spoke, Cho Tian knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in salute. This time, his apology was sincere, acknowledging Lu Rong as the true master of the Shadow Hall from the bottom of his heart. To Lu Rong, this was merely a trivial effort, something he couldn't care less about. Today, he just wanted to see who was causing trouble here. You all go back to work. Call me if anything happens. Understood, Hall Master. Shoyu and the others withdrew from the private room, leaving Lu Rong alone. 11 p.m. Everything was running smoothly at Jasmine Club today. Glancing at the clock, Lu Rong thought the troublemakers probably wouldn't show up at this hour. Just as he was about to leave, someone pushed open the private room door, a bloodied man staggering toward Lu Rong. Boss, come quick. Our guys downstairs, they're all beaten up by that gang, the man gasped. Move. Downstairs, Lu Rong saw several thugs surrounding a woman, harassing her with crude remarks. Approaching them, Lu Rong tapped one of the thugs on the shoulder. Hey, who the hell are you? Daring to ruin my fun, you've got a death wish. The thug looked at Lu Rong with an arrogant tone. Seeing the face of the surrounded woman, Lu Rong was somewhat surprised. Stepmom, what are you doing here? Recognizing Lu Rong, Luo Keqing immediately felt relieved. I saw you enter Jasmine Club and was worried you might get into trouble, so I followed you in. But they started harassing me. No matter how much of a scoundrel Lu Rong was, he was still the president of their Lu Corporation. She didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Glancing at the thug gripping Luo Keqing's arm, Lu Rong's eyes turned icy. Let go, or face the consequences. Oh, what's this? She ain't your stepmom, she's your side piece, ain't she? Ha ha ha, damn, you're quite the kinky one. Why not bring us brothers along for some fun too? Eh? The thug's words instantly flushed Luo Keqing's face with a mix of shame and rage. Yet the harder she struggled, the more excited those men became. Lu Rong's voice dripped with menace. You asked for this. Within seconds, they were all writhing on the ground, howling in pain. Then, he pulled Luo Keqing close to his side. Hall Master, thugs come to cause trouble every day. We drive away one group after another. But if this continues, it will greatly affect our club's business. We had no choice but to ask you to come and see. Shoyu approached Lu Rong and whispered. Lu Rong understood. But today, he was determined to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Approaching one of the thugs lying on the ground, Lu Rong grabbed his arm and bent it forcefully. Crack! The thug immediately let out a howl of pain. Talk! Who's behind you? What are you talking about? I don't understand. The thug forced himself to bear it and played dumb. A smirk tugged at Lu Rong's lips. Still playing tough? Let me show you what unbearable itching feels like. As he spoke, a silver needle appeared in Lu Rong's hand and suddenly pricked into the thug's body. Chapter 65. Make them regret coming. 1 minute later, the thug was rolling on the ground in agony, his face and body scratched bloody from his own desperate clawing, a horrifying sight to behold. I'll talk. It was the Qilong Society. In the end, the thug buckled under the torment and spilled the truth. Hearing it was the Qilong Society, the Shadow Hall members immediately understood. Damn those Qilong Society bastards. If they can't win fair and square, they resort to dirty tricks. I'll take the boys and smash their den right now. Zhou Tian was fuming with rage, about to order his men to grab their weapons. But Lu Rong stopped him. Don't be hasty. I want the mastermind behind this to come to us willingly. He turned to another thug lying on the ground. Take a message back to your boss. Be here at 9 tomorrow to redeem your men. If no one shows up, I'll kill them all and hang their bodies from Jiangqing Square as a public warning. Yes, yes. The thug trembled in fear, pissing his pants as he scrambled away. Zhou Tian asked in confusion, Hall Master, these cowardly fools from Kalongui only know how to pull these shady stunts. Why not wipe them all out in one go? It'd give our Shadow Hall brothers a huge morale boost. Patience. Their men will come to us. Eliminating them is just a matter of time. Lu Rong already had a plan in mind. He ordered the remaining members of the Qilong Society to be locked up together, then gathered the injured members of the Shadow Hall who had just recovered. Your wounds are all superficial. Take these tendon-strengthening pills, one each. You should fully recover by tomorrow. As he spoke, he produced a small vial from his pocket and distributed the pills to everyone. Shoyu approached Lu Rong's side. Boss, if the Qilin Society really comes tomorrow, what do you plan to do? Naturally, we'll make sure they never leave. Bravo, boss. What spirit? Lu Rong's words left the group both shocked and delighted. They'd expected him to seek a peaceful resolution, never anticipating such decisiveness. Shoyu, however, sought stability. Hallmaster, if we proceed like this, our feud with the Qilong Society will be set in stone, leaving no room for reconciliation. I never intended to reconcile anyway, he said. I've been busy lately, but once things calm down, I'll wipe them out completely. Back in prison, Sister Jilan had told him about the long-standing feud between the Shadow Hall and the Qilong Society. The Qilong Society operates without principles, driven solely by profit. They're nothing but petty thieves. They've survived this long solely through sneaky, underhanded tactics, unfit for proper society. Now that he's here, it's time for the Qilong Society to vanish. Seeing Lu Rong's unwavering confidence, Shoyu couldn't find words to object. Though he thought it was risky, Lu Rong had never failed before in similar situations, so he chose to trust him. Ever since leaving Jasmine Club, Luo Keqing had been wearing a stern expression. Stepmom, do you have something to ask me? What's your connection with Jasmine Club? Luo Keqing turned to Lu Rong and demanded. She simply didn't want Lu Rong to be in danger. After all, Lu Jiangluo's whereabouts were still unknown. If something were to happen to Lu Rong now, she truly wouldn't be able to hold on to Lu Corporation any longer. Understanding her concern, Lu Rong replied, Stepmom, it's a long story, but rest assured, no matter what I do, Lu Corporation's interests will always come first. This is also for the sake of smoothing the future path of the Lu Corporation. Fine, I'll take your word for it for now, but you really ought to be more careful. Seeing how everyone here treated Lu Rong with such deference, Luo Keqing was puzzled, but since he wasn't willing to explain, she didn't press him further. Lu Rong nodded and drove Luo Keqing back home. At exactly 8 o'clock the next evening, Lu Rong arrived once more at Jasmine Club. Several members of the Shadow Hall immediately crowded around him with endless praise. Hallmaster, this medicine of yours is downright miraculous. No kidding, I feel like I've got boundless energy now. It's incredible. Seeing how annoying they were, Shoyu had no choice but to drive them away. Yet Lu Rong actually found them quite amusing. It's fine, but I have an idea. Since Zhou Tian has already mastered the transformative force, why not let him select talented members from the Shadow Hall to learn martial arts? That's a brilliant idea. Let's proceed as you suggest. Shoyu had agreed wholeheartedly with raised hands. Since Sister Jilan entrusted the Shadow Hall to him, he was determined to make it flourish. In the days to come, they would inevitably face stronger foes. They needed at least the capability to protect themselves. Lu Rong's decision instantly sent waves of excitement throughout the entire Shadow Hall. They grew increasingly convinced by this new Hall Master, firmly believing that under his leadership, the Shadow Hall was destined for greatness. Hall Master, troublemakers are here. The Shadow Hall member on lookout duty quickly reported seeing dozens of men disembarking from vehicles. Let's go greet them. Lu Rong rose from the sofa, taking the lead as he strode forward, with the others following close behind in a menacing manner. At that moment, the first floor of the clubhouse was instantly packed with people. At the forefront was a man around 40 years old with dyed gray hair. Tall and burly, his imposing presence alone made it clear he wasn't someone to be trifled with. It seemed he held an important leadership position within the Qilong Society. Are you the leader of Shadow Hall? Is Shadow Hall so short on people? The man's tone dripped with contempt. He'd expected someone formidable, but instead found some wet-behind-the-ears brat. That's right, it's me. Lu Rong stood with his hands in his pockets, completely unruffled. Shoyu immediately said, he is Long Wei, the High Priest of Qilong Society, responsible for their martial prowess. In other words, he's really good at fighting. Is that so? Today I'd like to witness it for myself. Lu Rong looked forward to seeing what level his current skills had reached. Why not test them against this Long Wei today? Long Wei sized up Lu Rong with a look of disdain. Release my men. Whatever you have to say, you can talk to me. Lu Rong chuckled. You think we'll just let them go like that? What about our dignity? How are you going to compensate Jasmine Club for our recent losses? According to Shoyu, they had been coming to stir up trouble for half a month straight. In that time, they must have caused millions in losses. This was a debt Lu Rong would absolutely settle. Humph, quite the imagination you've got there. Claiming our Kirin society caused trouble, got any proof? Lu Rong had long since made his plans. Since they won't admit it, then bring out the person inside and ask them. That should clear things up. With that, he gave Qiu Tian a meaningful look. Qiu Tian understood the implication and had yesterday's captive brought before the crowd. The man was tightly bound and escorted by 2 guards. One of them gripped his throat. Just a slight pressure turned the man's face crimson, leaving him gasping for air. Lu Rong shot the 2 a look, and the guards immediately loosened their hold. Lu Rong asked sternly, "Tell me, were the people who caused trouble a few days ago from the Qilong Society?" Cough. Yes. In the end, as the man teetered on the brink of life and death, he chose to admit it outright to save himself. Long Wei glared at the man with a roguish expression and sneered. What difference does it make? I'm already here, do I care about that? Let them go now, or I'll raise your Jasmine Club to the ground. You've got quite the mouth, but don't boast too soon, it'd be embarrassing if you fell flat on your face. Lu Rong took several steps forward. He likewise regarded his opponent with contempt, his eyes filled with scorn. To Long Wei, this was nothing short of a direct challenge to his prowess. It's humiliation. He couldn't accept it. Chapter 66. Now you can rest in peace. At the Kirin Society, even the leader had to show him some respect. Yet Lu Rong was clearly trampling all over his forbidden territory, pushing his fury to the breaking point. Kid, you haven't even grown all your hair in yet, and you dare to provoke your granddaddy? Might as well let a dead man have his last laugh. Looking to die? Attack! Raise this place to the ground. Long Wei waved his hand, and dozens of men behind him charged forward with weapons drawn. The Shadow Hall operatives had long been poised for action. Seeing Lu Rong wave his hand, the crowd surged forward and plunged into a chaotic brawl with the members of Qilong Hui. Chief, let me deal with him, said Qiu Tian as he approached Lu Rong. Stopping Qiu Tian, Lu Rong said, I'll take this one. Perfect chance to stretch my limbs. It had been ages since he'd encountered a somewhat capable opponent. This would be just the thrill he needed. Long Wei's fist came swiftly, and anyone could see he was putting tremendous force into this punch, clearly aiming to take Lu Rong's life. Be careful, boss. Shoyu and the 2 elders all held their breath for Lu Rong. Meanwhile, Lu Rong took 2 steps back and struck out with a palm strike. 2 surges of vital energy collided through the air. Boom! Long Wei was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding train. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from Long Wei's mouth. Then, his face pale, he slowly collapsed to the ground. This can't be, Long Wei said unwillingly. Humph, just a mere Huajin level and you dare to show off in front of me? Seeking death. Lu Rong clapped his hands. He was very satisfied. It seemed he had improved yet again. It seems mastering the Yin-Yang divine technique is just around the corner. You've already reached the Dan-holding realm? Long Wei lay paralyzed on the ground, his voice trembling with doubt. Exactly. Now you can die with understanding. May your next life bring wiser judgment, don't provoke those beyond your reach. Long Wei was already finished. Lu Rong had shattered his internal organs beyond recovery. The surviving Qilin Society members recognized resistance as futile, resigning themselves to their fate. Lu Rong pointed at one of the men and ordered him to leave. Just as the man was about to run, Lu Rong added, Wait, tell your boss not to send trash to deal with me. Next time, pick out some tough ones, or this won't even be fun. Such an arrogant remark, only Lu Rong could say something like that. The man scrambled away from Jasmine Club, crawling and stumbling in his haste. The enforcer from Qilong Hui had been effortlessly subdued by Lu Rong, leaving the members of the Shadow Hall utterly stunned. To become the leader of the Shadow Hall, one must indeed possess extraordinary skills, but they never expected Lu Rong, in his 20s, to be this formidable, defeating the Grand Commander of the Kirin Guild with just a single palm strike. With this, the day when the Shadow Hall stands unrivaled across all of Huagui is surely near at hand. Hall Master is invincible. This battle solidified Lu Rong's popularity among the people, and the morale of the Shadow Hall soared to new heights. All gain and no loss. A land beyond borders. What? Long Wei is dead? Lu Qiaowen, leader of the Qilong Society, was cruising on a yacht with 2 beauties when startled by this news. For so many years, Long Wei had been the martial pillar of their Qilong Society. The fact that he was killed proves how formidable the newly appointed leader of the Shadow Hall must be. Pass down the order, radio silence. Lu Qiaowen took a puff of his cigar, his gaze profound. It seems trouble is brewing. Hua Country, Jiang City. The entrance of Lu Corporation was crowded with people. A giant banner was stretched across the entrance. Moreover, numerous reporters were broadcasting live coverage. My younger brother took medicine produced by Lu Corporation and started foaming at the mouth that same day before losing consciousness. Such a big company actually sells fake drugs, killing us common folks. We demand justice. Give us back our family's health. Within moments, news of Lu Corporation selling counterfeit medicine flooded major media outlets, skyrocketing to national trending status and causing the company's stock to plunge several percentage points. In the conference room, Lu Rong sat with his legs crossed, sipping tea from a cup. The others, however, were as restless as ants on a hot pan, filled with anxiety. President Lu, you must think of a solution quickly. If we let the situation continue like this, Lu Corporation's stock will plummet to rock bottom, and the company will face bankruptcy. Yes, do you know something that we don't? Why are you so calm? If you have a plan in mind, please share it with us. Don't leave us worrying in suspense. Glancing at Lu Rong, Luo Keqing gestured for everyone to calm down. I've already engaged the PR department. There will be results soon, so everyone just needs to be patient. Lu Rong knew this was only the beginning. There's no lack of pretexts when one wants to frame someone. The mastermind behind the scenes targeting their Lu Corporation aims to push them to the brink of destruction. He's waiting. Ever since Lu Rong was released from prison, he had already thoroughly investigated everything about Lu Corporation. The group's core businesses include biopharmaceuticals, construction engineering, high-end instrument manufacturing across various industries, and logistics transportation. If someone was deliberately targeting the Lu Group, he surmised correctly that issues would emerge successively across these sectors. But this matter involved too vast a scope. Even if he wanted to intervene now, it was already too late. Then let everything escalate with maximum momentum. Fight poison with poison. When things reach their extreme, they'll reverse course, and that's when the solution will reveal itself. Mr. Lu, a worker at the construction site got injured. It's serious. Let's go to the hospital. Lu Rong glanced at Luo Keqing, stood up, and walked out. He personally reassured the injured worker's family, clearly stating his stance and compensation terms. The patient's family was very satisfied and didn't give Lu Rong any more trouble. Luo Keqing stood by, thoroughly pleased with Lu Rong's words and actions. She never expected that this former good-for-nothing playboy could remain so composed and handle the situation properly when faced with challenges. If your father could see how you performed today, he would surely be very pleased. Of course, just look whose son this is. Let's go. Time to deal with the next problem. Just as Lu Rong had anticipated, issues arose at both the instrument manufacturing plant and logistics operations. He personally handled each situation, minimizing the damages as much as possible. Stepmother, make arrangements. I need to hold a press conference. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Let Jiran assist you, she's capable. Lu Rong knew Luo Keqing had few reliable people at her disposal, and during this period of training, Lin Jiran's professional skills had markedly improved. With the two of them working in tandem, he believed their efforts would yield twice the results. All right, the series of incidents at Lu Corporation made the entire company the focus of industry attention and consistently topped the trending charts. Holding a press conference at this moment was just perfect. Chapter 67, Drawing Water with a Wicker Basket, all in vain. The press conference venue, packed to capacity. There were journalists, company employees, and even some troublemakers mixed in the crowd. Director Lu, everything is ready. We can begin now. All right, Lu Rong nodded. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out from the doorway. Well, isn't this quite the lively scene? Then, Lin Ziyuan and the dozen or so people behind him came swarming in. Luo Keqing wanted to intervene, but Lu Rong gave her a look, signaling her not to interfere. Understanding his meaning, she remained still and quietly observed how things would unfold. It seemed the murderer truly couldn't hold back anymore, arriving uninvited. President Lu, knowing that your Lu Corporation is holding a press conference today, I've come specifically to deliver you a grand gift. The person beside Li Ziyuan was holding a black square box. With a snap of his fingers, he ordered the box to be opened. Inside lay a golden, gleaming steamed corn bun. For a moment, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. As everyone knows, Lu Rong had just been released from prison not long ago. Yet during the upheaval at Lu Corporation, Li Ziyuan sent over steamed corn buns, a blatant insult if there ever was one. How thoughtful of you, young Master Li. Is someone, accept the gift and show second young Master Li to his seat. All eyes were on Lu Rong, waiting to see his next move, but he remained as composed as if nothing had happened. With no outburst of anger as expected, Li Ziyuan couldn't resist adding, CEO Lu truly has the patience of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm impressed. I know you've admired me for a long time, don't worry, soon you'll have even more reasons to be impressed. Lu Rong's words carried a hidden meaning as he ignored Li Ziyuan and instead nodded at the person beside him, signaling for things to begin. Before the press conference begins, I have something interesting to show everyone. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me how we're going to solve this drug counterfeiting issue. Exactly, stalling won't do any good. You must give us an answer today. Right, otherwise you won't leave the Lu Group's premises alive. Amidst the crowd's murmuring, the footage began playing on the large screen. The video showed evidence of the protesting family members accepting bribes, surveillance of factory employees sabotaging safety systems, and more. The online sentiment immediately shifted in favor of the Lu Corporation upon seeing these videos. Li Ziyuan's expression grew increasingly grim as he turned to glance at someone in the crowd. But someone stepped forward and shouted, "President Lu, this doesn't count as evidence. These videos could easily be fabricated. We won't be fooled a second time. You must give us a concrete explanation today." That's right, we're not buying this. People got sick from the drugs, and the factory accident happened. These prove there are systemic flaws in Lu Corporation's management. Otherwise, these incidents wouldn't keep happening one after another. The words of these few individuals stirred up another commotion. This made Lu Rong even more aware of their motives. He discreetly had them placed under surveillance, then rose to his feet. What you say isn't wrong, but what outsiders don't know is that the medicines under Lu Corporation's name have anti-counterfeit markings. He took two seemingly identical medicine boxes in his hands, shining ultraviolet light on the lower right corner of each box in turn. Strangely enough, one box had the character Lu printed in the bottom right corner, while the other box did not. The box with the Lu character contains medicine produced by our group, while the other box, the one without, was purchased by the person who got sick. This clearly proves someone is deliberately framing us. But adhering to humanitarian principles, we're willing to cover all medical expenses for the affected individual. Additionally, here's the re-inspection report from the Drug Regulatory Agency, confirming that Lu Group's medicine complies with all regulations. There was other evidence, all of which Lu Rong presented. Shortly after his release from prison, he had already reviewed all aspects of the company's operations. The financial management skills Sister Yun taught him came into immediate use. Learning on the spot, he acted preemptively to prevent future crises, taking countermeasures in advance. Who would have thought this would actually come in handy? Lu Rong, I truly underestimated you. Li Ziyuan stood up, unwilling yet powerless. He turned to leave but was stopped by Lu Rong's voice. Hold on, second young Master Li. Many thanks for your generous gift today. I shall return the favor tenfold in due time. Oh, and as for the pleasure of prison meals, it seems second young Master Li is quite eager to sample them. Perhaps I could help expedite that wish of yours. The threat in Lu Rong's words was unmistakable. Hearing this, Li Ziyuan's face cycled between shades of ashen and livid. Once again, Lu Rong managed to slip through unscathed, while I ended up exposing myself instead. It was truly a case of drawing water with a sieve, all effort for nothing. After the press conference, Lu Corporation's situation took an immediate turn for the better, with its stock price actually rising 5% higher than before. This time around, Lu Rong has fought a remarkably successful counterattack. His composed and steady demeanor, along with his calmness in handling situations, made Luo Keqing look at him with admiration. For this reason alone, Luo Keqing felt reassured about entrusting the Lu Corporation into his hands. Could it be that Lu Rong had been playing dumb to disguise his true abilities all along? Luo Keqing pondered in her heart. Although it's said that a leopard cannot change its spots, Lu Rong's recent actions were all too incredible. Not only can he casually pull out hundreds of millions, but his combat skills are off the charts. He can take on more than a dozen men single-handedly. And now it seems his business acumen is formidable too. Clearly, his capabilities run much deeper than this. Lu Rong, come with me. I need to talk to you, Luo Keqing said. What is it, stepmom? Lu Rong was puzzled but followed her nonetheless. The two arrived at Luo Keqing's office. Opening the safe, Luo Keqing took out a red box and unlocked it with a key. Lu Rong, this is something your father gave me before disappearing. He had a premonition that something might happen, so he entrusted me with the company's presidential seal, instructing me to give it to you if he was ever gone. To me? Receiving the seal meant truly taking over the Lu Corporation, and Lu Rong's emotions were complicated. Luo Keqing nodded. When you first got out of prison, I didn't fully trust you, but now I see you're entirely capable of protecting the Lu Corporation. Now, I formally hand it over to you. With this bestowal completed with both hands, Luo Keqing could finally set her mind at ease. Taking the seal, Lu Rong felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. For so long, he hadn't found even the slightest clue about his father, not even a single lead to pursue. Father, I will find you. Just then, Lu Rong's phone rang. It was Chang Xingyue. Is something the matter? Hello? Mr. Lu, Grandpa asked me to inform you that the other two items you requested have been found. Good, understood. I'll be right there. Now that all three items are ready, it's time to wake Cheng Xuezhen. This can be considered as settling grandfather's long-standing worry. Chapter 68. treating Cheng Xuejian. Lu Rong was equally excited and immediately drove there. Grandpa! Lu Rong, come quickly. These are 100-year-old rhinoceros horns and live white python bile I ordered to be found. Now Xuejian can be saved. Old Master Chang was so moved that tears streamed down his face. One could see how dearly he loved this granddaughter. Don't worry, grandfather, leave it to me. But during the detoxification process, I will use the 7-star life protection array to safeguard her. This formation was taught to Lu Rong by Su Daoer during his time in prison. Su Daoer was versed in the mystic arts of the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. It's said she came from a very mysterious sect. Lu Rong continued, unexpected situations may arise during the process. Grandfather must be prepared. Lu Rong warned in advance, fearing Old Master Cheng's advanced age might make the ordeal too physically demanding. Old Master Cheng nodded and said, half of this old man is already in the grave. There's nothing he can't endure. In Cheng Xuejian's room, Lu Rong had the bed placed directly at the center. Cheng Xuejian lay upon it. Around the room, he arranged 7 candles in precise positions according to the 7 stars life protection formation. Grandfather, rhino horns over 100 years old need to be ground into powder, and the bile from the white python must be freshly extracted. They've already been prepared. The white python is kept at home, freshly caught from the mountains. Everything has been arranged as you instructed. The servant standing beside him held the items Lu Rong had requested, ready for his further directions. Lu Rong took the bowl containing the white python bile from the servant's hands and produced a silver needle, dipping it into the bowl. Instantly, the tip of the silver needle turned blue and began to glow. Indeed, this is bile extracted from a live white python. Grandfather, during the period when I'm detoxifying Xuejian, this room must be strictly guarded. No one is allowed to enter without my permission, Lu Rong said solemnly. Nodding in agreement, Elder Chang entrusted this task to Cheng Xingyue. Then, Lu Rong began preparing all the necessary items. He took 7 different silver needles from the bag, removed the blood jade from Cheng Xuejian's wrist, crushed it into fragments, and placed them at the very center of her forehead. Then, he blended powdered century-old rhinoceros horn with the bile of a live white python. Next, he cut his finger with a knife, letting 3 drops of blood fall into the mixed concoction in the bowl before finally submerging the blood jade fragments within it. The moment the blood jade was placed in the bowl, it instantly turned as transparent as glass, and the blended liquid in the bowl transformed into a faint golden hue. Now, everything is ready. At the stroke of midnight, when the yin energy is at its peak, we can begin. Grandfather, is everything normal inside the estate? Otherwise, Lu Rong only feared that Cheng Yilong might interfere and cause trouble. If anything unexpected happens, Cheng Xuejian might lose her life. Don't worry, orders have already been given. That's good then. 11 o'clock at midnight. 7 candles were simultaneously lit within the room, their flickering shadows dancing across the walls. Grandfather, no matter what happens, the candles must not be extinguished, and no one should be allowed to enter. Otherwise, her life will be in grave danger. Grandfather Chang nodded solemnly, resolving to stand guard outside personally. Now, only Lu Rong and Cheng Xuejian remained in the room. At some point, 7 silver needles appeared in Lu Rong's hands and were instantly inserted into the vital points of Cheng Xuejian's body. Cheng Xuejian's entire body trembled, and the golden markings on her collarbone suddenly emitted a bright light, as if alive, swirling across her entire body. Channeling his true chi, Lu Rong suspended the blood jade soaked in the medicinal bowl directly above Cheng Xuejian's glabella. In that instant, the golden liquid in the bowl flowed simultaneously towards 7 candles from 7 directions. The flame at the center suddenly grew several times taller, its color shifting to a ghostly blue. As Lu Rong worked his magic, the golden threads on Cheng Xuejian's body all converged toward her forehead, engaging in a tug-of-war with the blood jade fragments. Cheng Xuejian's somewhat pale face twisted in pain, her lips trembling slightly as if trying to articulate something. Outside the door, Cheng Yilong indeed made his appearance. Father, it's so late. Your health can't take this, let me keep watch instead. It's fine. At my age, sleep comes lightly anyway. Staying here keeps my mind at ease. When old Master Cheng spoke these words, Cheng Yilong knew there was no chance left. After stealing another glance at the tightly shut door, his heart pounded with unease. If Cheng Xuejian were to wake up, everything he'd done all those years ago would be exposed, and he'd be expelled from the Cheng household. Therefore, she absolutely must not regain consciousness. Alright, I'll keep you company. Since there was no chance to get inside, he'd better keep a close watch here. If Cheng Xuejian woke up, he'd have a countermeasure ready. After giving him a glance, old Master Cheng remained silent, only feeling that Cheng Yilong was being unusually attentive today. Uncle, you. In the room, Cheng Xuejian suddenly opened her eyes and shouted loudly, but before she could finish her words, she fell unconscious once again. Hearing her call out uncle, Lu Rong naturally understood what was happening. while Chang Yilong outside the door broke into a cold sweat. But as the room fell silent again, his anxious heart finally settled. "Is there something Xu Weijian wanted to say to you?" Old Master Chang asked, utterly bewildered. Chang Yilong nodded sheepishly, "Perhaps. Before she fell unconscious, Xu Weijian always liked to linger around me. Maybe she's missed me during her long slumber." After that, there was no further movement in the room. Dawn was approaching, and Chang Shuijian's condition had stabilized considerably. By now, the golden patterns on her body had completely faded, leaving only a slight pallor on her face. Lu Rong gathered the 7 candles, placed the fragments of blood jade that had turned a dull yellow into a bag, and opened the door. "How's it going?" Old Master Chang seemed to have aged several years overnight. For the sake of his granddaughter Chang Shuijian, he had truly gone to extraordinary lengths. "I've already cleared all the toxins from her system, but the poison has corroded and damaged her brain nerves. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for her to regain consciousness." "What?" Hearing Lu Rong's words, Old Master Chang nearly lost his footing. Chang Yilong beside him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After persuading Old Master Chang, Lu Rong turned and left, then picked up his phone to send the old man a text message. "Midnight at 12. Hello, Grandpa, Lu Rong. What do you mean by having me call you at this hour?" Old Master Chang had been immersed in the sorrow of his granddaughter not waking up, but Lu Rong's message made him sink into deep thought again. He felt Lu Rong must have some secret to tell him. In truth, Lu Rong did this out of concern that Old Master Chang might grieve excessively and harm his health. "Grandpa, actually, Xue Jian is already fine. Tomorrow, I'll have Xin Yue bring back some medicine for her to take. She'll wake up very soon." "Really?" His words stirred deep emotion in Elder Chang. "I wouldn't lie to you, grandfather. It's just that the Chang family situation is complicated. I was worried that outsiders might leak information and endanger Xue Jian, which is why I spoke that way." "Grandfather, before Xue Jian wakes up, this must remain absolutely secret. Even after she regains consciousness, we shouldn't announce it immediately. Not even your own sons or grandsons can know." "Very well, I understand. I'll make the necessary arrangements." Old Master Chang trusted Lu Rong deeply, believing there must be a good reason for his actions. Just after hanging up, Lu Rong's phone suddenly rang again. It was Lin Jiran calling. Without hesitation, Lu Rong immediately answered the call. "Where are you, honey?" Lu Rong asked anxiously. But before hearing any response, he caught several thugs hurling vulgar insults at Lin Jiran through the phone. "Hey sweet thing, hang out with us brothers, we'll guarantee you the time of your life. Stop struggling. No one's coming to save you at this hour. Ha ha ha, bring it on." The call was disconnected, likely snatched away. Lu Rong instantly flushed with anger, grabbing his phone to dial "Show you. Get me Lin Jiran's location within 1 minute." Lin Jiran was his reverse scale. To touch a dragon's reverse scale is to court death. Chapter 69, Hiring an Assassin. 40 seconds later, Lin Jiran's location was sent over. The situation was critical. After stepping out, Lu Rong accelerated his car to 150 miles per hour, arriving at the location Yasho had sent him in less than 10 minutes. But the scene before him instantly left him dumbfounded. Lin Jiran stood there completely unharmed, while those thugs who had bullied her now sported faces swollen like pig heads. Lu Rong walked up to Lin Jiran's side, looking at her with a puzzled expression. "Honey, did you do this?" Staring at her slightly reddened hand, Lin Jiran was equally bewildered. "I can't even believe I'm this good at fighting." She had merely taken advantage of the thugs getting close to slap them a few times, yet somehow their faces had swollen up this badly. "How did my grip suddenly become so strong? I seem to have gotten stronger lately, but I didn't even exert any effort." "Did your hand hurt? Let me massage it for you, darling." Lu Rong tenderly massaged Lin Jiran's hand, making her both bashful and delighted. But recalling the last time Zhou Tianjue got beaten up, she still felt something was off. "I'm being serious with you. Last time at the restaurant, I didn't even use much force, yet Zhou Tianjue was in so much pain. What was that about? Could it be?" Hearing Lin Jiran's words, Lu Rong felt she had indeed grown stronger recently. Compared to her previously frail and delicate self, she now seemed noticeably more sturdy. "What? I've been practicing the yin-yang divine art. After coupling with you, the vital energy within me has grown denser. Likely because of this, your physical strength has also undergone changes." Lu Rong felt his conjecture was probably correct. In prison, those women clung to him for dual cultivation because he could help enhance their physical potential. Similarly, Lin Jiran might have the same possibility. "Really? I never knew it had such effects. Hubby, let's do this more often in the future." "Sure, if your talent improves, you might even become a martial artist. That way, you can protect yourself when I'm not around." At this thought, lust surged violently in Lu Rong's eyes. "Darling, let's head home right now and get busy, wink wink." How shameless! Though her lips uttered words of disdain, Lin Jiran's heart was brimming with anticipation. The moment they returned home, the two eagerly jumped into bed together. The room soon became filled with an amorous atmosphere. Little Yu had been sound asleep until midnight when their noises woke her up. Lin Jiran's irresistible moans of pleasure echoed throughout the room. "Miss, it seems the young master can give you a blissful married life. Go on, young master." Burying her head under the blankets, Xiao Yu went straight back to sleep. One had to admit, Xiao Yu had nerves of steel. At 4 in the morning, Lin Jiran finally passed out from exhaustion, while Lu Rong received a message. After getting dressed, Lu Rong went to the study and dialed the number back. "It's so late. Is there something urgent? Turn on your computer. I'm sending you something." On the other end of the line, Misha's subordinate Danqing spoke with unusual gravity, clearly indicating the seriousness of the matter. Lu Rong powered up his computer, and the other party immediately sent over a web link. When he opened it, he discovered it was actually an overseas website. The background was pitch black, appearing both mysterious and terrifying. Above seemed to be a series of names, which Lu Rong opened. The names inside were all marked in bloody red text, and at the very top of the list was written, "Top Mission, Lu Rong." He clicked on his own name, revealing his information, both recent and from long ago. "Is this a bounty notice?" Lu Rong couldn't help but ask. "This is the assassination ranking list from the global killer organization Longins. You're currently ranked number 1. Danqing's tone carried a hint of concern. "My people found out that someone offered 2 billion to buy your head just a few days ago." "Only 2 billion? Lu Rong smiled calmly. "Am I only worth this much? They really don't think much of me." His attitude surprised Dan Qing, yet also made sense. "Mr. Lu, I've already had someone negotiate with Langins on your behalf. Barring unexpected developments, the bounty notice will be withdrawn. But identifying whoever's behind this will take more time, because Longins maintains excellent confidentiality regarding their clients." "Alright, got it." Lu Rong was quite satisfied with Dan Cheng's efficiency, clear, methodical, and decidedly effective. Everything was already arranged without him needing to lift a finger. Hanging up the phone, Lu Rong's gaze turned profound. Only the Li or Zhou families would spend such a fortune to have him killed unless it was the Morong family he'd previously offended, or perhaps even connected to his father's disappearance. "Father, where are you now? Are you even still alive?" Lu Rong felt panic for the first time in his heart. All these years, he had studied and mastered skills in prison with the sole purpose of making his father proud one day, and ensuring the Lu family's unshakable position in the industry. Now, he finally had the ability. This night, Lu Rong was destined to remain sleepless. The next morning, Lu Rong received a call from Shoyu, informing him that Wang Shangqin had been safely brought back from overseas and was now in the capital. "Jiran, I need to go to the capital for some business. If you need anything, you can go to Jasmine Club or find my stepmother Luo Kuching, either is fine. Then be careful. I'll miss you." "Me too." He planted a gentle kiss on Lin Jiran's forehead before leaving the villa. Lu Rong headed to the capital with only Cho Tian by his side. After all, this was a positive endeavor. With their combined abilities, nothing could go wrong. Besides, bringing Wang Shangqin back to the Wang family would earn Lu Rong their gratitude rather than trouble. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 70, Disaster Comes Knocking. Lu Rong and Xiao Tian arrived in the capital city. After settling Wang Shangqin into a safe place, they immediately began reaching out to the Wang family. Wang Minghui, as the head of the Wang family, had always managed its affairs meticulously, earning the family an excellent reputation in their industry. However, ever since his only son Wang Shangqin was placed under house arrest, he had fallen ill from longing and sorrow, becoming bedridden. Now, both the Wang family and their corporate group were being managed by his wife, Zhu Xinhui. Xiao Tian directly called Zhu Xinhui and sent her the complete video of Wang Shangqin. Zhu Xinhui immediately burst into tears and shared this good news with Wang Minghui. The despondent Wang Minghui instantly regained his vigor upon hearing his wife's words. Eager to see their son, Wang Minghui and his wife rushed nonstop to the Lu family's residence. "Son." Upon arriving at their destination, they saw Wang Shangqin sitting perfectly fine on the sofa. Wang Minghui was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he rushed forward to embrace Wang Shangqin. Zhu Xinhui reacted the same way. Seeing their family reunited, Lu Rong was genuinely happy for them. After a while, Wang Minghui turned to Lu Rong and asked, "May I ask, who are you?" "I'm Lu Rong, the son of Lu Jiangwo from the Lu Group. We've heard of you. Thank you so much for saving my son. Our Wang family will never forget your kindness. If you have any requests, we'll do our utmost to fulfill them." Lu Rong didn't conceal anything either and stated his purpose clearly. "Mr. Wang, I'll be frank then, I'm here for the Tianjie project. I want to understand what happened regarding this project." "Ah, I see. No problem. I'll tell you everything I know." So Wang Minghui recounted everything about the Tianjie project from its initial launch to the present situation to Lu Rong, and all of it matched exactly what Lu Rong had guessed. "Mr. Wang, do you currently have any evidence to prove that all this is related to the Zhou family?" Now, even though they knew the truth, things were different in Hua country compared to overseas. Bringing down Zhou Tianjue or even the entire Zhou family required concrete evidence. After thinking for a long time, Wang Minghui furrowed his brows tightly, yet couldn't come up with any leads. Although we know it was Zhou Tianjue who kidnapped my son, we don't have a shred of evidence. Zhou Tianjue came to me demanding the Tianjie project, which I refused, and the very next day my son was abducted. We can only video call Xiang Qin periodically to know he's safe. Beyond that, there's nothing more we can do. At the thought of all the grievances his son had endured, Wang Minghui's heart ached unbearably. Seeing him like this, Lu Rong quickly reassured him, "It's all right, the truth will come out sooner or later. By the way, Mr. Wang, I have another favor to ask. Now that you're no longer constrained, does that mean the Tianjie project can come back under your control?" Of course. Although I signed an agency agreement with the Zhou family back then, they were too arrogant at the time, they didn't realize there was a hidden clause in the contract. Wang Minghui had left himself a backup plan. If his son were never to return, he would drag them all down with him. What is it? That means if there's a change in the position of CEO at our Wang family's Wanhui group, this agency agreement will automatically become void. His words made Lu Rong's eyes light up. "Mr. Wang, you're truly resourceful. Then I can rest easy. As for the Tianjie project, we just need to give everyone a fair chance to compete. Let the truly capable take over, that would already be a good outcome." Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Rong no longer pressed them to stay. "It's rare for your family of three to reunite, so I won't keep you here any longer. If there's another opportunity in the future, I'll definitely host a feast for all of you." "Wait, nephew Lu. After what happened today, Zhou Tianjue will soon know Xiang Qin has been rescued, and they'll turn their focus to the Tianjie project. I have an idea. I'll hand over Wanhui Group to Xiang Qin and have him sign a new agency agreement with you. Our time together was brief, but I trust my judgment. I'm completely at ease leaving the Tianjie project in your hands." Wang Minghui's words left Lu Rong utterly stunned. He never expected Wang Minghui to trust him so much. "If you trust me, I have no problem with it," Lu Rong declared confidently. "Of course, you saved my son, you are our family's benefactor. Even if you asked me to hand over the entire Wang family assets, I wouldn't say no. Tomorrow, I'll have the company's lawyer come to the house. Please join us then so we can sign the agreement. It's settled, then." Thus, Zhou Tianjue's schemes all came to naught. If he knew everything he had schemed had fallen into Lu Rong's hands, he would surely be furious to the point of madness. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Rong arrived at the Wang family villa, Dragon Bay Villa, in Wang Minghui's study. Lu Rong and the lawyer were both present as Wang Minghui transferred his 51% stake in the company to Wang Shangqin's name and signed an agency agreement with Lu Rong for the Tianjie project. "Nephew, the Tianjie project has already begun and will soon be on track. The next step is the bidding process. Initially, I wanted to hand the Tianjie project directly to you, but I feared it might make the Lu Group a target of public criticism. What do you think? So, I'd like to proceed through the proper channels. With Mr. Wang here, the Lu Corporation will undoubtedly win the bidding fair and square, leaving everyone convinced of our merits." Wang Minghui felt that Lu Rong was extraordinary. Being able to rescue Wang Shangqin so effortlessly abroad was no ordinary feat. A mere project is hardly an issue at all. Lu Rong's thoughts aligned perfectly with Wang Minghui's, but he cared little about whether this project would be secured. What truly mattered to him was uncovering the truth of that year, clearing Sister Yen's name, and securing her early release from prison. "Very well, we'll proceed as you've suggested." After leaving the Wang residence, Lu Rong and Xiao Tian immediately got into their car and set off for Jiangcheng. Just as they were about to depart the capital, their vehicle was intercepted by several law enforcement vehicles. Several people in law enforcement uniforms stepped out of the vehicle and walked toward them. "Chief, why are law enforcement officers stopping our car? Could there be any trouble?" Xiao Tian felt a pang of guilt. After all, they operated in gray areas, and the sight of authorities made him instinctively want to hide. It had become a habit. Lu Rong remained silent but rolled down the car window. The leader was a 40-year-old man with a stern expression. "Are you Lu Rong from Jiangcheng's Lu Family Corporation?" Chapter 71, Trying to Frame Me? Not a chance. The man immediately locked eyes with Lu Rong. Judging by their manner, Lu Rong knew they had come prepared, otherwise how could they have recognized him so instantly? "That's right, I'm Lu Rong. May I ask what this is about?" "I'm Gao Tian, Deputy Chief of the Capital Enforcement Division." He produced his credentials. "We've received a tip about prohibited items in your vehicle. Please come with us for questioning. Also, we suspect your involvement in a physical altercation and will require your cooperation." "Contraband?" It's probably referring to that last brawl with the Morong family in the capital. What an overreaction. Lu Rong remained expressionless as he spoke. "Captain Gao, do you have evidence for what you're saying? If not, you'd better not make baseless accusations, otherwise you might get burned by the flames you're playing with." Gao Tian smirked mockingly. "Young Master Lu, since I've come to find you, I must have complete confidence." Lu Rong said calmly, "If you have evidence, I'll go with you immediately. But without evidence, I won't cooperate. If you insist on taking me away by force, Go ahead, but I must warn you, once I'm in, getting me out again won't be so easy. Gao Tian was infuriated by Lu Rong's arrogant tone. A criminal suspect still dares to openly threaten him? You're taking this joke too far. If this evidence is verified, there's no way you're getting out again. After speaking these words, their gazes collided. Instantly, the air around them seemed thick with the smell of gunpowder. Yet for some reason, within just a few seconds, Gao Tian inexplicably felt an urge to lower his head. Lu Rong's eyes were as fierce as a tiger's. A single glance sent chills down one's spine, stirring fear in the heart. Shifting his gaze away, Gao Tian stretched out his hand. After you, young Master Lu. Let's not make this physical. Seeing this, Lu Rong turned to Qiu Tian. You go back first. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Knowing Qiu Tian's impulsive nature, Lu Rong reassured him. Glaring at Gao Tian, Qiu Tian said anxiously, if you go with them, who's to say you'll come back? Let's take them on instead. These few guys don't scare me one bit. Patting Qiu Tian on the shoulder, Lu Rong feigned nonchalance. Stop joking around. It's not like I've never been to prison before. Just think of it as taking a stroll. Seeing Lu Rong's attitude, Qiu Tian had no choice but to relent. Alright then, just be careful. If anyone tries anything, don't hold back on them. Lu Rong waved his hand dismissively. Qiu Tian left quickly, eager to return and relay the information. If there really was someone out to harm Lu Rong in prison, at least he could prepare a countermeasure. Lu Rong stuffed his hands into his pockets, glancing at Gao Tian. Let's go, Captain Gao, he said casually. Never been to the police station before, might as well check it out. With Lu Rong's extensive connections, how could he possibly end up in prison? But he just wanted to see who was stirring up trouble. Since idle hands are idle anyway. Gao Tian waved his hand, and the two law enforcement officers behind him moved to handcuff Lu Rong. Frowning slightly, Lu Rong's sharp eyes fixed on the two men. The officers instantly froze in fright, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they stood rooted to the spot. Captain, what do you think? At that moment, a law enforcement officer turned to him for guidance. Fine, as long as he cooperates, there's no need for handcuffs. Soon after, they arrived at the Capital Law Enforcement Bureau. Take young Master Lu to the interrogation room. I'll be right there. Gao Tian said this as he walked toward the chief's office. He knocked on the door, waited for a response from inside, then entered and closed the door behind him. Chief, Lu Rong has been brought in. Before Gao Tian could finish speaking, Chief Wang Kai lost his patience. There's no need for discussion. I'm giving you 2 hours, get him to confess. These words sent a drastic change across Gao Tian's expression. The director had made it abundantly clear their goal was to get him to confess. The rest of the procedures could be filled in later. Rest assured, I will not disappoint. He took the documents handed to him by Wang Kai, gave a brief response, then turned and left. Interrogation room. Gao Tian pushed the door open only to see Lu Rong sitting casually with legs crossed, lounging in the chair with an air of arrogance. Since when did suspects behave like this? Bang! Gao Tian grew furious, slamming the table as he roared, Lu Rong, this isn't a place for you to act wild. Mind your manners. At the Law Enforcement Bureau, even a dragon must coil and a tiger must crouch before me. Yet Lu Rong completely ignored his words. Gao Tian felt speechless in his heart. What exactly did law enforcers like them count as in the eyes of these wealthy, powerful families? Leave us. I want to talk with him. Yes. After dismissing the others, Gao Tian neatly arranged the documents and took a seat opposite Lu Rong. Young Master Lu, prior to this, I've reviewed your records, but there's one matter that seems rather peculiar. Gao Tian spoke in a gentle tone, not at all like an interrogation. 3 years ago, you were imprisoned for intentional assault. You were supposed to serve your sentence at Beijing prison, so why were you ultimately transferred elsewhere? Young Master Lu, don't you find this matter full of unanswered questions? Rong smiled but remained silent. This was his secret with his master, something outsiders could never know. But to Gao Tian, it seemed someone wanted him dead. Seeing his silence, Gao Tian continued, I advise you not to oppose the Enforcement Bureau. Confess now, and I can help you negotiate lighter punishment. His words made Lu Rong feel like laughing. I'd better just plead guilty, that'll make you all happy, won't it? With a sarcastic smile, he continued, don't bother pretending to be decent, it's wasted on me. Seeing Lu Rong's stubborn defiance, Gao Tian stopped trying to persuade him. Here's the evidence of contraband found in your vehicle, plus the victim's assault testimony. The proof is ironclad, your denial means nothing. With that, he pushed the documents toward Lu Rong. Lu Rong lounged lazily in his chair. Technically speaking, your evidence isn't airtight, is it? After all, verbal testimony can't serve as direct evidence, and who knows if those illegal substances in the car were planted by someone? If you think I'll plead guilty, not a chance in hell. Seeing his stubborn defiance, Gao Tian's face darkened instantly. He slammed the table and stood up. Lu Rong, don't push your luck and test my patience. I just want to test it, what are you going to do about it? Lu Rong smirked. His attitude left Gao Tian seething with frustration, forcing him to suppress and calm his emotions. Fine, I hope you can keep acting this cocky forever. With that, Gao Tian stormed out of the interrogation room. Chapter 72 Coercing a Confession Through Torture? Jasmine Club. Xiao Tian hurried in with frantic steps, his face filled with panic. What's wrong, old Xiao? Shueihua hadn't seen Xiao Tian this flustered in a long time. The hall master has been arrested by the capital's law enforcement bureau. What? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yu was instantly struck with terror. Xiao Tian truthfully recounted the events that had occurred in the capital to Xiao Yu and Shui Yu. They clearly came prepared, making up all that nonsense about contraband in the car and allegations of the boss getting into fights. None of it was true. The law enforcement officers arresting someone, this is no small matter. Shoyue wore an extremely grim expression. It seemed they'd offended someone during Lu Rong's last trip to the capital. Don't panic, let me think this through. At times like these, staying calm and carefully considering their next move was precisely what they needed. As a member of the Shadow Hall, it's inconvenient to negotiate with law enforcement officials. That's right, to the Cheng family, and the Wang family of the capital. After much deliberation, Shoyue concluded that given Lu Rong's relationship with the Cheng family, Patriarch Cheng would never stand idly by. As for the Wang family, since Lu Rong had just rescued Wang Shangqin from abroad, he believed they wouldn't sit back and do nothing either. Thus, they divided into two teams and sprang into action. Xiaoyu headed to the Cheng family, Xiao Tian to the Wang residence in the capital, while Shueyu stayed guard at Jasmine Club. Meanwhile, at the Capital Law Enforcement Bureau, inside the interrogation room, Lu Rong reclined leisurely in his chair like a lord, snapping his fingers rhythmically. Suddenly, the interrogation room door was kicked open. One of the enforcement officers, Feng Lin, stalked in with bandages wrapped around him, exuding a roguish air as his sharp eyes locked onto Lu Rong. Did this punk confess anything? He turned toward the two enforcement officers. No. The two shook their heads, not daring to say anything more. With a cold chuckle, Feng Lin said, I told Captain Gao long ago, for stubborn bastards like this, you've got to play rough. Alright, you all clear out. I'll take care of the rest. A mischievous smile crept across Feng Lin's lips. Don't forget to turn off the surveillance in this room. Hearing this, the two officers exchanged glances. They understood his implication, yet hesitated with visible discomfort. Feng Lin, Captain Gao said. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Lin cut him off angrily. Shut the hell up. I'm in charge now, and I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Hearing this, the two law enforcement officers had no choice but to leave the interrogation room helplessly. As soon as the interrogation room door closed, Feng Lin pulled an electric baton from the cabinet and flung it before Lu Rong. Then, he tossed the confession letter right in front of him. Lu Rong, will you sign this yourself, or shall I do it for you? Feng Lin, right? Don't forget your place. Lu Rong looked at him with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Who needs your reminders? Feng Lin grabbed the taser and gestured menacingly towards Lu Rong's head. Right now, I'm giving you a choice. Tell me your decision. Spare me the nonsense. Sign it now, unless you want to learn the hard way. No matter how much he talked, Lu Rong remained unfazed. Is that so? I see. Seeing no reaction, Feng Lin lost his patience. He switched on the stun baton, sparks flying instantly. Talking nicely doesn't work, guess I'll have to get rough. With that, Feng Lin jabbed the stun baton toward Lu Rong's body. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Lu Rong kicked the table, leaning back to evade the electric baton. In one swift motion, he seized Lin Feng's wrist, pressing it against the electrified rod. Everything happened too fast. Before Lin Feng could react, he was already convulsing from the electric shock. Instantly, his entire body convulsed with tingling numbness. He couldn't muster any strength at all. Louder! Let everyone hear your voice. Lu Rong kept pressing the stun baton against Lin Feng's body. Outside the interrogation room, two enforcement officers were somewhat worried. Lin Feng went too far this time, using a stun baton without even questioning first. The screams inside are just too horrifying, pure torture. Even if he wants to teach Lu Rong a lesson, if something really happens, neither of us can explain it away. They contemplated the situation. After all, they were the ones guarding Lu Rong and had turned off the surveillance. If anything went wrong, there would be no escaping responsibility for either of them. Inside the director's office, Wang Kai stubbed out his cigarette but, pressing it forcefully into the ashtray before casting an unhappy glance at Gao Tian. Gao Tian, you've been at this for so long, how can you still fail at such a simple task? Back when I had you deal with those young masters, it went smoothly every time. Why does Lu Rong give you so much trouble? Seeing Wang Kai speak like this, Gao Tian was also at his wit's end. Director, the evidence we have in hand is insufficient, and Lu Rong is different from those spoiled rich kids. He knows the law well and can't be swayed by soft or hard tactics. Wang Kai, however, didn't think this was a big deal. Think harder about solutions. Do I really need to teach you such a small thing? His words were already clear enough. Only the result matters, not the process. At that very moment, The phone on the table rang. Wang Kai picked up the phone and, seeing the caller ID, immediately gestured for Gao Tian to stay quiet. His whole body tensed up noticeably. Wang Kai, you goddamn bastard. How dare you stir up such trouble? Do you want to keep your job or not? The man's accusatory voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Did you arrest someone named Lu Rong? Wang Kai immediately replied, yes, this punk has served time before, and he got involved in a brawl after getting out. But sir, how did you get the news so quickly? A sense of foreboding stirred within him. Could the Lu family's connections truly be so extensive that they've even reached the capital? Wang Kai, both Wanhui Group and Chengshi Group called my old superior at the exact same time. Don't you think I'd notice? The old boss may have retired, but his connections shouldn't be underestimated. Damn it, use your brain. If you don't want to do it, say so later, don't cause me trouble now. I'm warning you, Wanhui Group's investment projects in the capital total 10 billion. If you piss them off and the deal falls through, I'll take your life. Right now, this very second, get this VIP out of here. If he leaves unhappy, you're finished. The barrage of accusations over the phone sent cold sweat dripping down Wang Kai's entire body. He never imagined he'd provoke someone like this, now he was sick with regret. Chapter 73, It's easier to invite a deity than to send one away. This billion-dollar project was cancelled at Lu Rong's whim, showing just how formidable Lu Rong is. The phone had already gone dead with a dial tone, leaving Wang Kai in stunned silence for a long while. Before he could even leave, Wang Kai's phone began ringing repeatedly again. The messages were all essentially the same, commands ordering him to release the person. Even with Lu Rong's powerful connections backing him, Wang Kai couldn't swallow his anger. Just then, a text message appeared on his phone. Wang Kai, your son attends Peking #1 kindergarten, doesn't he? The photos look adorable, just like you. And your lovely wife. The message reeked of undisguised threat. Wang Kai collapsed into his chair, his face suddenly aging a decade in an instant. He stirred up a hornet's nest now. He was merely following the Morong family's instructions. How could that have angered so many people? Don't bother with the investigation. Release him immediately, hurry. Yes. Though he couldn't hear the phone conversation, Gao Tianyi instantly knew something urgent had happened by the way his colleague deflated like a punctured ball. He hurried toward the interrogation room. When he was still over 10 meters away, agonized screams already pierced through the walls. This terrified him. Breaking into a jog, he roared at the two guards by the door. What the hell's going on in there? How many times must I say no coercive interrogations? Is this how you do your jobs? The two enforcement officers lowered their heads and said, no, it's Feng Lin Hu. They didn't finish the rest of their sentence. Being at the lowest level of the hierarchy, they couldn't afford to offend anyone and had to tread carefully. Gao Tian immediately understood, but recalling Wang Kai's earlier demeanor, he suddenly exclaimed, this is bad. Unable to wait any longer, Gao Tian kicked the door open. The moment the door swung open, the scream abruptly cut off. The scene inside froze everyone in their tracks. What they saw was Lu Rong sitting cockily in a chair while Feng Lin lay twitching on the floor. Feng Lin. Gao Tian immediately ordered his men to help Feng Lin up. Fortunately, the man was still conscious, so it shouldn't be a serious problem. Though they had to release him, Gao still felt Lu Rong was too arrogant. How dare he attack their men on their own turf? Lu Rong, do you even know where you are right now? You dare commit violence here. Captain Gao, you can't wrongfully accuse me. Lu Rong put on an innocent expression and glanced at Feng Lin. He was playing with the stun gun himself and accidentally zapped himself. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Only Lu Rong could come up with such an excuse. He was so furious he nearly fainted on the spot. Lu Rong, do you think we're all fools? I didn't say it, but I swear I never laid a hand on him. Lu Rong shrugged his hands. If you're really convinced it's me, you'd better come up with evidence. There's surveillance here, you're dead meat. Gao Tian pointed at the overhead camera and said, Captain, Feng Lin told us to turn off the surveillance. One of the enforcement team members behind him whispered into Gao Tian's ear. The words made Gao Tian's lips twitch with fury. A bunch of idiots. Lu Rong, we've figured it out. It was all a misunderstanding. We've investigated, and you were indeed wrongfully accused. You're free to go now. Lu Rong flashed a strange smile. That won't do. The environment here is so nice, I haven't had my fill of it yet. Leaning back in the chair, Lu Rong propped his feet up on the table as if he owned the place. Stay a few more days. It's been a long time since I've been here anyway. Gao Tian was fuming. If he couldn't get this unshakable presence out today, the chief probably wouldn't let him off the hook. Mr. Lu, it was our mistake that inconvenienced you. I sincerely apologize. Please just leave now. How about this another day? I'll bring my subordinates to treat you to dinner as an apology. Would that work? Gao Tian completely changed his previous attitude, lowering himself to the utmost humility. Lu Rong slightly raised an eyebrow. This apology isn't sincere enough. Since you wronged me, none of you are qualified. Call your police chief to apologize. Don't push your luck. Cao Tian's chest heaved violently with anger. Never in his career had he felt so humiliated. Seeing his attitude, Lu Rong shrugged. Then all of you can leave. I'll stay a few more days to see how the food here tastes. Why hasn't this been resolved yet? Just as they were at a standoff, Wang Kai walked in. Glancing at Lu Rong's spread-legged sitting posture that resembled a neighborhood elder, he approached and said, "Young Master Lu, since the investigation is concluded and your family is still waiting outside, perhaps you should leave first." "You're the police chief?" Lu Rong looked at Wang Kai and asked. "Correct. So you arrest me when you please and dismiss me when you wish? Am I some robot at your beck and call?" When they arrested him, he had said, "Once you bring me in, getting me out won't be so easy. They don't believe me. You all, get out. I need to speak with young Master Lu privately." Wang Kai, wanting to preserve his dignity in front of his subordinates, had no choice but to shoot them a glance signaling they should leave. Lu Rong understood his motive perfectly, but deliberately refused to give him the satisfaction. "Wait, today none of you can leave. If the bureau chief doesn't apologize to me in front of everyone, I'll stay here indefinitely." Never expecting Lu Rong would make things so difficult for him, Wang Kai's face instantly turned green. The others all looked at Wang Kai, waiting to hear his command. If it weren't for his wife and children, he would rather lose his job than apologize to Lu Rong. After much hesitation, Finance Minister Wang let out a long sigh, forcibly swallowing his frustration. He lowered his head in apology. "Young Master Lu, my apologies. We brought you here without proper investigation. I beg you to be magnanimous and not hold our petty misconduct against us." Watching him sweat profusely from anxiety, one could tell he was mere moments from kneeling should Lu Rong refuse. "Enough! The magnanimous shall not hold petty grudges." With that, Lu Rong stood up and walked out of the interrogation room. Only then could Wang Kai finally breathe a sigh of relief, personally escorting Lu Rong to the entrance, afraid he might change his mind. At this moment, in front of the Enforcement Bureau, 2 rows of Rolls-Royces were parked in perfect formation, the display resembling more of a show of force. Seeing Lu Rong come out, Wang Minghui and Chang Xiangyu stepped out of their respective cars. "Mr. Wang, I appreciate the trouble you've taken to come here in person," Lu Rong said politely. "Not at all. You're the savior of our entire family. We could never stand idly by." After exchanging a few polite words with Wang Minghui, Lu Rong got into Chang Xiangyu's car. Wang Kai and the others were even more astonished by the scene before them. Had the Lu family not declined? How could a mere Lu Rong alarm both the Wang and Chang families like this? In the car, "Lu Rong, they didn't lay a hand on you, did they?" Chang Xiangyu sized him up and asked. "They don't have what it takes yet. But why did you come?" He hadn't expected Chang Xiangyu to show up. "The old man sent me personally to fetch you. He said to go see him directly when you return to Jiang City." "Alright, but before we return, there's one more matter I need to handle." Lu Rong was never one to be trifled with. Those who dared provoke him would face his wrath tenfold, no, 100-fold. Chapter 74, Next Time, You Die. The Morong Family. Director Wang, how could you handle things this way? Who authorized you to release Lu Rong? It seems you don't want your job anymore. Young Master Morong, I had no choice. Higher-ups were pressuring me, insisting I had to let him go. Wang Kai felt thoroughly humiliated as bureau director, caught between two forces, unable to afford offending either. Morong Ching couldn't care less about his predicament. Furious, he snapped, "Wang Kai, I've given you face, yet you dare disobey me? Fine. Prepare to be dismissed." After hanging up the phone, Morong Ching drove out. Failing to mess with Lu Rong had put him in a foul mood, so he could only find somewhere to have some fun. As he drove along, Morong Cheng noticed a car following behind him. He slammed on the accelerator, trying to shake off the other car, but soon found the pursuing vehicle flooring it to overtake him, then pulling to a stop directly in his path. Morong Cheng was forced to brake. Stepping out, he strode forward and hammered on the other car's window. "Who the hell are you, blocking my way like this?" As the window rolled down slowly, Lu Rong looked at Morong Cheng. "Young Master Morong, long time no see." "Lu Rong, is that really you?" He never expected it to be Lu Rong. Startled at first, he then felt an unexpected twinge of fear in his heart. After 2 encounters with Lu Rong, he hadn't managed to gain any advantage. "I have urgent business, move aside." "Young Master Morong, it seems we still have unfinished business. Leaving in such a hurry, are you feeling guilty?" Pushing the car door open, Lu Rong stepped out and began advancing toward Morong Ching step by step. His ice-cold gaze instantly frightened Morong Ching into retreating several steps. Suppressing an overwhelming urge to flee, Morong Ching retorted stubbornly, "I don't know what you're talking about? Daring to act but not own up to it, that's not right, is it?" "Exactly right, it was me who had you targeted, Lu Rong. You got lucky this time. But you won't always be this fortunate." Provoked, Morong Ching instantly admitted. Lu Rong laughed and said, "Good, owning up is the first step, but now you'll have to take responsibility for your actions." "Why you? What are you going to do?" Morong Ching stammered, frightened. "How about this? Let me have one of your legs." Before Morong Ching could react, Lu Rong was already standing right in front of him. He stretched out a leg next to Morong Ching's right leg, twisted it outward sharply, and a loud snap was heard. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like that of a slaughtered pig, pierced the air. Morong Cheng's right kneecap was shattered. This is the price for crossing me. Next time, I'll take your life. With that, Lu Rong stepped on the gas pedal and vanished down the road. Staring at the spot where he'd disappeared, intense hatred flashed through Morong Cheng's eyes. Lu Rong, just you wait. The day will come when I make you wish you were dead. He then called Morong Cheng. Father, Lu Rong crippled my leg. You must avenge me. Upon hearing his son's words, Morong Cheng flew into a rage. This Lu Rong dares lay hands on you? I won't let him get away with this. I'll send someone to pick you up first. We'll deal with this when you return. Having dealt with Morong Cheng, Lu Rong followed Cheng Sangyu back to Jiangcheng. After arriving at the Cheng family residence, Lu Rong first went to Old Master Cheng's study. Pushing the door open, Lu Rong stepped inside. Grandfather, I'm back. Seeing Lu Rong return completely unharmed, Old Master Cheng was deeply moved. In his heart, he had long regarded Lu Rong as his own grandson. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized all the Chen family's resources to secure his release from the authorities. Coming back is all that matters. Coming back is all that matters. Lu Rong, last night, Shui Jian woke up. Really? That's wonderful. Hearing this news, Lu Rong was genuinely happy, as it could be considered the resolution of one of Old Master Cheng's lingering concerns. However, Old Master Cheng seemed somewhat displeased. Turning to look at him, Lu Rong asked, Grandfather, did Shuejian tell you something? If his guess was correct, Chang Shuejian's poisoning was likely orchestrated by Chang Yilong. If she had awakened, she would have told Old Master Cheng immediately. Shuejian told me the poison back then was administered by Yilong, but I've never been able to believe it. Yilong doted on Shuejian since childhood. How could he resort to such cruelty? Though Old Master Cheng had dominated the business world for decades, family matters remained puzzles he could never solve. But Lu Rong understood that some things required taking initiative, otherwise, the fallout would be even worse. Grandfather, I know you don't want to believe your own son could do this, but the truth remains. If you still hold even a sliver of hope for him, you could give him one more chance. What do you mean? Old Master Cheng's eyes brightened as he looked at Lu Rong. If Cheng Yilong could truly repent and turn over a new leaf, he was willing to give his own son another chance. You can announce to everyone that Shuejian has woken up, and see if he makes any moves. It seems there's no other way. Just as Lu Rong had said, Old Master Cheng announced the news of Chang Shuejian's awakening to everyone. While all rejoiced for her, Chang Yilong's expression was visibly abnormal. Old Master Cheng noticed this but chose not to comment. The dead of night. Seizing the moment when the bodyguard wasn't paying attention, a figure clad in black with a masked face quietly slipped into Chang Shuejian's room. Looking at the person sleeping soundly on the bed, Chang Yilong approached and said, Shuejian, don't blame your uncle. You shouldn't have eavesdropped on things you weren't supposed to hear. With those words, he raised the knife in his hand and stabbed toward the person on the bed. But when the blade struck, he suddenly realized the bed was empty and froze in shock. He lifted the blanket, only to find 2 pillows. At that moment, the room lights turned on, revealing Old Master Chang, Chang Shuejian, and others entering the room. Yilong, you've disappointed me so much. Father, I didn't. Chang Yilong wanted to argue, but caught red-handed. Any more words would be futile. Chang Shuejian, who had just woken up, slowly walked toward Chang Yilong, her face etched with pain and weariness. Uncle, you used to be so kind to me. Why did you suddenly want to kill me? Just because I overheard your conversation with third uncle, was that worth silencing me forever? That's right. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. The truth was out, and Chang Yilong no longer bothered to conceal his vicious expression. Lu Rong stepped forward as well. You were also behind second uncle's illness, weren't you? He had promised Old Master Cheng to stand guard here through the night, so he hadn't left. Yes, I am the eldest son of the Cheng family. Why should father favor him alone? The family business should rightfully be passed to me. It was father who was unfair. I've done nothing wrong. Ungrateful son. Old Master Cheng was so enraged by his insolent words that he immediately slapped him across the face. He had his own plans for the Cheng family's business, but Chang Yilong couldn't restrain his impatience. He's so profit-driven that he disregards family bonds entirely. Chang Yilong, you've utterly disappointed me. I won't pursue the fact that you broke the law by poisoning someone, but from today onward, you're no longer a member of the Cheng family. Whether you live or die depends entirely on your own fortune. Chapter 75. Can we play games together? Father. Old Master Chang waved his hand and signaled for someone to drive Chang Yilong out. He knew that Chang Yilong held shares in the Cheng family business. With those shares, he could easily stage a comeback if he wished. But if he remained obstinate and refused to see reason, he would only have himself to blame for the consequences. This could be considered the last shred of dignity left for him out of their father-son relationship. Others who might have wanted to speak up for Chang Yilong finally held their tongues when they saw the old man's thunderous expression. Brother Leruan, Grandpa says it was you who saved me. Thank you so much. Suddenly, Chang Shuejian slipped her arm through Lu Rong's, chirping in an adorable Lolita voice. I didn't expect her to be so affectionate. Lu Rong suddenly felt rather awkward. It's nothing. Since Grandpa recognized me as his grandson, this is what I should do. Xue Jian, you've just woken up and are still weak. Let Lu Rong continue to nurse you back to health, understand? Old Master Chang glanced at Lu Rong before turning his gaze to Cheng Xue Jian. Alright, Grandpa, big brother Lu Rong. I'll leave my health in your hands, you'll have to take responsibility for me. Tugging at Lu Rong's arm, Chang Xue Jian coquettishly swayed as she spoke to him. Her playful shaking instantly made Lu Rong dizzy. Despite having been bedridden for so long, the girl's figure remained strikingly voluptuous. The pair of soft mounds at her chest rubbed back and forth against Lu Rong's arm, leaving him extremely uncomfortable. He's a man full of youthful vigor, yet he could only endure it. Withdrawing his arm, Lu Rong patted her head. Don't worry, little one. I've already prepared your medicine. Take it as prescribed, and you'll recover soon. Great, brother Lu Rong, you're amazing. Hearing this, Cheng Xue Jian threw her arms around Lu Rong's neck in an instant, hugging him tightly. Lu Rong wanted to dodge, but couldn't escape. Seeing them getting along so well, old Master Chang was utterly delighted. That girl's been utterly spoiled by me. Grandpa, it's fine, this is what we call genuine character. Lu Rong claimed it was nothing, but inwardly he was miserable. Right now, he truly felt torn between fire and ice. With tremendous effort, Lu Rong finally freed himself from Cheng Xue Jian's embrace. It's getting late, Grandpa, you should go rest now. Alright. The next day, Lu Rong wanted to go home, but Cheng Xue Jian insisted on tagging along. Brother Lu Rong, I've been bedridden for so long. I want to go out with you for some fresh air, alright? Little girl, you just woke up and your strength hasn't fully returned. You should rest more. Lu Rong never expected Cheng Xue Jian to be so clingy. Yesterday he couldn't sleep after being teased, and today all he wanted was to go home to relieve his pent-up desires. Who knew this little girl would insist on tagging along? How was he supposed to get anything done with Lin Jiran now? Cheng Xue Jian shook her head. No way, no way. I've been lying down forever. Just let me come with you. Don't worry, I won't get in your way. Lu Rong, why don't you just take her along? If she gets tired, I'll have someone bring her back. Old Master Chang said with a smile. Since he had said so, Lu Rong couldn't very well refuse anymore. Alright then, but you must tell me if you feel unwell anywhere. Fantastic, I can go out now. Grabbing Lu Rong's hand, Cheng Xue Jian immediately pulled him toward the door. Grandfather, we're leaving now. Dongcheng Villa. Upon returning from the capital, Lu Rong went directly to the Cheng family residence, having already informed Lin Jiran of his plans. Hearing the car sound, Lin Jiran immediately ran out. Honey, you're back? At the moment she saw Lu Rong, Lin Jiran was delighted, but when she noticed the addition of Cheng Xue Jian beside him, her smile instantly froze. And this is? This is Grandpa Cheng's granddaughter, Cheng Xue Jian. She just woke up. Seeing Lin Jiran's expression darken, Lu Rong immediately explained. Upon hearing it was Cheng Xue Jian who had been chronically ill, and seeing how young she was, Lin Jiran warmly stepped forward. Xue Jian, Lu Rong has told me all about you. I'm so happy to see you've recovered. Sister, are you brother Lu Rong's wife? You're so beautiful. Grabbing Lin Jiran's arm, Cheng Xue Jian resembled a freshly bloomed white flower, so innocent she seemed utterly adorable. Lin Jiran was amused by her words. You're quite adorable yourself. After chatting for a while, Lu Rong let Cheng Xue Jian entertain herself while he pulled Lin Jiran away. Lin Jiran took her words at face value, but once they entered the room, Lu Rong couldn't wait to sweep her up in a princess carry and deposit her onto the bed. Lu Rong, what did you want to say? Honey, I want to say, I want it. His words whispered seductively by Lin Jiran's ear. Lin Jiran's face instantly flushed crimson to the tips of her ears, her body trembling slightly. Xue Jian is still here, she chided bashfully. How can you be so impatient in broad daylight? That makes it even more thrilling, doesn't it? How annoying. Her coquettish manner only made Lu Rong unable to resist her more. Lin Jiran wanted to say something, but everything dissolved into marital tenderness. After a long while, both drenched in fragrant sweat, Lin Jiran lay satisfied in Lu Rong's embrace. Lu Rong closed his eyes, a contented expression on his face. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Lin Jiran immediately got up and dressed, urging Lu Rong, hurry up and get dressed. After getting dressed, Lin Jiran went to open the door. It was Cheng Xue Jian. Sister, what were you guys doing? You took so long, I was bored to death. We were just playing a game. Lu Rong draped his arm over Lin Jiran's fragrant shoulder and joked. His words made Lin Jiran's face flush red again, and she shot him a reproachful glance. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Cheng Xue Jian immediately became intrigued. What kind of game? Can I join you guys? Ahem. Cheng Xue Jian was startled by her words and couldn't help coughing. Lu Rong patted her on the back. This game can only be played by 2 people, you can't participate. Chapter 76 The Night Owl appears. Then I can play with my sister, or I can play with you too. She looked at them with innocent eyes. Seeing her persistently pressing the matter, Lin Jiran held her hand to change the subject. Xue Jian, you've just recovered. Stay for dinner tonight, I'll have Xiaoyu make you some nourishing soup to help rebuild your strength. Thank you, sis, you're so kind. Holding Lin Jiran in her arms, Chang Shuajian couldn't help but act coquettishly. In the shadows where she couldn't see, Lu Rong's face betrayed a triumphant smirk. Lin Jiran shot him a glare before leading Chang Shuajian to the living room. That day, Chang Shuajian was picked up very late by Chang Xinyue. Early the next morning, Lu Rong and Lin Jiran were still asleep when they were awakened by Xiaoyu. Sir, madam, you need to come see this right away. What happened? Seeing how anxious Xiaoyu looked, the two quickly dressed and rushed out. Who could have imagined that a crowd would suddenly push through the door? Reporters, people in wheelchairs, others leaning on crutches, and more besides. What's going on here? Xiaoyu, what do these people want? Lin Jiran turned her gaze towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu said, those reporters outside claim they want to interview you, sir, while the patients insist on requesting medical consultations. Honestly, the whole situation is quite baffling. Lu Rong listened, then dialed Shoyue's number. Shoyue, investigate what's going on with the people at my doorstep. Understood. 5 minutes later, Shoyue called back, Master, Lin Yuyan spread news that you cured both the madam and the second young miss of the Chun family. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Lu Rong felt annoyed. This Lin Yuyan really never gives it a rest. What does she actually want? Lin Jiran hadn't expected that Lin Yuyan, who hadn't been heard from in a long time, would stir up trouble again like this. Glancing at the crowded scene outside, Lu Rong turned to Lin Jiran, you'd better stay at home for now, no need to go out and risk getting caught in the crossfire. I'll go check things out first. Alright, be careful then. Don't worry. As Lu Rong stepped out of the villa, a crowd of reporters and patients immediately swarmed around him. Mr. Lu, we've heard you cured your wife's long-term leg paralysis and even revived the Chang family's young lady. Did you heal them through your own medical skills or with guidance from some master behind the scenes? If your medical abilities are truly this remarkable, could you relieve the suffering of the patients gathered here today? Miracle doctor, please save my daughter. She's been suffering from illness for years. At this moment, a crowd had Luo Rong completely surrounded, making it impossible for him to leave. Since things had come to this, he decided to take the opportunity to promote the Lu Corporation. Everyone, calm down. It's true that I cured these two people's illnesses. By fortunate coincidence, I learned some skills from my master. If anyone needs treatment, you can make an appointment at the Lu Corporation. Starting today, the Lu Corporation will form a professional medical team to accept patients based on circumstances. Organized registration like this won't waste anyone's time. Lu Rong's words excited all those who came seeking treatment. They never expected someone so young to remain calm under pressure and devise such an appropriate solution. Excellent. Thank you, President Lu, for being willing to heal and save lives. We're truly grateful. Once the solution was presented, the crowd dispersed in an orderly manner. Lu Rong immediately called Luo Keqing to explain the situation. He entrusted all the follow-up matters to Luo Keqing to handle. This way, the reputation of the Lu Group would shine even brighter, and its prominence would grow even greater. That Lu Rong kid has some real skills. Originally, Luo Keqing had been watching the livestream with some concern, unsure if he could handle the situation. But his performance was truly extraordinary. This reassured Luo Keqing even more, making her feel confident in entrusting the Lu Corporation to his hands. Lin Jiran, seeing the crowd disperse, immediately ran to Lu Rong's side. Lu Rong, you're amazing. You solved the problem with just a few words. I admire you so much. Lin Jiran wrapped her arms around Lu Rong's neck and gave him a passionate kiss. Only now did you realize how incredible your husband is. Just as Lin Jiran was about to pull away, Lu Rong deepened the kiss, and the two became utterly lost in each other. Little Fish covered her eyes in embarrassment, too shy to look. She'd had her fill of their public displays of affection. Sir, madam, you're being too cruel to me. Ah ha ha ha. Alright, there's still time. Let's go in for breakfast. False alarm. Lu Rong held Lin Jiran as they walked inside. Xiaoyu had already prepared breakfast, so they headed to the dining room to eat. Bang! Right at that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from outside. Then came the sound of shattering glass. Lu Rong immediately stood up and walked outside. Stay here, I'll go check. With that, he quickly strode out. Arriving near one of the shattered glass spots, he spotted a palm-sized dart on the floor. Apparently, this object had pierced through from outside, shattering the glass. Trouble has come knocking. Just then, Danqing called, Mr. Lu, Longyan's top assassin Night Owl has arrived in Jiangcheng. You need to be careful. After hanging up the phone, Lu Rong received the information about Night Owl sent by Danqing on his mobile. The document stated that the throwing dart was Night Owl's signature weapon, with which he had once slain a martial artist at the Advanced Transformation Realm. Advanced Transformation Realm. Though not as formidable as Lu Rong, his current predicament restrained him. Lin Jiran and Xiaoyu were both in the villa, preventing him from fully unleashing his skills in a direct confrontation. He quickly returned to his room. He genuinely feared that Night Owl might strike at Lin Jiran and Xiaoyu first. Picking up his phone, he sent a message to Shoyue, instructing him to bring backup. Jiran, you and Xiaoyu stay right here. Be extremely careful. You be careful too. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Jiran felt the only thing she could do was follow Lu Rong's arrangements and not cause him any trouble. The moment they finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed past the window. A dart shattered the glass again, this time heading straight for Lin Jiran. Lu Rong's face darkened, the attacker's movements were too fast. He had no chance to intercept. Watch out! Fortunately, Lu Rong reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Jiran behind him just in time to dodge the sneak attack. At this moment, Lin Jiran and Xiaoyu huddled close to him, trembling uncontrollably, their faces deathly pale, but they dared not make a sound. Lu Rong had already caught a glimpse of the Night Owl's figure, but he didn't dare to leave, fearing that the assailant might target Lin Jiran and the others. He had no choice but to wait for Shoyu and his team to arrive. It had been ages since he'd felt such unbearable tension, terrified that Lin Jiran might get hurt. But living in constant fear wasn't a solution. He needed to find a way to lure the enemy out. Night Owl, since you're here, why not show yourself? My life is right here, waiting for you to take it. But even if I die, let me at least die knowing who killed me. As Lu Rong spoke, he scanned his surroundings. Whoever came to kill me can't possibly lack the courage to face me, can they? It's just me and two women. Are you still scared? He talked at length, but the Night Owl never showed itself. Indeed, Lingin's top assassin lived up to his reputation. His provocation tactic had no effect whatsoever on Night Owl. This is a cold-blooded killer. About 10 minutes passed like this before Shoyue entered with Xiutian and the others. Boss, what's the situation? When they got the call, they knew it was serious. Without a moment's delay, they sped over at 140 miles per hour, racing to get here. Lu Rong said, Night Owl, the top assassin of Longins, is coming for my life. Just help me protect those two. Leave Night Owl to me. If possible, get them out of here. Boss, should I go with you to deal with him? When Xiao Tian heard the word killer, he couldn't help but worry about Lu Rong. Lu Rong shook his head. This person is extremely cautious. I just tried every means to draw him out, but he didn't show himself. Just help me keep an eye on those two. All right. After waiting for what felt like an eternity with no sign of Night Owl, Lu Rong gave a discreet signal, motioning for Shoyu to lead Lin Jiran and the others out. But just as they reached the door, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind them. Chapter 77, You've chosen a nice burial spot. They turned around and saw a figure in black robes slowly approaching them. Don't go, stay here with me. The voice carried a deathly aura, utterly terrifying. So you're the Night Owl? Lu Rong stood at the forefront of the crowd, radiating dominance as he demanded answers. The corners of Night Owl's lips curled into a mocking smirk. That's right, it's me. Shoyu looked at Night Owl and took a few steps forward. Whatever the person who hired you is paying, I'll give you 10 times that amount. Such an offer was already very tempting. But Night Owl shook his head. Old man, even us assassins have professional ethics. My success rate is 100%. Ruining my reputation for money just isn't worth it. This gave Shoyu quite the headache. At last, he steeled himself and asked, would a life for a life be acceptable? Could my life be exchanged for the Hall Master's? Sorry, you're worthless in my eyes. Lu Rong currently held several silver needles between his fingers. Yet after lengthy deliberation, he couldn't bring himself to strike. After all, there's limited space here. It wouldn't be worth it if Lin Jiran and the others got hurt in the process. I'm willing to go with you, but you must promise not to harm them. Lu Rong bargained with him. Your mission is to take my life. As for them, just let them go. Nighthawk never expected Lu Rong to say such words. This man showed absolutely no fear in the face of death. Hall Master, Shoyu wanted to stop him, but Lu Rong slipped out the door effortlessly. The Night Owl readily agreed. He was merely accepting money to eliminate someone else's troubles. Other people's affairs mattered little to him. Never thought this job would go so smoothly. In the darkness, the arrogant laughter of Night Owls sounded increasingly terrifying. The two disappeared, leaving only Shoyu and the others behind. Will Lu Rong be alright? Lin Jiran trembled with worry. She couldn't bear to lose Lu Rong. Don't worry, if the Hall Master says it's fine, then it will definitely be fine. Though Shoyue was also concerned, he maintained a calm exterior. The more critical the moment, the more important it was not to lose composure. The Dongcheng villa was already located in a remote area. Before long, the two of them arrived at a dense woodland. The scenery here is nice. This is the spot. Lu Rong turned his head, his eyes revealing naked killing intent. Yet Night Owl remained unaware he already had one foot in the underworld's gate. Indeed, quite nice, makes perfect gravesite material. For you. A murderous intent surged as Night Owl's hand shot out, sending a dart flying straight toward Lu Rong's throat. His approach was steady and cautious. Even though Lu Rong seemed no different from an ordinary man in his eyes, he still put every ounce of his strength into throwing that dart. The dart was as swift as a shooting star. Yet, Lu Rong merely raised his hand, positioning himself as though he intended to catch it. This movement struck Night Owl as utterly ridiculous. Not even a Dan-holding martial artist could reliably catch his throwing daggers. Someone like Lu Rong would never stand a chance. But the next instant, his jaw dropped in amazement. Lu Rong actually caught the dart. You're a Dan-holding martial artist? As he uttered these words, Yi Zhao's voice carried a barely perceptible tremble. Just now, Lu Rong unexpectedly caught the dart he threw barehanded, completely off guard. It would have been impossible without enough true qi in his body. Yet Lu Rong merely smiled calmly. For someone who's Longin's top assassin, shouldn't you investigate your target's exact capabilities before accepting a mission? These words struck Night Owl as a profound humiliation. Seems I've truly underestimated you. Though surprised, Night Owl quickly steadied himself. As a killer, he often dealt with death. He'd even slain formidable martial artists. Though it would be a tough fight, he remained confident. His toes skimmed the ground like dragonflies touching water, his body floating backward as lightly as cotton. Though he wasn't as formidable as Lu Rongxiu in cultivation and stood little chance in a direct fight, Night Owl believed his superior speed could compensate for this disadvantage. By maintaining distance and leveraging his strengths, he was confident he could trade blows with Lu Rong for several rounds. Lu Rong, don't get cocky. There's a reason they call me the top assassin of Langqin. With a flick of his wrist, Night Owl sent the throwing darts nestled between his fingers whistling through the air. You put too much faith in that dart of yours. With a slight tilt of his body, Lu Rong dodged effortlessly. Yet Night Owl smirked triumphantly. Oh yeah? Why don't you look behind you? Lu Rong turned his head to look. The throwing darts that had just been flung actually looped around and came flying back, now merely meters away from him. For an ordinary person, dodging them swiftly would be impossible. But for Lu Rong, it was still a piece of cake. Just cheap tricks. He flicked his sleeve, gathered his energy into a single point, and with one forceful push, shattered the projectile flying toward his eyes. At the same moment, he felt a chilling gust of wind surge from behind him. He twisted his body sideways as Night Owl's fist swung through empty air, only to transform into sharp talons lunging at Lu Rong. Shadow Hook Claw. Night Owl roared, channeling all his inner energy into his striking arm until his hand became rock hard. But Lu Rong felt that Night Owl's actions had been childish from start to finish. Dealing with him wouldn't even require much true energy. As their bodies crossed paths, Lu Rong furrowed his brows and asked, "What's your relationship with Solitary Shadow?" "She's my master." How do you know my master's name?" Night Owl momentarily froze in disbelief, his entire body tense while his eyes widened into perfect circles. "So your master was her." This plunged Lu Rong into memories. Back in prison, there were indeed a few troublesome inmates, and among them, Guiying was the most formidable. With a volatile temper and unmatched strength, his fate had also been the most brutal. "You know my master?" Night Owl exclaimed excitedly. "Then do you know where she is now? Tell me where my master is, and I might spare your life." Lu Rong fell silent for a moment before showing a regretful expression. "She's probably buried in a mound about 100 kilometers west of the women's prison." "You'd better not go, it might give you nightmares." His words left Night Owl momentarily puzzled, but after a pause, comprehension dawned on him. "Are you saying that she's dead?" Chapter 78, A Grand Gift. Staring at Lu Rong, Night Owl's eyes turned crimson as if he wanted to devour him alive. "You dare lie to me, kid? You'll pay dearly for this." Lu Rong, however, remained utterly unfazed. "Why would I lie to you? She's really dead, and by my hand." His words nearly made Night Owl stagger where he stood. Is Master really dead? Back then, he had tried countless times to rescue Master, but couldn't even get near the prison. Suddenly, the Night Owl's eyes filled with hatred as they landed on Lu Rong. "So you're that prison's only man?" "That's right, it's me," Lu Rong calmly admitted. This made Night Owl grow even more terrified. To save his master, he had searched through countless materials. Lu Rong was a terrifying existence he couldn't possibly compare to. Seeing him like this, Lu Rong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Since you've guessed it, I'll make your death quick." Night Owl's face turned purple with fear, nearly fainting on the spot. This time he'd truly kicked an iron plate. Now, what occupied his mind wasn't how to kill Lu Rong, but how to escape unscathed. Fighting was out of the question, and running didn't seem like an option either. After hesitating for a long moment, Night Owl simply dropped to his knees. "Grade 1, I was blind to your might, please spare this worthless life of mine." All notions of dignity had long been discarded. Survival was all that mattered. "Let me spare you?" Lu Rong had no such intention. He stared at him and said, "No chance, but you can choose a quicker way to die." As he spoke, Night Owl seized the moment. A short-handled dagger suddenly appeared in his hand as he thrust it toward Lu Rong's carotid artery. Whether Lu Rong gave him the opportunity or not didn't matter. What he wanted was this 1-second chance. At such close range, even if it doesn't kill, it would still cause serious injuries. Looking for death. The corners of his lips curled slightly as Lu Rong revealed a mocking smile. With a push of his palm, the incoming dagger instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing that his attack had missed, Night Owl performed a series of backflips in rapid succession, attempting to flee. "Want to leave? Too late." Lu Rong spoke, extending his palms forward as numerous afterimages instantly materialized. True Qi bloomed like radiant flowers, deceptively delicate, yet it transported him instantly beside Night Owl's side. Crack! Beneath Night Owl's feet, blossom-like cracks spiderwebbed across the ground. Thud! The fleeing Night Owl, as if smashed by a bus, spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. At this moment, his face was filled with the terror and unwillingness of facing death. Lu Rong clapped his hands, not even glancing at Night Owl. He needed to return to the villa immediately so as not to worry Lin Jiran and the others. But this palm technique, which he was using for the first time, was surprisingly effective. This palm technique was something he learned from his master, and it's quite impressive. Back at the villa, Lin Jiran immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. Lu Rong, are you hurt? Let me check quickly. I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly alright. After circling around, Lu Rong smiled calmly. Seeing him unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hallmaster, are you truly unharmed? That assassin was. It's fine now. It's all been dealt with. Lu Rong knew what Shoyu was about to say, but he didn't want Lin Jiran to worry about him, nor did he want her to hear words like killing. His words, however, left Shoyu stunned once again. As soon as Night Owl and Lu Rong left, Shoyu ordered someone to investigate the origins of this assassin. That was Longin's top assassin, and Lu Rong had just dealt with him and spoken about it so casually? Is there any limit to their Hallmaster's abilities? To this day, no one knows. After dealing with Night Owl, Lu Rong let Shoyu and the others leave first. But now, there was one more thing he had to do. This was something he had long wanted to do but never found the time for. Seizing this opportunity today, he might as well get it done now. Jiran, come with me to the Lin family. Holding Lin Jiran's hand, Lu Rong headed out the door. To the Lin family? Though Lin Jiran didn't understand his intentions, she trusted Lu Rong completely and followed him without hesitation. The Lin family villa. This was Lu Rong's second visit to the Lin family since his release from prison. The first time was to cancel the engagement and demand 50 million. He hoped this would be his last time coming here, because he felt this place reeked of profit-driven motives, something he utterly despised. Oh, if it isn't the great miracle worker Lu Rong. What's the matter? Not busy playing the saint today? Found time to grace the Lin family with your presence? Lin Yuyan's tone turned sour the moment she spotted Lu Rong and Lin Jiran together. The thought that everything Lin Jiran now possessed should rightfully have been hers drove her mad with jealousy. That's why she couldn't resist needling Lu Rong at every opportunity. Lin Jiran stepped forward and looked at Lin Yuyan. I'm asking you, was the scene with the reporters and patients this morning you're doing? So what if it was me? Isn't Lu Rong supposed to be impressive? Shouldn't the whole of Jiangqing City know about him? In a way, I was just helping advertise for him. Honestly, he should be thanking me. At this moment, Lin Yuyan still hadn't realized what consequences she would face for repeatedly provoking Lu Rong. Originally, Lu Rong thought that since they had known each other, he shouldn't be too ruthless. But he realized Lin Yuyan was an utterly black-hearted woman through and through. Not teaching her a lesson would be a disservice to her meticulous scheming. That's right, I should thank you. So now I'm here to send you a grand gift. Really? Lu Rong, have you changed your mind? You still have feelings for me, don't you? Lu Rong's words made Lin Yuyan, who had always been thoughtless, misinterpret them. She thought Lu Rong still couldn't let go of her, so she immediately threw herself at him without hesitation. But her actions only made Lu Rong look down on her even more. A woman with no principles or bottom line, clinging to whoever is useful even if she lay naked on the bed, he wouldn't spare her a second glance. Jiran, shall we go in? Okay. Holding Lin Jiran's hand, Lu Rong walked toward the villa. Lin Yuyan wore an awkward expression but still trailed obediently behind Lu Rong. After all, at this point, other men were her absolute last resort. Only Lu Rong could help her now. And with his newfound connection to the Chang family, the Lu Corporation was bound to thrive in the future. If she could become the young madam of the Lu Group, her status would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Walking into the living room, Lu Rong unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa, then gestured for Lin Jiran to sit beside him. Lu Rong, what are you doing here? Hearing noise in the living room, Lin Yuanji came downstairs and immediately adopted an unwelcoming tone upon seeing Lu Rong. His attitude didn't bother Lu Rong in the slightest. I've come to personally deliver a grand gift for all the things your precious daughter has been secretly doing. What kind of gift? At the mention of a gift, Lin Yuanji's eyes lit up greedily. He knew the Lu Corporation stocks had been skyrocketing lately. They'd already more than doubled in value. This is closely related to the ties between Lu Rong and the Chang family, as well as the new energy industrial park currently held by the Lu Group. If he could change his mind and marry Lin Yuyan again, Lin Yuanji wouldn't even care about his dark past as an ex-convict. After all, Zhou Tianjue is already finished, and the Zhou family no longer holds as much weight compared to the Lu Group. But Lu Rong had long seen through his scheme. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on them. You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 79, The Lin Family Changes Hands. Lu Rong glanced at the time. Luo Keqing should be arriving any minute now. He'd already had the documents prepared earlier, just waiting for everyone to assemble. After a while, Old Master Lin, Second Uncle Lin, and the rest of the Lin family also arrived in the living room one after another. They were all highly anticipating the grand gift Lu Rong had mentioned. Every member of this family, except Lin Jiran, prioritized personal gain, each secretly calculating their own petty schemes. In that case, let's shatter all their schemes into pieces. Lu Rong, what's your game with all this commotion you're stirring up? Since the last incident, Lin Lauer's impression of Lu Rong had changed significantly. Thanks to Lin Jiran, his standing within the Lin family had improved considerably. At the very least, he could now make his voice heard. Dad, you'll know soon enough. Lu Rong, I've brought what you asked for. Just as she spoke, Luo Keqing walked in and handed him a folder. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Nodding, Lu Rong placed the folder in Lin Jiran's hands. Consider this a gift for you. Open it and see. Lin Jiran was extremely curious about his words. The surprise he had given her earlier had already exceeded her expectations, and now he was at it again. This gift was surely no simple matter. Opening the folder, she found several agreements inside. Upon seeing the contents, Lin Jiran's eyes widened in shock, finding it hard to believe. Lu Rong, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? There's nothing wrong with it. This is what you deserve, the fairness the Lin family owes you. What? Let me see. Lin Yuyan snatched the document from her hand, but the moment she saw its contents, she completely broke down. Lu Rong, what do you mean by this? What does it say? At this moment, all the members of the Lin family crowded around, but when they saw what was written, everyone had the same reaction, and it was even more intense than Lin Yuyan's. Lu Rong, do you think the Lin family is your own? You think whatever you say goes? Exactly, even if you married Lin Jiran, you'd just be the Lin family's son-in-law. You have no right to any shares in the Lin group, understand? The other members of the Lin family all voiced their discontent. Old Master Lin took the document and upon scrutinizing it, instantly flew into a rage. Lu Rong, what on earth do you mean by this? Among all these people, only Old Master Lin had clarity of sight. He understood that Luo Rong wouldn't have come here today without careful preparation. There must be a deeper reason behind his actions. Hearing what he wanted to hear, Lu Rong finally stood up. I'm here today to inform you, not to discuss with you. If it weren't for Jiran's support and promotion back then, the Lin Group wouldn't have grown this rapidly. Asking for 30% of your shares isn't excessive. Combined with the 21% he had secretly acquired earlier, he now held an absolute controlling stake. But for now, he couldn't divulge this matter. Lu Rong, don't even think about it. Lin Jiran, are you still a descendant of the Lin family? How can you just watch him strut around intimidating the Lins like this? Seems you're the one who disregards family ties for profit. Seeing that Lu Rong hadn't come for her today and after reading the document's contents, Lin Yuyan instantly grew mad with jealousy. Not only had Lu Rong previously transferred the shares of the Lu Group and the Lu family's assets to Lin Jiran, but now he was even setting his sights on the Lin family. This is insane. Lu Rong wrapped his arm around Lin Jiran's shoulders, giving her full reassurance. If it weren't for Jiran's strategic planning back then, how could the Lin Group have suddenly risen to prominence? After she injured her leg, you simply kicked her aside, subjecting her to endless scorn. The truly profit-driven ones here are you. Today, whether you agree or not makes no difference, you will comply. With those words, Lu Rong pulled out the contents from another folder and flung them onto the table. Lin Yuanji and Lin Yuyan immediately stepped forward to pick up the documents, yet their expressions turned dumbfounded the moment they glimpsed the contents. Noticing their reaction, Elder Lin took the file and gave it a cursory glance. Bastard! Lin Yuanji, are you even still a member of the Lin family? Taking kickbacks, helping outsiders drain the Lin family's assets, have you lost your damn mind? And you, a young woman with no sense of shame, letting yourself get filmed in those compromising photos and videos, you've disgraced everything the Lin family stands for. Old Master Lin choked on his rage, his face flushing crimson as he nearly collapsed from the fury. But to Lu Rong and Lin Jiran, this scene looked utterly ridiculous. A bunch of profit-driven people putting on airs about saving face, how laughable. Enough, Old Master Lin. If you refuse today, I'll expose their scandals. The Lin family's reputation will be ruined, and the Lin Corporation will inevitably suffer. When that happens, none of you will benefit either. But think carefully, this is actually good for the Lin family. Aside from Jiran, all your sons and granddaughters are hopeless cases. Only by handing the Lin family business to Jiran will there be any future for your family. Lu Rong employed both soft and hard tactics, yet what he said was indeed the truth. He believed Old Master Lin would come to understand this point. So regardless of whom the Lin family and the Lin Group were handed over to, as long as it benefited the family, old Madam Lin wouldn't dwell too much on who exactly managed it. Though this trip was absolutely necessary for him, he still hoped things would go smoothly. After all, these were Lin Jiran's family. No matter how bad things are, one can't bring themselves to be utterly heartless. You're absolutely right. Since things have come to this, we'll handle it your way. Old Master Lin heaved a long sigh. The others never expected Old Master Lin would agree, and they all rushed forward to dissuade him. Father, you can't agree to this. Are we supposed to live under Lin Jiran's mercy from now on? How can we have a decent life? Yes, Grandpa, how are we supposed to survive from now on? At this, old Master Lin grew even angrier. Who told you to be so useless and engage in shady dealings? You deserve this. Perhaps this is fate. Jiran is capable and principled. As long as you behave yourselves, she won't treat you unfairly. Old Master Lin actually understood everything clearly, but he chose to turn a blind eye and let the situation unfold however it would. If not absolutely necessary, he would never have made such a sacrifice. Chapter 80, Phoenix Blood Jade secured. From that moment onward, the leadership of the Lin family changed hands, and Lin Jiran's life was completely altered by Lu Rong's actions. The news spread throughout the entire Jiang city. Many who had felt indignant on Lin Jiran's behalf now rejoiced for her. After all, gold will shine sooner or later. Lu Rong, I'm in a good mood today, let's go shopping. Alright, I'll go with you. It was rare to see Lin Jiran so happy, so Lu Rong didn't want to spoil her mood. They arrived at a place called Treasure Pavilion. An antique shop? The facade exudes an ancient aura, giving off quite a mysterious vibe. Lu Rong raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Jiran nodded and said, that's right. This is the most authoritative antique shop in Jiangcheng. It's filled with all sorts of rare treasures, guaranteed authentic. Let's go in and see if we can find something good. Let's go. Originally, Lin Jiran didn't like these sorts of things, but today she felt an urge to go have some fun. But as soon as she stepped inside, a rough-looking man with long hair and an unkempt beard came towards her. Please come in. Feel free to look around. If you'd like to know anything, just ask me. Alright, boss. Don't mind us, I'll just take a look around. Lu Rong and Lin Jiran browsed through the shop, which was filled with all sorts of peculiar and exotic items, vases, calligraphy and paintings, jade bracelets, and countless others. Suddenly, in a corner, they spotted an inconspicuous Buddha head, looking very old and almost like a piece of junk. Approaching it, Lu Rong picked it up and asked, Boss, why is this placed on the ground? Oh, that, the shopkeeper replied. I brought it back a few days ago. It looked interesting, but it's not worth much, just keeping it there as a decoration. If you want it, I can give it to you. I like this. Lu Rong pressed his ear against the Buddha head and gave it a few taps with his hand. He thought this item wasn't bad. TSK, the young master of the prestigious Lu Group actually picks up junk just like a reformed prisoner fresh out of jail, can't do anything presentable. Li Ziyuan had entered unnoticed, accompanied by a woman with obvious cosmetic surgery. He walked over and immediately launched into a series of sneering remarks directed at Lu Rong. Lin Jiran detested anyone insulting Lu Rong and was about to confront him, but Lu Rong held her back. I'll take whatever I please, who are you to interfere? You freak! What? The plastic-faced woman next to him overheard Lu Rong's words and glanced at Li Ziyuan's crotch. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's the point of putting on airs with me? Humph. The plastic-faced woman was both humiliated and furious. She had intended to have some fun with a rich second-generation heir, but who knew she'd picked one who couldn't perform? What rotten luck! Leaving Li Ziyuan behind, she turned and stomped away in a huff. Li Ziyuan had finally managed to pick up a beautiful woman, only to have Lu Rong scare her away. His heart instantly burned with fury. His teeth ground together in hatred. Lu Rong, you crippled me. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay it all back with interest. I'll be waiting. Seeing Li Ziyuan's face twisted with frustration yet unable to do anything about it, Lu Rong felt a wicked surge of satisfaction. The Buddha head in his hands, it would be his. Boss, how much for this? I'll take it. Forget it. This broken thing isn't worth much. You can have it. Thank you, boss. Lu Rong held the object as if it were a treasure. Nearby, Li Ziyuan thought he was utterly foolish, such a worthless thing, and he treats it like treasure? Did prison time scramble his brains? I don't talk with fools, it lowers my IQ. Li Ziyuan kept hitting roadblocks with Lu Rong one after another, all the while scheming about how to publicly humiliate him. You're no fool, why would you treat a worthless Buddha head as a treasure? You may think it's shabby, but this is the priceless treasure I'm giving to Jiran. I'll like anything you give me. Although Lin Jiran couldn't see anything special about this Buddha head, since Lu Rong liked it, she decided she liked it too. Ha ha ha, priceless treasure? You're absolutely ridiculous. Young man, this thing was just something I picked up randomly. You can have it if you like, but don't say you got it from our treasure pavilion, don't ruin our shop's reputation. The treasure pavilion owner couldn't help but warn Lu Rong when he saw how much he favored the item. Seeing everyone's skepticism, Lu Rong lifted the Buddha head with both hands before their eyes and smashed it down violently. Smash! The Buddha's head fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Lu Rong, what are you doing? What is this? Beneath the shattered Buddha head, a glaring patch of crimson suddenly appeared. Blood jade, the boss exclaimed in astonishment. Boss, your eyes must be playing tricks on you? Li Ziyuan heard the boss call it blood jade and immediately thought it couldn't be true. How could such a shabby Buddha head contain blood jade inside? What are the odds of something like this happening in the world? Lu Rong crouched down and picked up the 2 jade bracelets from the fragments. That's right, there are two, not one. The jade bracelet was suffused with a crimson hue, utterly translucent, its veins strikingly distinct. Within it, a shape resembling a phoenix seemed to come alive, vivid and lifelike. The antique shop owner was dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, unable to react for a long moment. Phoenix blood jade. How is this possible? While both the shop owner and Li Ziyuan stood dumbfounded, Lu Rong calmly slipped one of the jade bracelets onto Lin Jiran's wrist, examined it, and nodded in satisfaction. Fits perfectly. You won't be upset if I give the other one to my stepmother, will you? Of course not. Lu Rong felt that Lu Okeching had contributed greatly to the Lu family, which was why he wanted to give this jade bracelet to her. Lin Jiran understood as well. After all, Lu Rong had already sought her consent, how could she possibly be unhappy? The phoenix blood jade not only beautifies and nourishes the wearer but also brings smooth fortunes and wards off evil influences. The blood jade actually changed color. The antique shop owner stared at Lin Jiran's jade bracelet in astonishment. At that moment, the bracelet in her hand miraculously transformed from its previous blood-red hue to a gentle pink, while the phoenix pattern within the jade became increasingly distinct. Lu Rong understood, this was the bracelet recognizing its true owner. It seemed Lin Jiran's connection with this jade bracelet ran deep, and he hoped it would protect her with peace and prosperity. Having obtained a decent treasure, Lu Rong took Lin Jiran's hand and was about to leave. It's time for us to go back. Wait, the antique shop owner called out to stop them. Turning back, Lu Rong looked at him. Boss, surely you're not thinking of going back on your word? Just moments ago, he had willingly handed over the Buddha's head to me for free. Could it be that seeing me uncover the blood jade, he's now regretting it? No, once an item is given, there's no taking it back. But young man, might you be willing to sell your other jade bracelet to this old man? I'll offer 10 million, sell it to me. Li Ziyuan didn't know what was going on, but he actually started competing with the antique shop owner. Chapter 81, Paralysis? It can be cured. I'll offer 50 million for this jade bracelet. What do you say? Steeling himself, the antique shop owner seemed to have made a tremendous decision. But Li Ziyuan grabbed the antique shop owner by the collar and said, "You want out of business? Dare to fight me for this item? Forget it. However much you offer, this jade bracelet isn't for sale. No need for you two to fight over it." The jade bracelet was a priceless treasure, but Lu Rong never lacked money. It was meant for his stepmother. With that, he dragged Lin Jiran out of the antique shop. Li Ziyuan and the antique shop owner exchanged glances, but there was nothing they could do about it. "Darling, did you already know there was something valuable inside that Buddha head?" Lin Jiran asked. "You guessed it," Lu Rong said, holding her hand. "In prison, there was a female inmate who got arrested for selling antiques. She was an expert in this field. Lu Rong learned from her and had exceptional comprehension, so when it came to antiques and such, one could say he was an expert. So that's how it is. Just how many other skills do you have that I don't know about? It'll all come to light gradually. There's simply too much to explain. I don't know where to begin." Lu Rong joked with Lin Jiran, wearing a cheeky grin. Just then, Lin Jiran's phone rang. The caller ID showed second Uncle Lin. "My father, he rarely calls me." Lin Jiran immediately picked up the call. Upon hearing her father's words on the other end of the line, the smile instantly faded from Lin Jiran's face, replaced by a shadow of gloom. Noticing this, Lu Rong promptly asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Jiran hung up the phone, her demeanor suddenly becoming absent-minded and distracted. "My father hit someone with his car, sending them to the hospital. The victim is now paralyzed from the neck down. It's been almost a month." Although Lin Jiran's father had always been marginalized in the Lin family, he still treated her well. Even if his judgment was sometimes clouded by greed, he was, after all, her only father. How could she bear to see him sent to prison? Holding Lin Jiran close, Lu Rong comforted her. "Don't worry, let's go assess the situation first." Okay. The two immediately drove to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Jiran saw her second uncle's distraught appearance and felt a pang of heartache. "Father, how is the other person?" The doctor said he was hit in the waist area. There's a possibility of high-level paraplegia. Lin Lauer knew the other Lins wouldn't care about him. The first person he thought of in trouble was always his own daughter. Lin Jiran patted his back gently, soothing him. "It's all right, I'm here. Nothing will happen." Seeing this, Lu Rong quickly stood up and instructed, "I'll go speak with the family. You stay here with father." In the room, the injured man lay on the bed while his wife sat nearby with tear-streaked eyes, looking as though she'd been crying for a long time. "Hello, I'm the family member of the person involved in the accident. I came to see him." "What's there to see? Our whole family depended on old Zhu to provide for us. Now that he's paralyzed, how are we supposed to survive? I demand compensation from you, and I want you to go to jail." The family members were extremely hostile, saying all kinds of harsh things. Lu Rong completely understood this situation and didn't say anything in response. He glanced at the person lying on the bed and stepped forward. "I know a bit about medicine. May I take a look at him?" "What's there to see? The doctors already said it's a high-level paraplegia. What tricks could you possibly spot by looking again?" Despite saying this, the family members still stood up and made space for Lu Rong. At that moment, Lin Lauer and Lin Jiran walked in from outside. Lin Jiran stepped forward and grasped the family member's hand, saying solemnly, "Rest assured, we will cover all his future medical expenses, nutritional costs, and lost wages, anything needed for daily living. Here's 2 million to help with immediate needs. If it's not enough, just let me know." Really? Hearing Lin Jiran's words, the family member became overwhelmingly emotional. Everything they said was heard by Lu Rong. After examining the patient, he smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to worry. His condition isn't serious, I can heal him." The doctor had already diagnosed it as high-level paralysis. And that's not serious? The patient's family members wore expressions of stunned disbelief. She had inquired at the hospital, while high-level amputations were common, not a single case seemed to have been cured. "You're not lying to me, are you? The doctors have already given him a death sentence. What could you, someone who just showed up out of nowhere, possibly do? Dear, just take it as them trying to comfort you. Stop indulging in fantasies, it's my fate to spend the rest of my days bedridden." At this moment, the injured patient woke up. Though he had actually regained consciousness earlier, he simply hadn't opened his eyes until now. Besides, the money they offered is more than enough to support our entire family for the rest of our lives. His words made his wife break down in tears again. She wasn't crying for any other reason, her heart simply ached for her husband. "I know your aristocracy, but we humble folks have our share of hardships. Though my husband speaks lightly of it, I can tell he's deeply troubled and has been suppressing his emotions all along." Hearing this, Lin Jiran also felt a pang of discomfort. At this moment, Lu Rong said gravely, "To be frank, I've studied traditional Chinese medicine. While Western medicine might suggest amputation to save his life, TCM can sometimes work miracles. How about trusting me just this once?" The man's eyes held complex emotions. If given the choice, who wouldn't want a healthy body? Yet he sensed Lu Rong's sincerity, noticing a glimmer of hope in his gaze. Can I really do this?" Lu Rong looked at him with utmost seriousness. "As long as you believe in me, there's no problem." For some reason, Lu Rong gave the man an unprecedented sense of reassurance. He genuinely wanted to give it a try. "Gao Ping, the operating rooms have been fully booked these past few days. A slot just opened up, and we should proceed with the surgery immediately. Saving your life is the priority now." Gao Peng was the man's name. At that moment, a group of people in white coats entered the ward, led by Gao Peng's attending physician, Qin Shu. Chapter 82, One Needle Does the Trick. Upon hearing Lu Rong's words, he immediately refused. "Master Lu, stop fooling around, lives are at stake here. A spoiled rich kid actually wanting to learn medicine from others, he truly doesn't know his own limitations. This is about human lives, not child's play." He'd long heard of Lu Rong, a frequent headline maker appearing in the news every few days, just another irresponsible second-generation rich kid. Upon hearing Qin Shu say there was now an available slot, Lan, Gao Peng's wife, immediately became ecstatic with joy. The doctor had already presented the surgical consent form for her signature long ago. They'd been waiting solely because no operating room had been available. Now, the opportunity has come, and she can't afford to miss it again. "Dr. Qin, we truly appreciate your help," Li Lan said with a slight bow, her tone polite. "It's nothing. Let's have someone wheel your husband into the operating room first." Qin Shu waved dismissively and motioned for the nearby staff to wheel Gao Peng away. At the same time, Lu Rong suddenly stood up and stopped them. "I told you, Mr. Gao does not need amputation. If we don't operate now, he won't make it. Are you willing to take responsibility for that?" Qin Shu's face was full of displeasure. Everything he has now was earned through his own diligence, while playboys like Lu Rong never had to worry about a thing from the moment they were born. He despised people like that the most, which was why he always viewed Lu Rong through tinted lenses. Lu Rong flashed a confident smile. "That's right, I'll take responsibility." "You'll take responsibility? How? Can you bring the dead back to life? This isn't a joke. Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Lu Rong frowned deeply. His repeated obstruction wore Qin Shu's patience thin, his face darkening instantly. "Fine, you insisting on blocking me, huh? No need for anyone to hold me back anymore. Let me make this clear today. If you can cure him right now, I'll publicly apologize before everyone and admit your medical skills surpass mine." The nurses and doctors surrounding Qin Shu all showed puzzlement and impatience toward Lu Rong's actions. They had encountered difficult family members before, but never one this foolish. Lin Jiran quietly tugged at Lu Rong's sleeve. "Lu Rong, maybe we should just let it go. Even though I believe in you, if anything goes wrong, you'll face even harsher criticism." Patting her hand, Lu Rong reassured her, "Don't worry, Gao Peng, you must have faith in me. I can definitely cure you and restore you to normal. I believe you." Gao Peng nodded. He felt it was worth a try. Even if it didn't succeed, he could still opt for amputation later. After all, who would want to spend the rest of their life bedridden? That'd be worse than death. Taking out the pouch containing silver needles from his pocket, Lu Rong said solemnly, "I'll absolutely win today's bet." Seeing the silver needles in his hand, The female nurse standing behind Qin Shu immediately showed a face full of disdain. So this is your method? Traditional Chinese medicine? Our hospital already has a TCM department, go take a look. It barely has any patients for weeks on end. TCM just doesn't cut it these days. When it comes to critical moments, Western medicine is still the way to go. Let me make this clear, the operating room schedule is packed. If you delay the patient's golden treatment window, you'll bear full responsibility for all consequences. Lu Rong focused intently on his task, utterly ignoring her incessant chatter. Judge by the results, that's all that matters. Empty words worthless no matter how many are spoken. Only after completing all preparations did Lu Rong finally turn his gaze toward those who had looked down on him. Today I'll show you the profound depth of Chinese medicine. At these words, everyone stood by with mocking smiles, waiting to see him embarrass himself. Relax, it's alright, just leave it to me. Lu Rong deftly picked up a silver needle between his thumb and forefinger, and with a slight motion, inserted it into Gao Peng's shoulder. In an instant, Gao Peng's entire body couldn't help but tremble. After another minute or two, his face flushed red with heat, and beads of sweat inevitably surfaced on his forehead. Lu Rong's movements were remarkably skilled, the silver needles in his hands came alive, piercing continuously into Gao Peng's body. I feel so hot, so hot. Gao Peng's entire body seemed to be scorched by raging flames, his eyes slightly bloodshot as sweat continuously poured from him, even drenching the sheets beneath. Placing all silver needles on the acupuncture points, Lu Rong gathered his vital energy and pressed his palm firmly onto Gao Peng's body. All the silver needles trembled faintly upon him before miraculously sinking into Gao Peng's flesh on their own. The sight inspired both fascination and terror in those who witnessed it. Qin Shu, who had been standing nearby, could finally no longer restrain himself. Lu Rong, do you even understand medicine? The needles are pierced so deeply, who could possibly endure this? Are you actually trying to save him, or kill him? Qin Shu's reprimanding voice rang out as he stepped forward to stop Lu Rong. Get lost. As if anticipating Qin Shu's move, Lu Rong suddenly turned around, his sharp, sword-like gaze sending a shiver down the spine. This movement actually made Qin Shu freeze in place, his heart suddenly seized by panic, as if what was staring at him wasn't Lu Rong, but a ferocious beast. Lu Rong continued with his actions, his hands repeatedly patting Gao Peng's body. About 5 or 6 minutes passed. Gao Peng's bright eyes widened into circles before he fainted. At this moment, his skin burned crimson as blood, with scarlet threads slowly oozing from each needle puncture. Spirit body reconstruction, 9 extremes return to origin. With those words, Lu Rong gave Gao Peng's shoulder a powerful slap, causing all the silver needles embedded in his body to simultaneously eject at once. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lu Rong took a deep breath. Each activation of his true qi consumed tremendous physical energy. Treating a patient with high-level paraplegia was quite simple for him, but it required extensive preparation, multiple steps, and intense concentration. His physical stamina was limited, and fatigue was inevitable. He'll wake up very soon, and should be able to walk momentarily. That's it? That's all it takes? Qin Shu was somewhat appeased by Lu Rong's maneuver. You just jabbed that silver needle randomly into the patient, pulled it out, and now claim the illness is cured? Lu Rong raised an eyebrow. Words are useless now. When he wakes up, you'll see the truth for yourselves. This is ridiculous. You're toying with a patient's life. Utterly irresponsible. Qin Shu and the nurse behind him couldn't help exclaiming. His voice turned icy as he said, even if I've never studied traditional Chinese medicine, I still understand basic medical principles. Those acupuncture points you just needled wouldn't have any effect at all. Dr. Qin, please calm down. Lin Jiran noticed that Qin Shu sounded too agitated and immediately stepped in front of Lu Rong to shield him. Qin Shu's chest heaved with barely suppressed anger as he glared at Lin Jiran. You want me to calm down now? How can I? Mr. Gao is my patient, I'm responsible for him. His words sounded noble, at least on the surface, but in reality, Qin Shu actually wasn't confident he could cure him. Moreover, high-level paraplegia is different from other conditions. Even with surgery, the risks are extremely high. But now that Lu Rong has rashly stepped in, if the surgery fails, Qin Shu can shift the blame onto him. Thinking this, Qin Shu turned his head and looked at the nurse who'd just spoken. Go call security immediately. If anything happens to Mr. Gao today, Lu Rong will be held fully accountable. In an instant, the atmosphere in the ward became extremely tense. Just then, a faint rustling sound came from the bed. Chapter 83, The Desire to Take a Master. Everyone turned to look at Gao Peng, shocked to discover that his paralyzed fingers, which had been immobile, were slowly beginning to move. Honey, Mr. Gao. Li Lan rushed excitedly toward the bedside, while Lin Jiran watched nervously. Darling, how are you feeling now? I feel so hot, so hot. Gao Peng's lips were dry and cracked from the heat, making him intensely uncomfortable. He parted them slightly. I want some water. As he spoke, he threw off the blanket covering him. By now the blanket was thoroughly soaked with his sweat. The leg that had just been pricked full of needle holes by Lu Rong miraculously bent. At this sight, everyone present forgot to breathe. But this was a patient with complete high-level paralysis. He actually moved. Oh my god, husband, you can actually move. Li Lan couldn't believe what she was seeing. She covered her mouth with both hands as tears streamed down her face like they cost nothing. Xin Shu and the doctors and nurses behind him all wore expressions of utter disbelief. They had been practicing medicine for years, yet this was the first time they'd witnessed something so miraculous. Why are all of you looking at me like that? At that moment, Gao Ping followed everyone's gaze and looked down at his trembling legs. His eyes instantly widened in shock. My legs can actually move again? As he spoke, he kept forcefully moving his legs back and forth, desperate to verify whether this was real. I'm really healed. I'm truly healed. At this moment, Gao Peng was crying and laughing like a child. That feeling of life returning from the ashes was truly exhilarating, beyond words. Wait, let me check. Xin Shu, frantic as a madman, rushed to the bedside in an instant and gingerly reached out trembling fingers to touch Gao Peng's knee. It has indeed completely healed, just with some slight muscle atrophy. How is that possible? Xin Shu spoke to himself unconsciously, his gaze drifting towards Lu Rong. All the previous doubts and disdain had vanished completely, replaced mostly by bewilderment and puzzlement. After a long while, Xin Shu finally snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Someone, quick, arrange a comprehensive examination for Mr. Gao." Roughly over an hour passed before all the examinations were completed. Holding a thick stack of examination reports in his hands, Xin Shu went through them page by page, his face etched with an unmistakable look of disbelief. This is truly a miracle, an unparalleled miracle. Xin Shu clenched the report in his hand and turned to Lu Rong. I don't understand, how on earth did you pull this off? Lu Rong's expression remained calm as still water. Traditional Chinese medicine has always been profound and extensive. There's still much you don't know. By the way, I recall you declaring earlier that if I cured Mr. Gao's illness, you'd publicly apologize to me and admit my medical skills surpass yours? His words made Xin Shu wear an awkward expression. Did I ever say such a thing? I don't remember that at all. Seeing him welch on his word, Lu Rong's face turned cold. If you can't remember, I'd be happy to refresh your memory. He stepped closer to Xin Shu, exuding an overwhelmingly aggressive aura. Just then, someone tugged at his sleeve. Lu Rong, don't cause trouble. This is a hospital, show some restraint. Lu Rong snorted coldly and stopped engaging with him. Young Master Lu, I'm so grateful. How can I ever repay this kindness? Gao Ping knelt directly before Lu Rong, his wife Li Lan following suit as she also knelt down. Yes, young Master Lu, you are our family's great benefactor. Lu Rong and Lin Jiran immediately stepped forward to help the couple up. Mr. Gao, sister-in-law, please don't do this. It was my father who caused the accident with his car. If anything, I should be the one thanking you for giving my father and me the chance to right this wrong. Just then, Xin Shu suddenly spoke, his tone entirely different from his earlier haughty demeanor. Young Master Lu, I've gone from passerby to fan, you're now my idol. Will you take me as your disciple? His sudden change left both Lu Rong and Lin Jiran rather surprised. I have no intention of taking disciples. You'd better stick to Western medicine. No, I've studied Western medicine for 8 years already. What fascinates me now is traditional Chinese medicine. I want to follow you and learn more. Give me this chance, will you? Xin Shu's attitude was exceedingly sincere, completely unlike his previous demeanor. Seeing this, Lu Rong hesitated for a moment before saying, we'll see. I'm not sure what I can teach you. He felt that this Xin Shu didn't harmonize with his aura. He didn't quite like him. In the afternoon, after completing the discharge procedures, Lu Rong sent Gao Ping and Li Lan home. Meanwhile, Lin Jiran escorted second Uncle Lin back to the Lin residence. Dad, if anything happens, you must tell me immediately. I'm your daughter, who else can you rely on if not me? I just don't want to trouble you. I never did much for you in the past. Now that you're doing well, I'm happy for you, but I don't want to be a burden. Though second Uncle Lin was incapable, he genuinely had Lin Jiran's best interests at heart. This moment truly touched Lin Jiran. Don't say that, we're family. You're all I have left now, Dad. This incident completely dissolved the estrangement between Lin Jiran and her second uncle. Yet more precious than the vanished estrangement was the present. She refused to let herself live with regret someday. Lin Jiran brought her father to the doorstep of the Lin family but chose not to enter. She had no desire to see those two-faced people who said one thing to your face and another behind your back. Out of sight, out of mind. At that moment, Lin Jiran's phone rang. It was Xiaoyu calling. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Madam, there's a man named Xin Shu at the door asking for Master Lu. I couldn't reach Master Lu on his phone, so I called you instead. Xin Shu? Understood. I'm heading back now. After hanging up, Lin Jiran called Lu Rong, and they both started returning home simultaneously. When Lu Rong arrived at the villa, he saw Xin Shu waiting for them in the living room. Seeing Lu Rong, Xin Shu immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I swear I'll study diligently and definitely won't cause you any trouble. Don't do this, get up quickly. Lin Jiran stepped forward to pull Qin Shu up, but he stubbornly refused to rise. Chapter 84, Playing by Unconventional Rules. Ever since witnessing Lu Rong effortlessly cure a patient with high paraplegia, Qin Shu had become utterly obsessed, consumed by the desire to master traditional Chinese medicine under Lu Rong's guidance, to become as skilled as him. Seeing this, Lu Rong shrugged. Even if you pester me like this, I won't take you as my disciple. Besides, you have a job to tend to. Go on with your work. Determined, Qin Shu wore an expression that said he wouldn't relent until his goal was achieved. I'm off duty today. Please accept me as your disciple. I can run errands for you in my spare time. I'll do anything you ask. I beg you. At this moment, where was his former arrogance? It's no solution for him to keep kneeling like this. Left with no choice, Lu Rong could only compromise. How about this? We can get to know each other first, and I'll observe your aptitude to see if you're suited to learn traditional Chinese acupuncture. Don't think just because I cured Mr. Gao so easily that anyone could do it. Even if ordinary people knew which acupuncture points to target, they wouldn't be able to heal him. Seeing an opportunity, Qin Shu felt secretly delighted. I understand, this definitely requires real skill. Noting his sincerity, Lu Rong decided to give him a chance. I'll test you for a while first. If you're suitable, you can continue studying traditional Chinese medicine. If not, you'll obediently return to working at the hospital. Great. Just wonderful. Thank you, master. No sooner had Lu Rong finally seen Qin Shu off when his phone rang again. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, he initially didn't want to answer, but ultimately pressed the call button. Hello, who's speaking? Hello, young Master Lu. I'm Gao Fengting, president of Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Upon hearing this, Lu Rong immediately realized this was Qin Shu's hospital. But why would the hospital president himself be calling him? Could there be something important? With this thought in mind, Lu Rong replied, Hello, President Gao. What can I do for you? I'm calling today mainly to see if we could meet tomorrow. Would that be alright? Yes, that'll be fine. After hanging up, Gao Fengting sent over the meeting location. The next morning, Lu Rong got up and headed straight to the restaurant address Gao Fengting had provided. He arrived to find Gao Fengting had been waiting for half the day already. Lu Rong strode over quickly. Good afternoon, Dean Gao. Hello, young Master Lu. Seeing Lu Rong, Gao Fengting immediately stood up and shook his hand, visibly still somewhat emotional. This made Lu Rong slightly embarrassed. Dean Gao, just call me Lu Rong. The two sat down and casually ordered some food and drinks. Gao Fengting looked at Lu Rong, his tone somewhat indifferent, though his heart was anything but calm. Lu Rong, Qin Shu said you effortlessly cured a patient with high-level paraplegia. I didn't believe it at first, but when I heard the patient say so himself, I realized it was true. Did you use traditional Chinese acupuncture techniques? You could say that. Lu Rong felt there was no point in telling them about his mastery of ancient martial arts, so he kept it to himself. Gao Fengting nodded and continued, since you're so skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, I believe there's a highly profitable opportunity that would greatly interest you. I'm not interested. Without a second thought, Lu Rong flatly refused him. If he were after fame, he wouldn't be in his current situation, and as for money, it's the most useless thing to him. Gao Fengting's gaze faltered momentarily before he resumed with a jovial chuckle, Young Master Lu, don't be so quick to refuse me. You must have heard that our medical community is preparing for a top-tier national medical competition. Achieving outstanding results in this event would qualify you for international medical competitions. That changes everything. If you could win first place in an international medical competition, the entire world would recognize you as a leading authority in medicine. Surely such glory doesn't leave you completely unmoved? Seeing Lu Rong remain silent, he continued, right now, I have a few recommendation slots available. As an exception, I can reserve one for you. It's only because I consider you a rare talent that I want to recommend you. Gao Fengting was someone who truly valued talent. Although he specialized in Western medicine, he saw no conflict with traditional Chinese medicine. Besides, if Lu Rong could genuinely represent the nation in an international medical competition, it would reflect well on him as the recommender. I'm genuinely not interested. Moreover, I don't believe my medical skills need anyone's validation. As for this competition, I have absolutely no desire to participate. Lu Rong was well aware of these people's greed for fame and fortune. Now, all he wants is to find his missing father, manage the Lu Group well, and become a truly capable person at the pinnacle of success, living his life to the fullest. All those fleeting notions of fame and fortune, he couldn't care less about them. His words left Gao Fengting's face ashen, as if grieving the death of his parents. According to this dean's understanding, shouldn't someone as young as Lu Rong be eagerly chasing fame and fortune to satisfy their vanity? How could the title of world champion not sway this brat's heart? Why doesn't this punk play by the rules? Master Lu, this opportunity is truly rare. If I weren't so impressed with your talent, I wouldn't have come personally to invite you. The domestic medical field is still preparing the competition. competition. Could it be you're afraid you won't be selected among all the talents? If that's the case, it seems I've truly misjudged you. Gao Fengting looked at Lu Rong and shook his head in disappointment. His words, however, struck Lu Rong as laughable. Director Gao, your reverse psychology won't work on me. With that, he stood up and walked out of the dining room. Watching Lu Rong's retreating figure, Gao Fengting shook his head helplessly. What a pity. Lu Rong left the restaurant and headed straight to the company to find Luo Keqing. There was still one blood jade left from what he had acquired at the antique shop earlier, and he planned to give it to Luo Keqing. Now, the only women left in the Lu family were Lin Jiran and Luo Keqing. With his father gone missing, he intended to take good care of this stepmother on his father's behalf. Upon arriving at the company, he noticed Luo Keqing buried in a mountain of paperwork, her head down the entire time. Even when he entered the office, Luo Keqing didn't notice him. Stepmom? Hearing the voice, Luo Keqing was startled and jerked her head up to see Lu Rong. Oh, when did you get here? Lu Rong plopped onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and reclined in perfect leisure. You've been here a while. I didn't want to disturb you since you were so focused on your work. Put, you idle around all day playing the hands-off boss, but I can't afford to slack. If nobody signs these documents, the company's done for. Saying this, Luo Keqing shot Lu Rong a glare. Lu Rong grinned playfully at Luo Keqing. You're the person my father entrusted with this critical mission. With you in charge of the company, I'm at ease. Stop sweet-talking me with empty praises. Just tell me what brings you to the company today. Luo Keqing felt that if Lu Rong had no business, he wouldn't have come to the company at all. He never shows up without a purpose. You guessed it right. I did come here today for a reason, though not for business, it's personal. Private matters? What kind of private business could you possibly have with me? Lu Rong's words piqued Luo Keqing's curiosity, stirring an inexplicable anticipation within her, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly she was anticipating. Chapter 85, The Mysterious Reward. At the same time, Lu Rong took out a red sandalwood box from his pocket. Auntie, this is for you. Thank you for not abandoning the Lu family in our time of crisis. This kindness from you, I, Lu Rong, will remember it in my heart. I don't need you to remember my kindness. Just manage the Lu Corporation well, and I'll be thanking heaven and earth. Though Luo Keqing said those words, her hand still took the sandalwood box. Opening the sandalwood box and seeing the bracelet inside, Luo Keqing was genuinely dazzled. What a beautiful bracelet! Where did you buy it? Luo Keqing often enjoyed browsing jewelry stores, but she had never encountered such unique luster as the one Lu Rong gifted her. Seeing her delight made every effort worthwhile for Lu Rong. I happened to come across them in an antique shop. There were two of these. The other one is in Jiran's possession. This one's for you. It's blood jade. Wearing it can enhance beauty, nourish vitality, and bless you with safety and smooth fortunes. Oh, I see. She had originally thought Lu Rong had bought it specially for her, but now it seemed she was just incidental. The gift suddenly lost much of its value. But Lu Rong, being a rough and tumble man, completely failed to notice the subtle changes in Luo Keqing's demeanor. After delivering the gifts, Lu Rong left the company premises. In the elevator. Have you heard? The National Race for Medical Excellence competition has begun accepting registrations. I heard that all the medical talents across the country are rushing to sign up for this medical competition, because the winner will not only qualify for the international medical competition but also receive a precious medical secret recipe called the 1,000 Gold Prescriptions. The people in the elevator spoke in whispers meant only for each other, unaware that every word of their conversation had been overheard by Lu Rong. The medical road rivalry they were talking about must be the domestic medical competition Dean Gao Fengting had mentioned. He wasn't interested in that, but what caught his interest was that medical secret formula called Qian Jin Feng. Reportedly passed down from the Tang dynasty, this long-lost medical text had been missing for ages, and he was eager to obtain this Qian Jin Feng. Should he go have some fun with them? Though Lu Rong merely pondered this in his heart, he had already made up his mind. So, he called Gao Fengting. Earlier, Gao Fengting had mentioned having a recommendation spot, which could save him a lot of trouble. Hello, Dean Gao, I've made up my mind. I want to participate in the national medical competition you mentioned. Good, that's excellent. I knew you'd come around eventually. A talent like yours shouldn't be wasted. Gao Fengting was genuinely delighted upon hearing Lu Rong's decision to participate in the medical competition. He held great confidence in Lu Rong's abilities, as few in the entire medical field could effortlessly cure high-level paraplegia. If Lu Rong could secure first place, it wouldn't just bring honor to his own reputation, but also greatly benefit his future political career. Online, the roster for the domestic medical competition was soon made public. When Old Master Chang saw Lu Rong's name on the list, he was both shocked and delighted. So he called Lu Rong. Good lad, you're actually entering the national medical competition. Grandpa supports you, you're my pride. Grandpa, I just want to get my hands on that essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold. Otherwise, I couldn't be bothered with such a pointless competition. Lu Rong had some prior knowledge about this type of contest. The judges of national medical competitions are typically authorities in the field of Western medicine. The champions of past competitions have all been elite Western medicine practitioners prioritized for national development. How far could an ordinary descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family go on this path? It goes without saying, though my master had said, whether it be Chinese or Western medicine, a good doctor is one who can heal the patient's illness. Yet reality is cruel. After all these years, the divide between traditional Chinese and Western medicine runs far deeper than most people imagine. This time, he would use his prowess to show them that medicine has no rigid system, the strongest holds the truest authority. With your skills, winning the championship shouldn't be a problem. You should let everyone see your capabilities. You must understand, you represent not just yourself, but also the Lu family and the Lu Corporation. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Elder Chang spoke with profound sincerity. Although initially he had taken notice of Lu Rong for his capabilities, intending to leverage his strength, later, after coming to know him better, Elder Chen genuinely grew fond of the young man. He also hoped that Lu Rong could embark on an upward path and lead the Lu Corporation to even greater heights. Grandpa, you're absolutely right. I'll follow your advice. The Medical Path Rivalry medical competition was held in the capital. This time, Lu Rong planned to bring Lin Jiran along. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. On the day of the competition, Lu Rong wore the Zhongshan suit specially prepared for him by Lin Jiran. So dashing. Looking at Lu Rong, Lin Jiran's face lit up with an affectionate smile. At this moment, Lu Rong stood before the mirror, his posture erect, his eyes steady, radiating an unmistakable air of reliability. Lin Jiran took her seat in the audience, while Lu Rong headed to the designated area for competitors. Also present were Gao Fengting and Qin Shu. They didn't want to miss Lu Rong's spectacular performance. At the entrance of the competition venue, "Move aside, our hall master is inside. We're here specifically today to cheer him on. If you don't step aside right now, I'll tear this place down, believe me or not." Xiao Tian stood at the entrance, pointing aggressively at the security guard's nose while shouting loudly. Inside, Lu Rong immediately recognized that voice. Other than Xiao Tian, there probably wasn't anyone else who'd dare make such a scene in this place. Arriving at the entrance, after explaining the situation to the security guard, Xiao Tian and his group were finally allowed inside. "Xiao Tian, what brings you here?" Behind him stood several brothers from the Shadow Hall. The bustling crowd drew the attention of many onlookers nearby. But Xiao Tian didn't care. "Hall master, when we heard you were coming to compete, we had to come cheer you on. We've already won in terms of momentum. How about it? Hall master, did I bring you honor?" Hearing Xiao Tian's comical words, Lu Rong actually felt like laughing. "Bring me honor? You brought the most honor. Come on, let's go inside. But once inside, don't make any loud noises. We can't disrupt the order of the event, understood?" Lu Rong reminded them. After all, this was a top-tier domestic competition. Someone of Xiao Tian's status entering such a venue would already attract enough attention. Lu Rong didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble for the Shadow Hall. At this moment, another contestant walked in surrounded by a crowd of people. Chapter 86, Rivalry on the Medical Path. Zhou Qianxue was the rising star of the National Medical College, with a father who served as the director of Beijing Central Hospital and a mother who was a professor at the medical college. Growing up in such an environment, it was only natural for him to follow the path of medicine. The number of research papers he had published online far exceeded those of ordinary doctoral candidates and professors, making him one of the most promising contenders for this year's championship. Zhou Qianxue is here. Really? Where is it? I don't see anything. Go, hurry, and take a look. Many people admired Zhou Qianxue, and upon hearing of his arrival, they eagerly crowded around him. Zhou Qianxue's gaze pierced through the crowd and unexpectedly landed squarely on Lu Rong. Coincidentally, Lu Rong also looked at him, their eyes met, and the undisguised contempt in Zhou Qianxue's gaze was unmistakable. Only one seat separated Zhou Qianxue and Lu Rong. The two of them sitting there instantly made the surrounding atmosphere grow tense. Word has it that among the contestants this time, there's some half-baked amateur, studied traditional Chinese medicine, never even matriculated at a proper school. How on earth did someone like that even qualify for this competition? Must have pulled some strings to get in, leaning on connections just to make an appearance and boost their visibility. How powerful can traditional Chinese medicine really be? It's just the same old stuff over and over, exhausting both mind and body to treat illnesses and save lives. Hearing their words, Zhou Qianxue glanced at Lu Rong, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his lips. Sensing his gaze, Lu Rong pretended not to notice, unwilling to waste time on such a person. Just before the competition was about to begin, the seat between Lu Rong and Zhou Qianxue remained empty. Is this seat taken? Lu Rong turned toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a woman wearing a white lab coat, devoid of excessive adornments, yet radiating an aloof and striking beauty. He was just about to speak when Zhou Qianxue beside him immediately said, "Xingran, there's no one here, you can sit right here." At this moment, Zhou Qianxue had lost his previous arrogant demeanor, adopting instead the fawning look of a sycophant. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Lu Rong couldn't be bothered to deal with him. This girl, named Wan Xingran, was a student at the National Medical Academy and the aloof campus goddess adored by countless hopeless admirers. Without even glancing at Zhou Qianxue, Wan Xingran sat between Lu Rong and Zhou Qianxue. By now, both the contestants and judges had all arrived. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. The host stepped onto the podium, his voice resonating throughout the entire competition venue. Attention all contestants, I now declare the 57th National Medical Frontier Medical Competition officially open. The first round will test clinical diagnostics. As the host finished speaking, the large screen at the front lit up, beginning to play a patient case video. In the video, a man around 40 years old was describing his symptoms. I constantly feel like there's a foreign object stuck in my throat, and swallowing food has become particularly difficult. These symptoms have persisted for 2 or 3 months. Lu Rong carefully observed the patient's complexion and tongue coating through the screen. Even via video, he could discern the man's somewhat pale face and a faint, whitish hue to his tongue coating. When the patient mentioned his symptoms worsened when nervous, Lu Rong had already reached his diagnosis in mind. After watching the video, the host announced, "Alright, now please have all contestants write down their diagnoses on the tablets in hand and submit them within 1 minute." Tension filled the entire venue. All that could be heard were the rhythmic taps of buttons being pressed. Among the numerous contestants, most wrote diagnoses of chronic pharyngitis or GERD, gastroesophageal reflux disease, 2 conditions commonly listed in Western medical textbooks. On Lu Rong's tablet were written the 3 characters plum pit chi, a condition categorized as liver qi stagnation. In traditional Chinese medicine, this is a rather unique name for an ailment primarily characterized by difficulty swallowing and the sensation of a foreign object in the throat, despite no abnormal pathological findings upon examination. Alright, time's up, 1 minute. The correct answer is, the host deliberately paused, then the large screen displayed the standard answer. According to psychological consultation findings, the patient is diagnosed with globus pharyngeus, often associated with emotional anxiety. This answer made everyone unable to resist criticizing. The result vastly differed from most contestants' answers, with only Lu Rong's being somewhat close. Dr. Lu, quite fortunate, aren't you? Zhou Qianxue glanced at Lu Rong across Wan Xingran, remarking with sarcasm. But in the upcoming practical segment, your luck will run out. Those herbal roots and tree barks you swear by, those lowbrow remedies, probably won't be of much use here. Lu Rong couldn't be bothered to engage with him. To someone like Zhou, traditional Chinese medicine was nothing but quackery, only experimental data represented the path of legitimacy. The second round of the competition tested practical clinical skills. Lu Rong's assigned procedure was cardiopulmonary resuscitation. For any medical student, this is the most fundamental skill. His movements were crisp and efficient, performing chest compressions, rescue breathing, and defibrillation with textbook precision at every step. Even the judges below the stage couldn't help but nod in approval. Contestant number 2 Lu Rong demonstrates excellent standardized movements and strong team coordination awareness. Very impressive, the judge couldn't help but praise. For Lu Rong, this came effortlessly. During his years in prison with nothing else to do, he had conscientiously honed all his acquired skills to perfection. Just as Lu Rong was preparing to leave the operating platform, a commotion broke out nearby. Turning his head, he saw a fellow contestant suddenly turn pale while clutching their stomach and crouching on the ground. "What's going on?" The judge quickly walked over. "Probably acute gastroenteritis," someone said. "Might have eaten something bad this morning." While everyone was discussing the situation, the man had already started vomiting repeatedly, with cold sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing this, the staff immediately brought a wheelchair to take him to the medical room. Lu Rong squatted down and, before anyone could react, gripped the patient's wrist, placing 3 fingers on the CUN pulse point. His pulse is tense, his complexion pale, with clammy sweating. These are classic symptoms of cold evil directly attacking the Taiyin meridian. "Everyone, step aside." Lu Rong took out a pouch containing silver needles from his pocket and unfolded it, revealing needles of varying lengths. "What are you trying to do?" Zhou Qianxue blocked Lu Rong's path. "This is a competition, not your traditional Chinese medicine clinic. You can't just do whatever you want here." "He needs immediate treatment now," Lu Rong replied in a calm and composed tone. "The Zusanli acupoint can alleviate gastrointestinal spasms, while the Neguan acupoint provides immediate relief for nausea." The judge, hearing Lu Rong's words and seeing the man's increasing agony, agreed to let him try, hurry up and apply the acupuncture. Lu Rong moved with practiced ease, his sterilization and needle insertion executed in one fluid motion. As the needle pierced the patient's Susanli acupoint, a noticeable relief from pain became apparent. Then, after a few rotations of the needle at the Naguan acupoint, the severity of his vomiting also lessened significantly. I feel much better, the patient said weakly, looking much better than before. The competition venue was now completely silent, as everyone had witnessed Lu Rong's life-saving procedure. Lu Rong then put away his silver needles and wrote a prescription on a piece of paper, Huoxiang Jingqi powder, 3 times a day for 3 days. The judge took the paper from Lu Rong's hand and examined the prescription written in small regular script, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Lu Rong, your prescription is quite unique. I've always been unique. Chapter 87. Lu Rong has a big shot behind him. The competition lasted 2 days in total, with today being the first. Throughout the entire event, Lu Rong's performance was flawless, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Xingran, do you have time? Let me treat you to a meal. Right after the competition ended, Zhou Qianxue eagerly approached Ruan Xingran. He had admired her for a long time, but every time his warm advances met her cold rejection. This time was no exception. Ruan Xingran didn't even glance at Zhou Qianxue. Sorry, I don't have time. Rejecting Zhou Qianxue, Ruan Xingran instead came before Lu Rong, looked at him and said, Lu Rong, you performed very well today. I'm looking forward to your performance in tomorrow's finals. Keep it up. Thank you. Lu Rong smiled, turned around, and walked away holding Lin Jiran's hand. Just as they reached the entrance, Lu Rong was stopped by someone at the door. What's the matter with you? Looking at the people blocking his way, Lu Rong asked. Master Lu, we just want your help in diagnosing our health issues. Thank you. Fine, no problem. Never expecting such a minor request from them, Lu Rong didn't refuse. He turned to Lin Jiran, darling, go wait for me in the car first. I'll join you soon. All right. About an hour later, just as Lu Rong finished treating those few people and was about to get in the car, he noticed Wang Minghui and Wang Shangqin approaching them. Isn't that the CEO and young master of Wanhui Group? What brings them here? Could they possibly be interested in the medical competition too? What an honor to see them here. People emerging from the competition venue stopped in their tracks excitedly when they caught sight of the father-son pair. At that moment, Zhou Qianxue, Lu Rong, and Ruan Xingran stepped out together. Noticing the murmurs around him, Zhou Qianxue straightened his back and declared, they're obviously here to cheer me on out of respect for my parents. What other reason could there be? Certainly not for that pampered rich kid Lu Rong. Zhou Qianxue was right, they must have come for him. Qianxue, you've got quite the reputation, getting the Wang father and son to come personally for you. You're amazing. Yes, Qianxue, I really admire you. Hearing Zhou Qianxue's words, many girls' eyes sparkled with admiration, showering him with sugary compliments. This greatly satisfied his vanity. However, he glanced at Ruan Xingran, hoping she would recognize his merits. Yet Ruan Xingran was currently looking at Lu Rong with what seemed like a hint of admiration in her gaze. This only made Zhou Qianxue despise Lu Rong even more. He must ensure he outperforms Lu Rong in tomorrow's championship final, to show Ruan Xingran who truly stands as the pinnacle of the medical field. At this moment, the Wang father and son approached them. Zhou Qianxue noticed their approach and moved to greet them. As he stepped before the Wangs and raised his hand in greeting, they bypassed him entirely, walking straight toward Lu Rong behind him. Lu Rong looked at them with a trace of surprise in his voice. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? I heard you came to the capital for the competition, so we came to cheer you on. Your performance just now was amazing, we saw it all from the audience. Yes, who would have thought someone as young as you could be so impressive? I'm truly in awe. The Wang father and son couldn't stop praising Lu Rong's performance. Lu Rong remained unfazed by their praises. After all, he knew his own capabilities like the back of his hand. This was merely a drop in the bucket. Thank you, young Master Lu. If it's convenient, let's have dinner together tonight as a welcome-back meal for you. How does that sound? Seeing Lu Rong chatting familiarly with the Wang father and son pair, everyone was stunned. Especially since Wang Minghui's respectful attitude left the surrounding crowd utterly perplexed. What's the background of this Lu Rong? Isn't he just the young master of Jiangqing's Lu Group? How could he have such face to get President Wang and the young master to specially invite him to dinner? Could there be some hidden powerful figure backing Lu Rong? Meanwhile, everyone had completely forgotten about Zhou Qianxue's existence. This dealt a severe blow to his self-esteem. I'll make you pay for this, Lu Rong. Zhou Qianxue stomped her foot angrily and then slunk away in humiliation. Seeing so many people watching them, Lu Rong didn't want to publicly disgrace Wang Minghui. Alright then, thank you for your kindness, President Wang. Alright, I'll send you the location. Let's talk in detail tonight. The restaurant Wang Minghui booked was the most luxurious in the capital Imperial Cuisine Chamber. Those who dined here were all powerful individuals, and every one of them held VIP gold cards. When Lu Rong and Lin Jiran drove to the restaurant, the Wang father and son hadn't arrived yet. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by the security guards at the door. Sir, please show your membership card. I came with a friend, Mr. Wang from Wanhui Group, Lu Rong said to the security guard. Hearing he was Wang Minghui's friend, the security guard immediately regarded him with new respect, his attitude becoming noticeably more courteous. Please wait a moment while I check if Mr. Wang has reserved a private room. The security guard checked the reservation list at the front desk and confirmed Wang Minghui had indeed booked a private room. He approached Lu Rong. You must be Mr. Lu. Mr. Wang said you're to go straight in when you arrive. As he spoke, the guard extended his arm to guide Lu Rong inside. Wait! Just as they were about to enter, an unfriendly voice rang out from behind. Lu Rong and Lin Jiran turned to see it was none other than Morong Cheng. Well, if it isn't a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road, Lu Rong. Walking up to Lu Rong, Morong Cheng limped with eyes full of hatred. Seeing his appearance, Lu Rong found it inexplicably amusing. He had thought Morong Cheng would stay far away upon seeing him again. Who knew the man had learned nothing from their previous encounters? Morong Cheng, aren't you afraid I'll cripple your other leg too? As he spoke, Lu Rong slowly approached Morong Cheng, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. Startled by his intimidation, Morong Cheng couldn't help trembling all over, her feet involuntarily retreating step by step. What are you trying to do? This is the imperial capital. I don't believe you'd dare do anything to me in front of all these people. Chapter 88. I'll remove parts from you. Although Morong Cheng said those words, his legs trembled with fear, making it hard for him to stand steadily. Seeing his reaction, Lu Rong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Relax, I'm just messing with you. Even if I were to deal with you, I'd find a secluded spot, wouldn't I? Lu Rong spoke in a voice only audible to the two of them, his tone laced with teasing and menace. Feeling humiliated by Lu Rong, Morong Cheng was both angry and frustrated, yet couldn't defeat him, so he redirected his fury towards the security guard. You believed him just because he said he's Lu Rong? Did he show you his ID? The guard noticed Morong Cheng's glare and whispered, Young Master Morong, President Wang has already given strict instructions. Who would dare impersonate him? He couldn't afford to offend either side. He knew all too well that in their eyes, he was nothing but an ant. They could crush him in an instant. He didn't want to offend anyone, only to dutifully focus on his own work. You dare question me? Seems like you don't want to keep working here. Morong Cheng, like a dog relying on its master's power, glared at the security guard, making him break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Lu Rong walked up to Morong Cheng and deliberately bumped into him with force. Caught off guard, Morong Cheng fell to the ground. Oh my, young Master Morong, so sorry for bumping into you. Do you need me to help you up? You? Morong Cheng used his hands to push off the ground, struggling to stand up in a rather ridiculous manner. This drew glances from everyone passing by. Instantly, he felt utterly humiliated. The security guard realized Lu Rong was standing up for him and cast a grateful glance his way before stepping forward to support Morong Cheng. Young Master Morong, are you alright? Get lost. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. This was a classic case of biting the hand that feeds him. The ingrate couldn't even accept basic kindness. Even Lin Jiran found his behavior unbearable to watch. You must be out of your mind. Someone kindly helps you up, and you still curse at them? You're just riding on your daddy's coattails, acting all high and mighty just because you're some spoiled rich brat. Without your old man, who the hell do you think you are? Looking at his face, Lin Jiran thought he was just another brainless rich kid who only knew how to rely on his parents. She couldn't stand people like him more than anything. With great difficulty, Morong Cheng rose to his feet, only now noticing the stunning beauty standing by Lu Rong's side. Oh, sweetheart, you've got that all wrong. It's just that I was born lucky. Some things you just can't envy enough even if you tried. Besides, someone as lovely as you would be wasted on Lu Rong. Why not come with me instead? Little did Morong Cheng know that he was dancing on the edge of death at this very moment. Blushing furiously from his words, Lin Jiran stepped forward to slap Morong Cheng, only to have her slender wrist seized by him. He continued stroking it provocatively. Don't be so fiery-tempered. I'm only thinking of what's best for you. Even with a limp, Morong Cheng couldn't shake off his sleazy nature. Crack! No one saw what happened, just the sound of breaking bones, followed by screams. Ah, right leg plus right arm, that's just right. Lu Rong glanced at Morong Cheng howling like a slaughtered pig and smirked disdainfully. To dare harass his woman right in front of him, he'd make Morong Cheng wish he were dead. You provoked me once. I'll disable one part of your body. Let's see how many spare parts you've got for me to wreck. Young Master Morong. Ah, young Master Lu, you'd better leave first. I'll have someone take him to the hospital. The Morong family is not someone you can afford to offend. The security guards were caught in a dilemma. Out of kindness, they reminded Lu Rong before calling several people to send Morong Cheng to the hospital. Holding Lin Jiran's wrist, he wiped it gently. Did I hurt you? It's nothing. Just at that moment, Wang Minghui and Wang Shangqin's car also arrived. Seeing the two of them standing at the entrance without going in, Wang Minghui asked, "Why aren't you going inside? Did security stop you?" "It's alright, the weather's nice today. Being outside for a while feels good." "Oh, okay, let's go in then." Wang Minghui had reserved a private room on the top floor, the most luxurious dining suite in the imperial kitchen. The prices here were beyond what ordinary people could afford, and the decor was extravagantly opulent. A single private room was larger than several average homes combined. Feeling Wang Minghui's preferential treatment, Lu Rong grew increasingly awkward. "President Wang, you don't need to go to such lengths. A simple meal would be just fine." "Don't call me President Wang, it's too formal. From now on, just call me Uncle Wang. You saved Shangqin's life. If you don't mind, consider yourself his elder brother from now on, alright?" Wang Minghui had taken quite a liking to this young man before him. Besides, his own son, Wang Shangqin, was barely 23. Having Lu Rong around him regularly would only be an advantage. Feeling Wang Minghui's warmth and sincerity, Lu Rong nodded. "It would be my honor." Ever since his father disappeared, there had been very few people he could trust around him. Getting to interact with upright and honorable individuals like the Wang Minghui father-son duo struck him as a fortunate opportunity. "Sounds good, then it's settled, brother." Wang Shangqin called out bro with effortless familiarity. "Hi, come to me if you ever need anything. I've got your back." The meal concluded merrily for all. Watching Lu Rong get along so well with the Wang father and son, Lin Jiran felt genuinely happy for him on the sidelines. Though Wang Minghui had invited them to stay at the Wang residence, Lu Rong declined. He wanted to spend some alone time with Lin Jiran. Arriving at the hotel, Lin Jiran was stunned the moment she stepped into the room. The entire room was carpeted with rose petals, illuminated by dazzling lights. Walking further in, there lay a heart-shaped bed adorned with a heart-shaped rose arrangement. "When did you prepare all this?" Lin Jiran covered her mouth, her face alight with delighted surprise. She was genuinely moved. Seeing Lin Jiran's startled expression, Lu Rong stepped forward and embraced her from behind. "On our way to the capital." "Prepared so early, were you secretly plotting mischief?" Noticing Lu Rong's mischievous grin and the desire in his eyes, Lin Jiran immediately understood, her face flushing crimson in an instant. She wanted to escape from Lu Rong's embrace, but he was prepared and held her tightly, leaving her unable to move. "Darling, you're not getting away today." With that, Lu Rong scooped Lin Jiran up in a princess carry, walked to the bed, and gently laid her down. Their eyes met, and sparks instantly flew between them. Lin Jiran looked at Lu Rong, the remnants of rationality in her mind telling her she shouldn't indulge too much. "Honey, you have the finals tomorrow. Won't this affect your performance?" "This is nothing but a drizzle to me. It's fine. If I get too pent up, I might perform worse tomorrow, so shouldn't you put in some effort today to make your husband happy?" As Lu Rong spoke, his hands never stopped moving. Before long, the room was filled with sounds that would make anyone blush.